Welcome to the Don Lemon Show, everyone. We're still here. In a minute, I'm going to bring you my conversation with Elon Musk, the one that everyone is talking about. But first, let me tell you a bit about the show. Contrary to what you might have heard, we weren't canceled by X. Yes, after months of begging me, wooing me to offer some exclusive content on his platform, Elon Musk decided to scrap the deal. But our plan is, and always has been, to release this show everywhere, on YouTube, on Spotify, on iHeart Radio, just about any place you stream content. Now for my conversation with Elon. As with all my interviews, no restrictions, no ground rules, nothing off limits or out of bounds. That is until the interview ended. So what went wrong? I don't know. But my hope is that you learned something about both Elon and me, two people who come from completely different vantage points on almost every single issue. And I challenge you, Elon, to watch the whole interview and tell the world why this isn't what you claim you want on X. Thank you for inviting us here.
You're welcome.
Your Tesla headquarters. I'm surprised at how big it is. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's about 3 times the size of the Pentagon.
Yeah.
And we built it in 16 months. It's the fastest construction project in the United States since World War II.
So I'm here, as you know, I'm on the platform because you say you're a free speech absolutist, right? And there are no conditions.
Yeah. Free speech is as much as possible within the bounds of the law.
Yeah. So the reason I'm saying that is because there are no conditions on this interview. You said that, we'll speak to you for an hour. I don't like sound bites, so I welcome that. So let's get into it. So we're here in Austin. South by Southwest is going on. We're at the Tesla headquarters. You are in the process of moving SpaceX here, I understand?
No. SpaceX has a massive facility in South Texas where we build and launch Starship. And then we have in Bastrop near Austin, we are about to start production at a Starlink, a large Starlink factory for Starlink terminals. But but we're not shutting down any facilities in California.
Listen, we are here as part of a launch of a news interview show that is going to be on X.com. It's coming as a media industry, as you know, is going through a whole lot of changes.
Yeah.
X has also been affected by that. Where do you see X.com's role in the future of news and journalism, Elon?
Well, I think I see the X as it's already the number one source of news in the world. So it is the number one way that people actually are informed about any kind of news, meaning real-time events, is on the X platform, formerly Twitter. There's nothing even close for real-time news. So we also want to expand upon that, and we have done so with long-form content. So instead of just doing what used to be called tweets, you can now do long-form posts. You can post an entire essay. In fact, you can now post an entire book to the platform. You can do long-form video content, so you can do up to 4-hour video segments. We really want news in whatever form it is, or information, I should say, in whatever form it is, to be available on our platform, whether it's short, long, text, pictures, video, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and some of the stuff that we do, long-form video, interview shows, what have you.
Yeah.
You reached out over the summer and you said, it would be great to have Maddo, Don Lemon, others on the left put on this platform. You received full support. The digital town square is for all. What do you mean by that?
Well, I just mean that we want to make sure that there are a wide variety of viewpoints, that it's we always have, for example, Tucker Carlson, who most people will view as being on the right, and that's quite a prominent name on the right. We want to have prominent names on the left as well to provide different points of view, as well as centrists. Just basically a wide range of viewpoints on the platform, so users can hear different opinions. They can hear, what's your point of view, what's Tucker's point of view, and and people can make their own decision about what they believe.
You didn't mean that I'm on the left? Did you think that?
I thought you were on the left, but yeah. I don't know. I'm used to, well, let's just say, I don't know what the left is or the right is, frankly, these days, because things can be quite polarized. But my impression was that you're be more likely to be described as on the left than the right. My sense is you're sort of center left. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, Did you ever watch me on CNN, or did you watch?
I saw
Yeah.
yeah, not. I saw segments.
Yeah.
But CNN is generally considered left.
Yeah. Why do you say that?
Why do I say CNN is generally considered left? I think if you look at any sort of media survey of what is on the left or right, I think they would say, like, for example, Fox is on the right and CNN is on the left.
Yeah. So that's what is it?
Am I missing something here?
Okay. Are you missing something?
I
don't know. I think that when I read that, I said, like many of my critics or detractors, they never really watched me on CNN. They just saw the clips of me either on social media or maybe on Fox News or in conservative media, where it's sort of where I've become a character or a caricature of what I actually am, and it's taken out of context.
Sure. Well, how would you describe yourself?
I would describe myself as someone who is, I am independent in my thinking, and I vote for people based on the issues and how I feel about it, not necessarily because of political leaning of some sort.
Well, I agree with that approach. I think that's generally how people should take things, which is, I mean, there are a whole sort of set of issues which are sort of somewhat arbitrarily bucketed into right or left. But I think most citizens would think that they would agree with some things on the left, but not everything, or they agree on some things on the right, but not everything. So that's what I think most people feel, I guess.
How much longer, and maybe the answer is forever, how much longer are we going to have to call it the formerly known as Twitter? I mean, even Prince went back to Prince instead of, is it always going to be X?
It's definitely always going to be X.
So X is going through some changes. As I said, a lot of media companies are going through some changes. You're in charge of an incredible platform, Elon. How do you feel that's going?
I think it's going pretty well so far. We're seeing record usage. We've added a tremendous amount of functionality. I mentioned that it used to be that you could only do short text and maybe a picture or something like that, short video. But now you can do long form text, long form video. We've added audio video calling, so you can not just do text DMs, you can do audio video calling. We've improved the algorithm, I think, significantly, and made the system faster and better, and that's reflected in the increased usage.
So let's talk about that, because you said you wanted all points of view, right? It's a digital town square for all.
Yeah.
It's the platform has kind of picked up where some conservative media has left off. That moving to the right, increasingly becoming part of a conservative dialogue, and sometimes even conspiracy theories, right? There was an article recently written about you saying that you, Donald Trump, and X were the most important people or places or whatever icons when it comes to the MAGA movement. Do you agree with that? How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, there are nonsense articles written all the time, and I certainly wouldn't agree with that one. I put it in the nonsense category. So the objective fact of the matter, in my opinion, was that old Twitter was fundamentally a tool of the far left. And that was really, I think, a lot of it was due to being located in San Francisco, Berkeley. And so it wanted to essentially project the SF Berkeley political dogma worldwide.
You think it was far left?
Yes, I do.
I used to I actually got off the platform because I would get so much hate tweets when it was called in, so much hate tweets and just guff from right-wing conspiracy theorists being called everything from, fag to
Sure. It's
nigger
the
to
internet,
everything.
That people will do. I mean, I've been called every name times 1,000.
Yeah. Do you agree that it's right now, and that even
No.
it's moved into sort of MAGA
No,
land of
I
conspiracy
don't.
theory?
I certainly don't think it's right. The old school Twitter suspended and suppressed accounts that you'd call on the right 10 times more than they did accounts on the left. And even when they did suspend an account on the left, it was because of arguments between two people on the left. The political donations of old Twitter were 99% Democrat. Does that sound left-wing or right-wing to you?
The Twitter donations?
Yes. When they look at donations from a company, if a company donates literally 99% of all donations are to Democrats, does that strike you as a left-leaning or a right-leaning
Oh, you
company?
mean the company donated? I understand what you're
What
saying.
I'm trying to tell you is that Twitter employees, people at Twitter, their political donations were 99%, literally 99%, to Democrats. That's obviously an extremely left-leaning group.
My question too, leading into this, is about MAGA. And speaking of MAGA, you recently met with Donald Trump in Florida. What did you guys talk about?
I was at a dinner. I was not done. I was at a breakfast at a friend's place, and Donald Trump came by. That's it.
So you didn't go there to meet him?
No, I went to a friend of mine's house, and it said Donald Trump's coming by for breakfast. Is that just so you know? Like, okay, fine.
What did you discuss?
I don't. Let's just say he did most of the talking.
What did you say?
The normal things he says. There was nothing particularly groundbreaking or new, but he, President Trump likes to talk, and so he talked. I don't recall him saying anything that he hasn't said publicly, and that was it. It was just a breakfast.
Did he ask you for money?
He didn't.
Did he ask you for a donation?
No.
He didn't.
No.
You said you're not going to donate to any candidate.
That's correct.
Why not?
I think while I'll voice my opinion, I think I don't want to put a thumb on the scale monetarily that is, significant.
Are you going to loan him money to help pay his bills?
No,
Not at all. Pay his legal bills.
I'm not paying his legal bills in any way, shape, or form.
And he did not ask you for money.
And he did not ask me for money.
Are you going to? So you're not going to endorse a candidate?
I may, in the final stretch, endorse a candidate, but I don't know yet. I want to make a considered decision before the election, and if I do decide to endorse a candidate, then I will explain exactly why.
Are you leaning towards anyone?
No.
You're not leaning towards anyone. Because you've been...
Let me say I'm leaning away from Biden.
You're leaning...
I've made no secret of that.
Are you concerned about losing your security clearance if Biden is reelected? Does that have anything to do with it?
No.
You are leaning away from Biden, but you're not going to endorse anyone. It seems like an endorsement of President Trump because there are only two people who are running now. Nikki Haley is out.
I mean, a lot
Biden's
can happen
opponent is
between
out.
now and the election, so we'll see who, in the final analysis, are the choices for president. And at that point, I may or may not endorse one of the candidates. If I do, I will provide a very detailed explanation of why I am endorsing one or the other.
At that point, might you contribute or donate?
I think it's unlikely.
So you have been posting up a storm, as you always do in the past couple weeks, about the redesign of the Tesla Roadster coming at the end of this year. Are there any kind of updates that you can talk about to expect from your flagship EV? I mean, Tesla stock is down in the last 6 months. What's next for the company?
The stocks go up and down, but what really matters is, are we making and delivering great products? The Tesla products are outstanding. Last year, the Tesla Model Y was the best-selling car of any kind in the world. So it was about 1.2 million units. It was the best-selling car despite being, I think, around 50% more expensive than the next best-selling vehicle of any kind, not just electric. So I think that's a testament to the incredible work of the Tesla team.
Yeah.
And we launched the Cybertruck. Obviously, that's being very well received. We have, I think, over 1 million orders for the Cybertruck. It's a really special product. That is, I think the Cybertruck is one of those products that comes along really once in several years, maybe once a decade. A Cybertruck is a once-a-decade product. It is so special, and I think it's our best product.
But everyone improves over time. I mean, Apple, I thought my phone was here, but Apple, the phone got better over time. I'm sure your cars will get better over time. You have been tweeting about the updates in the Roadsters. There's something that we should expect?
Sure. You did mention the Roadster. So, look, I don't want to give away, much more than what I've said publicly, except that the Roadster will be a collaboration between SpaceX and Tesla. So, you can expect some rockety stuff there.
A flying car?
Maybe. It's not out of the question.
Go on.
No, I gotta reserve the cool stuff for the, when we actually unveil it. But it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna have some rocket technology in it. I think the only way to do something that's cooler than the Cybertruck is to combine SpaceX and Tesla technology to create something that's not even really a car.
Then what would it be?
Something that's never existed before.
I'm getting Jetsons vibes.
Totally Jetsons vibes. The audience may not be aware, like, some things that I have said publicly is that it'll do 0 to 60 in under 1 second. So that's by far faster than any, sports car that exists. And that's not even the most exciting thing about it.
Does it have wings?
No, it does not have big wings, because big wings would be unwieldy on the road.
Does it have propellers?
It does not have propellers.
Okay. It has wheels.
It does have wheels.
Okay.
Roadster 20 questions.
Does it have a steering wheel?
Not exactly.
What is it?
It'll have a drive-by-wire yoke, essentially, kind of like the way aircraft or modern jets are controlled.
And do you think it's the way of the future that everyone will follow your lead on this?
I don't think anyone will ever make anything like the Roadster that we're going to make.
Let's talk now about SpaceX, Tesla. You got a lot of lawsuits. You've got X.com. You got a lot going on. How do you relax?
Well, I relax. I spend time with my kids, my friends, and I, think somewhat of a nerd technologist. I like playing video games. So I'll play video games with friends online.
Which one?
Lately, I've been playing Diablo, but I've played almost all the games over the years. A long time ago, I was like semi-pro good at Quake. This is really dating me because we're talking about like 25 years ago.
I don't know video games. I just know that my great nephew loves Fortnite and some other stuff. He's always with the headphones and doing the thing. So that helps you relax, right? So
yeah. And the nice thing is if you've got friends in different cities and they're playing the same game, you can both go online at the same time and play the game together, even though you're in different cities.
Listen, I'm not asking you anything that anyone else hasn't asked you about your controversial stuff that you tweet. You post a lot of controversial stuff. Is that considered blowing off steam?
Well, I guess I do enjoy using the platform. I mean, I do call the X platform the PvP, or player versus player platform. So in video games, there's player versus environment, where you're not playing against other people, and then there's PvP, which is like hardcore. You're actually playing against other people, and
but that's blowing off steam for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is to some degree, not always. I mean, obviously I use it for to post jokes, to post sometimes trivia, sometimes things that are of great importance.
So you do a lot of it at night, like late at night. So when you're doing this, are you sober when you do it?
Almost always,
are you
yes.
under the influence of anything?
No, I don't drink. I don't really. No.
So you got no drink, no smoke, no nothing. I mean, you smoke pot with Rogan.
I had one puff.
Yeah.
I think anyone who smokes pot can tell I don't know how to smoke pot.
But you've admitted that you have a ketamine prescription.
Yeah.
What's that for?
Well, I mean, it's pretty private to ask somebody about a medical prescription, But I think it's something I'd say, there are times when I have sort of I don't know, like a negative chemical state in my brain, like depression, I guess, or like depression that's not linked to any negative news, and then ketamine is helpful for getting one out of a negative frame of mind.
Well, listen,
so in fact, I generally, obviously I'm not a doctor, but I would say if someone has depression issues, they should consider talking to their doctor about ketamine instead of SSRIs.
Listen, I think that ketamine and drug therapy is increasingly becoming more in the mainstream.
Yeah.
Do you think you're doing it under a doctor's care, right?
Yeah, yeah. Literally a prescription from an actual, a real doctor, not like, you know.
Yeah. But do you feel like you ever abuse it?
I don't think so. If you use too much ketamine, you can't really get work done. So I have a lot of work. So I'm typically putting in like, 16-hour days. That's normal for me. And it's rare for me to even take off a weekend day. So I don't really have like, a situation where I can be not mentally acute for an extended period of time. Like I can't really get wasted because I can't get my work done.
So how often do you take it?
Well, it'd be like a small amount once every other week or something like that.
But there's not on the bottle where it says take this dose this many times a week or whatever. If it's
Yeah,
under a
match
doctor's,
the dose. And there are several weeks will go by where I don't use it.
you don't use it.
Yeah, I think like I said, I think the what I find ketamine is if you like literally like a chemical state in your brain that you can't just think yourself out of, then ketamine is helpful for getting you out of a depressive mind state.
You suffer from depression, or you have a depressive mind state? And I asked you as someone who has suffered from depression.
I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that I have like a case of like extended depression. It's just once in a while I get into a negative sort of chemical mind state. Once in a while, it's not a common thing, but once in a while it does happen.
Where do you think that comes from?
I think it's just genetic, basically.
You think it's just genetic history?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, some people are just wired to be happy all the time. Some are unfortunately wired to be sad a lot of the time. And in my case, I'm generally pretty positive and optimistic. But once in a while, I don't know what happens. There's some, like I said, I think it's just chemical tides in your brain. Once in a while, it's like a brain storm.
Yeah. Do you ever worry that this may get in the way of your government contracts and clearances, and also and Wall Street as well?
Well, from a standpoint of Wall Street, what matters is execution. Are you building value for investors? Tesla is worth about as much as the rest of the car industry combined, from nothing. So that's pretty good. As I mentioned, we had the best-selling car on Earth last year. So from an investor standpoint, if there is something I'm taking, I should keep taking it.
Have you talk about your ketamine use and depression? Have you also have said, and
the reason I should say the reason I mentioned the ketamine prescription on the X platform was because I thought maybe this is something that could help other people. That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah. Can we talk about the great replacement theory now? Some of the things that you post, the great replacement theory. You claim that Democrats, President Biden's immigration plan to open up the border, you said that the president is getting, and Democrats are doing it to get more votes. But undocumented immigrants cannot vote in federal elections, so how is that possible?
Right. Well, you're conflating two things. One is great replacement theory. The other is, which I don't subscribe to that. I'm simply saying that there is an incentive here. If legal immigrants, which I think have a very strong bias to, at least everything I've read, it's a very strong bias to vote Democrat. The more that come into the country, the more they're likely to vote in that direction. But it is, in my view, a simple incentive to increase voters, Democrat voters. And yeah, so the question is like how? So there's a few ways that this works. One is that when the census is done, the census is based on all people in an area, whether they are citizens or not. So if there are a concentration of people who came here illegally in a particular state or in a particular state, that state will actually then get an increased number of House seats. So the House seat apportionment is proportionate to the number of people, not the number of citizens. So the illegals overwhelmingly go to places like California and New York, and if you just look at the math, if you look at the apportionment with and without illegals, I believe California would lose. I believe the blue state, there would be a net loss of blue states of approximately 20 seats in the House. This also applies to the Electoral College. So you say, like, well, this also applies to electing the president, because the electoral votes are also done by apportionment the same way that House seats are done.
But the reason, Elon, the Electoral College is in place is to balance that, is so that that doesn't happen. So what you're saying about it is the exact opposite of the reason why the Electoral College is there. The Electoral College at this point, in our history, gives people who are in smaller states and red states much more of an influence over our elections than people who are in blue states, and the majority of the people in this country. That's what the Electoral College does. It actually does the exact opposite of what you're saying. It protects people who are in smaller states and protects people who are in red states.
Well,
The red states, because they tend to be smaller and less populous.
I think that statement is what you said is true, but what I said is also true, which is that if as is the case, a disproportionate number of legal immigrants go to blue states, they amplify the effect of a blue state vote. And the math, as I understand it, and you can research this obviously very easily on the it's pretty straightforward to research this. But my understanding is that there would be that the Democrats would lose approximately 20 seats in the House if illegals were not counted in the census, and that's also 20 less electoral votes for president. So the illegals absolutely do affect the who controls the House and who controls the presidency. It does not affect the Senate.
Yeah. In blue states, you're talking about. I
Yes.
don't believe that your information on that is right. So listen, let's talk more about the Great Replacement, because the first time that you posted on X about this Jewish conspiracy, you ended up apologizing.
I didn't call it a conspiracy. I just said that there's a simple matter of incentives. You don't need a conspiracy when you have basic incentives. In my view, there's a basic incentive that's fundamental that for the Democrat Party to foster and usher in a large number of illegals. Yeah. And you don't need a conspiracy in that case, because you have a very basic incentive. You could say I'm wrong about that incentive, but that's my view. I'm not buying into some great replacement theory. I'm simply saying there appears to be a very clear incentive for Democrats to maximize the number of illegals because it helps them win elections.
I'm talking about the Great Replacement theory is also part of a Jewish conspiracy theory. And when you did the tweet, or you responded to the tweet about that, you ended up apologizing, and which I think is, it's good that you ended up apologizing. You went to Auschwitz with Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Right? So you said you learned your lesson. What did you learn?
I said I learned my lesson.
You said you learned your lesson when you apologized, and you said you went to Auschwitz. You saw what.
No, I was already aware of these things, and the nature of my comment that really inflamed people. What I was trying to say, and I did very quickly clarify. This is what I'm saying: is that a number of prominent Jewish philanthropists fund groups that they should really take a closer look at funding, because some of the groups they fund, I think, are anti-Semitic.
Yeah. Do you understand the connection between the two? There's a connection between, you said Democrats, the Great Replacement theory, but when it comes to the actual Great Replacement theory, originally it was started about Jewish people, as you said, flooding in the country, and then now people are using it for Democrats, saying the same thing about Democrats, flooding.
In my view, it's a simple matter of incentives.
Yeah.
I actually don't see an incentive for Jewish people to want to have legal immigration. I don't think there is such an incentive.
Yeah. The Great Replacement theory is a neo-Nazi trope. It's in the neo-Nazi manifesto. It's in the Turner Diaries. It's referenced by the Buffalo mass shooter in his manifesto, where 10 people, black people, were murdered in Buffalo. There's the actual title of the Christchurch shooters manifesto. 51 people in the Muslim mosque were murdered. 23 people murdered in El Paso by a shooter who used the same language that you use in that manifesto when you say Hispanic invasion. Is that not?
I didn't say an Hispanic invasion.
And you quoted a tweet that called it a Hispanic invasion.
If I quote something, it doesn't mean I agree with everything in it. It's just something that I think this is something worth people should consider.
Why would you quote something that you didn't believe?
Because anything I quote is going to have a whole range of statements. Doesn't mean I agree with everything in it.
Do you think if you moderated yourself more, if there was better content moderation on the platform, that you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the great replacement theory as it relates
I
to
don't have to
Democrats,
answer these
the
questions.
great replacement theory as it relates to Jewish people? Do you think that?
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
So you don't think, do you think that you wouldn't get in trouble, or you wouldn't be criticized for these things?
I'm
or that
criticized
there was-
constantly. I could care less.
You don't care?
No, I don't
Why
care.
not?
I don't think people should care what the media thinks about them. They're terrible judges of character.
Even someone who has one of the biggest social media and biggest information platforms in the world, you don't care? You don't think that you have any X.com, or you have any responsibility to the truth or moderating the platform?
You're conflating the truth with the media, and I think the media is not truthful.
Well, not with just the media. I mean, just the truth in general.
I care about the truth very much. That's why we have, for example, community notes on the X system, where in order for a community note to surface and provide corrective information about what somebody posts, and my posts are equally subject to this. I've been community noted many times. In order for a community note to surface, people who have historically disagreed must agree in order for a community note to surface. And all of the code for community notes is open source. All of the data is open source, so you can completely recreate it from scratch. The way to build trust is transparency.
I have noticed community notes. I think that you are right about that, and I do think community notes are helpful. I think any type of content moderation, I do think that's helpful. You recently called content moderation, though, a digital chastity belt. Do you think that you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform?
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law, and we have a responsibility to be transparent about when things are shown, why they're shown. That's why we open source our algorithm. I think once you start going beyond the law, now you're putting your thumb on the scale. And we don't want to put our thumb on the scale.
It doesn't concern you that hate speech has gone. Research shows that it's gone up on the platform since you took over. That's not concerning to you?
I believe that is false. In fact, the research that I've seen says it went down.
The study from the Institute of Strategic Dialogue found that anti-Semitic tweets doubled from June 22 to February 2023. One study reported that as many as 86% of the posts reported for hateful content remained up after being reported. Hate speech on the platform is up.
So what they will typically do is they will count the number of posts, but not count the number of views. So what matters is, was that post given high visibility, or what did like one person see it? And if you look at the number of views of how many times was hate content viewed on our platform, it is down substantially.
Yeah. Well, that's not what the study shows. And you said you like transparency. I'm going to show you this. And
Don, you can get a study that will tell you whatever you want.
But these are just a handful of extremely. You look at those anti-Semitic and racist tropes and tweets, and as of this morning, they're still on X. And from your own content policy, these posts should have been deleted. So why haven't they been deleted? Why are they still there? Did you?
We delete things if they are illegal.
But these have been up there for a while.
Are they illegal?
They're not illegal, but they're hateful, and they can lead to violence. As I just read to you, the shooters, in all of these mass shootings, attributed social media to radicalizing.
So Don, you love censorship, is what you're saying?
No, I don't love censorship.
Then why are you asking?
I believe in moderation, but I don't believe in
censorship. Moderation is a propaganda word for censorship.
But don't you think free speech is one thing, right? Or not,
Look, if something's illegal, we're going to take it down. If it's not illegal, then we're putting our thumb on the scale and we're being censors.
You're putting your thumb on the scale for moderating hate speech. I mean, you don't put out child pornography. That's not.
It's illegal.
Some people would say that's considered censorship. I'm just saying, you.
No, I literally, Don, I literally said, if something is legal, okay, we will obviously remove it.
Okay.
But if it is not legal, the laws in this country are put forward by the citizens. We're a democracy. If those laws are put in place by the people, we adhere to those laws.
Okay,
And we adhere to the
agree.
laws of others. If you go beyond the law, you're actually going beyond the will of the people.
Okay, agreed with the law. But if you are doing something that promotes hate and violence and ultimately leads to killing, you don't feel you have any responsibility not to do that? When the people who are doing it admittedly are saying
there's articles all the time that lead to violence and killing. Don't they? Shouldn't they? Like you're applying a differential standard to.
But that would never be in mainstream media. These types of images, that type of language, those things would never be. We'd never, when I was in mainstream media, we'd never promote things that would be anti-Semitic. We would never promote things that would.
Anti-Semitic either.
Did you not see those?
You said promote. If content is on the platform, that doesn't mean we promote it.
But that wouldn't be on a platform for mainstream media at all.
No, but you can think of that. That's because the mainstream media has like, whatever, 20 articles a day. We have 500 million posts a day.
Okay,
500
understood.
million.
Does it bother you? How do you feel about that when you see it?
I obviously disagree with that. I think it's not good at all. It's terrible.
But you don't want to get rid of it on the platform, or at least moderate it.
The rules. What you're suggesting is censorship that goes beyond the law. And what I'm saying is, I guess have a disagreement, because I do not believe in censorship that goes beyond the law, and you do. We have a difference of opinion in that regard.
I understand that, but these are your own rules on your own platform. These go against the rules on your platform. That's why I'm asking you. If you said, listen, we allow everything, but that's not what your content rules say, and that's why I'm asking you, why are they still there? Your own content policy. That's why I'm asking you that, not because.
Which part of our content policy says that we should delete these things?
Your content policy talks about hate speech.
Yes, we don't promote hate speech.
And so you don't consider that hate speech?
I guess you're not understanding what I'm saying. There's if there's you can find you can sign up right now and do 100 things that are hateful, but if nobody reads it, it doesn't matter. So you can think of X as being, it's much like the internet. It's not some tiny publication with like 20 articles a day. It's 500 million.
But everyone has the opportunity to read it, Elon.
I think everyone has the opportunity to read the internet. Are you suggesting we should shut down the internet?
No, but you don't own the internet. I'm asking you about you and your responsibility on your platform. And so I see how you feel now. You don't agree. We don't agree on this.
Yes, you want censorship and I don't.
No, I don't want censorship at all.
Yes, you do.
No, I want responsibility. I think there.
You desperately want censorship.
No, if I want a censorship.
You want censorship so bad you can taste it.
No, that's not true. It's not true. I think that there's right and wrong. And I think that,
you want censorship.
and I think that when you have a platform that's as big as yours and as powerful as yours and as influential as yours, and you are a person of consequence to the world with what you do, that there is a certain responsibility that goes along with what you have on your platform and what you put out to the world. And I think that's important. You don't see that responsibility?
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law, and if people want the law changed, they should talk to their elected representative and get the law changed, and then we will adhere to the law.
Okay.
But if you want us to go beyond the law, that is us deciding to be censors. And I'm against censorship. I'm in favor of freedom of speech.
Yeah. And
freedom of speech only is relevant when people you don't like say things you don't like. Otherwise, it has no meaning.
But I do think that there should be guardrails, and I believe in free speech as much as you. I would fight. I don't disagree. I don't agree with a lot of what you put out on social media, but I will fight for your right to be able to say it.
Great.
Yeah. Okay. So listen, let's talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. All right. That's been a target of yours lately on X. There was a repost of Ben Shapiro that you claim that DEI is killing people. Specifically, you point to medicine. You claim that DEI programs are putting people at risk. Do you really believe this to be true? And what evidence do you have to support it?
What I was referring to there was that if we lower the standards for doctors, such so that they, if the test for a doctor is lowered, then the probability of them making a mistake and killing someone is obviously going to be higher.
Wait, say that again. I'm not sure I understand what you said. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yes, if the standards for passing medical exams and becoming a doctor, or especially something like a surgeon, if the standards are lowered, then the probability that the surgeon will make a mistake is higher. They're making mistakes in their exam. They may make mistakes with people, and that may result in people dying.
What evidence do you have, though, that they're lowering the standards? There's no evidence of that.
I believe there is.
There's no evidence of that, Elon. What is the evidence?
I believe they have literally lowered the standards at Duke University, and that is what the article was referring to.
There's no
Are you
evidence
saying they have not lowered the standards?
There's no evidence about lowering standards, and I think that there is.
I believe that is a false statement you're making.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I think
the interesting thing is, when this is posted on the X platform, there will be a whole bunch of things that rebut what you said and what I said.
Right.
And so people can then make their own decision based on the replies and the rebuttals and the community notes.
I think that's fair, but I do think that on this particular topic, I do think that you and Ben Shapiro are reaching in about this, because there was what Ben posted said that he gave instances of people who were deliberately harming people. Nowhere in the thread does Ben suggest at all, I should say, that anyone is being killed as a result of DEI. That's purely speculative. There's research on DEI and medicine, and there's no evidence that standards are being lowered,
Okay.
that DEI is affecting medicine. Actually,
Okay,
only 5% of doctors
Yeah.
are black, and a small percent.
Yeah. Well, I think you will find that when this is posted to the X platform, that people will reply to it with evidence.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see.
Okay, so, but that's my whole thing about moderation. Maybe you're wrong, but you'll put it out there. You don't know if it's right. Do you think that your responsibility to make sure something is right before you, the person who owns it, Elon Musk, who's
Yeah.
a huge figure in the world, that you should know that it's true, that there are people at X who can get research for you before you put something out there like that? That's not necessarily true, even in other examples.
If I say something that is inaccurate, I'm immediately corrected on the platform. That's the advantage of a real-time system like X. So there will be immediately in the replies people correcting me. There will be a community note that will correct me, which is attached to the actual post itself.
Do you think as many people read
Yes.
You think as many people read that as it reads your tweet?
Yes, in fact, and if there's a community note that happens later that where somebody didn't see, but they replied to that or interacted with that post, we will notify them that there is now a community note correcting that post.
Just so you.
Whereas if you consider the conventional media, that doesn't happen. Conventional media makes false statements all the time and nobody ever hears the correction.
When I was in conventional media, I can only speak for myself. If I got something wrong, or if someone got something wrong on the platform that I was on, it was corrected, and we made sure that it was corrected. Now, I can't speak for anyone else.
I don't think that's a universal situation.
Okay. So I just the research. So when you talk, do you believe that people are dying because medical standards, DEI is causing medical standards to be lowered? Do you actually believe people are dying because of that?
I believe that if we lower the standards for what it takes to become a doctor.
But you're saying if we lower the standards,
Yes.
but do you believe people are dying because the standards are being lowered?
I don't
Or have
think
been
that is
lowered?
yet an issue, but it could become an issue.
Okay. But the actual evidence in history shows the exact opposite. If you look at how minorities are treated by the medical system,
Oh.
most doctors now are white. And there are lots of mistakes in medicine. So you're saying that white doctors have bad medical care? I'm trying to understand your logic here when it comes to DEI, because there's no actual evidence of what you're saying.
No, I said, so if the standards, like let's say, I think that particular thing was referring to surgeons. Let's say a surgeon is asked to, a surgeon in training is asked to do a series of operations under the supervision of a senior surgeon, and they get a bunch of those operations wrong. If that happens, and yet they are still approved to be a surgeon, the probability that someone will die, I think, at some point is high.
Okay, I understand that, but that's a hypothetical. That doesn't mean it's happening.
I didn't say it's happening.
You didn't say it was happening.
I said it will. I said if we lower standards, people will die.
But why respond to something or put something out there that has not happened, Because I could say,
Because I don't want it to happen. I think we don't want to lower standards.
okay, if you look at the history of the medical industry, especially when it comes to Black Americans, it shows the exact opposite. If you look at the Tuskegee experiment and on, only 5% of doctors in America are Black. All of them are white. So are you saying that if the majority of doctors are white, are you saying that and there are still these inequities, right? And there's still mistakes. Are you blaming DEI for that?
No, I'm very basically saying that if we lower standards for what it takes to become a board-certified surgeon or an oncologist or something where the kind of disease we're talking about, if you make a mistake, causes someone to die, then more people will die than if we don't lower the standards. Therefore, we should not lower the standards.
But why do you think they're lowering the standards for minority doctors or women doctors or?
That's what that's what that article suggested. Yes, at Duke University.
Okay. The evidence that I have shows that that's not true.
Okay.
So listen, after the door blew off this mid-flight in this Alaskan Airlines flight, do you remember that? You responded in a post claiming that the average HBCU grad was less intelligent than the average airline pilot, and stated that it will take an airplane crashing and killing hundreds of people for them to change this crazy policy of DIE. I don't know if did you misspell it on purpose, which it should be DEI. Do you believe that women and minority pilots are inherently less intelligent and less skilled than white male pilots?
No, I'm just saying that we should not lower the standards for them.
Okay. But there's no evidence that standards are being lowered when it comes to the airline industry.
You've repeatedly said that there's no evidence that standards are being lowered, and watch the replies showing all the evidence that it is.
Replies, though, on social media or on Twitter are not necessarily fact and evidence.
No,
that's people's
they
opinion.
will cite all the in the replies to this. You will see how often the information is cited, showing that indeed there are significant cases where standards are lowered.
And I do hope that happens. I do hope that happens, and I look forward to it. And as you said, if you're wrong, then you're wrong, and if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm glad we're having this conversation, debating. This is what we should be doing, debating the issue. So
right.
If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and then they'll be proven in the thing, and you as well. But I just want to tell you that pilot that you talked about, in fact, was a woman pilot, landed the plane safely despite the major malfunction with the equipment. Boeing has taken responsibility for that incident, saying that it was caused by a faulty door panel. So I'm not sure what that had to do with lowering the standards for pilots when it was a faulty.
No, it's not lowering standards for pilots. It's the incentive structure. I believe at Boeing changed to include DEI as a fundamental executive incentive. But in my view, it should be purely about passenger safety.
Okay, but do you understand how by saying just that standards are being lowered, that you're implying that they're being lowered because people are less skilled and less intelligent, and you're talking about people of color and or women?
Look, I'm saying we should not lower standards.
But you don't?
That's it.
I think everyone can agree that you shouldn't lower standards.
Right.
But you're implying that they're lowering standards because of people of color or women, because someone is not a white male. You're saying that they're less skilled and less intelligent. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying that they are.
Then why would they be lowering the standards?
I don't know. Why are they lowering the standards?
Just so you know, 5% of pilots are female, 4% are Black. So you're talking about this widespread takeover of minorities and women when that's not actually true.
I'm not saying there's a widespread takeover.
Well, you're saying that the standards are being lowered because of certain people. And you don't believe in DEI, right? Do you not believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I think we should treat people according to their skills and their integrity, and that's it.
Do you know that studies show?
Studies show.
Yeah, well, we can look them up. So your reaction to studies show, and I understand, right? Because I always like to point to an exact study, right?
Sure.
Something that is factual. It's the same thing when you talk about, well, let's see what the replies are on Twitter or on X.
Yeah, so
I feel the same. I feel the same way about that. But this is what studies have shown, and people will reply and they'll say that companies with more diversity in their leadership teams have reported higher innovation, race than those with lower diversity or low diversity, and they're better companies and they make more money. This whole idea about DEI, if you go woke or whatever, you go broke, that's not necessarily true. People with diverse leadership teams and diverse workers make more money and more innovative.
Like I said, my view is that the only basis for promoting somebody should be their skills, talents, and their integrity, and that's it.
I want to ask you about, there's a federal government, EEOC, they are also currently involved in a lawsuit against Tesla that alleges that there's a history of widespread racial harassment against black Tesla employees, as well as a pattern of retaliation for speaking out. What do you say to that?
I don't believe that is true. I think we've got a very good, like if you walk around the Tesla Fremont plant, I think it's a very good atmosphere. In fact, I practically lived there for 3 years trying to make the production work.
Were you aware, if you lived there, were you aware of such behavior?
I never saw it.
So you're saying that this is not true, it's not happening?
Well, I mean, there's over 20,000 people. So you say, like, if there's over 20,000 people in one building, well, is everyone going to behave perfectly? No. Did I see any situations that I thought were improper? I did not.
Let's talk about trans rights and the woke mind virus, because you've talked about that a lot. You're right about that a lot on the thing. You have been deeply outspoken about the issue of trans rights. You posted trans rights. You posted that pronouns in bio mean the woke mind virus ate your brain. Do you know what the term woke actually means?
It's come to mean a lot of things.
But what originally it was meant to mean? It's just being aware of inequities in society and being aware of facts and history.
Yeah, I think it's come to be. I think being aware of inequities in society is fine, of course, but trying to blame everything trying to make everything a race issue is, I think, divisive and corrosive to society.
Even as it relates to trans issues, which is what I'm.
Yeah, race or gender or whatever.
You think that society blames everything on racism now?
It blames a lot of things on it, and yeah.
You think that's unfair?
Yeah.
Why?
I think we should not make this a constant subject. I think we need to move on. I think we should treat people like people.
You don't agree that this country was founded on racism and founded on slavery and in many ways inequities that still continue on to this day?
I think every country at that time, and I think even today, was extremely racist. Every country. Obviously slavery was present in about half of this country. Was not present in the North. There was racism for sure, but I think we want to look to the future rather than the past, and instead of engaging in constant rehashing of the past, because in fact, if you look at history, if you study history broadly, everyone was a slave. Everyone.
Yes. Well, not everyone was a slave.
No,
but
everyone was a slave.
Okay, but
we are all descended from slaves.
yeah,
Well, all of us.
yeah.
It's just a question of when. Was it more recent or less recent? That's it.
Right.
But what future do we want? Is this something we want to make a part of our constant dialogue forever, or do we want to say, like, let's just move on and treat everyone, according to just who they are as an individual?
I agree with you with that. That's the ideal. But what the evidence shows is that that's not what's actually in practice.
I think we're doing better than anywhere else.
That's true. I agree with that. But that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean a lot to a whole lot of people who aren't able to take advantage of the opportunities that you were able to take advantage of, simply because the color of your skin.
What advantages did my color of my skin give me?
Well, there's an ease that you have in society that many people of color don't. You were able to come to this country voluntarily. There are many people who were not able to come to the country voluntarily. There are people who came here as
very difficult
slaves.
for me to come here.
And there is a legacy of slavery that still continues on. There's a legacy of racism that still continues on in this country. That's undeniable.
Well, if we keep talking about it nonstop, it will never go away. If we keep making that the central thing, it will never go away.
Why do you believe that?
I think I'm just making a simple statement of fact. So I think we want to get away from making everything a race or a gender or whatever issue, and just treat people like individuals.
Do you have any desire to understand what many people of color and even trans people, how they feel about this country and how they're treated in this country? If they say and they believe that they are treated a certain way in this country, why don't you believe them?
You cannot have a situation where someone is a self-described victim, and they just get to be that because that's how they feel.
I think that does happen in some cases, but not all cases. And I think that not understanding the history of the country, I think, is a real shame. Look,
We should understand the history of the country and other countries.
I've had incredible opportunities as a person of color.
Right.
But I've also
You're doing very well.
But I've also been discriminated against, and I know that I have. And I know that that's real. And for someone to say that that isn't happening, I should just move forward and not think about that and ignore the past, is insulting.
I'm not saying it. Don, you keep putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying it's.
I didn't say that you said it.
I'm saying that we want to. We as a country should move beyond questions of race and gender, and we should treat people like individuals and base our opinions on them on the, their character and their skills.
I don't think that anyone will disagree with that.
Exactly.
All I'm saying is that that's not happening and is not equal for everyone. That those opportunities don't happen for everyone. And I am a living example that they don't. I know that they don't because I live it.
You've been incredibly successful.
I have been,
and
in spite of it all. But I know what I know. I've experienced what I've experienced. You haven't done that. And I cannot, I don't know what it's like to be from South Africa. I don't know what it's like to be a white man. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. I don't know what it's like to be a Latino person. I don't know that. So I wouldn't speak for them and just say, you need to move on. That's not for me to say. I believe that it would be great if the country could live up to that ideal. You think that everyone has the same opportunities in America, regardless of their background and ethnicity. Do you agree?
No, I don't think everyone has the same opportunities.
Okay. So when you talk about, let's talk about trans rights. When you decided to talk about the trans rights movement, you said that it was a woke mind virus. Why do you believe the trans rights movement is a woke mind virus? What do you mean by woke mind virus?
Woke mind virus is when you stop caring about people's skills and their integrity, and you start focusing instead on gender and race and other things that are different from that. I think the woke mind virus is fundamentally racist, fundamentally sexist, and fundamentally evil.
Okay.
And we've got a little bit more time, so
yeah.
you choose your question.
Okay, okay, thank you for that. But I would appreciate you answering these. I think it's important that we're doing this. I think it's important to the world to hear this, especially what's going on in our country. The reason I ask you, listen, there are a whole lot of things that people maybe have questions about when it comes to transgender people. Even people who are part of the LGBTQ plus community have questions about that. But if you are a free speech absolutist, right? And that is part of the First Amendment. Also, the freedom of expression falls under that First Amendment as well. So why can't people choose to identify with the gender that they feel comfortable with, or use a pronoun? Isn't that part of freedom of expression?
I guess no. They can ask others to do whatever they feel. They can ask others to do anything. It's a different question whether they mandate that others do that thing.
Okay. Let's talk more about free speech and for advertisers, right? Because all this controversy, I believe, as you know, has made X less appealing to advertisers. About half of them have left the platform. You call advertisers that left X.com. You said they were oppressors. You've even gone as far as saying it publicly that they can go F themselves or go fuck themselves.
If they're going to force censorship on the company before advertising, then obviously I find that unacceptable.
You find it unacceptable. Why is that not a form of free speech? They are free to advertise where they want. They're not beholden to, they're not obligated to advertise on X.com.
Right.
So how is that not free speech?
That's, whereas the other platforms will censor on behalf of advertisers, the X platform will not.
Okay. So, but you think you don't think it's okay for them not to advertise with or have their content or their advertisement next to something that is anti-Semitic or
that is a different question. You can absolutely choose where next to which content do you want your advertising to appear. Absolutely, of course, and we have, I think, very good ad placement controls in this regard.
Yeah. So you said if they kill the company, it's them, but doesn't the buck stop with you? I mean, you're
John, I have to say, choose your question carefully. There's 5 minutes left.
okay, but so
Is this the question you want to ask?
The same question is you said that they are killing the company, but you're the head of the company. The buck doesn't stop with you?
I acquired X in order to preserve freedom of speech in America, the First Amendment. And I'm going to stick to that. And if that means making less money, so be it.
So I have to be, listen, I'm just being honest, right? I'm not trying to, like, get you or anything. I was just surprised that you would blame other people for killing the company. I mean, when you say the buck stops with the President of the United States, regardless of what happens, right? So, why would that question upset you? You seem upset by it, are you?
I think you.
And I'm not trying to upset you.
Well, you are upsetting me because the way you're phrasing the questions, I think, is not cogent.
It's not what?
Not cogent.
Cogent.
Yes.
Go ahead.
If given a choice where an advertiser is saying, like, you have to censor all this content on the platform, irrespective of where their advertising appears, then our answer will be like, look, you can choose where you want your advertising, what you want your advertising to appear next to, but you can't insist on censorship of the entire platform. And if you insist on censorship of the entire platform, even where your advertising doesn't appear, then obviously we will not want them as an advertiser.
So what would you say to advertisers who have left the platform or who are considering coming back or not coming back? What would you like to say to them?
Well, first of all, almost all of our advertisers are coming back to the platform. So it's a very short list of advertisers who are not coming back to the platform. And our advertising revenue is rising rapidly. And our subscription revenue is rising rapidly. And I feel very optimistic about the future of the X platform.
Okay. Listen, honestly, I'm not meaning to offend you. You're an intense person. Where does that intensity come from?
I was born that way. And I had a tough childhood.
You did?
So, yeah.
How so?
Right, Walter Isaacson goes into it in the book, and we only have a couple minutes left, so
all right,
too long to describe. So there are 1 or 2 questions I can do, and then we'll have to call it.
Okay. Again, I don't mean to upset you. Why are you just?
No, I have a whole room full of people waiting to meet with me.
Okay.
So we're just going over time.
Okay. All right. I understand that. So when you talk about, you said you were born that way. Is that, did you think that the way that you see the world has to do with your relationship with anyone, perhaps your father or someone in your family?
I think we're all affected by the people we grow up with. My aspiration is to do whatever it takes to extend consciousnness into the future. That's my goal. To make life multiplanetary as part of extending consciousness into the future.
Have the past few years, and considering everything that's gone on, has it been difficult for you and your family life?
It's been okay.
So then, how do you see your legacy, Elon? How do you see how
Well,
people
let's
see
see,
you in the?
First of all, I say that if I died knowing that I did what was right, or did my best to do what was right, and even if in the history books they said I did wrong, I would still feel okay about that. I care about the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. I think we should view civilization as tenuous, as fragile. If you do study history broadly, you'll see that there's a rise and fall to civilizations. They don't always go up. So we should do everything we possibly can to preserve and extend civilization as we know it,
Yeah.
and improve it, to become more enlightened over time. And we therefore want to address civilizational risks. We want to make sure that we don't have, for example, demographic collapse, which is the case in a lot of countries, just very low birth rate. We want to obviously avoid World War III, anything that is a civilizational risk. That's what I care about, civilizational risks. How do we extend consciousness into the future such that we are able to better understand the nature of reality?
Yeah.
That's what I care about. That's my motivation.
I know you have to go. If you'll just give me, I'll do a rapid fire thing here. Is there anything that you would change about anything that you've done in your life in the past or recently?
I've made many mistakes over the years. If I had a time machine, I'd go back and fix them, but I don't have a time machine.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So that's it. And as Elon would say, you be the judge. Let me tell you something about this show. The conversation doesn't end just because the camera stops. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel, and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. I'll see you next time. My guest today is someone I've known since our days together some 16 years ago at CNN. He is the kind of person that's impossible to pin down. As a young man, he rose from the streets of South Central Los Angeles to become a pioneering black comedian. Today, he's also an actor, a news commentator, radio personality, and an activist. In all of these roles, D.L. Hughley pulls no punches, nor does he in my interview. D.L. Hughley, as I call him, the other D.L. D.L., thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Thank you, man. You just can't stop getting fired, huh? Every time I turn around, somebody's firing you. Jesus.
I knew you were going to
You should be on
start...
the next Friday movie.
I knew you were going to start at the top of the show. By the way, I wasn't fired because I didn't work for him, but you know.
I know. You know, the interesting thing is, both examples of the kerfuffle that was raised were raised by you fulfilling your journalistic assignment, which is asking questions that made people uncomfortable. I think the Vivek Ramaswamy and the Nikki Haley interview probably started some stuff, and then the Elon Musk, and they all really are the same thing. It's fragile white egos. Like this whole attack on diversity and inclusion is really a tip of the hat to white fragility. That a billionaire can't sit and ask questions, maybe ask questions. Just always, it tells you why the problem is so exacerbated, because you have people who feel like these spaces belong to them, whether they've earned it or not, and they despise, they resent being challenged.
Wow, you came out of the gate. Look, DL and I did not discuss this. He came right out of the gate and brought this up. But look, DL,
Right.
You're right. And I don't want to, keep dwelling on that, because that, you know how it is. That's behind me. That was last week. But it's been really interesting for me to sit back and watch people defend him or him, say snarky things about, but like troll me on the internet. When he was sitting right in front of me, he didn't challenge me. But now he and others have this keyboard courage.
That's when you are he's one of the richest men in the world. He has opened the platform up to open white supremacy. It's not even veiled. It's not dog whistles out there in the open threats and racial tropes have gone up exponentially since he's taken the platform, and it's all in the auspices of free speech. And what is it that they want to say that they can't? They feel like they can't. The only thing that they can't say that they feel like, the only thing they really want to say that they feel like they can't is really racial tropes and slurs. That's really it. Everything else you can say. Yeah. But I think that it's where we are right now, and I think that I find it interesting that people who become uber wealthy want to buy media so that way they can control them. I think all of the media companies are owned by a few families, a few billionaires. And I think it's for the same reason, to kind of, under the auspices of free speech, to kind of control it.
Yeah. DL, listen, I'm glad you're here, because you're just honest and you're real. And I had someone else on who was honest and real. So I didn't want to focus on this from the beginning. Sure. We're going to talk about the other stuff that you do and what you have planned and all of that stuff. But it is no secret that you've had some friction. There's been friction between you and Monique. And we had Monique on here on our
Sure.
last show. She briefly mentioned your conflict, but I want to hear your perspective. What happened? Where does this conflict come from?
My conflict comes from saying yes when everybody else was saying no. If I'd have said no, if I'd have said no, I'm not going to have her on my radio show. If I'd have said no, I'm not doing this concert with her, then we're not having these problems. But I felt like it was important to give somebody the benefit of the doubt. Obviously, in hindsight, I think it's hazardous. You could say yes to drugs, just say no to her. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, had I said no and listened to my advisors, like so many people have, then I'm not in this situation. If I said yes, it has led to this. It is a conflict. I feel like I have my side, she has hers, and I'm going to do my thing, and she's going to do hers. But I have nothing but contempt for her. Honestly, that's all I can say about it.
Look, it's interesting that you say that, because
it's not even the kind of make-believe kind of contempt. It's the real kind.
Yeah, wow. It's interesting that you say that, because I have had people who, she has said stuff about, and it's tough to hear, right? But it's her story to tell and not mine. So I had her on because for two reasons. One, I wanted to know about pay disparity among black women in Hollywood, which she brought up on my show 10 years ago, and now Taraji is doing it. And two, I wanted to know from her what was her responsibility in all of this. But I did have people saying, no, you should say no to her. But I thought what she had to say was important, because at least she was out front with that part of it about pay disparity.
Well, we'll see how that works out for you. Let's see how it works out for you. I mean, we'll see. Like, I just ultimately think that had I listened to my advisors and had I, not chosen to give, like, ultimately, she says it stems from her coming on my radio show, which wouldn't have happened and I wasn't there, which wouldn't have happened had I not said yes. Mm-hmm. She says it's a contract dispute, which wouldn't have happened had I said yes, had I not said yes. Yeah. So ultimately, the onus is on me for doing things that were contrary to my internal mechanisms and my team. So here we are.
Okay, just a couple of other questions, and I don't want to linger on this for too long. What do you think feel her responsibility is? Because she says she doesn't have beefs with people, but for lack of a better word, she seems to have a lot of beefs with a lot of people. What do you think her responsibility is in all
I have no notion what her responsibility. I have no idea. Well, everybody has to kind of set their own barometer as to what they're responsible for. I can tell you what I'm responsible for. I can't tell you what her mindset is. I can't tell you what her idea is. But I will say this: when everywhere you go, a fire starts, then you got to be the matches.
Mm. Is there anything that can be done to resolve this dispute?
I'm not having a dispute.
Okay.
I'm not having a dispute. Yeah. I've said all I need to say about her. I'm not having a dispute. I think it's cost me in terms of, just some other personal things. I have no space in my head or heart with any more thoughts or idea or talk about her.
Yeah. I've got to ask you, because this is very sensitive and I don't want to overstep my bounds,
Sure.
But I'm wondering, this has
Sure.
been in the public sphere and you've talked about it.
Sure.
I know how important
Right.
your daughter is. Why on earth would she bring your daughter in this?
Sure.
Because remember the conversation we had about Father's Day? We were going to do something together because we thought the importance of black fathers.
Right.
And I know, having daughters changed your perspective on life, you said. So why would she do that?
Right. You have to ask her. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I know that it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth the carnage and the fallout. But that's kind of how that's kind of the stuff that people truck in. I can't tell you why it happened. I can tell you that it happened. I can tell you that it's had a ripple effect, and I can tell you it has changed the way I will forever see her.
Yeah, it impacted your relationship with your daughter?
Of course, of course. I think impact is a different word. It certainly has bruised it. It certainly has given us, we've had some pretty uncomfortable moments. So yeah, I guess I would say it has definitely had an impact.
Well, let's move on and talk about how having daughters has changed your worldview. How has it changed your worldview?
Okay. I want the world to be different. I think that every time I hear somebody saying, I think that we live in a world where we pretend to use women as props. Like I'll hear somebody giving a speech about how, illegal immigrants come and they do all this harm. And that is certainly a tragedy. But then you pass laws that make it easier for people to obtain and carry guns. And the number one way that American women die is at the hands of somebody who loves them. You made it easier for domestic abusers to get guns. You made it easier for people who have violent tendencies to get guns. You made it easy for 18-year-old people that can't even rent a car in many states can go grab a gun. And that's going to have a direct effect on the people you say you love. So don't tell me about the illegal immigrants who are in danger when you're passing city and state legislatures every day are passing laws to make it increasingly more dangerous for women. You're more likely to be killed by the person who's laying in the bed with you than the person who makes it up. But you demonize them. But the whole while you're making it easier for a woman to control her safety or her body. So I think when you have daughters, you think a lot like that.
And I'm sure a woman's right to choose has been a part of that thinking, right? Especially considering what's happened with Roe v. Wade.
Of course. Well, listen, I was born in 1964. I was the first one of my mother's children who was born with the full rights of an American citizen. My youngest granddaughter was born in September of 2023. She was born with fewer rights than me. Now, we're talking about affirmative action is gone by the wayside, and Roe versus Wade is gone. That is untenable to me. I think that when I hear people talking about the future that they would envision, most of the time people view it from a selfish vantage point. My taxes and what it can do for me and how can it help me. Ultimately, you have to leave the world a little better. And I think that I've never seen men do anything that, from a judicial standpoint, try to do anything that makes their life harder. Like frozen embryos of people, but you deny $300,000 they could feed poor people. So when those people finally thaw out, I hope they ain't hungry, because that's kind of where we are. And so it's just there is an idea of America where women are best served pregnant in the kitchen. It's not even recreational sex is out of the way. Every time a woman engages in sex or people engage in sex, they according to this draconian viewpoint, they wanted to result in childbirth, and they only want to do it for a couple of reasons. One, so they can have workers. They want women to be pregnant and have babies for the same reason they want to extend the Social Security age. They want more workers to live longer, to serve the corporate interests and will longer, and to die when they don't have any use for them.
Yeah, procreation is what I think what you're saying. D.L., you have not, I don't remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't remember if years ago you were so outspoken when it comes to politics, and you have been lately. I don't know if that's daughters, I don't know if it's age, I don't know what it is, but why are you're not afraid to wade into the political waters, are you?
Well, it's funny. I think I've always kind of been the same way the stakes has never been this high. When you consider that the last two of the last three presidents were pop culture icons, Barack Obama and Donald Trump, they were as much part of pop culture as they were political operatives. So I think they changed the way that people spoke about politics and the things that were involved. But I've always had a kind of a vantage point of the way I saw the world, and it had a political bent to it. I think now people are more in tune to listen to it. They're more in tuned to things because they have more of a pop culture kind of slant to them.
Yeah. So you are, with that said, you have been very critical of the former president. Were you critical? Listen, I don't know. Maybe I should have done better research. Were you critical of Obama?
Of course.
Okay.
I thought that Obama, a lot of the things that are happening now, I thought that he did a lot of things. I mean, a lot of the legislative agenda was basically from the Heritage Foundation. So he bent over backwards to make sure that he was conciliatory, and they didn't take. I think that one of the reasons that we have the lopsidedness in the Supreme Court is because of how he was perceived and how he went forward. So I think I've been critical of him a lot. I think that he wasn't as firm or as strong as he needed to be. I still think he was a great president. But in terms of Joe Biden, I was so displeased with the war in the Gaza, the turmoil in Gaza, that it really made me reconsider whether I could continue to support him. And I had a dinner with him and told him and the vice president the same thing. And I said, but the problem is I don't live in Gaza. I live in the United States of America. And I'm not going to, as a protest vote, make my children's life harder. I'm not going to give my vote to somebody in a protest, from a protest perspective, that would empower people that only want to make my children's life. I can't think of one group of people who wants to give you guns and abortion to rid you of any diversity, equity, inclusion. It's just a lot of things. Like at one point in America, it was illegal for slaves to learn. Now in many places, it's illegal to learn about slaves. That's a mindset. And so there are a lot of things that bother me, but I think where I see people, where I have a clear kind of line of sight is where I think what'll be best for the future of my grandchildren.
What weren't you? So in this conversation you had with the current president and vice president, what did you say to them? You weren't happy with what was happening with the war, you didn't believe they were standing up?
No, I wasn't. I think obviously I am not naive enough to believe this is an American policy, and that part of the world has been in this level of conflict for almost 80 years. So I'm not naive or foolish enough to believe that it should be resolved by the wave of a pen. Nor do I believe that you can tell a sovereign nation what to do. But I still think that and I believe many people do, that any nation has the right and responsibility to defend itself. But also, you can't tell me that they can't be more judicious in terms of the loss of lives. If you're getting the bad guys, as you put it, and the numbers would justify that, and they weren't so lopsided, nobody's having this problem. But if you kill more people than you weren't intended to kill, I think that's a problem. And I think that as the moral leader, as holding yourself as a moral country and a moral leader, and not to speak to that, and not to speak to that as soon as I would have liked, or a lot of people would have liked, was a problem for me.
Yeah. Listen, this is going to sound like, I have a lot of black friends, but I do have a lot of Jewish friends we have these tough conversations. And I say, what is it? What is the morally, does this align with teachings? And I'll say something similar to what you said, and they'll say to me, Don, maybe it's easy for people to think that way, but when you're fighting for your very existence, if you were fighting for your very existence,
you mean like black people have had to do all over the world
that way?
You mean like black people have had to do all over the world? Here's the thing. No one is denying that there was a tragedy. No one's denying that at all. No one has the market share on suffering and dehumanization. Nobody has the market share on that. What I find repulsive is, after all that has happened to you, that you can't see how it mirrors the way these people are being treated. That you can't see any connection of it. I think before I was anything, before I was a black man, before I was a man, I was a human being and am one. And the wanton slaughter of people and the absence of people in powerful places saying things about it is repulsive to me. It is. It's not a slight on anybody else's right to exist, as you'll be assaulted for saying. It is that you see what you see, and it is impossible to not have some inkling of feeling. But people are losing their whole families. People are being destroyed, wiped off the face of the earth. And many of those people had nothing to do with it. And you could say, well, they all voted this way. The country was one of the youngest countries on the face of the earth. Most of them are 17 years old. I don't know that is a responsible way to do it. It seems inhumane to me. It seems, and almost everything I've heard them say about this conflict, I've heard them say about black or brown people in some incarnation.
Okay, so
Everything they say about the justification for using these levels of force, I've seen them in different iterations say that about all kinds of people.
then in this conversation with the president and the vice president, how would you, did you tell them how would you have liked them to react? What would you like them to do? And did you share that?
It got very tense. I will say this, that it got very tense. It's not just me, it got very tense. There was a lot of shouting. And in the end, I think that I felt better having made my point. I felt a little more clear about some of the things. Obviously, diplomacy is not, it's not my forte, but I know that one of the things about being diplomatic is you can't necessarily know what people let people know what you're doing. And most of it is done behind doors. But the optics of it, for a man who I held in high esteem to term from a moral standpoint, it really was a problem balancing and justifying in my head something I see as patently immoral. So it was.
Do you think they should speak out more against what's happening? What would you have them do differently?
I think the United States is. I think the United States. Any president of the United States of America, it's like if you own a McDonald's franchise, you're still gonna make the sauce the way they want you to. You don't get to just do what you want to do. So this is American foreign policy, and any president would act the same way. They might say different things, but they're all going to do the same things. If there needs to be a change, it needs to be in the whole political apparatus, because we are her ally. America and an American president is an ally of Israel and will act as such, and even at great political peril. And that's apparently a lot of what's happening.
What did they say back? You said it was tense. There was a lot of shouting. What did they say back to you?
A lot. a lot.
Sum it up for me.
They didn't shout as much as we did.
Who was the group? Wait, first of all, who were they meeting with? Who was part of this group?
Now, see, I don't want to get. I can tell you a few. Roland Martin was there, and a lot. It was like
black journalists people. And such.
And
yeah.
Journalists, just people from all kinds of endeavors. And all of us really had the same perception. It was so bad for me at that particular time, and before I went, I couldn't see how I could go forward with my support. I couldn't. And then, I think I'm more clear-headed and more sober about it now. I think that there are more things at play than what is going on in other parts of the world. And then having a conversation with them and getting a chance to say what it is I needed to say, and them saying their things. I don't know that we all came to an understanding, but I think I have a clearer picture of the way things have progressed and what will happen.
I cut you off. So what was the response, if you don't mind sharing?
A lot. At one point,
how did they respond to you is what I'm asking.
I think initially, I said what I said, and then Madam Vice President went, "Well, that's a lot." She said, "That's a lot." I mean, so it was a lot, and then we started talking about things we agreed on, things we didn't, things that I had a problem with, reasons why, because. I am not privy to, what goes, like I said earlier, what goes on backstage. I can only just tell you this, that it looks decidedly calloused. It looked callous to me. It looked inhumane, and it looked indifferent. And when I look for a leader, at least some of those qualities have to be demonstrated, especially at times when the world is watching.
And you said but you're still going to support them because you can't see giving your vote to the other person.
Oh, no question. Okay. Come on, it's not even hard for me. And I hate when people go, it's the lesser of two evils.
Right.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I think that America has a really, either we believe in the notions of this country or we do not. Mm-hmm. Things that are clear. This man fomented an insurrection. This man has defrauded the people of New York. This man has stolen the nation's secrets. This man has tried to intimidate and to rig elections. What is it you believe? So I think the very notion, the idea of democracy, he's an anathema to, but some people can. And I think that democracy was always fraught with these problems because democracy needed principled white men um, to be principled at the right time, and we're seemingly all out of principled white men.
Yeah. Listen, two things I want to ask you about. Number one, I just want to get back to Gaza real quick. Have you spoken to DJ Khaled? Because you've been really outspoken about him. Have you guys?
No, no.
What would you like? You
not.
said you can't believe that he has been so silent on this, considering his background. What would you have him do?
Listen, my side, I can't have him. Listen, I tell you what I wouldn't have you do. I can't tell you what to do. And I can't, like, and I've said this before, I don't know when it's in his heart or his head. I know it's on his timeline. And his timeline is totally antiseptic. It's pristine. It's not even, there's no hint of something else going on in the world besides what's happening in his world. And that's fine. We're all entitled to the accoutrements of success. But when you have men carry you so you don't dirty your shoes, well, we're used to seeing Palestinians being carried because their families have been destroyed or someone's been blown to bits. It seems callous. It seems indifferent. And if I were looking at that, I would say this man who's a proud Palestinian isn't saying anything about it, then it must not be that big a deal. That's what I would say. So I'm not telling you what to say, but I'm saying that it's hard to these juxtapositions. You're playing golf and you're praying to God, exalting God because you made a shot. And I watched a 7-year-old Palestinian boy pray to God for the strength to bear the loss of his whole family. So those images, it's impossible to not juxtapose those images in your head. Mm-hmm. And what you say is not up to me. I think those things, in light of what's happening, seem callous, and that's.
You think he should be saying stuff? Listen, and also I want to ask you too, when you were talking about.
I don't think he should be saying stuff. I don't know that he should be saying anything. I think that he should very, very clearly be aware of the thing he is saying, and how tone deaf they look. It's literally so you let men carry you so you don't get your shoes dirty, and you don't see how the images of Palestinians being carried that are dead or blown apart is off-putting. You don't see how that the juxtaposition of that makes you look callous. Either you're naive or obtuse. Either one seems off to me.
Yeah. Listen, just real quick, because you said you're not going to throw your vote away on Donald Trump. What do you make of there is this notion, and some of the polling actually shows it, that there are black men who are out there supporting the former president, and that his support among black men is rising. You had some words for Kanye as well, the MAGA head and all of that stuff. But what do you make of that?
Sure. I don't make anything of it. I think that when I look at the reasons that I see the people that support him do is because they kind of lionize his perspective. They want to be able to do what they want to do and not face the consequences of it. They want to brag. I mean, they're really the same. A rap video and a Trump presidency are the same thing. It's a bunch of shit that ain't really yours, and then you pretend like it is. It's like really like after that video's over, you giving all that shit back, like all of it. Like it's all a facade. We know you don't own the cars. We know you ain't in the private jet. We know the gold ain't yours. We know the stacks of money ain't yours. It's the same thing. They're like-minded. But I think there is the one component I will say that they all resonate with is a level of selfishness. What can they do for me? Or I made more money. Or what about my stimulus check? It's never about anybody else's future. It's always about what it looks like for them. And there's an inherent level of selfishness that they seem really able to tap into. And, I think that there is a difference if you live for the things you personally want or you try to make a world different for somebody else that's going to be here past you.
Just one more on politics. Do you ascribe to this sentiment out there, by some, not all, that Joe Biden has not done enough for the black community?
Yes. I think that, well, here's the thing. I'm also fully aware of the things that have, if you try to get farmers money, black farmers money, and Congress or a court kills it, if you try to pass the, John Lewis, Policing Reform Act and they kill it, if you try to, reduce student debt and they kill it, it isn't like he hasn't presented or tried to do things. They haven't been successful. And that's a political equation. That's a political estimation. One thing I will say is I appreciate how transactional the other side is. They wanted to get rid of abortion for decades, and they swallowed a lot of stuff, and they were finally able to be successful. But it's naive and even ludicrous to think that in one one of the things I think is hilarious is I got into an argument with somebody and he said, what if Dems did for black people? 56% of black people live in the southern region of the United States of America. 18% live in the Midwest. 19% live in the East, and about another 6 or 7 live. So most people, black people, by far, overwhelmingly, live in red states and always have under Republican governance. They always have. So what could they do? Even if you say we expand Obamacare and you live in Georgia or Alabama or Mississippi or Texas, they didn't enact it. Even if you say we're going to give you money so you can we're going to expand Medicaid. We're going to give money so poor people can eat, and those states don't impact it. How could you see it? So you've never lived under a progressive governance. You've always lived. If you live in the southern region of the United States of America, or if you live in the Midwest, you live in the Oklahomas, the Missouris, places like that. You've never lived, and you're a black person, and you've lived there your whole life. How could the things that Democrats have done? Medicaid expansion would help black people immensely. Who's stopping that? Giving money to the poor so that they can feed themselves. Who's stopping that? Jackson, Mississippi is the blackest city in the country. The blackest city in the country. Who is making it that way?
Yeah.
Is it this federal office or these people who are running these states and are determined to do whatever they can to blunt the force of progressive policy?
Just to play devil's advocate here, people would say, listen,
sure.
there are so many African Americans who live in the southern states. They could have more political power if they would just show up or become interested in politics, if they would just go to the polls.
That's true.
You agree with that?
That's true.
So it's not necessarily just the Republicans or the white people's fault. Black people should start getting involved more.
Here's the thing, but they also make it harder and more possible. So there are a lot of things.
I get what you're saying.
My overall point was when I hear people say, "What have they done for us?" If you're saying that from the southern region of the United States of America, then the effects of what they have done you wouldn't see anyway. The black women die disproportionately during childbirth. And why is it? Because part of it has a direct correlation between, and many of them are poor. If you don't expand Medicaid and people are dying, you don't give a damn about them. But you want to say, well, look, nobody's done anything for us. Criminal reform, every idea, I would say that every idea that has propelled black people forward has been progressive and have come from progressive places. So
all right.
I take an umbrage to the notion that when you say, what have they done, and you live in a solid block of people, look at what they're doing in Tennessee. People are moving in. Look, this is not just me. Look at the state legislatures in Texas and how repressive they are and what they're doing. Look at Georgia, how repressive it's not me. Even if they're an anathema to progressive policies, they don't want them to happen, and they're stripping them down and breaking them away and denying them. And they hurt poor black people. They hurt poor white people, too.
When are you running?
I like women and weed way too much, baby boy. Way too much. Way too much. Way too much.
It seems to be okay. Bill Clinton said he didn't inhale, and there are other people who said they took a puff. One of them in office now. So, and, some of our former presidents like women, too. Why wouldn't you run? Did you ever consider it?
It's not. It doesn't interest me at all.
All right.
It doesn't. But I'm very interested in this notion. There are people who want us to move forward, and for me, it's really simple. Black people have no stake in the past, only the future. Mm-hmm. It isn't black men who want to go back or white men, black women who want to go back. They know what that entails. We don't have romantic notions of what the world looked like or this country looked like back then. But we know the only way forward for us is through and up and forward. Mm-hmm. So even when I see the things that what are people proposing that is so, like, I'll watch people's economics fortune have turned on some of these policies, whether it was the infrastructure bill or the CHIPS Act Look at the Midwest. It wasn't factories or even construction manufacturing is up, but look at where people's fortunes are rising, and look at what we're responsible for. That was legislature that was responsible for it, and people are now taking credit for things that they voted against. So the thing on one side, I hear people saying these are the things we want to do from a technological standpoint, from an advancing standpoint. The other side, you can have guns. You'll stop drag shows. You'll stop black people from learning their history, and you'll be able to stop women from having abortion. It's not really hard for me.
Yeah. Listen. Okay. So as you were saying that, it made me think of something when you said we don't have this romantic ideal in the past. Because I love watching old movies from the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and it's so glossy and beautiful. And then I think about the black people back then, they were like in the kitchen. That's why I don't see them or doing whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it wasn't so happy for us. Okay.
Right.
So I want to move on now, though. Let's talk about your personal life, because I think people need to learn more about your personal life, right?
Sure.
Because you have this beautiful, I love, intact family. You've been married to LaDonna, who's your wife, 38 years now, 3 children.
Yeah.
You have a very big career. Yeah. How do you keep your family intact?
Right. I think it ultimately is this. I have tried to be, for most of my life, a great provider. Things I was very deficient in, I knew that I could at least provide. I knew that I could at least make sure that people had what they needed. And that's come at great cost in terms of time with them and development with them. I am fortunate now to be able to start to develop those relationships that didn't kind of get to flourish because I was out doing what I was doing. But the one thing that I do take a lot of pride in is so much different than the family dynamic I grew up in. And I love that even though sometimes I feel on the outside of it, because, a lot of it I didn't see and was gone for, I love that I've at least had a hand in fostering an environment where they feel loved and protected. And it made that, if anything, it's the thing I'm the proudest of, that I've provided an atmosphere where people that are in my charge feel loved and protected. And I think that has meant a world. Whether I necessarily feel a part of that sometimes is challenging, because I am always gone, and I've seen myself in this way where this is the thing I do better than anything else, and as long as I'm making sure people have their needs met, which has been a bit of a challenge, but I love the idea that I have provided a place where they feel safe, heard, and cared for.
I can't imagine what that feels like as a dad and a father. I just know that, chasing my career and moving away from Louisiana, I moved away from my entire family. I missed so many birthdays and anniversaries and graduations, and it's just and it's really hard when I go home. Sometimes they go from 2 feet to 4 feet to 6 feet, and I'm like, damn, you grew up that fast.
Right.
But listen, you were very open about you have a GED, right? You've been very open about that. You talked about your childhood growing up in South Central Los Angeles. You've been through some really rough times. You've even publicly shared that you were at one point a member of the Bloods. How did you manage to get to this point?
I don't know. But I will say this. Even at a very young age, even though a lot of things were going on around me, a lot of things I saw, a lot of things it always felt like on the edge of something happening. I used to have stomach aches all the time because there was always something going on. But even in all that down, I knew that something was different. I always knew I would see things that they wouldn't. And I don't know what to attribute that to. So I can't tell you why, but I can tell you that I think about that often, how, I can't say, it would be arrogant for me to say that it was something I did or that it was just happenstance. I know that there was a thing at play, and you could call it God, you can call it the universe, you can call it spirit, but I know there was something, some being, something, some presence, some power that had their hand on me and helped me to where I am right now. And I can still, even in the dark times now, I can still feel something that guides me and keeps me safe.
Do you have doubts?
Because I don't know what black man ever said.
Do you ever have doubts?
Sure, every day.
Every day.
Every day. All day.
How do you get
every
through
day.
them? What do you do?
Every day.
Just keep moving?
I try to wake up every day. That's all you can do. And I got to say this to you. I had always, and we had a different relationship than we do now.
I was going to talk about
But
that.
watching the way that you had.
Go on. Sorry.
Okay, well, I'll
go
say
on.
this
No, go on,
as a
please.
prelude.
Go on.
Watching the way that you have handled such a public attempt at annihilating your character and your career, watching the way you've handled it with aplomb and dignity and strength and courage makes me so proud that you're a black man. It makes me so proud. It really does. It makes me well, you know how I felt. I called you and told you how I felt. But I think that everything that they think about us, you were different. You didn't get angry. You weren't a victim. You didn't blame. You just did. And even in this last thing, so I can't tell you how proud it makes me because what I think culturally we do, we own the bad things, like when something happens, I hope that ain't a black person, but we don't own the good. So we're a generation that got Barack Obama and Flavor Flav. We got a nation of people, but I think to see people like you in a very public way who handle who handle adversity and really, I think things that would shatter a lot of people, to watch you do that made me very proud.
Thank you.
Well, I told you that anyway. So.
You did, Thea. And look, this is what I want people to know. Like when I had that conversation with Elon Musk, and I was going to go into business with him, right? It's because I really do believe that having relationships with people and talking it out can change things, right? You and I had a very different relationship. I once had
not in America, not anymore.
I had a different relationship with
anymore.
Spike, but I think that talking things out and having conversations can help. But maybe I just learned my lesson for good. For the last and final time, God was saying, no, it doesn't work. I hope it doesn't. But why do you say not anymore in America?
Because I think that look at how strident people are. Look at how strident. You're wrong to assault diversity, equity. Like I heard somebody saying that they couldn't vote for Biden because he's crazy. I mean, he's old and he has a diverse cabinet. It was white men running the world when COVID happened. It was white men and a white cabinet saying we should use bleach and disinfectant who failed the world.
And light inside the body.
I watched a guy talking about right. I saw a guy talking about he's scared to get on a plane. He sees a black pilot. It was black pilots who during World War II that didn't lose that didn't lose one plane. It's black people that the reason you can have heart surgery and the reason that you have the blood transfusion and all those things. So to attack diversity as if because it feeds into this narrative that this replacement idea that they have, that things were better when they ran things, and they weren't. They were not better.
Yeah.
The country wasn't better. Things weren't better. The economy wasn't better. You do placatory things. You give people guns and you let people control women's bodies. And to a lot of people, that feels good to you. But what has moved forward for you? There's a reason that the places that stay the same because they keep in the same mentality. Mississippi's all white run. How's that running? Alabama's all white run. How's that going? South Carolina's all white run. How's it going? So this people and Elon Musk is one of those men, and I think it's no notion in my head. No. I have no contrary evidence. I think he's a white supremacist. I think he supports the notions of white nationalism, and I think having a black man asking them questions was something he wasn't going to take. I watched his face change when you asked him that question. I watched it. And people can pretend like you can talk to people like that. And if you could talk to people like that, we wouldn't keep constantly coming back to what we're trying to get away from. Everything that every forward movement we've had, they've tried to strip away. Affirmative action, schools, diversity and inclusion, history, because they don't want to hear it because it's a challenge to the idea they have of themselves. And that man is the poster boy for that bullshit.
Well, you said...
So I think there are some people you can talk to, and there's some people you can't.
White supremacists, people are going to take, they're not going to take that lightly. They're going to go hand in hand. You're saying
Okay.
that DL.
Okay.
You're saying that Elon Musk is a white supremacist. That's harsh.
I'm saying yes. I'm saying yes. I'm saying if it walks like a duck, it talks like a duck. You can't truck in these racist tropes and post stuff on your page and then say, "Come on now."
Yeah.
It's stop. Let's stop.
Yeah.
Let's call things what they are.
You know what's interesting is that I had Kara Swisher on, and I talked to her a lot. She says the exact same things that you do, but she's a white woman. You're a black man. I'm interested to see what the response is from you saying it than her saying it, because she says the exact same thing about, all of those planes that have crashed and whatever. Most of them, it was white guys. It was, people who, the housing crisis and all of that. It was white. She says the same thing that you say. I just want to.
Exactly.
I'm wondering what the response is going to be. Listen, I got to wrap it up here, but I got to tell you, look, I appreciate what you said about me. I thank you very much for that. You have had so much success. You have in television, in films, radio. You've written 5 books, 2 of which have been on the New York Times bestseller list. You have a lot coming out. Mm-hmm. I look up to you. You're a mentor to me. Where do you go from here? What's next?
I think for me, the thing I'm most excited about, I'm in development with CBS on a new version of where my life is now, which excites me. But I'm writing a book, and it's called Charlie's Boy, and it's about my father. When I was growing up, my father would always call me boy, or somebody would see me go, Charlie. You're growing up, they go, that's Charlie's boy. Yep. That's such and such his boy.
They didn't say Charlie.
And he said it to me about me. Charlie, Charlie's boy. That's because when I posted, when I pitched it to the publisher, they're like, "You mean Charlie?" No, but I said Charlie, but of course. And my father is the strongest, wisest, most resonant figure in my life, and I have better conversations with him now than I ever would have had when he was alive. So this is a perspective of my father, and how he shapes and guides my steps, and how I guide my children's steps. So it's going to be called Charlie's Boy. So we're writing that now, and I'm very excited because we often hear mothers get love, black mothers get love letters, but very few black fathers. And I think it's called Charlie's Boy, an ode to a black father, and I'm very excited about it.
So DL, you have, our show just recently began running on streaming, also on, social platforms and everywhere you can get your streaming content, podcasts or whatever. You've been in this world for quite some time with your radio show running 11 years.
Don't say it like that, man. Hang on a minute. I've been in this world for a little while. Yes, I have.
Yeah, 11 years. 11 years your show has been running. Do you have any advice?
You know what? I would say this. The things the things that have caused you the most, the reason you're here right now, everything you've done has led you to this very point. Everything you've done, the interviews, the slings and arrows, the doubts, the successes on one platform and having to go into another arena that you're not necessarily certain about. Everything. I have a friend named Mark Jackson. He's a preacher, and I'm not a Bible thumper, but he said everything you're looking for is looking for you. Yeah. And I think everything you ever wanted to be is right before you right now. And that makes me very proud of you. I don't know how to turn out, but I know that if your first interview is getting in trouble with the if your first interview is that explosive, you in the right place, baby boy.
Dio, I love how you just
only you.
Thank you. I love how you're so honest, you're so real, you don't take anything personally, you're not touchy. I love it. So DL, thank you so much for appearing on the program. I hope many times to come.
I love you, man.
I love you as well.
Sure.
I appreciate it. We'll see you next time, everyone. That is the Don Lemon Show.
Okay, baby.
Thank you so much for watching. And remember, the conversation doesn't stop when the cameras stop rolling. Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time. Whoopi said she lost 150 pounds.
She did.
You lost what, like 30?
I lost about 35 pounds.
What are y'all doing over there at The View?
As a former prosecutor, I see things in a courtroom other people can't see.
That's why I'm asking you this.
Right? Donald Trump was out of control. What does Donald Trump have? Insults? I don't even think he's a billionaire. But I think basically you put him in jail. Listen, our democracy is at stake, and here's why.
I'm joined today by one of the, I would say, the smartest legal mind of our time, definitely the smartest one in media. Sunny Hostin, she's a journalist, she's an author, she's a lawyer, she's the host of ABC's The View. She has a new book out called Summer on Highland Beach. It comes out on May 28th, and she is my friend. Thank you for being here.
I had to be here.
Thank you for this present. We're going to open it a little bit later.
Wait till you see it.
You know why? I'm going to talk a little bit. We'll get to business. I'm going to say, you look amazing.
Thank you.
Charlie Ralph was here. She looked amazing.
Yes.
Whoopi was here. She looks amazing.
Yes.
Whoopi said she lost 150 pounds.
She did.
You lost what, like 30?
I lost about 35 pounds.
What are y'all doing over there at The View?
Okay, I did the shot. I don't know what everybody else is doing. I'm not going to speak
Whoopi
for
said
anybody
Manjaro
else.
for her.
I was doing Manjaro, and I said this on our show. I gained 40 pounds during COVID.
During COVID.
Yeah, I did, and all I did was eat. And because we were only dressed from the top up, no one knew. And I came back a much larger person. My wardrobe didn't fit, and I'm over 50, and I was doing all the things, intermittent fasting, and I got that from you, eat after 12.
I lost with intermittent fasting.
I did the intermittent fasting. It worked a little bit, and then I heard about the shot. And I was just like, I'm like perimenopausal, I'm over 50, I've had 2 children, I am not gonna lose 40 pounds. Like, I could work out as much as I wanted. Yeah. And within 6 months, it was gone. and I think for me, what's so great is, like, I'm not a big eater. Like, I eat to live, I don't live to eat. My husband says I don't like food, but I don't like a lot of food. So I didn't have to change eating patterns or anything like that. I do Pilates, as you know, I play tennis.
Okay, pre-Ozempic though.
Yeah.
You were thin. Right? You're not as thin as you are, because remember we were at the Tyler Perry thing and I said, Sonny, you're not going to eat. You said, no, I'm drinking.
Yeah.
Because you didn't mix.
Well, why should I? I mean, I'm drinking my calories.
Right, that's what you said. And I was like,
I was drinking my calories.
That's smart.
Yeah, I'm not going to eat a whole bunch and then drink on top of it. That's not smart. But I grew up as a dancer, and so that's sort of what I do. Yeah. But the 40 pounds, I shocked myself. Actually,
I'm so glad that you are being candid about this, and
always,
because I don't think there's any shame in it, and
I
think science improves over time.
Yes,
and people like starve themselves, and they don't lose weight.
They don't lose weight, especially a woman of a certain age. Quite frankly, like in my 20s, I would have lost that weight immediately. I think even in my 30s, post 40. You gain 10 pounds a decade. And so it was just very hard for me. And I will say this, like, for me, the physical is connected to the mental. And when I feel good about myself, I am mentally just more focused. I'm clear. I'm happy. And we have so much depression in this country. And if like that makes you feel better, I don't think you should be shamed for it. And I don't really think people should be asking so many questions about, like, the Kelly Clarkson thing. Like, they were upset with her when she was a big girl, and now they're upset with her that she lost weight.
I missed that
She's lost a lot of weight, and she's like, I'm on the shot, and people are like coming after her, and I'm like, are you serious?
Well, that's her business.
Like,
it's
same
thing
with
Oprah.
Business.
They were like, let Oprah live.
Let Oprah live. She
let
looks
Kelly
good,
live.
and
she looks
and
great.
they're happy, and they're actually healthier because people are obese, and you've got all the heart, high cholesterol and possibility of stroke and heart disease. I say, if you need the shot.
Pains. Yeah, but you know what you mentioned during COVID, because I look back, my face was huge.
We were huge. Everyone was.
And I remember the first time I had to wear a suit when we went back in the studio. I was like, oh shit.
That's what happened to me.
Damn,
I was horrified. I mean, how much jambalaya did you eat, and gumbo, and Tim's cooking,
cake,
right? And
my cooking, because he ain't cook.
Oh.
Cake,
all day.
Cookies, and where I was baking for the neighbors or whatever, and then all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah. It just
but
happened.
I did that intermittent fasting.
That worked for you.
But you know what I did though? Also, men with muscle, right?
Different.
Lose weight faster. And then instead of getting in black cars or taxis,
you walked.
I walked.
I walk 3 miles a day. Because people, I'm not on the shot anymore, and people are asking me like, well, but why are you the same weight? Why are you the same weight? Because I haven't really changed my habits. I walk 3 miles a day. I do Pilates. I play tennis. I was roller skating in my house, broke my wrist, but I was roller skating in my house. I know.
Yeah.
It was stupid.
So now it's maintenance.
It's just,
Good.
I'm just doing what I've always
And guess
done.
what? If you start to come back, just get back on the shot. I'm telling
sure
you, there's
would.
no shame in it.
I sure would.
So we're going to talk about the book, and we're going to talk more about our friendship and life and everything. But I want to start with some breaking news because you were in the courtroom, okay?
Yes.
But we're going to talk about that after Donald Trump and Michael Cohen.
Okay.
The breaking news, though, today is about the presidential debate.
Yes.
Joe Biden and Donald Trump have agreed to two actually, ABC
and CNN. Yeah.
I don't know if the ABC one was without an audience. Right, but CNN's is without an audience. But first, what do you tell me? What are your thoughts on the debate?
Look, I think if you look at the statistics, it's clear that debates don't necessarily change people's minds, especially a debate in June, for example. The other debate at ABC in September is closer to early voting. I think that may make more of an impression. But the bottom line is, I do think it's very much a part of our American democracy to see the two top contenders tell us what their policies are or will be. Tell us what they have done or will do. I, as an American citizen, want to hear from the president. And what I love, or the potential new president, what I love about Joe Biden is, Donald Trump can tend to be a bully. And I think bullies respond to force. And I think they respond to being ridiculed and to being challenged. And Joe Biden said, make my day. I love that Joe. I love that tough Joe. I love that sort of punchy Joe. And that's what we saw. And Donald Trump had to debate because Joy Behar's telling me that he's going to cancel the debate. He's going to wiggle his way out of the debate.
Trump will.
Trump will.
Really?
I don't think so. I think he's going to show up.
Okay. All right. So what do you think Joe Biden's odds are? Because you know what the right does. You know what Donald Trump. He can't talk. He can't speak.
Yeah.
He's in cognitive decline. None of which I believe, but.
Well, we saw the State of the Union address, right? He was just on fire. He stood there for a long time. He gave people what they needed to hear. I think we're going to see the same thing. He's beaten Trump in 2 debates. That is a statistic. He has beaten Trump in 2 debates. Why would he not beat Trump this time? I mean, he's facing a criminal. If I were debating him, I would start every single sentence with, on the other hand, my opponent is either a convicted criminal, because by then in June he'll be either a convicted criminal or someone that was acquitted but is facing 3 additional trials. I mean, I would hammer that in all the time. He has zero credibility.
Who is liable for assaulting a woman.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right.
My opponent who is responsible for the overturning of Roe v. Wade because of his activist justices that he's placed on the Supreme Court. He has so much to work with. What does Donald Trump have? Insults?
Yeah.
What does he have?
You think he should be doing it because he does have the stutter and he does get, sometimes
I think he should be doing
he loses a train of thought. But I lose my train of thought.
I do too, and I have to tell you, when you look back at the tape of the other debates, he creamed him. There was no comparison. I mean, you're talking about a statesman versus a criminal.
Yeah. You said June. That's early.
I think it's early. I'm not sure why that date was chosen. I think September is more important, but maybe he just wants to get ahead of it, right? Because early voting, I believe, starts in September, and so June feels a little bit early, but let him get his message out.
Why no audience? I kind of like it.
It's much better. I mean, if you look at some of the CNN town halls,
oh my God, a disaster.
It's just
I mean, the audience was a disaster.
Yeah, you have Caitlin Collins, who, in my view, is pretty junior at doing this kind of thing. They gave her this huge job, this huge platform, and she couldn't fact check somebody like that in real time. It'd be hard for me, a seasoned prosecutor, to fact check a liar like that in real time. It wasn't set up correctly, and quite, in my view, there were, yes, men and women in the audience. It was just a MAGA cult audience, and they were cheering him on, and he feeds off of that. So we didn't get policy, we got a showman.
Well, that's what I meant. The audience was a disaster because they were screaming and cheering. Yeah,
it's a disaster.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
And so we don't need that, and I love the idea of cutting the mic after the time is up. That's how you sort of control him. I also don't think he should be able to stalk the other candidate the way he did with Hillary Clinton. Right? You don't need him being able to move outside of from behind the podium. He needs to stand at the podium, answer the response, and do it. I don't think he's going to be able to
do that.
He can't control himself. I've seen that in the courtroom, as you mentioned. I've been sitting in the courtroom for his criminal trial. He is like, I believe he has sort of the restraint of like a toddler. Like he cannot control himself, and it's very, very obvious.
But a toddler at least is accountable, is held to consequences. It gets timeouts.
By their parents, yeah.
But who's going to do that? He can't, even in the court, he's not getting a timeout. Because you're a prosecutor.
Yes.
Yes. Wouldn't the average citizen be in that cell downstairs in the basement if they had defied a gag order?
No question. No question. I think certainly it's a little bit different because you're talking about a former sitting president, right?
And the possible next president.
And the possible next president. And so I think it's different. Secret Service can be there, and I you know, at Rikers or wherever they want to hold him at 100 Center Street. I do think defying a contempt, a gag order 10 times is just unheard of.
What would Judge Sonny do?
Oh, he would be, you know, he wouldn't be in the courtroom. He would be in jail, and he would be listening to his trial there.
Wow.
For me, yes.
And you wouldn't care about the consequences?
No, I mean, think about Judge Ito. Think about the O.J. Simpson trial and how he lost complete control over the courtroom. You know, the prosecutor has a lot of control because you're putting in the evidence, and the defense attorneys are there to make sure that you get sort of, you know, the scales of justice are even. But the judge has to keep control of that courtroom, and Donald Trump was out of control. I think you send the message not by fining him $10,000, but not a billionaire. Well, I don't even think he's a billionaire, but I think basically you put him in jail.
Okay, but I got a little ahead of myself because I want to talk more about the courtroom because you got in there. But let's finish Biden, then we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Joe Biden, you saw the polls. I should say
have.
President Biden, want to be respectful.
Yeah.
President Biden is behind in all the swing states except for Wisconsin.
One. Yes. Mm-hmm.
How do you think he's going to make up lost ground if he's at Pennsylvania? He needs, I mean, did you see Nevada and Michigan?
I did. You know, I don't think one should avoid pointing this out. I think Joe has to get it. President Biden.
Yeah.
We both know him, so I think that's why we feel comfortable saying that. But I think he has to get in front of it. I think he's done amazing things. He brought us back from the brink of disaster, from the pandemic, the infrastructure bill. He's a student loan debt. He's done so many great things. Inflation is down. Gas prices are down. Yes, people are feeling it at the grocery store. Even I'm feeling it at the grocery store. But he has made just great strides, and I think he needs to get out there and have surrogates out there speaking on his behalf. He should be speaking more, which is why I think he's doing this debate. And I think that we're still a ways out. What is unfortunate is that if you look at Obama's approval rating and Clinton's approval rating about 6 months out, they were doing better than President Biden. And that's just a fact. So that means they have work to do.
But he's losing, not to mention, though, when you talk about the things that he's doing, not to mention, you know, you've got the child tax credits and all of those things that he's doing.
He's done a lot.
Yeah.
He's done a lot. But people don't seem to know about it. You know, I think when we were at home in our own bubble, we realized that our grocery bill is higher. I mean, Gabriel came home, my son came home from college. He eats a lot. My grocery bill it's just doubled, just like that, with an additional person in the house, a big person, you know, 6'1" person, but that eats a lot. But I was surprised when I went to the grocery store.
And also, not to mention a really obstructionist Congress and Senate who they don't want to do anything. And I was saying, and I think you did too, you were like, Joe, why are you trying to work with them? They're not going to work.
They're not going to work with you.
But look what he's gotten done with that, even in spite of that.
With that, because he's a statesman. He's been in the Senate forever. He's given his life to service, right? Because that's what that is. You don't make a lot of money being a senator. People think you do. You don't really. You don't make a lot of money being president unless you're former President Trump, who seemed to milk the White House for his own gain.
But he's losing among young people.
Yes,
he's losing among black and brown people.
Yes.
What do you think is up?
You know, I can only speak anecdotally about young people because in my house, I have an 18-year-old and a 21-year-old, and we talk a lot about politics. And they understand that you have a binary choice. One will likely become a dictator, and this country will not be will not be recognizable. And the other man has done a lot of work, is getting older, but won't destroy our country. They understand that. I think that the message has to get out to Black and brown folks, to young voters, that it is a binary choice and you can't sit this one out. This is one of those times when everyone needs to be an activist. I think we are on the brink of losing our democracy. The stakes are very high. So I think that's the message. But I also don't believe that these young people don't know what they're talking about. I think that we're really giving them some short shrift when we're saying things like, they don't understand the Middle East and they don't understand what they're protesting for and they don't understand. I mean, I don't have to understand everything. I didn't have to understand everything about South Africa's politics and history when I protested against apartheid. So these kids know what they're seeing and what they're feeling, and I think we should listen to them. If anyone's going to save this country, it's going to be the young people.
You think that the support of Israel has something to do with these numbers that I mentioned?
I do. I think it's not so much the support of Israel.
The government, the policy, the war.
I think these are anti-war protests. I think they're seeing dead babies. I think they're seeing dead young people. I think they're seeing dead women. And I think they're seeing a humanitarian crisis. This is a group of kids that lived through a pandemic. They've lived through active, police, active shooter drills. And so when they are protesting and they want their voices heard, to be met with violent police force, can you imagine that? Violent government reaction.
The state.
Yes, the state. 97% of these protests were non-violent. 97%. Yet what we are seeing is, they're violent. The violence has been coming actually from the government. And so
from the police coming in, you think to break it up?
Yes,
is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what the stats are showing now, the latest stats. So I've got to tell you, I think the wrong message is shut up and dribble. Shut up and go to school. Shut up and graduate. It's the wrong message.
Okay, this is how I feel about it. And look, this is a very nuanced conversation. You know you can't win, especially on TV, right?
No.
But we can go deeper on this thing.
Yeah.
I believe that you have to figure out how to somehow draw these kids in instead of telling them, you're dumb, you're stupid, you don't know history. It's the same thing as when you tell a Trump supporter that you're stupid, whatever.
That's ridiculous.
Makes them
hardened, and they dig in dig in their heels.
Yeah.
And I was just coming from a sample sale with Joy Behar.
Yeah.
And we come out of our building.
There's a protest.
The construction workers, they're yelling Trump 2024 at us.
That's you guys.
I want to have a discussion with them. Why? Why do you think that?
You went to have a discussion with them?
Yes, they didn't want to talk, but it's sort of devolved pretty quickly. But I want to hear from them. Like, what do you see in him? What do you think how do you think he's going to make your life better? I completely agree with you. Like, we can't just say, they're part of a cult, they're dumb.
Right.
That's not getting us anywhere. It's also not refining the message that, listen, our democracy is at stake, and here's why. And I think the same thing about our kids. I think we need to speak with them.
Well, I know this one is an unusual situation for you because you're saying that the kids should be allowed to protest. They're seeing dead babies, but you have some Jewish. Your grandmother is Jewish.
My grandfather. My grandfather's Jewish. Yeah, and that's what's so funny to me, that people will say when you are anti-war, or you support your constitutional right to assemble freely and peacefully, that you're an anti-Semite. And being of Jewish ancestry, that's always kind of shocking to me, that criticizing policies, right, and upholding the Constitution is somehow being anti-Israel. I'm not anti-Israel. I'm not anti-Semitic. But I do believe in peace, and I do believe in humanitarian crises, and I believe that the people have the right to speak up about how they are feeling. That's very American. And the lawyer in me is kind of disappointed when people are like, shut up and don't voice your opinion.
The thing is, when you are a journalist and you ask these questions, people get very upset, as you know.
They do.
And so, I'll say, what about October 7th? What about the hostages? You are for genocide. And
October 7th was a horrible day. And we can't forget that, right? I mean, innocent people were killed. People were taken away from their families. people that I've spoken to. It's a horrible thing. You know, more Jews were killed than since the Holocaust. It's a massacre. But then, if you're a humanitarian, you also have to, and a lawyer, you also have to think about, is there collective punishment going on here? 35,000 people have been killed, according to the Palestinian Authority.
And still hostages.
And still hostages. And so is this war being waged appropriately? And what can we do to bring peace? And I think that's really the issue, as opposed to, you're pro-Hamas. Nobody's pro-Hamas. Who would be pro a terrorist organization?
Right.
Like, no one is that. But I do think that we have to think about the innocents. You know, I mean, I'm Catholic, as you know.
Yeah.
I'm a humanitarian.
There are still
It's
there,
important.
you know, Sonny, and
There
you know,
are, but there has to be.
That's Hamas. That's different than the.
That's
Palestinian
different than the
people.
Palestinian people. And you know, I was just reading that Hamas has actually been surveilling Palestinians and jailing them because they have been anti-Hamas. They haven't
So they're
had an
getting it
election.
from both sides.
Yes, they haven't had an election in over 20 years. So these aren't people that the little kids that are dying, the young people that are dying, they didn't vote in Hamas. But people aren't, you know, it's just so rife with personal feelings
Yeah, I know.
that I think
Boy, don't I know.
when you're too
Because we have a lot of friends who are on
yes,
each
when
side
you're
of this
very
thing.
analytical.
Yeah.
When you're an analytical thinker, which I think we both are, it's hard to see people's arguments colored by emotions, because facts trump emotion every single time.
All right, now let's talk about the courtroom. Major case going on in Manhattan.
Yes.
You're there, former prosecutor. You went into the courtroom. Were you there
Several
for
times.
Stormy Daniels, or were you there for
No,
Michael Cohen?
I've been there for Michael Cohen
And
because
were you-
I've interviewed Stormy Daniels twice,
Yeah,
and so
same.
yeah. So for me, I find her credible.
Very credible.
She's very credible.
Very nice lady.
Very nice lady.
Professional.
You know,
And stop trying to slut shame her. Or
I
whatever
believed
for
her.
her profession.
Yeah, I believed her. I don't think we should shame sex workers. I'm not into that. So for me, I wanted to hear Michael Cohen, you know, disgraced lawyer, former Trump loyalist, the fixer. And I've interviewed him as well, but I wanted to see the jury. I think as a former prosecutor, I see things in a courtroom other people can't see.
That's why I'm asking you this.
Right? So I wanted to check out the jury. I wanted to check out the jury composition. I wanted to check out whether or not they were awake and taking notes. All the above, yes. I wanted to find out whether or not he appeared credible. And he did.
He did.
Yes, he did.
Everyone said he was strong, and I
He's
spoke
very
to another
credible.
attorney who knows Michael Cohen and's been reading
Yeah.
a transcript, and he says Michael Cohen is smart. Sometimes he's too smart for his own good, but he is
But
standing
here
up.
he is standing up. And what I did really think the prosecution did a really good job with is they took the sting out of all this stuff, right? We know he's been convicted. We know that he's lied for President Trump. We know, though a lot of people don't know, is that he's a family man. One thing that they brought out was he didn't want necessarily a job in the White House because he didn't want to be taken away from his family, but it was his ego that got the best of him because he wasn't even asked.
Yeah.
That was very human, and they showed some text between Cohen and his daughter, and she says
was sick at the time.
she was sick, and she says, you know, I'm worried about you, and he says, I'm going to be fine, something like that. I'm paraphrasing. She says, I love you, and he writes, I love you more.
Ah,
That's dad.
Yeah.
That's dad. It made it very, I write that same thing to my kids, and then one of them will jump in and say, I love you more, and then I write, I love you mostest. It's something that parents do all the time, and so I immediately looked at the jury, and they were nodding their heads.
I said to him at one point, then why did you, I guess he pleaded guilty or
Yeah,
whatever.
he did.
Why did you succumb to it? And he said, because I did not want my family going through this
Anymore. Yeah.
And you can understand that.
And it came across.
Yeah.
It came across. It came across as someone who, he admitted to having been part of the Trump cult. He liked being close to an alleged billionaire. He liked being close to a power center. He enjoyed working there. He was very loyal.
Very loyal. He used to call me Sonny. I don't know if he called you.
No.
Why are you so hard on Donald Trump?
He did not. He
Yeah.
did speak with Joy Behar,
Yeah.
and I was like, Donald Trump is going to turn on him,
And you were right.
as he did,
Yeah.
he did. But I was struck by the fact that there are 2 lawyers on the jury. One is a corporate attorney. The other one is a civil litigator. There's a former a retired wealth manager on there, and the foreman is a salesman.
Oh.
So when they're hearing these antics and these shenanigans, they recognize it. And when you have a document-intensive case as this one is, and Michael Cohen, by the way, has all the receipts for everything he's saying, I looked right at the jurors, especially one of the lawyers. He's seated in the back to the right. He has a legal pad.
I was gonna say, are they taking
It's a
notes?
white legal pad, and he is scribbling furiously, and he is looking at the screen where all the documents are.
Oh, wow.
And that struck me. What also struck me, Don, is that I have binoculars, access to binoculars.
Yeah, they were trying to ban them at one point.
They were trying to ban them, but we're allowed to use them now. And there's a camera directly at Trump's face. And I just honed in on his face because when I was a prosecutor, I wanted to look at the defendant because the jury constantly looks at the defendant, and I want to see what's going on. He's not asleep. A lot of people have been reporting he's sleeping. He has his eyes closed and he is clenching
his mandible, his jaw.
He's clenching his jaw, and his fists are sort of like this, and he's doing this. He is trying to control his rage. That's how I read it. And the jury is staring at him. And that's why I say I really think that's coming across. You can't just report what's happening without reporting the real emotions. And those are the emotions that are going on in the courtroom.
Okay, so there was one point where the judge said he was grunting and whatever, and he said, told Todd Black, you got to control your.
You got to control because and he wasn't grunting when I was there, but he was
doing that.
Doing this thing.
Okay, so do you think have you seen the research that shows that most people are not, I should say many people, probably most, are not paying attention to what's going on?
I've seen that research. I think the media isn't doing the best job at some of the reporting, but I will say this, if you look at other research, 71% of Americans have said if he is convicted, he should go to jail. Over 50% of Americans
he can still run if he goes to jail.
He can still run, but 50% of Americans are saying, I think it's about 54% of moderates, independents, if he is convicted, they will not vote for him.
Okay.
That makes it matter.
Okay, but do you think that not having cameras in the courtroom affects that number?
No, I don't.
You don't?
Not with the
Shouldn't
conviction.
they see the?
I wish they did. That's a New York policy, and some judges in other jurisdictions have allowed cameras in the courtroom, like the O.J. Simpson trial, like Trayvon Martin. There were some cameras in the courtroom when we were there, I believe. But I have to tell you, it's a pretty strong case. I do wish there were cameras in the courtroom. I testified in front of Congress about the need for cameras in the courtroom.
I know.
And it's unfortunate, but a conviction will matter.
You know what a verdict will do. We were both around for OJ, and we were both there for the Trayvon Martin.
We were.
Oh, that was so shocking.
It was shocking.
And then Mark, what's his name, came on.
Mark Furman.
No, the Mark Furman in that case, but in the Mark who represented Zimmerman.
Oh, yes. Oh, gosh.
Anyway,
Mark.
I'm having a senior moment.
Yeah, I am too. We know him, though.
But he came on and he explained why he thought it happened. So do you think the prosecution is making its case?
Yes, and this is why. I think the Trayvon Martin case was definitely a case of, a young little boy, in my opinion, who was no longer there and couldn't tell the story. And you had eyewitness testimony, which is the least credible testimony. This is a documents case.
I love that you say that because everyone thinks like an eyewitness it's like the worst testimony.
It's the worst. It's the least credible, actually. I hated trying cases with just eyewitness testimony because people's memories fade and they get it wrong. IDs are really fallible. But I will say that this is a documents case. It's a documents case, and the facts are the facts.
The receipts.
And Michael Cohen actually kept a voicemail, and Trump's voice was played to the courtroom, and he's talking about $150,000.
Yeah.
How do you unring that bell if you're the defense? How do you do it?
I don't know. I was name checked yesterday, right? The other day. I should say the other
Were
day.
you?
I was name checked because Michael Cohen did an interview with me where he talked about somebody searching his house or turning over his phones or whatever.
Yes.
And they were like, did you leak it to CNN? And why did you leak it to, you were on with Don Lemon, did you leak it to him? And I'm like, I'm interviewing him. There's no leak. He's sitting in
right
front
there.
of a camera.
The View came up as well, which was hilarious. I'm like, why are we in the news? Okay.
That's what I thought. Like,
Yeah.
why am I in the news? It's just a typical interview.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to tell me about the trial? Because while I have you here, I think it's amazing.
I will be there next week for closing arguments. I just think it's going to be wonderful to sort of see the jury's reaction, which is what I always look for. During closing arguments, I want to hear the prosecution tie it all up with a bow, and I want to hear what the defense says. I don't think Trump is going to testify, even though I think he is controlling the narrative in that courtroom.
That would be amazing.
And it would be amazing. I will be there if he does, but I also want to see the jury when they come back in, because trials are won and lost during jury selection, in my opinion, and in Mark Aragos' opinion. I don't agree with him on anything, but I agree with him on that. And I want to see if they look at the defendant. Generally, if they don't look at the defendant, they're going to convict. And generally, it depends on the amount of time that they're out, whether or not it inures to the benefit of the prosecution or the defense. So I'm going to be there for that part. It's very inside baseball.
Can you text inside the courtroom?
If you're in the overflow room, yes. If you have your laptop in the regular courtroom, yes. I will text you.
Okay, I'm going to be texting you. Sonny, tell me, what's up?
I will text you.
I'm going to want to know. Wait, I was going to ask you something, and I cannot remember. Crap. About being, the whole thing about, because this may be the only one that goes to trial before.
Unfortunately, yes.
And Georgia might have, but for.
It was an unforced error.
Okay, you know where I'm going, don't you?
It's an unforced error.
I know, and look, it's hard for women, it's especially hard for black women. They're like, it's none of her business. I had Tiffany Cross on, and Tiff is like, I don't care. You got a man who tried to overturn an election. She's not on trial. He's on trial.
Unforced error.
Okay. And Angela was like, Angela was really good. Angela Rye, she said, if she had to make that decision all over again, I bet she'd make a different decision.
That's how I feel.
Okay, go on.
I think she would have made a different decision. I think the stakes are way too high for you to have an affair with someone that reports to you. It's just, it has the appearance of impropriety, even if there was none. And as a prosecutor, you represent the people of your state, or you represent, as I did, the people of the United States. You've got the highest stake trial of your career. Why?
You know, Black Twitter's going to be mad at you if you.
I'm sorry. It was an unforced error.
Unforced error.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Thank you for being so candid about that. And the other case is, they may go, you got the immunity case. Yeah. And everything else, I kind of think, hinges on the immunity case, which will be decided in July, right?
This court surprised me so much with the Dobbs decision.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That I'm out of the game of trying to guess what the Supreme Court is going to do, unfortunately. And I'm a member of the Supreme Court bar. I've never seen anything like this before. Yeah. So they would have to twist themselves up into pretzels to find him immune from any prosecution of a crime. Yeah. But they've twisted themselves up into pretzels before now. So I'm just not sure.
Can I open my present now?
Open up your present.
Okay, I'm gonna open my present.
Yes.
I have this, by the way. I've got, this is the first, right?
That was my first book.
This is the first book that
My
Sonny and
memoir.
and do you remember I did the talk back? This was during
did.
COVID.
You did.
Yeah, and we had to do it all on Zoom.
We did it on Zoom,
crazy.
and you've always been so gracious. And then you hosted my book party for Sag Harbor at your home.
You know.
I know.
You know. I'm loyal.
You are.
My friends are my friends, and I know you are as well.
I'm loyal down to the ground.
And so there was summer on SAG.
Summer
and
on
that's
SAG.
Why,
summer on Oak Bluffs. Summer on the Bluffs. Summer on SAG.
But we both are in SAG.
Yes.
And so, SAG has a rich black history
It's
for black
wonderful.
folks. Okay, and then you have...
Now this is Summer on Highland Beach.
Summer on the Bluffs was last... Wait, that was summer
the first
before.
One. That was summer before. And the reason I write these books is because people have heard of HBCUs, right?
Yeah.
They haven't heard of HBCCs, which historically black, historically black beach communities. It's a federal designation. And so I only write about HBCCs. Do you like it?
I love it. So I got, oh my gosh, so on the beach and on, when you come out on.
Yes, yes.
we'll be able to use these things. Thank you. I don't know if we can show the products, but
I
Sunny,
think you can.
this
Yes,
is
you can.
We
You
can
can.
show. Okay, so these are fantastic. What is that? Basque
Yes.
sunscreen,
Little sunscreen.
amazing.
Everybody needs sunscreen.
And then this is I got
It's
a beach
tote.
bag. I got
Yes,
a little
with
thing.
the book.
And I have some other stuff. I got some other bubble.
It's chock full.
Okay, chock full of
It's
stuff.
chock full
so
of stuff.
let's talk. Sunny's books are amazing. So
Thank
first
you.
we had I Am These Truths, which was about Sunny, a memoir about her. Talks about being a prosecutor, a mom. It talks about things that we talk about.
Yeah.
About your mixed heritage.
Yeah.
That you are Latino.
Yeah.
Do you remember that conversation we had outside of my office?
I sure
Where
did.
you said, Don, everybody knows that I'm African American, but they don't know that I'm Latina. Like,
And the
that's
Spanish is my first language.
Yeah.
And we were, if you recall, we were sitting right next to CNN Español.
Yeah.
And they would never come in and ask me
you to do stuff.
any segments. And it was kind of shocking to me.
And what did I say to you? Lean into that.
Lean into it.
Lean into that.
Yeah.
Because it's all important.
Yeah. It is important. And I will tell you,
Representation is important.
It's so nice that I have Afro-Latinas coming up to me now.
Yeah.
And they're like, you're wearing your hair naturally. You know, you speak for us. Thank you so much. And it's been really a blessing to be received in this way.
So tell me about this.
This is my favorite right now.
Wait a minute.
I know.
Have you, don't, okay,
I know.
I'll let you talk about this, but I'm not giving up on SAG. But
I
go
know.
on.
It's my favorite right now because it is the oldest historically black beach community in the country, and it was actually the summer home of Frederick Douglass, one of, I think, our greatest orators, right? And I found that this little hamlet, unlike Sag Harbor, has really remained the same. We're talking about true generational wealth. People are just passing down the homes to their family members. There's a street, Douglas Street, and I spoke to a group of octogenarians who have lived, their families have lived there forever. There are no Airbnbs, there are no hotels, there are no restaurants, just community. They have dinners at each other's homes. And one of them explained to me that Frederick Douglass would sit on the front porch, and there's a museum in his home is still there, and he would look out across the bay at where he used to be enslaved. And he was shrouded and protected from the scourge of racism in this place. It is so beautiful.
Would I like it?
You would love it. You may not get in because,
Oh.
again, they pass these homes down. And in order to even buy a home, it's almost like the community has to receive you and accept
so
you.
you're camping out with friends.
I've been camping out with friends. I have a friend, Erica, whose home is a family home. And that's how I even found out about it, because I've summered there a long time ago. It's right near Annapolis, but no one knows about this.
Okay.
And they don't. I think the community wants to keep it that way. They're probably not that thrilled that I wrote about it, but I think it's a beautiful story about a beautiful community. You know, I like to write. I write a little bit of smut, but I also like a little bit of like elevated beach reads. I like historical fiction.
But it's great.
And that's what this is.
It's great reading these, like, because the characters are centered around blackness. You don't really.
You don't see that. And about
often.
women.
In a beach community.
And how about multi-generational? I mean, one of our protagonists, Amma, who I thought would be the main one, but she isn't anymore, is in her 60s and found love again. I love that.
I love that too. How did you come up with this idea of writing about? Was Sag Harbor the inspiration? Were the Bluffs the inspiration?
No.
Because people don't know. When you think of beach communities, you don't often think of African Americans.
African Americans, and this excellence that has been around since the late 1800s, by the way. So black folks have had community and some money since the late 1800s. I was traveling to cover one of the cases that I always cover, social justice oriented, and I like to read beach reads because it gets me out of the space that I'm about to get into. And I went around the airport and I didn't see any books centered around black women, multi-generational, on the beach. And I was just like, I go to Sag Harbor, I go to Oak Bluffs, I go to Highland Beach. Why isn't there anything? And Toni Morrison famously said, if there's a book that you want to read and you can't find it, you must write it.
Yeah.
And I just got on the plane and sketched out the summer series.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so, oh my gosh, Sonny,
Yeah.
that's
Isn't
really
that crazy?
That's amazing. No, I think it's great, but that's who you are.
Yeah.
So let me tell you, you have not given up on SAG, right? You're still going to come to SAG in the summer.
I'm gonna be at SAG. They're gonna have a book thing for me for Highland Beach.
Do I have to have another damn book party?
I think you do. Sorry.
But people are going to be mad. They're like, why are you writing about another beach community?
I know. You know, but I've gotten, I mean, the first two were 2 New York Times bestsellers, and I have such a wonderful readership at this point. We've pre-sold a bunch of books, and people are so excited about it.
So,
you know?
so I think Sunny has only been jealous of me one time in her life, and that is because we were about going to SAG in the summer, and Sunny had been going for years.
Yes.
But she'd been waiting for the right house, waiting. I said,
And
then
got
finally
one.
I went, and I was renting, and I said, okay, I'm going to buy a house. I'm just going to buy one.
Yes.
And I'm not going to wait.
And I'm still waiting
you're
for
still
that
waiting?
same house.
So finally, the house that I bought, Sonny comes. I said, Sonny, you got to come over and see the house. I have a house. You're going to like it. I'm going to renovate it. I said, but come over now.
Oh my gosh.
And then
It's
Sonny
so gorgeous.
showed up. What? How many? 18 people.
I travel with a posse.
And so we had to go get more liquor. We had to go get more food. But we had a great cookout, and it's fantastic.
Your
Yeah.
home is so beautiful, and I
Thank
was
you.
truly jealous. I was filled with jealousy and resentment. I still rent that house, and the person has not sold it to me yet, but they will.
It'll happen.
But they will.
But then you may not be able to go to these other places if you do that.
Yeah, I know, because it's a pricey one. But
So,
I'm
Sonny,
waiting.
How's the view?
The view is great. The view from here is great.
Yeah, I
because
know.
I love what you're doing.
Thank you. I love what you're doing too.
But it's great. You know, we're still the number
And
one
thank
talk
you,
show
by
in the
the way.
country. No, I love what you're doing.
Thank you.
We're the number one talk show in the country. People get their news from us, which is humbling, but also it's a privilege, but also it's a huge responsibility, right? We've had presidents on, vice presidents on. We'll continue to have governors on. We have movie stars on. It's this perfect little mix of pop culture and politics, and I feel so privileged. This is my 8th year, right?
Wow.
Yeah,
I
it's
remember when you were just filling in.
and
remember?
filling in and auditioning. You were right
Yes,
there with me when I was auditioning. You were rooting
I was like,
me
lean
on.
into it, go for it.
Our
Don't-
offices were right across from each
because
other.
it's different when you're on like a news channel. You've got to do like news. You got to
Yes,
be news. And I was
yes.
like, lean into it,
You taught
relax
me that.
into it.
You taught me that
and-
because I was very much the legal
Yeah,
reporter.
yeah.
And you said, no.
Yeah, and straight hair.
I had the straight hair,
Yeah.
and you knew me because we would argue off camera. And you were like, do that on the show.
Yeah. But I think people were like, Don and Sonny are arguing on CNN. We would argue on camera, and people
Exchange
thought
of
we like
ideas.
hated each other and we
No.
were mad. It was never the case.
No.
And that's how people should be doing
Yeah,
things.
and that's what we do on The View, which is what's so great. Like, most of us don't really agree on many things.
Yeah.
I think Joy and I do very often, but we're respectful. We agree to disagree and not be disagreeable.
That's how you
And
gotta
it's
do
a perfect group with, right now, I think. I think it's probably one of the best
This is a
tables.
really good cast, as they say, a
It
really
really
good
is.
group of co-hosts.
And we like each other.
Yeah, and that's important. You had, I had Whoopi sitting in that chair not
Yes.
just a couple of days ago,
She's
and
cool.
she was fantastic. And her book is amazing.
I
And
learned from
a lot
her
about
book.
her.
I did too, and we both knew her. And I
Yeah.
sit across from her every day. I've sat across from her every day for 8 years. I've been to her home. My kids have been to her home. I've spoken to her at length, and to learn those things because she's actually a very private person.
yeah.
She was very vulnerable in that book.
What I love about the show is that you have OGs, right?
do.
You have people who have life experience, who
We
can
do.
really carry a
Yeah.
show. You
Yeah.
know, you've got to have something. You've got to have lived in order to really carry a show for people
No
to
question.
feel you. But then you have the young people who are there,
Yeah.
who bring you. And
We're
you,
figuring it out. We're figuring it out.
Yeah.
I mean, poor Alyssa's figuring it out in front of 3 million people,
that's it,
but she's
yeah.
figuring it out, and
yeah.
that's nice. And I think to a certain extent, Sarah's also figuring it out.
Yeah.
I'm a little older,
Yeah.
so I don't know that I'm figuring it out.
No, you're not figuring it out.
I'm not
You're
figuring
good.
it out, but
you've become more comfortable and you share
I
your
am.
view
I
a
do.
lot more than when you first came on.
Yeah, and it's risky,
Yeah.
right? People, I think, worry about their brand
And
a
they
lot.
worry about getting canceled.
Yes. Cancel culture is a real thing. I think I'm on the right side of history, and I'm comfortable with that. And if I get canceled, I got canceled because I was on the right side of history, and I'm okay with that.
Who is Sunny Hostin?
Sunny Hostin is authentic and true, and a mom, and a wife and a daughter and a friend.
Asuncion.
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 That's my name.
I knew you were going to say mom. I knew that.
Mom. That's my most important gig.
Sonny, I'm so proud of you. I'm so glad that you're my
hands are
friend, that
freezing.
we've known each other for all these
years.
and years.
And I love seeing you soar.
Thank you. You keep soaring. You keep doing what
you.
you're doing.
Thank
and
you.
you should explore more communities and
I will.
enlighten people.
I think I will.
The book is called Summer on Highland Beach by the fantastic and lovely and smart and beautiful Sunny Hostin.
Thank
Make sure
you.
that and watch her on The View, and make sure she's got some
Thank
other
you.
things coming up. But I don't want to jump
I
the
do.
gun. and
Yeah,
tell you.
I have some things coming up.
Thank you, Sunny Hostin.
Thank you, Don Lemon.
Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time. First it was an earthquake, then came an eclipse, and then Marjorie Taylor Greene said, God is sending America strong signs that tell us to repent. I don't really know about that because I think natural disasters are just natural disasters, but who am I? I don't know, especially compared to my next guest. Bring him in, Neil deGrasse Tyson. He is a renowned astrophysicist, a best-selling author, and the most beloved nerd in America. Thank you so much.
Okay,
I appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Okay, so what comes next? Is it locusts? Is this end times when you have all of that?
Well, cicadas are coming. There's going to be a trillion
Wait,
cicadas.
is it cicada, cicada, tomato?
Yeah.
I'm from Louisiana. I say cicada.
I'll go with you.
But go on.
Cicadas are coming.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's this summer, like in the next few months. I have a podcast. We did a whole episode on this. We have a colleague of mine who's a specialist in just that form of invertebrate insect.
You know when I knew it was time to go home?
What?
When I would hear the cicadas. We would call them crickets. And I'm sure they're not crickets, but that was
They're not the same thing.
I know, that's
a
what we would
cricket
call
is a cricket, and a cicada.
But we would hear, you'd hear them, for some reason they would seem to get louder around dusk, I don't know why.
Yeah,
And
they're trying to find a mate.
is that what's happening? Yeah.
That's what I'm told.
Yeah. But seriously, where are we now? Because we did have an earthquake in New York, which is rare.
Yes,
right?
rare at that magnitude. It was almost 5.
Yeah.
It was 4.7 in Jersey. I felt it. I saw everything shake and bake. And I checked with my colleagues at the American Museum of Natural History, who specialize in plate tectonics, and based on circumstantial reporting, because the scale wasn't formalized until more recently than the information we have, the last earthquake of that magnitude in New York was 150 years ago. So it's a 150-year event.
I thought that was always happening under the surface and we just didn't feel
Oh,
it.
earthquakes happening all the time, somewhere in the world. You should see the daily earthquake map. You just watch them happen, and most of them are happening in the rings of fire.
Yeah.
And where the continental plates meet. So it's just rarer for New York because we're not in the ring of fire.
Yeah, but it's a little unnerving when you all these buildings and you have all of these people, and then all of a sudden the buildings start to shake, and you look up, and you know what I mean.
It didn't shake that badly.
It didn't, but
No.
still.
I felt it. I said, it's not more than a 5. and the scale is like exponential.
Yeah.
So if you go from 5 to 6 and 6 to 7, then stuff starts falling down.
We were all on a Zoom call here for work, and I said, "Wait, is this an earthquake? Are we in the middle of an earthquake? Does your house or wherever you are?" And everyone said, "Yeah, I felt it."
Yeah.
So it's not. You don't think these things are, as our illustrious Congresswoman says, a sign from God? God is sending us signals that America needs to repent.
There are earthquakes around the world all the time, especially up to level 5. I mean, this is so. If she knew more geology, maybe she wouldn't be saying that. I don't.
That's the kind. You're being kind.
No,
You're
no,
trying to be
I'm
kind
just
here.
saying, the less you know about science,
Yeah.
the more prone you are to ascribing things that happen to destiny or divine intervention or magic or something mysterious. And as a scientist, our whole job in life, what we do, all we do, is explore the natural world and come up with an understanding of how and why things are the way they are. And upon doing so, so many previously mysterious phenomenon just fall by the wayside. it wasn't that long ago you'd fall to the ground writhing and frothing, and you go back, a couple hundred years. Oh, that is exactly what you think would happen if the devil occupies your body.
Instead of you just having a seizure.
So but we don't know that yet. So you go, so what do? You go to the church. Well, you live in a small town. The church is not that far away.
Right.
You go get the priest, it puts on the robe, gets the holy water, come, and how long does a seizure last? 10 to minutes to 30 minutes or so? Just the amount of time to go get the priest, bring him back, do the holy water thing, and then the symptoms subside. Yeah, the priest is getting the devil out of your body until we learn something about the human brain. Now, no one says that. No educated community says that. They take you to a hospital and have medicines for it. So it reminds me of Ben Franklin. He was the world's most famous scientist in his day. He's not remembered here as that. He's remembered as a founding father. He wrote a book, Experimental Researches into Electricity. All right? It's a thick book, published early 1800s. Okay. He invents the lightning rod. What's happening before that? In any city, what's the tallest structure back then?
In any city.
Back then.
What was a building or a bridge or a tree, no? In any city?
Let's try that again.
A church.
In Christendom.
A church.
Okay, fine.
The steeple on the church.
Yes. Okay, the church is the tallest structure in any city. What is the most susceptible to a lightning strike? The tallest structure.
Right.
Okay, so lightning would be taking out churches left and right. And if you were the other church that wasn't taken out, you had good argument for saying,
God was on.
God, you're worshiping the wrong way.
What do you say? Are you making a statement about religion?
No, what I'm saying is, Ben Franklin then invents the lightning rod, which does two things. It dissipates charges
channels
back dissipates charges that build up under your structure that would otherwise be part of the lightning strike, and it sends them back into the air without the benefit of lightning. So that makes you less susceptible to begin with. And if the lightning strikes, it then directs all of the charges through a metal and not through your house. So Ben Franklin does this, and so churches are now no longer destroyed by lightning, even if they are hit. And he's accused of heresy, thwarting the will of God. And I thought, if your understanding of God is someone who could be thwarted by this beer-drinking, hot dog-eating, womanizing guy, I don't know if he ate hot dogs, but today he would be eating hot dogs, right? He's a hot dog-eating guy. So that's why we have science. It's why the world is less superstitious than it once was.
And backwards thinking from Marjorie Taylor Greene. By the way, it just reminded me, when I was a kid, we had a lightning rod in our house. Did they still put those on homes?
Well, they should, if the home is properly constructed.
Yes,
it should have a lightning rod.
I haven't seen one. I'll have to check it out to see if I have a lightning rod in my house.
So, by the way, if your house is not the highest thing around, then
it doesn't matter.
The lightning's going to hit somewhere else.
It doesn't matter. We had a tin roof growing up. I think we needed a lightning rod.
Oh, because you're in the South.
I was in the South.
Tin roof. Oh my God.
But it was magical.
The rain is something
Yeah, it
too.
was great. It was really great. How was your eclipse experience?
Really good.
How so?
It was good.
Not good, but good.
Yeah, no. That's right. It's good, and then it's good. So I was bringing my whole podcast to film, Star Talk podcast, and we were scheduled to go to Dallas and to be in the Cotton Bowl. The eclipse path went over the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah.
Can't get more convenient than that. That Cotton Bowl was taken over, is that the right term, by NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, to do educational programming there.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And I was checking the weather in advance. It started looking cloudy in Dallas. And then a friend of mine called me in Vermont. He said, "Oh, Neil, if you're not doing anything for the eclipse," which is the stupidest opening phrase ever, okay? "If you're not doing anything for the eclipse, come by my place." And then I was looking at the weather for Vermont relative to Texas, and I said, "Okay, can I bring a dozen people on my production staff?" So this close friend of mine accommodated me and my production staff.
Yeah, so it was great.
It worked out.
I want to listen just real quick before we move on to talk about. I want to talk about climate change and AI. But when you're talking about these conspiracy theories, right, and how scientists move forward, Why do you think, like, take COVID, for example, why do people come up with these conspiracy theories? What's this mistrust in science? Where did that come from? Or where is that coming from?
So we, as a species, are remarkable at pattern recognition. We are so good at it that we identify patterns even when there aren't patterns there. That's how good we are. We can fool ourselves into thinking there's a pattern. And as a result, and this is deep in us, it's deep. So as a result, if you see events like this event, and that event, you have an urge to declare that there's some pattern there. There's some purpose. There's some connectivity. We need to believe that, even when it's not true. And when you look at conspiracy theories that have emerged, this is evidence of this urge that we have as human beings. So I have some compassion for them because it's kind of not their fault. We're just good at pattern recognition.
It's kind of not their fault.
It's kind.
Whose fault is it?
Well, okay. So the fact that people can walk around declaring Earth is flat,
Yeah.
or declaring anything that's just, aliens are like walking among us. The fact that they can declare that publicly, okay, is evidence of two things. That we live in a country with the free speech, and we live in a country with a failed educational system. Both of those together give us that result. Now, I want to keep the free speech part.
That was my you saw me going.
I totally want to keep the free speech part. So in education, if you look at how science is taught, there's a book, there's the bold-faced words you memorize for the vocabulary part of the exam. You memorize, what is DNA, what is, an engine, what is the chemical bond. You memorize all this. At no time are you taught what science is and how and why it works. So you're left thinking science is the satchel of information that you're handed in this class, in this period, in this semester, and when you're done, you put it over here and you move on.
All memorized so that you can pass the test.
Yes, so you can pass the test. If science were taught as a means of querying nature, oh my gosh, science is the manifestation of your curiosity. Science is how to bring methods and tools to address your curiosity. And nowhere in a memorized test is curiosity manifested.
The mystery of the universe, which I will talk about. You talk about the mystery of the universe, but let's get to some stuff before we get all mystical here. And I appreciate where you're going with this. But it feels like we are really beset, right, with a lot of things. We talked about the cicadas or whatever. A lot of threats to our existence. Climate change.
No, cicadas are not a threat.
I know,
to our
but I'm
existence.
just saying
it's
there's
food for
things
birds for a few months.
All right, a major
and
earthquake.
you'll crunch on. You can't not step on them.
All right, a major earthquake, or what have you. All right, so listen, but I'm talking more climate change, AI, authoritarianism. Elon Musk would say population collapse.
Existential threats.
What do you think is the biggest threat to humanity today?
So I want to give a cop-out answer to that, if I may.
Okay.
Had we conducted this conversation in 1925,
Okay.
go back 100 years, and you asked me, what do I think is the biggest threat? I would say tuberculosis. I would say hunger. I would say, I give a list of things. Nothing on that list would make anybody's list today. Nothing. So, you ask what I fear most? It's that which we will discover. So that in the next century, our list will be things that would be more terrifying than anything we could talk about today, but we have yet to discover them and think about what their actual dangers are. That's
Judge,
what I worry about.
Okay, Judge, and that's not what I asked you.
I know it's not, but that's my answer. I'm saying.
So I said, what do you think is the biggest threat? Not what you fear most. Those are two different things, I think.
Yes, they are, but the biggest threat may be something we have yet to discover. And I want to be aware of that possibility. Because we could list the threats today. It's a different list than existed 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 150 years. They're different lists.
Yeah, but you have talked about AI, which you've called it a nail in the coffin because of the rise of deep fakes and so on. Why do you say it's a nail in the coffin? Do you really think AI is that dangerous? Where is it on your list?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what coffin you're talking. Did I say nail in the coffin?
Yeah, you said.
That sounds like
it's a
somebody.
quote, nail in the coffin. You said artificial intelligence is a nail in the coffin.
Okay, but actually, you don't have to read that because I'm sitting here right next to you.
No, I'm just saying. I know. I want to make sure.
I can actually.
No,
speak.
I want to make sure I have
can
the quote.
speak. Forget the quote.
And I'm looking
I don't care
for-
what the quote is. I am here in person.
No,
so
I
ask
understand
me
that.
about AI.
But
No.
you just said, did I say that? And I wanted to get the reference to where you said it because I want to
Where
be
did I say it?
accurate.
Yeah.
Okay. So it was something that you
journalist in
tweeted.
you coming out.
No,
That's- there you
that
go.
was you tweeted that. You said prophecy when AI perfects deep fakes of people, blah 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 blah, and that's when you went on to say that.
And I said nail in the coffin?
Yeah, I think you said nail. Yeah, deep fakes. Believe that deep fakes were already news is faked, blah blah blah. But there is, yeah, coffin for the internet. Coffin for the internet.
Yeah, so right now, there is, I mean, who would have guessed this 20 years ago? Right now, there's content on the internet that is true
Yeah.
and content that is purposefully false.
Right.
All right. I have, I think, a good way to assess what is true and what is false. First, you check your bias at the door, look at sources,
Right.
look at verification of sources, make sure the sources are not just repeated multiple times, so you have 10 different websites, but they're all quoting the same information, the source of information. So the fact that there's 10 websites doesn't make it 10 times as true. So you have to buffer against all of this.
Right.
All right.
Right.
Until now, there are people who believed the fake news as true.
Until now, people still do.
Hold on. Okay, until the near future. There are people who believe fake news as true.
Right.
Yes, the Democrats are eating babies in the basement of the pizza shop
Right.
in Washington, D.C. When AI becomes so good at creating deep fakes, even the people who believe the fake news will no longer believe that the fake news is true.
Right.
Because the risk of this fake news being faked is so high that the entire internet will lose its integrity. And it will be buried under the weight of its own
Wow.
of its own falsities, of its own, and that,
Inability to check itself and to.
correct, because there are people just putting fake information on there because AI can do it. AI can do it like this. At first it was a fake voice and a fake image, fake video, and someone sampled 2 minutes of my voice and
Yeah.
wrote it to say something. It sounded just like me.
Yeah.
However, I'm way more literate than what that person wrote to have AI speak. So I knew it wasn't me. So you might need other, because all I was doing is sampling my voice, not my literacy, not my education level.
Okay, but then what do we do then? Because most people.
It's the end of the internet. Tombstone. Internet.
You think so?
1992 to 2026.
It's the end of the internet. Then where does information and facts come from? Because everyone.
Books!
Everyone.
And
But we're
people.
going back to books.
Maybe.
Because everyone turns to the internet for information. You want information, you just put it, a Google search or a.
People will recover in the timeline of knowledge. They will recover the true value of an expert.
Really?
I think that's my prediction. Think about it. You don't fix your own plumbing. You hire a plumber who
Right.
has that expertise.
Right.
You don't say, well, I have a conspiracy theory that the plumbers are trying to do it, and I don't trust the plumber. They say they're an expert, but no, you hire the plumber. You hire someone to fix your car who's an expert at fixing your car. When we're going to tell you that humans are warming the planet catastrophically, and it's going to flood the coastlines, you're going to say, oh, I don't choose to not believe that because my political platform doesn't. Excuse me? Well, I found an internet site that says it's all. And so once all of that has turned to rubbish, All you have are the experts.
You know what it reminds me of when you were saying that? And I think
One other thing. Listen, if you want to think Earth is hollow,
yeah,
you just type hollow Earth.
hollow Earth.
And it'll connect you to everyone else who thinks Earth is hollow.
Right.
And it'll give you a false sense that that's real.
Right, because so many people.
Because
there's
so
a
many people.
community that believes it.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
a community for everything.
Correct.
But
and testimony.
yeah,
Oh my gosh, watch. Testimony. What is that? I could show you a bar chart of why the product works on my commercial, but I'm not. I'm gonna get a person to say, this is the best product I've ever used, and you're gonna listen to that person and knock the bar chart.
right.
So you go by and there's a YouTube video and it says, all the experts want you to think this, but I know the truth. That is irresistible. You're saying, oh my gosh, this person is looking out for me, and these experts have their own, and there's a whole thousands of experts that don't know what they're talking about, and this person does. That is so irresistible.
Okay.
It's clickbait. And that will all go away once the deep fakes destroy the
I hope
internet.
you're right about that, because
AI will kill the internet.
I kind of hope you're right about
No, not AI. People using AI in these nefarious ways will kill the
Two
internet.
things.
Yes.
It reminds me of my grandmother and what older people used to say when they would say, "Child, I don't know what to believe," right? And that's what people are going to do. The other thing is, it sounds like you're saying free speech could be the collapse of information or the internet.
No, failed education system.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense because people have conspiracy theories about climate change. They don't believe that it's real. They believe the people who are telling them that it's not real, rather than what the bar chart says about the difference in climate.
Yeah, and what all conspiracy theorists have in common is that there's some bit of information that's missing that they gap with what they presume is either information withheld from them, or they gap it by saying that an establishment is lying to them. And in that way, they continue to believe whatever the hell they want.
Wait, say that again. Say it again.
Every conspiracy theory, the anatomy of a conspiracy theory is there's a gap in the knowledge base between here and there. And in order to bridge that gap, they have to do one of two things. They have to say, they have the answer, they're just not telling you. Or whatever they're telling you is false. That way they get to believe whatever the hell they want.
But doesn't there have to be an impetus, someone who is triggering them to say, you know what, that's not right, I'm right, or...
If you dig those people up, they will connect dots in ways that, as I said earlier, is something very deeply within us.
But coincidence is not,
within.
what does it say, coincidence is not causality or something?
Yeah, it turns out most coincidences are causal.
They
Are causal. We just don't talk about them. Okay, if you lean on a table and it collapses, you don't say, "Oh, coincidence is not causation." That was a coincidence. That was causation, right? Most things that happen in this world, the coincidence is causal for most things. But always remember that if there's something that's odd or different or not expected, then you have to dig a little deeper and ask, is there causal or is it just a coincidence?
Okay.
And you know there are people who walk around among us who say, there's no such thing as coincidences.
There is.
Of course, statistically. Oh, and I'm sorry, you got a lot of stuff that you got to get through.
No,
But
I
I got to
don't.
put this out here. Another chapter in this book, another chapter is called Risk and Reward. And you know what? Our brain is not wired for thinking statistically about the world or probabilistically. It's just not.
Yeah.
And there's an entire industry that has risen up to exploit that fact, and they're called casinos. There are people betting in the roulette table 7, like multiple times. I say, why are you betting 7 so many times? It's due. How do you know it's due? They show the previous rolls, and it's not there in the casino.
Right.
Okay? It's due. I said, no, it's not due. Every roll is independent of the other. They can't wrap their head around this. The physics community was invited to have its annual meeting, the American Physical Society, to have its annual meeting in Vegas after there was a hotel snafu in San Diego. They went to the MGM Grand, back then MGM Arena. Thousands of physicists. The end of the week, headline, physicist in town, lowest casino take ever. They've told to never be invited back to the city. It's not that we knew the angles on the betting, we just didn't bet.
Yeah.
Because we knew better.
Right.
Now, grant me one conspiracy theory. Grant me one right now. Say, I grant you one. Say it.
Well, I grant you one conspiracy theory.
I grant you
I
one.
grant you. Oh, I grant you one conspiracy theory.
Okay, here it is. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. I looked at this. Do you know where state lottery revenue goes?
It's supposed to go to the education
System. Okay. So I looked at the education system, K through 12.
Yeah.
Nowhere is probability and statistics required in the curriculum. No, there's an elective as a senior, there's an AP class, but it is nowhere. So because if it were, no one would play the lottery and they wouldn't get the tax revenue.
So I should get rid of I have a lottery thing on my cell phone. Get rid of it.
No.
Actually, I don't like to gamble. I don't like to bet. I just think it's
I'm just letting you know that there are entire industries that are exploiting most people's ignorance. And it's been said, but it's very harsh. It says, lotto is a tax on all the people who didn't do well in mathematics.
Okay. When we were talking about this interview, they said, Neil, you're going to need notes because these are just topics that I want to cover, by the way. I just want to make sure that I get to these topics. So can you settle it for us? Can you settle this for us when it comes to climate change? Get the conspiracy theories, what's real and what's not as it relates to climate change.
Humans are warming the planet catastrophically.
Boom. That's it. You hear what he said? That's it.
But I mean, by the way, why do I know that?
Yeah.
Because I read journals of climate scientists and I look at their conclusions. It's not because I've done the research. It's not the research, the first-hand research. I see what scientists are doing because I know what science is and how and why it works. If there were a couple of scientists that had a result that was not verified, the press will jump all over it and say, oh, here's a new result, and that's it. No. Science only becomes objectively true after it's been verified, and that's our checks and balances to prevent the bias of a scientist from working its way into their results. And we look at all these ways, and then I see this, and I say, oh my gosh, from in multiple branches of science are all pointing to the same results here, that the CO2 in the atmosphere, which traps heat from the sun after it comes off the Earth's surface, is warming the planet. We've had the warmest years ever in recent years. Oh, there's an interesting little thing just this past year. There's an interesting little fact.
About the highest temperature.
The highest temperature jump ever.
It's 38 degrees.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it turns out that highest temperature jump came about in part because the anti-pollution campaign has been so successful. Because you know what's happened.
Right.
When there's pollution in the air, these are the aerosols that can reflect sunlight back into space.
Yeah, this is the one that we're talking about. This is a journalist in me. March 18th, 2022, scientists at the Concordia Research Station in East Antarctica Plateau documented a remarkable event. It was the highest day experience, 38.5 degrees Celsius.
In Antarctica.
In Antarctica.
That's crazy warm for Antarctica.
Yeah.
That's like melting warm temperatures. Do you realize if the ice sheets in Antarctica and the ice sheets in Greenland melted back into the ocean, the sea levels will rise to the level of the Statue of Liberty's left elbow.
Wow.
Flooding all coasts. By the way, and cities, the greatest cities in the world, they're all on the water's edge.
Yeah.
Historically.
All right, so you've settled it, the science. We've settled it.
I didn't settle. The science settled it.
Well, I want you to say, you settled it on this show. Can you grant it on this show that it's settled? Grant me that. Can you bless it?
I'm communicating to you that the work of climate scientists, their life's work, has arrived at a conclusion that some people in this world are in denial of. Yeah. And that will not bode well for the future of civilization.
Okay, well, let's talk about space.
Sure.
Right? Let's talk about space, the final frontier.
Perhaps. The next frontier.
The next frontier. That's what I was going to ask you.
So
listen, it's in the hands of two people, really, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, right? And it's all privatized. Are you okay with that? Are you cool with it? Because it used to be NASA.
Pause. Wait, stop. first. You left out Richard Branson.
Okay, well, Richard Branson.
Okay, wait, and you left out NASA. NASA is going to the moon with the Artemis mission.
But isn't that in conjunction with these private folks?
On occasion,
Yeah.
but not specifically, not that mission specifically, but they're private enterprise. By the way, NASA has been engaged with private enterprise from the beginning. From the beginning. The LEM that landed on the moon was designed and built here in Bethpage, Long Island. We're recording this in New York City. Long Island, Bethpage, Grumman Aerospace. Their people still walk proud down the street. Their aunt or uncle worked on that project back in the Apollo era. So the difference is it was all tax-based funded. So that's why the rocket didn't say Grumman on it. It just said NASA or USA.
Right.
All right. The moment a private enterprise takes initiative, then they get to slap their own name on it. And yes, this should have been happening decades ago.
You think that you are okay with it? You like that private enterprise?
I don't see any downside to it, whatsoever.
When you say,
and by the way, the private enterprise, they're not leading the frontier. Just think about it. I remember seeing the headlines when Elon Musk took cargo to the space station. New frontier opens up in the space. What's the future? What role will NASA have? Excuse me? They took cargo to the space station, which NASA had been doing for 20 years. But now you offload it. The same way the post office does not have their own jets. You rent space in the belly of Delta Airlines. Let the commercial carrier do it. They'll do it for cheaper and reliably and efficiently. You pick it up on the other side. This is a long tradition in this country.
how long before there are trips?
They're already trips.
No, but I mean for private citizens where we're
They're
going
already.
to visit.
It's already happening. You got
know
$20
what I
million. You can go.
That's not.
Wait, you want to go
So,
somewhere,
again,
or do you want to go to the
that's
moon?
what I mean.
Do you
20
want to go to the
million.
moon and Mars, or say people say you want to go into space? Do you want to go into space? And I say, depends what you mean by space. If you mean going up and down, which is what Bezos and Branson do,
Right.
to me that's not space.
The edge of space. Not really.
Well, do you know how far that is? I'll tell you. If Earth were a schoolroom globe, Bezos and Branson, in their trips, go the thickness of 2 dimes above the surface of a schoolroom globe. I'm an astrophysicist. I can't call that space. I'm sorry. Then Elon Musk, he actually goes orbital. Okay? So these folks that go up and down, they get 4 minutes of weightlessness. Elon goes orbital. You're weightless the entire time for however many orbits you want. Orbit takes about an hour and a half. You know how high up that is? That's a centimeter above Earth's surface, if Earth were the size of a schoolroom globe. So as an astrophysicist, you want to put me in a space, give me a destination. Moon, Mars, the beyond. I don't want to boldly go where hundreds had gone before. Don't look at me like that. Look at how he's looking at me.
I'm wondering how long before do you think that happens, where we are visiting other planets on a normal basis where the average person can do it?
Well, the Artemis mission is attempting to return to the moon. We've already sent an uncrewed mission there. The next one is going to take a crew to the moon, orbit, and come back. The third one, Artemis 3, is going to go to the moon and land and pitch tent. And the South Pole, all evidence points that there might be repositories of water there, which is good because then you don't have to haul water. And water, if you separate the hydrogen and oxygen, that's rocket fuel at that point, because when it comes back together, it's highly exothermic, right? So that's in a couple of years, and it's still expensive to go into space. Elon says he wants, colonies on Mars. I don't think that's going to happen as quickly as he thinks, because you need motivation to do it. It's not that we can't or don't know how. Somebody's got to write the check. So the VC meeting with Elon, I want to go to Mars. And they said, well, how much will it cost? Maybe $1 trillion. Is it dangerous? Yes. Will people die? Probably. What's the return on that investment? Well, there isn't really one. It's a 5-minute meeting. So the government will do it. You know how we'll do it? You know how we'll go to Mars? And say, all that has to happen, China just has to leak a memo. It doesn't have to be a true memo. Just leak a memo that they want to put military bases on Mars.
Boom, we're on Mars.
We're on Mars in 10 months.
This is my last question.
Last question? We just began.
No.
What do you mean last question?
No, this.
Okay, go.
This is my last question to you. What are the odds? You don't believe in odds, right? that there
No,
is...
probability is a real thing.
Okay, probability, that there is another sort of solar system like ours, another planet like Earth, another living beings similar to human beings on Earth.
I think, given the diversity of life on Earth in this one experiment that we know of, and other than the branch in the tree of life known as the great apes, that would include us and gorillas and chimpanzees, we're very similar to one another. We have all the same bones and muscles and this sort of thing. That's a very narrow part of the entire tree of life. To suggest, and by the way, if anything could have happened to snip that branch in the tree of life and we'd have no apes at all. There could have been a turn of events that could have taken us out. And so to suggest that on another planet, whatever life does is going to have a humanoid anything, I think is unrealistic. If being humanoid was so likely, then it would have happened multiple times in the tree of life, and it's happened only once. So I think what's more likely is we'll find a planet that has bacteria. We have bacteria on Earth for billions of years.
Yeah.
Billions of years. Just bacteria. Single-celled life. Single-celled life. You want to bet on something? Bet on single-celled life.
What we have here is precious and unique.
What we call intelligent life, manifested by the great apes and other big-brained creatures, may be unique because Earth is full of other life forms that has none of that. But what's to stop another planet from having a branch in its tree of life that looks nothing like us, but is supremely intelligent relative to us? That their intelligence to us might make us look like worms to them. Worms to us or we to them, right? The audacity of us to say, let's search for other intelligent life in the universe. That implies we're intelligent. You know what will happen? Alien will come and say, oh, I heard there's interesting biodiversity on Earth. They go to their travel catalog. Let's go visit Earth. And they say, oh, there's this one species there. We hear they're dominant. They're called humans. Let's check them out. Are they all the same species? And they come down and say, wait a minute. They've drawn artificial lines in their continents, and you can't cross unless you have papers, and people are killing one another because they worship different gods or no gods, or they have different skin color, or they sleep with different people, or they have different culture. They're harming one another? Is that really what's happening down there on this planet that looks so beautiful from space? What's going on? So I think those aliens will rush back home and report that there's no sign of intelligent life on Earth.
Thank you. You're amazing. Thank you so much, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time. I'm joined now by, I have this whole introduction, I'm not going to do it, my friend Whoopi Goldberg. She's, she's an EGOT, yeah. She's the host of The View. Whoopi, I love you, you know that, right?
I do.
Whoopi, how you doing?
I'm good.
You look amazing.
Thank you.
What happened?
I lost a poop load of weight.
A human being.
2. Or 1.5 human beings. Yeah. I had issues with my lower back a couple years ago, and it got worse, progressively worse. And then they gave me all these, they did an operation, they fixed it, but it just wasn't doing what I needed it to do. So they started giving me steroids. And over the course of almost 2 years, I was probably weighed 300, close to 300 pounds, and I did till. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you said you've lost it, and you're not ashamed of the weight.
No,
What helped you?
Manjaro. It never would have happened without that.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
people shouldn't be shaming people who do Manjaro or Ozempic or any weight loss
Listen,
drug, right?
people do what they need to do.
Right.
So I have to, stay out of people's business. Let them do what they need to do for what they need.
I asked my doctor about it, and my doctor said it's not a new drug. It's an old drug
Yeah, yeah.
that we found out has,
All this
side effects,
potential.
positive side effects
Yeah.
for other things. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how they figured
Yeah.
out Viagra. It was meant for something else, right?
Clearly. But it makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Let's talk about what we're here to talk about, and that's your book, Bits
Yeah.
and Pieces, Whoopi. I'm so proud of this book. I love it.
Thank you.
And I can relate to it because I've had loss in my life. As you know, my sister died recently, and
Yeah.
that was really, really tough
Yeah.
on me.
Yeah.
And when you were writing this, I know when I was writing my book, the grief all comes back.
See, I was having a hard time because I thought I was supposed to be feeling something, some type of way that I just never felt. And then a couple weeks ago, I discovered why it wasn't happening. It's because there was nothing left unsaid.
Really?
Yeah, nothing from my brother and I,
And your
or my
mom.
mother and I.
Really?
Nothing. So I kept waiting for it, and I get bouts of where, a piece of music will bring me to tears or something, but that grief that sits on your neck and knocks you down, and you just eat yourself. And I didn't have any of that because it was always a known factor that before we got off the phone, I'd make sure she knew how I felt.
I'm glad you said that because that is honestly my worst fear, is losing my mom.
Yeah.
Because every single day I talk to her, she texts me. That's the first text when I get up in the morning.
Yeah.
She says, "Hey, my handsome baby, what are you doing today? How are you?" And then I respond back to her, and I can't imagine not getting that text.
Will she let you do FaceTime with her?
Yes,
Do FaceTime.
I do FaceTime.
Really important.
Yeah.
Like almost on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Almost on a daily basis, yeah. Because my brother, I'd sent my brother a phone and I said, see if we can talk Ma into doing FaceTime. She's like, no, I don't want to be bothered with that. I'm not interested in that. I'm happy to be on the phone. And so she saw it. And then she could see me and I could see her. And it was like, oh, this is nice. And so I have bits and pieces of her from when my brother was trying to set the phone up. And he's standing and he says, okay, Ma, wave at Karen. And she goes, hello. So I have that, But all the other things, I always told her because to me she was really the foundation for me. So, and losing my brother, because it was just the three of us, my mom, my brother, and me. So all the repository knowledge went with him. It was in his head. It was all in his head.
Not in yours.
Not in mine.
My sister's like that.
Yeah.
And it's just me, my mom, and my sister now.
Yeah.
And very close. But it's just, we have a small family,
Yeah.
so I can relate to that.
Yeah.
By the way, when I text, when I FaceTime my mom, sometimes her face is like half
Right,
of her
yeah.
head and whatever, because she doesn't quite know how to do it.
Yeah.
Is that where Bits and Pieces, the name of the book came from? You have Bits and Pieces of your mom?
No, it came from bits and pieces of memory. Because I can't tell you the year things happened. I only know that they did.
Yeah.
And so I would be able to say to him, hey, do you remember this, or is this something I dreamed up? And he said, no, you wish you dreamed it up, but it actually did happen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You said, I didn't know anything about feeling lost until after she died, meaning your mother. This is
Yeah.
from Bits and Pieces on page 198. I wouldn't call it a crippling grief because it doesn't have a grip on me. It is more of a grief that stays way down in my toes. It doesn't feel dark. It's kind of a fog or numbness. I can't figure out what I'm supposed to feel now. I'm not raving angry, but I resent the fact that my mom and Clyde aren't here anymore.
Yeah.
And so when it comes up through your toes, it's just in certain moments when you hear a piece of music or something.
Well, yeah, I was recently spent some time with Anderson Cooper with on his grief podcast, and he played a piece of music that I talked about in the book, that of hearing my mother's, because my mom used to sing around the house, and he played it, and I'm sitting there, and you know the tears are coming, and I look up, and he's crying too. It's because it's Tony Bennett, and he just left, and
Right.
you know my mom loved it. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing.
Anderson lost his brother.
Yes.
Like you, and he
Yes.
recently
And
lost his mother
his
as
mom,
well.
yeah.
So he can relate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand that because sometimes, you know, my now husband will say, you just keep moving, like what's going on with you? And then in the middle of the night, I'll think of my sister, and then
It comes up. Yeah.
it comes, and I'll wake up crying, and then he's the only one who sees that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it comes up. What's your favorite memory from the book? You have your favorite memories that you?
Oh yeah. Listen, my favorite memory is that I can still see. There are actually two. One is I talk about my mother and my brother and I going to Rockaway Beach, which, as I remember, used to have a tunnel before you got into Rockaway, the park. And I don't know what happened, but my brother gets through the tunnel, and my mother gets through the tunnel. Now, the tunnel is constantly, slowly going around, so you have to kind of walk so that you don't fall. And my mother was not thinking that, and then she fell in the thing. And she was laughing so hard that when we tried to go get her, we fell. And then now there are three of us trying to get up, but every time we try to get up, you dissolve into laughter. That was the crazy. And I just remember them having to turn the tunnel off so we could get out because nobody could move. It was just too gone. And talking about, you know, all of the women who graced my world when my brother passed, because we did a couple of different memorials for him. And at every memorial, 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 women would come up and go, you know, my Clyde and I, we're gonna get together, we're gonna move in together. And it's like, and it got to the point where my daughter said, why do you think this lady's walking up to us? I say, you know why she's walking up to us. That's it.
Clive had that many women?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna show you his visual, and then you'll see why. And, you know, you just thought, my God, how busy were you? Well, I'm shocked that I don't have more nephews or nieces. This is when he was talking to her, telling her to wave. So I took a picture of the video. So he's got the camera and the phone, and he's saying, you know, he's shooting this little movie. And I have one of him as well.
He is fine.
Yeah. Apparently. Apparently. But, you know, he was a really great guy. Like, he would, you know, you were the only person he was talking to.
You said nothing was left unsaid, right? Mm-hmm. I wish I had that. Because when 2 days before my sister passed, something was saying, call your sister, call your sister. Mm-hmm. And I got busy with work. Mm-hmm. And I said, Mom, I'm going to call her this weekend. And I didn't call her. Yeah. And I don't think I'll ever forgive myself for that.
Well, you have to, because that isn't something, it's not like you knew what was coming and didn't call. It's not like you knew what was happening. Yeah. You know. I would have loved to have been on the phone with my brother while he was driving in California and say, hey, listen, you got a headache? You should probably go to the doctor or something. Because my mom died from an aneurysm as well. My brother did too. Mm. So, you know, I would have said, hey, maybe you should check that out, you know. But knowing him, he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have checked it out. And, you know, it would have happened anyway.
You're smiling when you talk about this.
Oh, yeah.
Does the humor help?
No, it just is funny because we're hard-headed. You know, we're hard-headed. Your instincts tell you things, but it doesn't tell you how to get out of what you have to do at the same time as telling you to do something else. Yeah. You know, yeah, I wish it had been different, but it wasn't. But I'm okay because there was no doubt in his mind about how I felt.
This is going to sound like a weird question.
Maybe.
But So the day your mom passed, right, or on the day your brother passed, did you feel? People say they've never felt more alone than when they're. They said it's a feeling that you don't know. And when my sister passed, I know that feeling was because that was my big sister. Right? But when your mom passes, do you feel lost or lonely or?
I do feel lost because I'm just not used to not having them, and I'm one of three. I'm three. I'm number three
You're
of
number three of three.
So I miss that. But I also know that this is part of what life is. Yeah. This is going to happen to everyone.
You made me think about it when you said you wanted three, because in my book that I wrote before, I wrote about going to my sister's funeral. I'm driving. My mom is sitting in the passenger seat. My sister's in the back seat, but there was one person behind me because that was how we filled up our car. We had two in the back and two in the front.
Yeah. And
then going to her funeral, we got stuck in traffic, and we were an hour late for my sister's funeral. And we were just sitting in the car, and I said, you know what? We were supposed to slow down, and so why don't we sit here and talk about her and talk about everything? Do you remember going over this bridge, and we just talked, and we got to the funeral, like, that's okay.
Yeah.
She ain't going nowhere.
See, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's really us.
Yeah.
It's the ones that have been left behind that are sort of out of sorts with it, because as much as we know that this is going to happen to everyone, you never really prepared for it, which is why I say, whatever changes you make in your life, include the fact that to those people you love, you always let them know. You just always have to let them know.
Do you believe in an afterlife? And I'm going to ask you, do you believe you'll see them again?
Oh, yeah.
You do?
I see them now.
You do?
Yeah.
You talk to them?
I talk to them. I laugh with them mostly because they do stuff in my house. And I know who it is by what is being done. Things get moved. You know that you put your glass here. I saw you put it there. Everybody saw you put it on the table. You come back and it's gone. And you say, okay, you let somebody know where it is. And suddenly somebody will say, oh, it's in the living room. The glass is in the living room. It's like, okay, Clyde. Okay, yeah.
You're something else, Wolfie.
Well, listen, we are really lucky, Don. We have loved ones. Not everybody's so lucky. And we have people who we loved, who loved us back. Some people, they don't get any of that, So I always hope that when I say to people, the person that loved you, that's the person you need to always connect to. Stay connected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to bring my mom up because she won't. She's getting older. She hates getting on an airplane.
Well, then put her on a bus.
And you know how that is because you hate getting on airplanes.
I do, but
You talk about when you say someone you're connected to. My mom, growing up, I knew, that I had the secret, right, about, and I just got married, but
right.
I don't know if she said she didn't have an idea, but I think she did growing up, and she never treated me any differently. When you talk about your mom and your experience with dyslexia, you did not know that you had it for a while.
No.
But when you figured it out, she didn't treat you any different. She started reading. She would read fairy tales to you.
Yeah. It's why I'm such a big fan of audiobooks, because I love being told a story. It just makes me happy. And so I don't watch TV. I listen to the books, and that gets me where I need to go.
That's how I sleep at night. I go to sleep listening to either a podcast or a book or something, or just a radio. I'll go on to Sirius Satellite and I get an old-time radio station and listen to it. Yeah.
I like that.
So she knew you had dyslexia. And when
She
did you
didn't
figure
know
it
what
out?
it was.
She didn't know what it was.
None of us knew what it was because there was no word for it. There was no language for what was wrong with me.
She said you just learned differently.
You learn differently. Because it was clear that I certainly was learning because I could tell her what we had done, what the work was, and what I had to figure out all all of it except for the math of it. I hate math. So, I mean, math is a wonderful thing, but it's not good for me. So you know, they would say to her, well, she's just being lazy. She's not trying.
Applying herself.
She's not applying herself.
Yeah.
And my mother said, no, I think she is. I think there's something else happening. But they, you know, they had no words. They didn't know what to look for. You just said, I just see things differently.
When did you figure it out?
Probably when I was 14 or 15.
You did?
Yeah.
Did you get the glasses or anything, or you just
No,
knowing
no.
what it was?
No, my mom met someone at school, and they would talk about their kids. And my mother said, you know, my daughter is told she's lazy, but she's not. She just, you know, she just seems to learn differently. And the man said, differently how? And they started talking. He said, I'd like to meet your daughter. It's like, okay. And he said, write down what you see. I'm going to write stuff on the board. You write down what you see, and I did. He said, okay, so that's an A. So whenever you see that, that's an A. Like, oh, okay. And then that's how I learned the alphabet. It didn't make it easier for me to read. It just helped me understand that there are words and stuff.
But it was a light switch, at least.
It was a lot of a light switch.
When your mom, I wonder what the effect on you was when your mom, because she had an emotional breakdown, right?
She had a nervous breakdown. That's a very nice way to put it. She had a
nervous breakdown. But that's what we used to call it back in the day, a nervous breakdown.
Yeah.
And how did that affect you?
Well, it taught me that things happen on the drop of a hat, that nothing is secure, that, you know, you have to always know how to get through life. You're going to have to learn this because there are going to be times when things are going to disappear and you're going to be left going, okay, what do I do now? So that was good for me.
How old were you?
Probably 7 or 8.
Really? And then she had electroshock therapy. You said you'll never forgive your grandfather and your dad for allowing that to happen.
Yeah. Or any man who thought that was a good idea without having first experienced it.
When I read that, I know when I read that, I was like, now I know why Whoopi feels the way she feels about a woman's right, because they took her right away from her.
Yeah.
And 2 men deciding that she should have electroshock
that she should
therapy.
have electroshock therapy.
And she couldn't remember you after it.
Well, she did not, no, but Clyde and I did not know that. We had no idea she didn't know who we were. We didn't know, and had no idea for maybe 35 years that, because she never let on. And
wait, she never let on?
She never let on. She did this by herself. She walked this path by herself. When she came home, so here's what happened. I said to her once, we were in Malibu, and I said, you know, Ma, I have to tell you thank you, because I know this wasn't the plan, but your illness sort of made the world very clear to me. And I think it was good for me to know that things can change like that you always have to be ready should a shift happen. And I said, you're going away for those 2 years is what did it for me. And it really sort of focused me. And she said, can I tell you a secret? And you know, when anybody says, can I tell you a secret, you know, something is coming. And she said to Clyde and I had no idea who you kids were when they brought me back. She said, I was so happy to be out of that place that if they said the sky was orange and I looked up and it was blue, I was going to say it was orange. Because I knew I never, ever, ever wanted to go back to a doctor's office. And she never did. She never went back to a doctor's office. But
she pretended to know who she was?
She pretended that she remembered everything. And she said she learned everything from us, from Clyde and I, including our names.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's an extraordinary woman.
She was an extraordinary woman. Yeah.
Did any of it ever come back to her before? None of it ever came back. She didn't remember anything before the electroshock.
I don't think so, because by the time we were talking about stuff, it was, there wasn't much that she didn't know that we hadn't somehow, that she hadn't figured out, or someone had sort of led her in the direction. It was just crazy. But she, and the thing that broke my heart was, I thought, Ma, you went through this by yourself. You never told anybody. And if I hadn't said to her, this really shifted my life around, I never would have heard it. She never would have told us.
Do you feel that it changed her love? Do you think I guess she loved you, but she couldn't remember. Did she have to learn to love you? I guess that's a better question. She had to learn or relearn.
Yeah. And I could not have been easy because but she chose to love me anyway.
That's extraordinary.
Yeah.
You said, for those of us who have lost our mom, our grief is going to be different from one another's. A lot of folks might go into a deep mourning right after losing their mom. For some of us, it takes a while to feel it. An anomaly about me is that it took a long time for her loss to really set in on me. I put the grief in a compartment because I am an efficient person. I know what you mean by that. I wanted to get shit done, do what needed to happen, and get through it. But that's how it works. I compartmentalize stuff. You do that because you have to.
Yeah.
You have no choice.
Well, it's just a lot. Now people want you to be able to function like a robot in a way. They want you to remember everything. I don't remember everything, and I'm not gonna pretend like I do. And if you walk up on me and I don't remember, it's not because I'm being disrespectful to you. It's just because there's a lot in the computer right now, and you gotta help me figure out what you want me to get.
Whoopi, I can't remember shit.
No.
I'm like, really? People say, you remember you did this to me in high school? And I'm like, no, I don't remember that. Come on, Don. I'm like, no, I don't remember that.
No.
I don't remember it.
Because high school, it's like when people come up and say lines from my movies, and they look at me and go, and I go, I don't know what that is. And they say, you said this in the movie, and I was like, oh, so it's the thing of, I don't watch my movies like that. So I don't have, a thing that allows me to remember all these great lines.
A movie diary, right? That you keep.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because as we were preparing for this, as I was doing this, I was talking about. I said because sometimes I'll send you a screenshot of me watching your movie.
Yes.
It's you and Alec Baldwin. Every weekend I turn on the TV and I'll flip through some movie channel and I'm like, it's either Whoopi or Alec. You guys are in everything.
I feel like I should be spending money like I was in everything.
I saw Soap Dish, my favorite.
It is.
I love one of my favorites.
One
I
of
should
my
say.
favorites.
And the
also.
cast is fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't know any lines from it, so I'm not going to go.
Thank you.
But do you think when you talk about your mom not remembering you and all of those things and all of the movies that you've been in, you had such success. Do you think, and the losses, did that help to contribute to the drug use? What was?
Oh, honey, those are hundreds of
nothing to do.
miles apart.
Really?
Yeah, hundreds of miles apart. That's like 25, 30 years ago. And I included it in there just to talk about where I was headed
What meant
and
the
why.
stuff that happened to you as a kid? Like your mom having none of that stuff?
I got high because I wanted to. I was interested in all those things.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
Because people will say, I had this trauma, I had that trauma, and maybe it's real, but you just say, I got high because I wanted to.
Well, that was me. That has always been the case. And that will probably always be the case if I can figure out how to get high again. Because my lungs don't let me smoke.
You can't smoke?
No.
And you won't. How long did you have? You said you had an issue specifically, and you write about it. So I'm not asking her something, anything that she hasn't.
30 years.
You did?
I had issues 30 years ago because that 35 now.
But for how long did you?
Probably 3 or 4 years. Yeah. Just when you think of everything that you could have possibly tried. Yeah. And you get stupid for sometimes 6 months at a time, but every 20, 30 years. Like I had been straight as an arrow, didn't drink, didn't do anything, and then snapped. Said, okay, I'm gonna try this. Let's see what everybody's talking about. Woo. And then it was like, oh, okay, I've done this and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like the way it's making me feel, and it's irritating me now, so I need to stop. And that was really what it took. I was in a hotel room
You write about it
many
in the
years
book.
ago, yeah.
You said that you had this, what you call a slap in the face moment, where you were in a hotel room and you said you were sitting in a closet putting cocaine up your
yeah,
nose.
yeah.
And you didn't realize the maid came in. The
No,
housekeeping came
The
in.
housekeeping came in. She opened the closet door. I screamed, she screamed, we both screamed. And I thought, this is not good.
And you had
I'm sure.
coke all over your face. You said you
I'm
looked in the
sure.
mirror. You said she was staring at my face as I talk, and once she understood it was my room, she calmed down and left. I looked at myself in the mirror near the door and saw cocaine all over my face.
You know, and it's just like these are not the memories I want to carry with me.
Cold turkey? You quit then?
Well, I wasn't. Cold turkey is what you do when you're on real heavy drugs. I just had to stop doing what I was doing. It was really on me. Not like cigarettes.
Yeah.
Not like cigarettes. Cigarettes took more. But making a decision about, oh, this is not a good look. I don't like that I'm in a closet and I have a giant career. What am I doing? So I was like, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore.
And you stopped.
And I stopped. And I used to miss it. And then, 20, 30 years goes by and you think, all right, it was fine then,
But you can't smoke anymore? You can't do...
No.
You can't do weed? Can you do edibles?
I can do edibles, but I don't like edibles unless our company creates them, because then I know that the science is correct.
But for some reason, I can't really do edibles. I can, but I prefer now mushrooms.
Yeah.
I prefer to do mushrooms now.
Mushrooms are interesting. I think if you're ever thinking about doing something, just make sure you have an out for it. Because mushrooms are funny. They can do all kinds of things to your head, and you don't realize it for a while.
Yeah.
But that's why they do it now scientifically.
Yeah. Well, those I make sure I go to a legal place
Yeah.
and get mushrooms. So I never thought in a million years that I'd be talking to you about mushrooms and doing
Well,
weed. Do you have a weed company?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
You used to
for a
send me
long
CBD.
time.
I forgot. You would tell me when I had the back issues that
Yeah. Well, I didn't send it. I gave it.
You gave it. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, that's what you
You would
meant.
say.
Yeah. But you find the things that will help you and help you function, and I thought it would be drugs or something else, but no, it just is. It was too boring.
You don't strike me as someone who has an addictive personality.
No, but I make myself addicted. Like I have to have certain candy. Like I
Okay.
have to have that candy because that's the candy I'm addicted to.
Yeah.
And nothing else will do.
Yeah.
But what I am is really good about recognizing the balance. Do I want to do this knowing that this is all the things that follow it?
Yeah.
Or do I want to do this and maybe I'm not as, around, or maybe I'm not, but my life is more comfortable for me.
Do you ever get lonely?
I don't think so.
You know why I'm asking that? Because I just got married. And I
Yes.
remember before when you wrote the book about marriage was not
Right,
for
right,
you.
right.
I interviewed you then and we talked about it just personally. And I said, I don't think marriage is for me. I don't think marriage is for me.
Yeah. Well, I knew that you had no idea.
But you don't like people in your house.
I
You
don't.
like living alone.
I don't mind people in my house. The truth of the matter is, I am fundamentally a selfish person. And I've found that because I have a wonderful kid and a son-in-law and 3 grandkids and 1 great-grand, that I don't have time for a whole lot of other people coming into my life, because that's my kid and that's the family, and so hit and runs are great. I don't mind those, but you can't spend the night.
Hit and run. They still happen?
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know, and you have to give yourself permission because, you know, you have this whole line of words that are stacked up in your head about what you are if you say a hit and run is where you want to be and you don't want to be married. You know, oh, am I a whore? Am I this? Am I a terrible person because I don't want to be? And I never really thought about it. I just thought, well, I must be doing it wrong because other people seem to be able to have figured it out. And what I didn't realize was that I had figured it out. I just was surprised by the fact that I didn't really want it, but I liked to hit and run.
Yeah.
And my mother said, well, maybe you should just throw a party from now on, not get married anymore.
It is what it is. It's not for everybody.
No.
Yeah.
No.
It's
And you
not
have
for
to,
everybody.
you know, it requires a lot.
Yeah.
You have to really, it is really a give and take. And I'm in my life at this point, I don't really want that.
Yeah.
I want to, you know, see you when I see you and then you go.
You know, I neglected to say, I should have said this a while ago, when I'm flipping through, I also see you on Star Trek.
Yes.
And I had been I never knew this story, that how you got this, or it was Guinan, right? Is that the?
Guinan.
Guinan.
Yeah.
I never knew that you called Gene Roddenberry and said.
Well, no, it started with LeVar Burton, because LeVar came over to my house, we were having lunch. And I said, what are you up to? And he said, well, I just got this part in the new Star Trek. I said, ooh, tell them I want to be in it. And he said, really? I said, oh, yeah. I said, you don't understand. Nichelle Nichols was the very, very, very first stunningly beautiful black woman on network television, driving people crazy, to the point where, you know, down south they had to say, well, they can't have this interracial kiss. It's not done.
With her and William Shatner.
With her and Shatner.
Uhura and, yeah.
Yes. And so
Captain Kirk.
I said, so tell them if they find a space, I'd love to come in from time to time. A year goes by, and I run into him. I said, did you ever tell them? He said, I told them. They didn't believe me. I said, do you have give me somebody's number to call. So he gave me the number. I called Gene Roddenberry's office. I said, my name is Whoopi Goldberg. I would like to be on your show. I love Star Trek, huge fan. I love science fiction. And before your show, there was no idea that black people were going to live into the future. There was no film that had us in the future on the earth. It's all white people.
Yeah.
And
a week later, these are
Yeah.
things she writes about in the book.
Yeah.
She said, he said, let me go check.
yeah.
And then a week later,
Yeah.
he called you back and said, you're right, I couldn't find anything.
I couldn't
Come in,
find
I'm going to
anything.
write a
Yeah.
character. And you said yes.
And he did. He wrote, and she's based on Texas Guinan, who was a chanteuse and a woman who ran a great joint where she greeted customers by saying, hello, suckers. You know. So
You
I
know who
loved
else
her.
did that? You remember Diane Carroll?
Well, yeah.
She said she called up Aaron Spelling and said, I want to be the first black bitch on TV.
Yes. Because if you don't ask, you don't get.
That's a shame that you have to call and ask. I mean, but you do.
Well, you do, because
Yeah.
people, here's what we always have to remember. People don't know what you want. They don't know what you are interested in doing. They only know sort of stuff out here about you. Yeah. So when you call and say, no, I'm interested in this, and they say, okay, and then you do it, and then they say to you, I never thought you would come be part of this, because it's a TV show.
It was amazing, though. But you are groundbreaking.
But I'm actually not. I took my cues from all the folks that I saw on television when I was a kid. Yeah. Robert Redford was on Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
There were all of these people who did television because we all wanted to work.
Well, I watched Steve McQueen on, I forget, it was Wanted, Dead or Alive, or something like that.
Wanted, Dead or Alive, yeah. I mean, think about it.
Clint Eastwood was on something very similar.
Rawhide.
Rawhide.
Yes.
Oh!
Yes,
Yes. And you went from being a comedian to You went, no? You're an actress first? You were, and then a comedian?
I never actually became a
But
comedian.
Whoopi, I see you used to have the towel and the special with
but
the.
that's an
hair.
that's an actor.
Okay, all right.
They
And
didn't
now-
know they didn't know really what to call it.
Yeah.
Because I guess they weren't used to it.
But
Yeah.
then 17 years now, you have been a talk show host.
Yeah.
On the number one talk
17
show. It's been
years.
since 2007.
Wow.
And you put yourself when you're doing that. I know I used to do 2 hours of live TV
I know you
for
did.
5 days a week. And when you're out there live, sometimes things come out of your mouth and you're like, I want to pull that back. It is a tightrope out there.
Well, it didn't used to be, but it is now. It's become a tightrope. You know, you're having to deal with everybody's everything, you know. For years and years, people would say, well, why can't I tell this joke? It's like, because it's not funny. It's not funny. You know, so just find another way to make your point. You know, just do it differently.
Do you love it, doing The View?
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
You're going to hang around?
Oh, I got a contract. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
I love watching you on The View. I get news from The View, and I love the role that you're always the mediator, right? You're always to look for the common sense part of the conversation.
Is that what they call what they call in the conversation?
And the moderation. Whoopi, I love you. I appreciate the advice. I appreciate you being a mentor. I appreciate you understanding what happened to me better than anybody else. So thank you for that.
Thank you, and thank you for being Don Lemon.
Thank you for being my friend. And thank you for being Whoopi Goldberg. The book is called Bits and Pieces. Make sure you go buy my friend's book and read it. Thanks, Whoopi.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time.
My fear with media in this modern day is that we are disposable. That I had a relationship with this station for 14 years, and I found out I got fired on Twitter. I ain't mad at it, that's the game. And I don't want to wake up and be cut from the team and then be scrambling to figure out what's next in the midst of all these media companies collapsing as well. That's the other thing that played into this. Everybody's fucking downsizing. Everybody's letting people go, everybody's merging. So it's musical chairs on talent.
I started getting texts.
I gotta explain myself.
Why did Roy, man, I can't believe he said that about you. Like, what's going on?
It's because Don Lemon can't even accurately report a story about Don Lemon.
You know, jokes don't always land where you want them to. I was you know why I was disappointed? Because my mom loved you.
Mama Lemon, I'm sorry for the jokes I said about your son at the correspondence dinner 2 years ago, and I hope you let me come over for sweet potato pie.
I am joined now by one of the most influential comedians in the game today. His name is Roy Wood Jr. I like to call him Roy Wood Genius. He's a comedian, he's an author, he is an actor, and he's a former correspondent on The Daily Show. Thank you so much for being here.
Junius, you put that Southern shit on
Junius,
it. The
Roy Wood Junius. Look,
Roy
I
Junius.
can sit in club chairs. I'm not on CNN anymore. I can
This
hang
is
with
nice,
you. I
man.
know, I like it. And
This is nice.
You're not on The Daily Show. I'm going to start on a personal note.
Okay.
How does it feel to be, you were a correspondent, you were there for a long time, what, 8 years?
8 years, I made the whole run with Trevor.
How are you finding the post-Daily Show life? You like it?
Yeah, it's a different type of stress, though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I do know.
Because the stress I got to avoid is not having to consume all of the news.
Right.
I just need to know what's happening. But when you work at Daily Show, and you know this at CNN, you have to know what everybody is saying about the thing, which means you have to hoard in ungodly amounts of negativity.
Yeah.
And then figure out how to make that funny. And then you get to the show and they go, oh, well, we don't have time for that. Well, you just consumed an hour of sadness. And I'm watching all the channels at the Daily Show. So it's not just CNN and MSNBC. You getting deep in the woods on Newsmax.
Yeah.
News Nation and all of that.
OAN and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Al Jazeera America when they were still on the air. We used to watch, me and Ronnie Chang shared an office, and we would just sit there and just vacuum up the news. So not having to do that anymore for the sake of consumption for my job When you consume media just to be informed, it's a much lower dosage. So I feel better.
We're in the same place then. Because I would have to sit there. What we did was pretty similar, except you would do it with humor. So I would sit there with, 4, sometimes I had 6 monitors depending on what office I was using. When we moved from Columbus Circle, I think I had fewer televisions. At one point I had 6, 8 monitors, and you're like watching everything. You mute one, you turn one up, you mute one,
Yeah.
you whatever, and then you play one back on the, on the TiVo or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And it can be toxic.
It is toxic, and I think that that's a part of journalism that I don't think a lot of people talk about. And I think, I'm lucky because at The Daily Show, I can go up the hall and find somebody, and we can try and find an angle to laugh about it. But since leaving the show, my news consumption has gone down.
And you're more
I know
informed.
everything.
Oh, you feel more informed?
Yeah, but I also watch news from a lot more places where I would get news, where I have time, not only just news, but also get opinions, where I have time now to consume another POV on the issue, because it doesn't matter that this isn't going to necessarily be used on the show or not. Like at The Daily Show, I know that we are parodying a specific type of news and how news is presented. So it behooves me to consume news from that bucket. To drift over into the podcast world doesn't necessarily do me as much good, because we can't parody that. We can pull opinions from it, but the idea of parodying, like Jon Stewart had a great segment on a couple of weeks ago about how the news media is framing, was it framing Trump or was it framing Israel? I can't remember, but it was a critique of the media.
Yeah.
So you're only critiquing specific types of media. So if you're gonna have jokes in that bucket, you can only consume this. And there's only so many hours in a day, and God forbid I play a PlayStation or be a father or do something other than watch all the bad in the world all day. So now I feel not only more informed about what's happening, but also the spin on it and how things are being spun.
Well,
and that comes from the more independent people that are doing things.
Yeah, on streaming.
Correct.
Which is what independent media, and support independent media if you're watching, because it's really important, because you don't have the corporate overlord telling you, not necessarily telling you what to do, but as you said, when you work for Company A, you do things the way Company A does it. When you work for Company B, you do things the way Company B does it. As you do in The Daily Show, you have a particular product that you're selling, and you're parodying it in a certain way, and I think that happens even in the news media.
Yeah, and I mean, even more so when it's someone that has some degree of a corporate overlord, but they also have a bucket where they can kind of exist and do something a little bit more different. Like I would say, if you look at someone like, say, like Amanda Seales. I watch Amanda Seales' program a lot. She has a radio show. So you could say that's corporate overlord. But then she also has this thing over here where she does her own thing and delivers that opinion.
She don't hold back.
Yeah, and so for somebody like me, they're not gonna invite a person like that on the traditional media show. So for me, I like consuming media from multiple places, from multiple people, and I'm able to do more of that now because I don't have to focus so much of my consumption on one thing. Even a TikTok, like it's young TikTokers sitting in their car, spitting real shit about what's happening in the world. And that's as important to me as MSNBC.
But the thing is, for Amanda Seales, like they would bring her on, but only if it was, why would you say something like that? It would be a singular segment. They wouldn't have her on as a contributor that's on every single
come in and talk about this single thing today versus the broad spectrum of opinions of what's going on. And so for me, it's as important for me to watch and consume media from, say, someone like an Amanda Seales or Mark Lamont Hill. There's a young
Angela
woman,
Rye and Tiffany Cross.
Tiffany and them, and Andrew Gillum. Gillum and them.
Right.
So it's that, to me, is as important as watching the person that's at the shiny desk. I mean, there's a TikToker down in Louisiana named Bell Curve, is her name, Curve with a K. All she basically talk about is Louisiana politics. I love state and local shit. That's what I'm on.
Oh, I need that. You know I'm from Louisiana, right?
Oh, you need to follow this girl, because that girl be spitting some, she talk like she don't care if she get fired. And but that's
what you're supposed
immediacy.
to do.
Yeah.
That's what we need though now.
Well, you know what's funny? I came across her because she checked me and Trevor about some shit we said on the air one time.
For real.
And to me, that's where like criticism, like internet criticism, can be good in educating as well. I don't think all criticism is necessarily bad. Like we did I don't remember what the joke was, but it was the prison law thing, whatever. We made a joke that Louisiana's bringing back slavery, but it's really about prison. But we took it, for the sake of humor,
Right.
we took it to slavery land.
And she checked you.
She ain't like that shit. but she and I had a conversation about it, and so you start digging through all of her content. You go, wow, this is somebody who cares. And it's very hyper-specific, the stuff that she focuses on, but it all connects to a larger national conversation. I can't take a clip of her into a meeting at Daily Show and say, this is what we need to figure out how to, like, I need to find how her conversation that she's bringing is happening within the box that we parody. And then that's the joke. That's the field piece. Like, I could try and talk to her for a field piece, but that'll fucking take months. You know how long it takes to get a field piece out the door?
And so many resources, right?
It moves too fast.
So do you get, people always associate me with CNN, right? And probably that will be forever. I think people probably always associate you with The Daily Show.
Yeah.
Do you get tired of people saying, The Daily Show? Because you've moved on.
No, I take it as respect for the work that we did. I know you had Rainn Wilson on here on your program just recently, and Rainn was talking about how people still identify with The Office. I think my career took a turn with The Daily Show, where people stopped coming up to me and telling me I was funny. They would come up to me and tell me thank you, and that's a different type of connection with someone that they're always going to have and feel. And so,
why aren't you there anymore?
I didn't feel like the show, when I left, and this is before the Jon Stewart announcement, I didn't feel like there was a definitive plan for the host search, and it made me fearful about where I fit into the future of the show. Because if I don't fit as host, okay, cool. But then where do I fit in any other regard? And you can't answer that question until you answer the host question. So now, my fear with media in this modern day is that we are disposable as talent. We're very disposable.
Yeah.
One of the realest lessons I got 2 real lessons in media before I got to The Daily Show. One, when I got fired from my morning show in Birmingham, shout out to 95.7, No Hard Feelings. I found out I got fired on Twitter.
That's how I know you, by the way. I worked in Birmingham, Alabama, but go on.
So,
At WBRC at top.
Fox 6.
Yeah, Fox 6 News.
Yes. So, I booked a sitcom, and I told my program director I booked a sitcom, and I needed a little bit of time to do the show remotely, from LA. And this is before the idea of doing a show in the crib and all of that. They weren't having it, and it was just a clash of goals that I thought could be worked out because I had a relationship with the station for 14 years. And I found out I got fired on Twitter. I ain't mad at it, that's the game.
Yeah.
I was on TBS, we had a sitcom, Sullivan and Son. We got a season 4 renewal on a handshake. The same way we got the other renewals was on a handshake from the head of the network. Man shook our hand, told us we getting a season 4. A week later, he left the company.
Oh, man.
New dude that came in, he don't give a fuck about no handshake. All you bitches can go. This is when TBS canceled everything but Conan.
Yeah.
It's like 2013 or 14 or something like that. Those 2 moments in my career create this idea that at any moment, anybody can just chop your legs off. So what I need to be doing is moving into space where I'm being able to dictate what is next for me. And I'm not sure what is next for me here, so I need to make a choice that makes sure that I am in control of what is next.
Do you realize how parallel our lives are right now? I have my own production company. I'm an entrepreneur now. I'm not just talent depending on the next contract. Because before it was just like, okay, you're going to renew my deal. What are you going to do? And now it's like, you got to make payroll. You got to make sure that you get guests like you that are interesting. You got to make sure that you have the right questions. You know what I'm saying? That people want to tune in to. Also, I get everything that you're saying, and I know how this game is played. So was it your choice, or was it a combination? Did you ever think that they really were considering you to be the host of The Daily Show?
I felt like they were. And then I heard the Hassan Minhaj rumor that, that he was out. But I felt like at the time, back in the spring, when I got to guest host and I did the correspondence dinner, that I felt like I was legitimately in the conversation. And I felt that. So much so that on the other side of Hassan no longer being in the running, as it was reported, I didn't feel in the conversation then what I felt in the spring in terms of, oh yeah, we're considering you. Because now if Hassan's out and you go, well, am I in the mix? Well, we're still looking at different options. We're still figuring it all out. But we want you back as a correspondent. They make no bones about it. They wanted me back as a correspondent. Like, this wasn't no get the hell on. But I kept looking at, all right, well, how long can I be a correspondent and there's not a definitive structure around the show? How safe am I? And that was the fear. The fear was, this doesn't feel safe. Because if you get a new host tomorrow and they chop everybody's head off because they want their own correspondence, I'm gone.
You're gone. But let me ask you this. Because you say with Hassan, because everyone said Hassan, they thought Hassan was going to be the guy.
Correct.
And so did you think that you were number two? And if they said, if Hassan's gone, did you think that you were going to be it? And when they said, oh, we're not sure, and you're like, wait a minute.
I never thought that I was like next man up. I just knew that, oh, that's their guy. And I know that if I'm being Comedy Central, really not even Comedy Central, if I'm being Paramount at this point and I'm making a decision, Trevor grew the show globally larger than what it was under Jon Stewart. That's just statistics. That's not me hating. So if you have this man that has all this reach globally, I can see how Hassan was the guy. And let's just say, and keep in mind, all this is happening during the writer strike, so nobody's talking, because legally you can't talk. I can't talk to the network because we're not supposed to be talking right now. If Hassan's your dude,
I'm glad you said that, because people are like, well, why didn't you say something? You're like, I can't. I couldn't
say shit.
Contractually, you can't.
So if Hassan's your dude, if you come back after the writer's strike and go, hey, Roy, Hassan's the guy, but we want you to hang around for another year, like much in the same way that Jessica Williams stayed under Trevor, even though she started under Jon, and then Jessica stayed long enough to get everything in a familiar face from the old regime to help transition to the new regime, and then Jessica Williams went off to do her own things. That's a construct that works for me. That could be realistic. But once Hassan's no longer the guy, I can't even fathom that. So if Hassan's out, then the question becomes, well, what are you using to deduce?
As a metric of who you want, right?
What is the metric you're using to decide who the host would be? Because if I have the metric, I know whether or not I fit. And then from that, I know who does fit, and then I know whether or not I fit in with that person. And then I can make a decision on the next year of my life. As a father, who has to provide in New York City? This is just straight up, just on some, is this still a stable place to work in the long term when I know how cutthroat television can be? Daily Show's been my home, it's my family, those are all my friends. But then when it's time to, okay, if I stay here and then in the spring XYZ happens and I'm out, I'm gonna be mad at myself because I could have been using this time to figure out where I fit into this political ecosystem going into an election year.
And if they want you, they can find you. They know where to find you.
And you know where to find me. I've already proven in the spring that I could do the job. It wasn't beef, it wasn't hard feelings, but it's like, if there's ever a time for me to change up and do something different, it's a fucking election year. For my brand of comedy and what I do, this is the year. This is the Super Bowl. And I don't want to wake up and be cut from the team and then be scrambling to figure out what's next in the midst of all these media companies collapsing as well. That's the other thing that played into this. Everybody's fucking downsizing. Everybody's letting people go. Everybody's merging. So it's musical chairs on talent, my nigga, or you've got to figure out your own thing.
It's musical chairs for the people running the companies. They don't know, if with all this merging, you don't know from day to day or week to week who's going to be at the top, as you said, and who's going to be a rabbi or not, right?
Yeah, and so how long did it take you to get all this shit set up? Months.
Right.
Months.
Yeah.
So if that's going to be the strategy, I need to go do that, and you cannot do that while doing the job of correspondent responsibly and respectfully.
Yeah.
I should get out of the way.
Yeah. What do you? A couple things. So you were saying, that Trevor drew the reach globally.
Yeah,
right?
Man, them Africans all got Comedy Central.
But that's
what I was trying to say respectfully.
Respectfully. But I mean, but still, like.
And so Hassan's brown. You think the
but
Browns
you're brown
ain't gonna
too.
go?
Every time, listen.
I'm not
I can
South
go
Pacific
anywhere,
Island brown.
Okay, but I
I'm
can
not
go anywhere
internet.
in the world. An African is going to know who I am.
Yes.
Don Lemon. Everywhere I get it, Don Lemon. Are you who I think you are?
Is terrible.
They're going to know. But seriously,
Well, I know you.
I know you. They're going to know you. And Indian people are going to know me. Everyone's going to know me. So I don't know if it matters to the rest of the world. And I know in America, you know who's watching TV? Black folks, especially during the days, black women.
I agree. American politics informs global politics. I don't think you have to be beholden. I'm not saying that
You know,
that's
it
why
pays the bills too.
Yeah.
America
Yeah.
pays the bill.
And
Domestic.
I'm not saying that that's why Hassan was their dude. Let's also be real. Hassan had a Peabody. Hassan already had 3 seasons of a show similar on Netflix. Could be a million reasons why that was your dude. What I'm saying is that if that was the metric, then I don't know where I necessarily would have fit into that.
Yeah.
So, you know, if I wouldn't have turned the job down, if they offered me the job, I'm not going to go, well, you know, they don't know me in Zimbabwe.
Right.
Maybe. No, I will take this job and inform the world about what's happening in America. And then from that, you can look and take a closer look at what's happening in your country and hold your leaders accountable. And I think that's the trend that Trevor started that, you know, is still continuing now today.
I get asked that
the
question
show.
all the time. Do you want another big network job? And I said, well, you know, big, don't put that in front of it because network, it's all different now. Everything is so, you know, diffused now. And I would say, well, if someone offers me like a huge contract, what am I go? No, but I want to do this now. I'm not actively in search for that. Are you actively in search for a...
I'm in search of opportunities to reach people with my brand of humor. That probably will be self-produced more than likely. I'm happy to do it in conjunction with some people, but the ideas for me have been, I'm not in a rush. I'm blessed to not be in a rush. Sold a couple TV scripts, sold a book, so I can take my time. Now, it ain't CNN, get the fuck out of here money. But I am blessed to have enough money to where I can sit and think reasonably in a still place about what I want to do next and how it fits into the current landscape that's still shifting. So I'm not just copycatting something. So, you know, because I think the idea of shiny desk show, I think these are the last ones.
Yeah, they are. They are. Look,
It could go circular again in another 10 years, but I think for now, we had critical mass probably 6 years ago.
Critical mass for me, what I did was COVID, George Floyd, and Trump all together. I tip people now everywhere I go. You got me through the pandemic, or I saw you in George Floyd, or Donald Trump. I just think that was the zenith of cable news. And there will be other big events, and who knows what's going to happen in the world, anything. But where you have people sitting at home during a pandemic, there's nothing else to do. They're watching you on their phones, they're watching you on their TV screens. They don't have anything else to do on the internet. I think the same thing for The Daily Show. And Trevor was doing the show from his house, and I think it was probably the most relatable then when it was not at the shiny desk.
Because we were all the same.
Because they're all the same.
I think the thing that cable news has to compete with, though, that political satire does not, is the loss and erosion of public trust. So the idea that people don't necessarily trust the news anymore, you can no longer be the place that feeds me everything because I have a bias and believe that y'all are gonna slant it one way or another. Also, the thing where cable news and political satire, I believe, are competing in the same space is with self-produced content from people that regular people, media consumers, trust more or laugh at more. I think part of what made, like when I say like that saturation point for political satire, I'm talking like maybe a year or two after Trump, where Wyatt Cenac had a show, Daily Show, Klepper, nightly show. It ended, they giving something to Klepper. Sam B had her show. Sam J eventually had a show. You had John Oliver. So there was, if we really go through the crates and really start digging, there were probably at its peak during Trump 9 or 10 political, all children of The Daily Show in some shape or form.
17, 18, 2017, 2018, around then.
Yeah, if we sat and thought and really researched, you can probably run a graphic up on the screen. It was probably about 10 shows within that 3-year period. And the shows that are left now of those shows, Seth Meyers' show changed. Stylistically.
So did Stephen Colbert.
Yes.
I thought, what if they're going to, this was the rumor, I don't know if it was a rumor, it was reported that they were going to flip Gordon and Colbert. And then Colbert started to do Trump. And then that's when he became successful. Or not successful, but that's when the ratings went up. That's when people started tuning in.
So Gordon was going to move down to 11:30 and Colbert was going to go up.
Yeah, later.
Colbert wouldn't have liked that.
Well,
I don't think he would have been with
That's
that.
word on the street. But
I'm
Colbert's
not
doing
saying
great.
it,
I'm not hating on him. I'm just telling you what what was.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at, okay, Corden is a great example. Okay, as it relates going back to the Daily Show stuff. Okay, Corden was shiny desk, very successful. That's very expensive to do, though.
Yeah, really expensive.
I haven't checked the numbers on After Midnight, but After Midnight is a great show. It's as informative and humorous and talking about some current topics. It don't cost what it costs to make James Corden. So cost is a big part of the factors now as well. And if you're going to make stuff cheaper, then you are closing the gap between what is seen as professional and shiny and funny motherfucker in the car with a good opinion.
Yeah.
And the good opinion wins. The funniest opinion wins. The most informative thing wins. If you look at even Israel-Palestine, I would argue that people are getting a lot of their information from folks that do not work for any of the major media outlets.
As you said, they don't trust.
Correct.
They don't trust.
So
didn't you guys have a big part in that, you think? I mean,
in terms of criticizing the
yes,
media
I mean,
and creating the, don't trust them.
Yes. Well, I mean, listen, remember Jon Stewart went on Crossfire and then, that went away and then,
Jon Stewart versus Tucker Carlson, Jon Stewart versus Jim Cramer.
And then you guys are like, look at these idiots. Look what they're doing over here.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some holding some
feet
to the fire. Yeah, but that's what satire was supposed to do. But then why didn't changes necessarily happen?
I agree, and I agree. It's truth to power. I mean, I'm supposed to, as a journalist, truth to power. You guys in political satire, I believe it's truth to power, and you get people. I think it's easier when you sort of, when you sort of ease the, I forget what they call it, the beach or whatever. You sort of smooth out the beach for people to be able to go into the, and onto the land and understand what's happening.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think that for sure political satire as an entity is in an interesting place. I do not think that it will go away. It is needed, but the way in which it is packaged and presented to people, I think that is where we're in a shift, because if we're satirizing media in itself is just information. It's just where you get it from changes.
I wonder if,
so the look has to.
I always say it, I've said, and I think you believe similarly, like basically at the rallies, and even during the press conferences, all Trump is doing is stand-up. He's like doing crowd work.
Hilarious.
Right, it's what you guys do on the weekends or whenever, when you do crowd work, right, when there's not. He's doing crowd work. Did he change the game for you guys?
I don't know. It's the debate about should we have been joking about Trump as much as we did, and did that help fuel the fire?
I have some opinions about that, but I want to hear what you think about it.
I mean, as a man who did a rap video as Trump, rapping nothing but Trump's tweets, I can't criticize. And they watch all of that shit, by the way. Don't get it twisted.
I know.
Trump's people, they watch all of these shows.
I realized, I'll tell you, and I'll let you finish, but I realized when we'd have meet with their, this is back in 16, run up to 16, we would meet with their people, the campaign, the comms team, and talk. They knew everything that I had said, every single thing. And then you'd meet with the Clinton people, and they were like, we don't know about that. They were sort of above it all.
And that's where I feel like Trump is dangerous, because you can call him dumb, but the people around him ain't dumb.
No, they're not. Kellyanne Conway is a very smart woman.
We did that video, me rapping Trump lyrics, this Black Trump thing, and then we hit them up trying to get credentialed for a rally.
Nope.
The reply was a link to the video that I did.
Wow.
That's some cold shit.
I know.
They
didn't even say anything.
No.
They just sent the link.
They just sent us back a YouTube link of our shit we did at the Daily Show. Like, get the fuck out of here. Don't come to this rally.
But I think that because they thought you were going to make fun of the people?
It wasn't even for me to go. It might have been like Klepper, Ronnie Chang, or somebody, but just like, we don't fuck with y'all as a record label. As a whole. Like, don't show up.
Well, they stopped messing with us too. Once he became the serious thing, they stopped because then you'd have to really, like, once you got to like talk about policy then, right? When you become the nominee, it's all about policy. And it's all about what you said. It's not just like, hey, you're new and wow, did you ever think you were going to get here? And you say unorthodox shit and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? But then when you're the nominee,
are you really going to build it? Well, oh shit, he's really building that wall.
He's really building the wall.
I think that jokes have if done properly, jokes can bring attention to something serious. If done wrong, they can be irresponsible minimizing things that are far more serious than a laugh. And I think with Trump, what happened is that there's just such a deluge and a volume of content about him, not just from the media, but just in the populace as a whole, that not all of those jokes are handled with the same, because when you look at humor, we're just talking humor. People don't just get their chuckles from the Daily Show about politics. They get it from random, regular people who I'm assuming aren't always, not all of them, are going down the same rabbit hole of trying to inform you while also giving you a little bit of a laugh. They're not always trying to do that. So it's easy to just laugh at this dude for throwing towels at the Puerto Ricans during
But Roy, is Trump
hurricane.
funny? Is it
Yeah,
funny?
he's hilarious. He's hilarious.
But
So
you know what I
not-
mean. Is it funny? He's
Is it-
hilarious, but do you ever think like, man, oof, would I be making jokes about Rosa Parks if it was in the thing? You know what I'm saying? Would I be
No,
making
I
jokes?
wouldn't have been doing that. I wouldn't have also been on stage thinking that Hannibal Lecter was a real person, going R.I.P. to Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecter, a real good guy.
a great man or
A
something.
great man. A fictitious serial killer, nonetheless.
But you know what I
fictitious-
said? There were like
So-
you didn't joke about 9/11 for a while. Like now, people like if you're what's his name, who's on SNL, and your dad died, maybe you could make a joke.
Pete Davidson.
Pete Davidson. You would
Yeah.
say, okay, maybe. But even then, like, do you think it's funny considering what Donald Trump stands for and what he's saying he could do to the country and what he's doing to institutions, and he talks about black people and
But
women
see,
and
that's
all
two
this
different things to me, just as a comedian. This man talking crazy, I'm going to laugh at that. But now when it's time to vote, all right, let's put the laughs aside and let's really look at what the hell is going on.
People in the barbershop believe you, though.
Okay, but then if I say he's funny, that's not me vouching on his policies. And to me, those are two different things. And I think that that's where a lot of people get into the idea that, well, don't joke about it at all because it really could sway some people who don't make that same delineation. It's the same reason they was mad at Jon Stewart for saying Biden's old. The same reason they get mad at anybody for saying Biden's old, because that criticism as a joke is funny, but then it could permeate into the subconscious of someone going, well, he's old, and Trump's funny, and funny, Trump's old, even though Trump is only 4 years, 5 years younger?
No, it's not even 5 years younger.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Trump's still old too, but that's never the narrative because he's funny.
But for people, they talk about Biden falling down, and I tell people, well, you don't remember. I mean, we used to do that with Gerald Ford. He would trip over everything. People, you remember that
Yeah.
Chevy Chase or whomever would do on SNL, tripping over everything if you were Ford. So this isn't new.
So then, if you're Biden's team, then you have to fight that narrative.
Yeah.
With that type of foot, you almost have to be funny in a way and own some of it, because like I've always felt like with Democrats, I've felt that the desire to always remain regal and astute works to the negative. It works against
To
you
the disadvantage.
because it's easy to find a wrinkle in your jacket.
Yeah.
Versus you just go, yeah, my jacket wrinkled, and what?
Right.
Anyway,
Right.
what's
I
up on
agree
the
with you.
policies? I'm better than him.
Yeah.
Like that, but then you almost in a way, if you adopt that now, you could turn some voters who want to believe in astute politics.
Yeah.
Astute politics is dead and gone.
Right. It's build a wall. It's it's little slogans.
Yeah,
If-
because
if you-
everybody's a single issue voter.
For
So-
Democrats, if you're explaining, you're losing.
Yeah.
Right? If they don't get your slogan, I know it sounds awful, but that's the truth.
If Donald Trump ran on the platform that I'm bringing back Blockbuster Video, and you own a Blockbuster Video, you gonna vote for that dude. You're not gonna sit and look at the logic of whether or not Blockbuster is a viable retail. You got no time for that. You trying to live. So how do you connect with that dude when logic also nuance is out of the conversation?
Yeah. But for the comedian, though, where is the line then? Is there a line? Should comedians be held responsible? I believe
No.
comedians should be given a wide berth, but
No.
there's no line.
There's no line. The comedian's job is to make the joke. I'm here to make the joke. I'm making the joke that's funny to me, and the people who are smart enough to get it will get it. The people who choose to weaponize it will. That's what happened with the Correspondents' Dinner. When I did the Correspondents' Dinner, every faction you could name took a snippet of that set and used it to either uplift their platform or criticize the other side. And that's what people are going to do with jokes, no matter what you do, no matter how meticulous you are, no matter how nuanced you try to be with the syllables and the commas and the semicolons. You know, it's, you know, gun manufacturers aren't, it's not a fair analogy, but it's in the sense that we make a joke. We cannot control what people do with it. We can't control how people consume it. So to establish a line for comedians where we have to say, well, we got to be careful because somebody might take it serious and vote the wrong way. Well, that could happen with it. Then just don't do the political joke at all. Yeah. That's the safest approach if we want to talk about a line. Now we're into censorship. So to me, I don't know how we can reasonably do that. Like, for me, I try to do comedy that presents a third prism to an argument. Yeah. I'm not here to get into deeper policy points because that's just not my brand of humor.
You're telling jokes.
Yeah, I'm telling. Well, I know I'm still trying to talk about, like right now with the hour that I have out right now, without doing jokes in a sit-down fashion. Part of the basic thesis statement of it is that we have a general disconnection with one another in society, and part of that is because the retail experience has become automated, which has eliminated the impulse to talk to a stranger. You between a cashier, you between a sales rep, that type of stuff has dissipated. So it's created more of that plus the phone. So to me, that's more of an analysis of where we are as a society in terms of being alone. And it's easy to see how somebody could eventually take a gun and want to go kill people because they feel alone. And so...
And they're also reading stuff on the internet.
And the algorithm is feeding you more stuff.
There you go.
And then you're talking to more people who are even less informed than you are. And what about the people who could only be reached through a joke? Yeah. Where's the upside to a joke? We talk about humor from this place of it's going to make things worse, but there's also some people that are engaged solely because it was fucking funny. Because all of the way political jargon, jibbity, it's boring to a lot of average Americans.
So hold that thought. Can we go back to, before we get too far, I want to go back to Correspondence Dinner. Because I didn't watch the Correspondence Dinner last year. I didn't watch it this year, but I didn't watch last year. And you came on I started getting texts.
I got to explain myself.
Man, I can't believe he said that about you. Like, what's going on? And it said, considering what is happening to him at the Daily Show, he should know what's up with you, Don. Why would he do that shit? Why would he make that joke?
Let me say.
Am I lying? I'm sure you got a head incoming.
Don Lemon released a statement saying he got fired from CNN. Then CNN released a statement saying that they offered Don a meeting. They had to part ways because Don Lemon can't even accurately report a story about Don Lemon.
Let me say first to you, I'm sorry for how that joke was worded. It did not come out the right way. Second thing working against me was public sentiment against you was 50-50 already off the top. So people are able to take that joke and use it as kerosene for the Don Lemon fucking, Bernie at the stake or whatever, which is what they were trying to do to you during that week. And especially knowing what we know now about CNN and the powers that be that were now no longer there at the time, I wish I'd have taken more of an exploration into, because and I spoke with my head writer about this when we talked about it kind of after the fact, and what I wish I'd have done was also spoken about, okay, there are people that don't like you, there are people in the newsroom that may have had an issue with you for your approach to the craft. Okay, fine, cool. But we also cannot eliminate the fact that what you were doing was essential in terms of uplifting blackness, because the backside of my correspondence speech, I talked about black media. I talked about my father's role in black media. I talked about black radio. I gave a shout out to EURN that was in the room, and like they do all the black news stories, and April Ryan and all of these people who are fighting to make sure that black stuff is told at a time where they're trying to mute it with CRT and they're trying to take it, and that's the part of it where I felt like I needed a joke that gave him flowers too. I kicked him in the dick for a newsroom joke, and then went right into Tucker Carlson, and I should have come back on the backside of that and also said, but also, because I think with you, there will forever be a but also, because you did so much. You already talked about all the shit you stood on during the zenith of, political news. And I tried to clean it up some on The View, like the next day, like I was doing, like you do the media rounds after, if you don't bomb.
It was over, but it was over. Everybody had seen it.
Yeah. And that part of it, I was like, I didn't do right by take the joke about getting fired, fine, but figure out how to connected back because the thing was, now that Don's gone, who's going to be at the network to hold feet to the fire? Because this was, I think, a month after you got into it with Ramaswamy on the air.
No, it was not
It
even
was-
that. It wasn't even a month.
It
But
wasn't
listen,
a month.
yeah.
Okay.
But let me just say this. I know. Thank you for saying that. I have a sense of humor, and I know that jokes don't always land where you want them to. I was just why I was disappointed because my mom loved you, and she's like, I can't believe why would you in your eye? I can't believe it. And I was like. And I thought about all those things. It's like, he can't explain, like, the nuance. I thought he would know better. He comes from a journalistic family. He should knows what's happening in a larger ecosystem and blah, blah, blah. But that's a whole thing.
And I
but,
do.
Yeah, but that was just, my mom. But listen, anyways, thank you. Let's move on. That's
Okay,
behind
yeah.
us. Okay. So, listen, when you talked about jokes and where it lands and why you do them, sometimes I watched the Tom Brady roast.
Okay.
And I laughed the first time I watched it. And it was uncomfortable. And I'm like, wow, finally, no canceling, comedy is back. And then I watched it again, and somebody was like, and I was like, man, a lot of this is just like, it's like, where's the part? It's just like just white boy humor, a lot of it. And Kevin Hart even said that on the thing.
Oh yeah, the dick jokes.
Yeah, all the dick jokes. And I was
Yeah.
like, and then there's like Kim Kardashian, like however you want to feel about Kim Kardashian, like do you have to talk about her private parts? But hey, I don't think anybody should be canceled for it. But then I watched it with a critical eye, and I was like, I don't know. How I feel about this.
And you know how people will vote? People will vote through ratings and whether or not they go see those types of
Oh, it's number one on
live.
Netflix.
Yeah.
And now listen,
So-
don't think I'm not saying anything. I'm just analyzing. First time, ha ha ha. Now let me go back and watch it. And then I was like,
Yeah, and so then the next time they have a roast, will you watch it?
I don't know. It depends on who it is.
See what I'm saying?
Depends
so
on
then
who it
that's
is.
you voting with your viewership. And I think that's the one thing that's also with stand-up comedy. Comedians aren't out here doing jokes that nobody's laughing at. So you might not like the joke, but check the audio. If a comedian is doing something that is truly pissing people off and them it's painful to not get laughed at. It hurts to stand in front of people and not get laughed at. A comedian eventually will change that. So if they are doing something that is truly turning off audiences by and large, night after night, not just television, they're going to make tweaks. They're going to make adjustments. And that's also the other thing with comedy is that comedy is one of the few art forms that is created in front of the consumer. So you might catch the joke in the early stages of its metamorphosis into something that's polished. That's why a lot of comedians bag the phones, because they don't want you critiquing a joke early on.
I get that.
Because we need you to see the finished product. If you had to watch the dude kill the cow to get your steak, would you still eat it? So some audience is showing up when they're killing the cow. And other people are getting a perfect T-bone.
What if
So-
it feels like the punchline, though, is just cruelty, just to be cruel, just to be mean?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's not my brand of humor, but who is the person that likes that? And
There are
if that
people who like
if
that.
the comedian can find people who will pay him every night to be nasty and mean and vile, then cool. I think Netflix has shown people a long time ago with Chappelle where they stand when it comes to not having comedy cross a line. They want all types of, like as a network, as an entity, Netflix has already proven we want jokes. We don't care about nothing else. Let the jokes fly.
But there's a difference between you, I think what you do, what Chappelle does, what Jon Stewart does, and there are a handful of other people, is that you not only do comedy, you do social commentary, which really has an effect on people. And that's why what you say sticks more, because it's not just a one-liner, right?
But yeah, it's about feeling. I think
Yeah, and so you are different in that respect. I think you have just as big a role in social commentary as you do in the comedy world.
and I appreciate that. For me,
But with that, the question is, with that, is it a different responsibility that goes along with that? Because I said people in the barbershop believe you.
yes, if you're that type of comedian, yes. But I also wouldn't necessarily lean on, let's say, Mike Epps for the same political satire. Mike Epps has made it perfectly clear. I'm up here for the jokes. So some comedians are nutritious, some are junk food. Sometimes you want junk food.
That's good. I like that.
Some people want a salad. I try to be a pretty even menu in terms of what I do at my restaurant. but this idea that, you know, roast are a little different on the humor side of the game, but it still applies
Because you're supposed to be
the
roasting
larger,
people. Cruelty is kind of the thing for roast.
I think the issue with the roast and why it comes across as cruel is because, you know, a lot of those people don't know the person they're roasting.
Right.
Like if you go all the way back to the Chevy Chase roast, which was the one that kind of started this new era in the last 20 years of modern day roast, the thing about the Chevy Chase roast at the time on Comedy Central was that so many people didn't like Chevy Chase, they didn't even come to roast him. So they had to bring in strangers to roast him. And then the joke became, well, who are you? Well, who are you? And it ended up being funny. Greg Giraldo was the GOAT. It was the rise of Jeff Ross. Like that era, I think Sarah Silverman may have done some of those roasts as well.
Patrice is there.
Yeah, so it's like they made diabetes jokes about Patrice to his face in one of those roasts. I don't remember which one it was.
Do you remember?
No,
Do you remember the Gilbert Gottfried joke for Lisa Lampanelli?
No.
I'm afraid to even say it. Should I say it or no? Should I say it?
He's dead. We can say it.
So
you can't cancel. He is dead, right?
He's dead.
Okay, we can say
So
it.
Lisa Lampanelli had this reputation of dating black men.
Correct, at the time.
And
she's not married to one now.
And Gilbert Gottfried said, I want to know where all of these black men are. I'm not telling you. I want to know where all these black men are who she's supposedly sleeping with. Because in this day and age, what black man would want to be caught inside of something the size of a slave ship? And I fell off of my couch. I was like, that is the cruelest joke. But it was hilarious.
Now, why did that not feel sexist or racist to you?
It was. But as I said, when I watched the Tom Brady roast, I laughed. But when thinking about it, I'm like, oh, that's kind of cruel.
Well, because but that's what's not supposed to seep in for a roast.
Yeah.
You're supposed to go, well, I hope Gilbert knows her and everything's okay.
I think as comedians, I think it's all okay.
Well, some of the roasts, motherfuckers don't like. They be mad for real.
They get mad. They get mad.
Yeah, but that's like, it's never public. Like I wouldn't name names, but like some folks are like, well, who the fuck are you to make that joke about me? Because I'm fucking. Well, then you shouldn't have been at the roast.
Yeah.
Because you're sensitive and you're worried about your image for real.
So here's the thing. So I love comedy, right? But I will watch these roasts and I go, who is that? I don't know who that person is. And look, it's hard to. I want to talk to you about racism in comedy and black and white comics or whatever. But it's hard to say, you know, there's racism in comedy. And you have Kevin Hart, who's like the biggest comedian in the world, and you have Richard Pryor, and you know what I'm saying? But do you think that you have the same sort of opportunities? I went to a McDonald's McDonald's show, and I mean, the line is around the corner, and you know, everyone shows up, and then there are people like Cat Williams, who most white folks had no idea, and then he gets 60 million views on YouTube because, you know, he's a comedian that black folks have known and love forever.
Yeah, it's the Bernie Mac.
It's the Bernie Mac effect.
Yeah.
So
Bernie, same thing.
What do you think?
I think that gatekeepers in Hollywood limit their view on the amount of black comedians who could be famous at the same time, and they actually could be getting money off of all of them and could be making money with all of them. That's why I'm so happy that so many black creatives now, especially with this new wave of black comics, that they're kind of breaking off and creating their own things, and then you have to come back and try and get them to a degree. Black audiences are always ahead of the curve on what's popular and what's happening across pop culture, especially in stand-up comedy, because I think communities that are in pain need to laugh the most. So we always on the hunt for, you know, who's laughing and who's popping. I think that you have Kev, you have Cat Williams, Mike Epps sells well, you know, and then after that, we have a lot of comedians that are at a lot of the same threshold of getting there. Yeah, you know, there's Adele Givens, D.L. Hughley sells well. It's, you know, to be able to still tour in any capacity, regardless of the amount of tickets, whether you're doing an arena or a comedy club, you're blessed. Mm-hmm. If you can show up in 40 cities in this country and get people to pay $30 in this economy, you're doing well. But the idea that someone, I give you Janelle James, Abbott Elementary, Principal Ava. Mm-hmm. Janelle toured with Chris Rock. Janelle's a very capable and solid stand-up comedian. And then you get on Abbott, then they go, oh, wait, you do comedy? Yeah, motherfucker, I've been here. Mm-hmm. I've been cooking, I've been doing stuff. You know, that's why I'm so like happy for, you know, cats like 85 South Show or Drewski, Funny Marco, Country Wayne, just hilarious. Like it's to me, there's so many people now that are eating fiscally at a level that my generation of comics would have never been able to create a table for themselves in that way. And now companies and brands have to come back and go, will you please be in our movie? Will you plug it? We'll give you a couple lines if audience is power.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like Monique, like say what you want. Monique fills arenas.
Yes.
She's,
and especially coming off with opening for Cat.
Yeah.
Like when she comes back on her own tour, like opening for Cat is one of the smartest things she could have done, because like you're pulling. It's the same thing Chris Rock did doing the two-man joint with Kevin Hart for a minute. You're cross-pollinating black audiences that sometimes wouldn't have even discovered anything that you had done beforehand.
Two things. Who's your favorite comedian?
Oh shit, man. Working today, my favorite comedian working today is Ali Sadiq. One of the deepest, most intricate, and you talk about comedy that makes you feel something. I think Ali Sadiq is doing stand-up at a level that will make Pryor and Dick Gregory proud.
Who do you learn from the most?
Ooh, in stand-up? The youngins. All the young comics, that's who I learn from. I study them because they know how to connect with people. There's a reason why the young comics ain't out here arguing with each other and talking shit about each other on podcasts, because they all too busy getting money.
Okay,
so
that's
the way that they evolve and reaching audiences, to me, that's key.
All right, hold that thought. Who's the GOAT?
Current or Lifetime? See, you trying to make
both.
You
Who's the current
trying to
GOAT?
make me put Dave over Pryor, and I won't. I can't.
So current is Dave, Lifetime is Pryor?
Yeah, but goddamn, man, Cat Williams is right there, bro. Cat is a great example of what I'm talking about too, about how if he's not using humor to just touch politics a little bit, Cat don't live in it, but Cat will sprinkle a little bit. That might be all the political IQ that somebody in the audience gets for the entire election cycle. And that little bit gives them some perspective.
He gave you a little bit in the Netflix. I just watched his Netflix special, the newest one. He gives you a little bit of politics and then he moves on.
Correct.
He gives you a little bit and he moves on. You were saying that the young folks are not out here talking shit about each other. So
not nearly as much. If they do, they ain't
Kendrick
doing it.
and Drake.
I was talking about comedy.
That's
That's a
and
whole
Drake.
nother shit. I was talking to Bomani Jones. I was joking with Bomani Jones. I said Drake got to get some of Kendrick's DNA and pray it's a slave master in his ancestry and expose him. Like the rap game didn't become expose journalists. Geraldo Rivera, Maury Povich, we have a secret. A guest is coming out right now, Kendrick.
I read something recently. What do you think? So you think Kendrick is winning the battle?
Yeah, but they're both coming out dirty in this one. I just wanted lyrics, you know. But Kendrick's argument is about authenticity in art. And that's what this is about. And I think that will bleed over into the next generation of rappers who now know they cannot come into the game and try to be something that they aren't.
Wow.
I truly think this will change I think what Kendrick has accused Drake of, true or false, in terms of on some culture vulture shit, I think that will affect how the next generation of rappers present themselves to their viewers.
There's a lot of culture vulturing going on, especially with black culture. Like
Yeah,
it starts,
but
a lot of everything starts with black culture pretty much, and then it moves on.
But my thing with just blanketing Drake as a culture vulture, and granted,
I didn't say Drake was, but you know what I'm saying.
Let me just
music
also
and everything.
state I'm a 45-year-old man. Okay, Big Crit is probably the last new rapper that I've listened to, and Isaiah Rashad. And that's like, they came popping like 7-8 years ago, 10 years for Crit even. I would say that we also have to acknowledge that, Drake put a lot of people on, put a lot of money in a lot of black artists' pockets and helped them with their careers. Now he benefited off of it as well, But I think the idea that your authenticity, your cultural authenticity, could be questioned as a point of criticism in a rap is evolution on accountability and how you present yourself to black people and how you choose to move within our culture. And I think that will affect more so the people who are not black who come into the world of rap.
Are you okay with the negativity or the beef?
Yeah.
Because I heard a comedian, a rapper, I can't remember what his name was, I just read it, and it said, they likened it to Taylor Swift. They said, Taylor Swift is out here fighting for fairness in music and rights and money or whatever, and then rappers are out here fighting and dissing each other in public. Do you think that's a fair criticism?
No,
and
I
that
don't
came
think
from
it's
a
a
rapper.
fair criticism. I think you can take a break from being political for a minute and actually slap the shit out of somebody. I don't adopt.
You can do both at the same time.
I don't like this ideology that you cannot care about one thing while caring about another. And that extends beyond the rap beef. This idea that because you didn't say something about this, then you don't care about that. You know what I'm doing. You know what I care about. So the idea that you are only vocal, that people should only be vocal about the positive thing and not address the other thing, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
I think that the beef is perfectly fine. You don't want nobody to die. You know, but when you look back on rap beefs from the last 30 years, this feels, in terms of the violence in the lyrics, pretty laid back. It's just, hey man, I know that you get close to people of a questionable age and your daddy takes some pills. But versus that's why I fucked your bitch, you fat motherfucker.
Listen, Kendrick has a Pulitzer. I mean, come on, damn.
Yeah,
that's huge. Let me ask you this, before we get out of here, as they say. According to the polls, and polls are a snapshot in time, and as you said, it doesn't mean, because you make a joke, that doesn't mean that you're going to support someone. What do you think about black men supposedly supporting Donald Trump in this election?
I think black men have always looked to the candidate that they feel addresses the needs and concerns that they have, but I also think that a lot of the voter base, and it's not just black men, are not quick to actually do detailed due diligence on what the policies are and how those policies would actually be executed once that person is in office. But you just got to remember, black voters as a whole, we got abandonment issues with the Democratic Party. So I just think it's an idea of just holding every politician accountable. And I just think that if you're going to if you're not going to vote Democrat because the Democrats ain't done X, Y, Z, okay, cool. But before you go vote Republican, look at the policy and tell me how that matches up with everything that you believe in. Yeah. And I just think that, but, we still got a lot of time in this election, and, hopefully Biden and his people can figure out a way to connect. But
people didn't believe.
It's hard.
But people didn't believe, people were saying, Obama wasn't the first black president. Well, Trump's got cases, he's got baby mamas, he's got different wives.
D.L. Hughley said that a while back, man, and I was like, damn, you're right, that is a black-ass president.
What you got coming up? What are you doing?
I'm still touring, bro. I'm happy to still be out on the road. I sold a book, The Man of Many Fathers, to Crown Publishing, so that'll be out next year. I'm working on writing that. But in the short term, Bloomington, St. Louis, and Chicago, and that concludes my tour for this year. I'll be back out on the road this fall, but those are the last three if you want to see me live.
I enjoyed this conversation.
I'm happy
I have notes. I have not looked at my notes once. I don't even need these notes.
Tell your mom I'm sorry, man.
Huh?
Tell your mom I'm sorry.
I will.
Please do.
Say, I'm sorry, Mom.
Mama Lemon, get on the single. Mama Lemon, I'm sorry for the jokes I said about your son at the correspondence dinner 2 years ago, and I hope you let me come over for sweet potato pie. I apologize. We good now.
And some crawfish bisque. And some gumbo.
And some gumbo. Some of that New Orleans gumbo, please. Thank you.
You're a good dude. Thank you.
Man.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you
it's
so
a good
much.
time, man.
Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time. I have the pleasure to be joined this week by the young freshman congresswoman who has dominated the news cycle. Jasmine Crockett is a civil rights attorney and represents Texas in the House of Representatives. Thank you so much for being here today. You must be exhausted.
I am, and I probably look it, but it's all good.
No, you look fine. But you have been working. Listen, I have been following you for a while, and I've been seeing you really let folks have it on the House floor. And I'm sure when we don't see you as well. But recently you got involved with the scuffle with the Georgia Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. I just want to play what happened, just a little bit of what happened when she, for some reason, talked about your eyelashes. It was really out of pocket, but let's watch and then we'll talk.
Do you know what we're here for? You know we're here about AG.
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No,
what you're
ain't
reading.
nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
How dare you attack the physical appearance of another person?
Are your feelings hurt?
Her words down.
Aw.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Oh, really?
Don't even play.
Baby girl? I don't think
we are
so.
going to move, and we're going to take your words down.
I second that motion.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's a part of it.
I'm trying to find clarification on what quality.
Chairman, motion to strike those words.
I had no idea what you just said.
Okay. I thought what you said was funny, but I think people admit the best part of it was a what now?
Yeah, it was. It caught us off guard.
Listen, I know people are laughing at it. Do you have any regrets about it? What do you think about it watching it?
No, I actually don't. What people don't understand is that Marjorie had multiple opportunities to not end up in this situation. Number one, she could have just not done it because it wasn't warranted and it's against the rules. The second opportunity that she had was to apologize. So it was basically supposed to be apologize or be kicked out of the committee. And once the chairman decided, never mind, I don't want to kick her out, then it was more so clarification. And I never said a word to her. I never directed my words to her. I used parliamentary procedure to inquire because I wanted the chairman to think about how far this could go if he decided that he wanted to rule in this way. And so I don't expect her to ever change her poor behavior, but I don't know that the chairman wants to be included in all the trap songs, country songs, gospel songs, or anything like that. And hopefully he can get control over the committee. I just think that people are used to Democrats just sitting there and taking whatever insults are lodged at them and saying, well, never mind, I'm just going to be quiet. And this was the first time that I was illustrating for the chairman, this could go a lot of ways if you decide that you want to play this game.
And have you heard, did the chairman say anything to you? You weren't disciplined in any way, were you?
He has not said anything to me. We had committee for the first time yesterday, and Marjorie did not show up. So she didn't come to committee oversight, and then it's my understanding that she didn't show up for Homeland either, one of her other committees. So everything went a lot smoother. I mean, oversight is a clashing committee no matter what. For sure, we had a member that wanted to talk about diversity and DEI and wanted to basically say if you're diverse, then you can't be qualified, which hit a special way, right? So I had to deal with that. But like, those are the things that we engage in, right? But this is just different, kind of directly saying something to someone.
Well, I feel like we've gone back in time. I mean, I wanted to, there's so many things I want to ask you about. Let me get this over and then we'll talk about the DEI of it. Were you surprised that it went viral the way it did?
I absolutely was.
Because people have written songs about it. It's all over the internet. It's trending still. There's merch. I mean, I hope you're using it to your advantage to do some good.
We are. We made sure that the campaign moved to trademark the phrase so that we could hopefully control a good portion of the merch and at least make people think twice about, producing merch, because none of this money is going to go into my pockets whatsoever. I'm going to stay a public servant who's not getting paid, but what has been dictated by law. But
what are you going to do with it?
Absolutely raising money. So we're raising money through the campaign. And because I am a member of leadership, I am responsible for giving money to other candidates. And I do it really because I want to do it. So I help usually candidates on every single level of government. We just got done with city elections. I help some city candidates. I'm helping a state representative, but I also make sure that I send money to the federal candidates that are running. So this is really going to help democracy on the back of Marjorie. I don't think that there's anything else that could be more poetic, not even my words, than being able to take this as an opportunity, take these lemons and actually turn them into lemonade.
Do you know how much you've raised?
I have a guess.
You have a guess?
I have a guess.
Can you tell us?
I don't want to because we need to raise more. People don't understand how much these daggone campaigns cost.
All right. It's expensive, but it's a good amount, right?
It's a decent amount, yeah.
It's a decent amount of money. Okay,
it's
good.
It's more money than I've ever raised in a week. That is.
How did you come up with that saying? Is this just off the top of your head? Because, I mean, there's alliteration and everything. I mean, it was just, wow.
No, so I actually was so frustrated when he was making his ruling and he was trying to give her time back to speak. And so that's when I was like trying to interrupt him. And so I was looking over at her. And so I jotted down, I was like, you bleached blonde. And then I thought of my granny. My granny used to call people bad built all the time.
Built. My grandmother would call people portly built or,
it was a granny phrase.
Yeah.
And so I was like, bad built. And then I actually toyed around with the last part of it for a second. So that was the part that took me a little bit longer to get the last two B's. When I say took me a little longer, like took me 5 seconds longer. And so I was like, butch body. And so it was literally just to make sure that he understood how bad it could be. But again, a hit dog hollered because she almost immediate was like, you know what? I think my body looks great. I'm almost 50.
Yeah.
Okay.
She responded to it. I mean, do you think it was, she felt a certain kind of way about it?
Yeah, she did.
You think she's embarrassed by the blowback? Because what she did was really out of pocket, as I said at the top of the show. I mean, there was no need for her to say that.
Yeah, I think that she is shocked that the internet has gone so far at dragging her. What most people don't realize is that Marjorie is the 5th best fundraiser that they have on the Republican side. She falls below leadership. So the only people that are beating her out in fundraising are all people that are in leadership. And so some would think, man, she's really popular. Polling shows that she's the most despised person that's a member of the Republican caucus. But those people that love her, they send their $2 and $3 and $4 every month. And so she's able to still kind of get these very small grassroots dollars into the door. But I think the backlash that you see on social media, and it's across all racial spectrums, all generations, I think that it's clear that like Americans have an issue with how she handles herself in Congress. And I don't think that she was expecting that. I think that she felt like she could probably ignore, say, Black Twitter, and she would just make it a Black thing. But considering the fact that it's like all ages, all races, and they will not stop dragging her, like every day there's something new, I think it has gotten to her. But I think that people have been tired of her bullying, and no one took the time to try to knock her back.
Does she, you said the attack was racist, right? Did you think her attack was racist?
Yeah.
Why?
Because if you've ever followed anything that I've done on social media, every time MAGA gets mad, it's this, oh, look at her nails. Oh, look at her hair. Oh, look at her lashes. And to be clear, a bunch of the people that they love the most wear lashes, wear extensions, wear nails. And it's only...
People don't know. They think it's like a Black woman thing. White ladies wear... extensions and clip-ins and
They do.
You know what I'm saying? And
They do.
and lashes. It's not just for Black women.
It's not just for Black women. But what she was doing was she would never say it about one of her white counterparts.
Right.
It was to be in this trope of, oh, that's ghetto to have lashes or to have, you know, your nails and that kind of stuff.
You think she's jealous?
And so that's all she was trying to do.
You think she's jealous?
I would be if I was her, but you know, but I can't get into that wild head of hers.
You said her bullying and etc. Do you worry about her? I mean, do you think she would never do anything physical, or maybe her supporters? I don't know.
I don't worry about her doing anything physical. I mean, you know, people forget that I was a criminal defense attorney. So, you know, there are those that are like, oh, look at her and that hood is coming at her. I'm like, I dealt with murderers. Like, I need y'all to understand like where this comes from. Like, I've always had to have a very strong sense of self because of the types of people that I would have to deal with as a criminal defense attorney. So, you know, I think that I have a better gauge on who's a threat and who just talks. Marjorie likes to talk a lot. I don't see her ever being physical at all. Plus, I think that she may be concerned about what I could do physically. And when it comes down to her supporters, I never put anything past MAGA. But the reality is that the same people that have hated me since day one are continuing to hate me. And so we do get death threats, which is just a sad part of the reality of what MAGA has induced into politics. And I know there are some that would argue, well, we've had assassinations, JFK, things like that. But I think that it's different because, number one, we have seen such a spike in the threats that are coming in against members, and it is initiated by MAGA. When we were talking about the speaker vote and whether or not Jim Jordan would become the speaker, you know, MAGA was going out and threatening other Republicans and their spouses, as well as we know that we've seen it on our side where they've tried to go after people. Obviously, they went after Nancy Pelosi and ultimately harmed her husband. So, you know, MAGA is not a political party as far as I'm concerned. They have co-opted the Republican Party, and they are more so violent, like out of control, you know, neo-Nazi types. I mean, we know that when we look at January 6th, there were a number of them that actually were neo-Nazis. They are violent, and they honestly have no place in America. But I don't know when we will actually make a break with MAGA.
Wow. Really? How did we get to, well, I think MAGA, I feel like the Republican Party now is MAGA. It's been taken over by MAGA. So yes. I feel like they're one and the same, Congresswoman, because the people in the party who say that they're not MAGA and they're traditional Republicans, they're not standing up to the MAGA crowd.
Oh, that's absolutely true. And, you know, and I think that that's going to be one of those things that we have to make clear in the upcoming elections as we attempt to take the House back. You know, you've got the likes of like Mike Lawler in New York who will go on all of the TV stations, right? And his rhetoric will change based on which TV station he's on.
Don't I know it?
His voting record is clear. Yeah. His voting record is clear, and it aligns with the rest of them. You know, if you are concerned about a national abortion ban, you should be concerned. I've got this markup on the Farm Bill where they are attempting to cut $30 billion from SNAP benefits. So for everyone that thinks that they'll have more money in their pockets, you're wrong. The Republicans want to take food out of your literal mouths. And we know that people that are on SNAP are only getting $6 a day. That is absolutely ridiculous as people are complaining about the cost of food.
You're saying, so Mike Lawler is one of a number, but he said his rhetoric changes depending on which news network he's on. So you think he says things, if he goes on something that's considered liberal, he'll say something that's more liberal, or if he's on a conservative network, he'll say something more conservative. But don't listen to the words that come out of his mouth. Listen to what he does, and that's in his voting record.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. So I think that it really comports with what you're saying, is that the party has been co-opted by MAGA, because as it relates to the policies or whatever, because I don't really feel like they have policies, they end up kind of hamstrung by MAGA, and they usually fall in. every once in a while, when it's something that's so important, that's when the speaker, no matter if it's McCarthy or if it's Mike Johnson, decides, I've got to ditch these guys because we've got actual work to do. That's when we end up doing things like making sure we can keep the government open. That's when we end up making sure that the debt ceiling is taken care of. That's when we end up doing things like making sure that we can pass foreign aid packages for our allies and friends that are struggling overseas. Other than that, though, it's the crazy people just running the inside.
Well, that's what I want to ask. Right, it's the inmates running the asylum. What do you think it says about the state of politics that something like that could happen on the House floor? That and the type of behavior that's happening from these folks. What is going? Is that because of the MAGA wing of the party? I don't get it.
I think it's just them. I mean, I would guess that it's because of MAGA. But, you know, people are definitely remembering this for a lot of different reasons. But if we think back to just my first term here in Congress, we know that the speaker got into a physical altercation with another one of his members. We know that there was almost the fight on the Senate side that Bernie Sanders had to shut down. And there was at least one more incident in that same week with the Republicans. We also know that Marjorie has heckled the president for the last two State of the Unions. This last one, she put on a MAGA hat. We're not allowed to wear any hats, let alone one that has a slogan on the House floor. She did not care. She again ignored the rules of decorum, and she was yelling at the president as he was speaking. There was that moment where they had an exchange back and forth. She was yelling at him last year. And then she also was on the House floor and called her other MAGA darling the B word. Oh yeah, that happened. And I forgot, when we were going through the speaker fights, there was like a physical altercation where one of the older Republican men grabbed another Republican man like by the throat. So like they have been physical all year long for sure, and or have exchanged really biting words to one another. This was the first time that someone decided to cross the aisle in a committee or otherwise to say something hateful directly to a member. And so I think that that's why it is more memorable, because it's like, oh, that's just what they do on the Republican side.
Well, it's interesting because, you know, if you look at social media, MAGA, you talk about how, you know, what they say to you, the responses that they say to you online. And it's always, they're always talking about, you know, black people and you know, black people's behavior. I mean, look at them. I mean, that's some ghetto stuff that you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
saying?
saying?
They've got blinders though. I mean, it's like, you know, they can do whatever they want to, and that's perfectly fine. And for you to have a larger reaction to what I did than to have any reaction whatsoever to what she did, it just kind of tells you where they are. And I just ignore them. I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. Like my mom would say, use your words. You used your words and look what happened.
Yeah.
So I have to ask you though, because as a black politician in Texas, I'm sure you've seen that Trump has made some massive gains. At least that's what the polls show. The polls show that, you know, more black people are liking him. I don't know if that translates in the votes. I don't know if you believe the polling, but apparently he's making some gains with black Americans in this election cycle. According to a recent New York Times poll, as many as 20% of black voters are teetering in his direction. What do you think? Why do you think we've seen this alleged growth among black voters, and do you believe it?
You know, I think that we have to be very serious about the misinformation and disinformation that is put out there, especially into the spaces in which we receive our information. You know, it's just like this mistaken belief that, number one, Trump sent out stimulus checks, right? Like it's this idea that, oh yeah, he put money into my pockets, without fully understanding the story and recognizing that actually he slowed that money down because he wanted to put his name on the check, right?
Yeah.
And so like, or the fact that the Biden-Harris administration gave you even more money, or the fact that the child tax credit was something that was born again of House Democrats' work and working.
Congresswoman, y'all need to get that out there. How come you can't get that out there? What's up with that?
I think that is very difficult. I think what was demonstrated with what happened last week is that the way that people take in information, it's very difficult to break through. You know, I never thought that that would be the thing that would go viral and cause songs and things like that. But if I sit here and talk about the fact that the president wants to give $400 a month to people so that they can move into houses because he understands that the interest rates are high, that's not going viral. Or if I talk about the fact that the president has done $7 billion for HBCUs versus the $253 million that Trump did not want to reauthorize, not initiate, but reauthorize. He didn't want to do it until somebody said, well, President, we can invite all of the HBCU presidents and we can take a photo. So he's like, okay, great, I'll sign it then, right? Like, the fact is, he has a record that has been harmful towards Black people, and anything that has been done that he has been credited with, it wasn't initiated by him. It wasn't a policy that he actually wanted to do. This was something that was done by House Democrats or Senate Democrats. And he just decided to sign into law because he saw an opportunity to be able to market on it. And I don't know how people forget that we ended up with the pandemic. It's so astounding to me that no one really remembers that when we had President Barack Obama, we had an Ebola breakout. And I remember it because it was down in Texas. But you know what? That administration was able to contain and make sure that this did not become an international incident. He failed. He threw out Obama's book. He decided that, oh, this is nothing. It will never make it here. And the entire world relies on America to be the grown-ups for the entire world. And we didn't have one. We could have saved some of your cousins, brothers, sisters, mothers, if we did not have Donald Trump. And the final thing that I'll say on this is that there are a lot of people that are really upset about the war and about the president's handling of the war as it relates to Israel and Gaza. And the reality is that there's only one president that ever tried to institute a Muslim ban, and he was stopped by the courts. But now he has the court that he wants. So for everybody that believes that Donald Trump will be better when he is out here sputtering and saying, I am going to institute a Muslim ban, you're wrong. I get that you may not like either position. You shouldn't like Donald Trump's position for sure. But that's not, you're not hurting Joe Biden by not reelecting him. Joe Biden is in his 80s and has his back.
Okay.
You're not hurting him. You're hurting yourself.
Let me read this. And this is from a prominent African-American, and I'm not going to tell you the name, but I'm going to read that. This was sent to me. Jasmine Crockett must go out as a Biden surrogate ASAP. Black folks heart and relate to her. She is young, gifted, I think, Don. She is no shrinking violet, an attorney and solid. We need her now. 4 exclamation points. He mentions another politician, I'm not going to say. That politician, he believes, has lost their bite being too safe. Diplomatic, someone who's above you. Diplomatic and strategic because of the position that that politician is in. And I'm paraphrasing there. I understand. But Crockett out there has the bite we need. You know, I love Michelle Obama for her when they go low, we go high. Well, F that. And MAGA have taken this country to a new low, and we must, he's a Democrat, I'm not, I'm an independent, just so you know. As Democrats, get a backbone, sharpen our tongues, start standing up for ourselves, the party and the country. So when they go low, fake lashes, we dig a hole for those MFers, bleach blonde, bad built butch body, and keep it moving until we can vote and get rid of this bunch of misfits running this country. And yes, it begins with defeating the orange, whatever, and MAGA. Then we can attempt to return to some form of normalcy to government. And then that person said, thoughts. And I just responded with a 100% emoji. So what I'm saying is, you're saying that you're having problems, Democrats, the president, the Biden-Harris administration, you're having problems punching through. Now, as I said, I'm an independent. I'm not at any political party, but I believe that the Democrats are the only party now that is trying to save democracy, is on the side of democracy. You have this moment now, Congresswoman, where you can break through, where you can talk to the people who believe that Trump gave them some money just because his name is on the check. You can talk to the folks in the barbershop and the beauty parlors and the church. So then what do you do with this moment?
Yeah, so I am absolutely all in as a surrogate. My schedule is really bad, but the Biden
Have they asked you?
Oh yeah, they absolutely have asked me, and that was before this moment. They obviously have watched me closely on oversight because that was where all of the impeachment drama was taking place. And so one of the places that is going to be a third home for me is going to be Detroit. So I'll be in Detroit here really soon. They've tried to get me to Nevada a number of times, but the schedule hasn't quite worked out. I was in Philly just this past weekend, and Philly is like, we need you here.
Okay, I get you. You're going around. I get you. But do you understand you cannot be safe in this moment? Can you get Democrats to understand, your colleagues? You cannot be safe in this moment. You must fight for democracy, and you cannot go high when they go low. I'm sorry.
I don't know that I can get all the Democrats to understand that. I think that the younger generation of Democrats, those that came in my class, which it's a very, very qualified class. So many of us came in with experience either on the state level or city government in some way. Even though we, on average, we are a younger class, we're quite experienced. And my class is like fighting, right? Jared Moskowitz is always brought up because Jared Moskowitz always fights back in a very witty way, but he's also an attorney. We know that Dan Goldman, when he fights back as a former federal prosecutor, but he's also in my class. We know that Maxwell Frost, our only Gen Zer, we know that he consistently fights back. And so I think that from my class, it's very easy to get them to do it. I can't really say so for some of the other ones. I will tell you that Nancy is ready to fight any day. But, you know, Maxine and Nancy both came up to me. Nancy came up to me the very next day and was like, you go, girl. She was like, that's exactly what she needed, right? And then Maxine came up to me yesterday and she was like, you keep it up. She was like, don't you let up, right? So it's weird because you have these giants that both of them are in their 80s, and they are absolutely high-fiving. In the middle, there's some people that are like, you did what you had to do, but now we need to figure this out, you know, that kind of
Let's
conversation.
move on and see what's next. I get it.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
All right. Well, listen, I agree with you. Keep it up, right? Just keep fighting for fighting for what's right and fighting to keep our democracy. I have asked you a few things before we run out of time. Are you paying attention to what's happening in the Manhattan courtroom?
Oh, absolutely. I had a chance to actually go visit. So yeah.
You did.
And
do you think it'll make a difference? Because in the beginning, Americans weren't paying attention. And, you know, his supporters are saying, obviously, it's a witch hunt. You know, they're out to get him. It shouldn't be in court. They're going to vote for him anyways, even if he's guilty and even if he goes to jail.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are those people that will vote for Biden no matter what. There are those people that are going to vote for Trump no matter what. But this race will be decided on the opinions of independents, honestly. And so I think that some of those independents definitely may be swayed if he's found guilty.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about Israel and Gaza. You have voted for 2 bills supporting Israel's ongoing conflict in the Gaza Strip. Considering how things have evolved, Congresswoman, over the last 7 months or so, it's almost 8 months. Do you still believe that the Biden administration should be supporting Israel militarily?
So, you know, I sent off a letter right after we did our vote for support, which meant that we could actually have support for Gaza, Haiti, Sudan, Congo. That was all included in that vote, which mattered to me because there are some huge conflicts that are taking place and there are some people that really need our help. But Israel is an ally. And I believe in making sure that we are very smart about foreign affairs because our enemies are watching as well as our friends. And to make sure that we can stay safe in this country, we have to make sure that we are truly honoring what it means to be an ally. Now, does that mean that I agree with Netanyahu? Absolutely not. It doesn't mean that I agree with Netanyahu. But I need to remind people, and I've had these conversations with heads of states of various friends and ally nations that are very concerned about if Trump comes back. Trump is wild. Trump and his friends have said, nuke Gaza. That is what they have actually said. And so, you know, here's the deal. We end up in a very vulnerable situation if Trump ends up coming back into office And we basically give permission to our allies and friends to leave us because we did it. So do I agree with the fact that all of these Gazans have died? Absolutely not. Do I think that he has used a butcher knife when you needed a scalpel? Absolutely. At the same time, it is a difficult balancing act that I am walking, trying to make sure that we are safe as I look towards the possibilities in the future, but also trying to make sure that those that really need some sort of support, not just in Gaza, but in these other countries, that money is there.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I don't think people really understand the nuances of all of this. And I have said you can be concerned and care about Palestinians and about the folks in Gaza, and also understand that Israel has a right to defend itself, and Israel is an ally. I mean, just last night I went to, there's an exhibit, a Nova exhibit here in New York City, which depicts what happened at the Nova Festival on October 7th, and it's going to travel around the country. And if you see that, I think everyone should see it.
It was recommended to me when I was just in New York, and I'll be back in New York. But
it's over on the 25th, but I think it's coming to DC. But it's going to travel around the country. But you need to see it. It depicts what happened, I think, better than any news report or footage that I've seen, and you can't help but be moved by it. I want to move on just in the short time that we have, and I want to talk about, I know this sounds unorthodox, but go with me on this. I want to talk about Diddy because of the domestic violence part of it. And I'm wondering if there is an opportunity to help in this situation with the administration talking about domestic violence. What do you think of that? Do you think the administration should be talking about, especially out on the campaign trail? Because this is a story that really hit all different demographics. It is in the zeitgeist, and everybody, it's crossed over into everything: politics, entertainment, law, and so forth. Should the administration be talking about this?
I think it's something that you may hear the vice president bring up for sure, specifically because she was a prosecutor, right? Mm-hmm. And some of the bills that we have tried to pass have to do with gun legislation and domestic abusers and things like that. I think it's a good opportunity to show the difference between the two parties about, like, is this somebody that you want to lawfully carry a firearm or not, considering how far they would go without a gun. It could really end up a lot worse. So I think it's an opportunity to really tout some of the legislation that this administration and the Democrats have been pushing on, as well as for the vice president who has prosecuted these types of cases to really say that, like, this is why she prosecuted,
And she's a woman. She's
right,
perfect.
and she's a woman.
And she's a woman. What did you think when you saw the video, Representative?
I've done defense work, so I've seen lots of videos of domestic violence myself.
Worse than this?
And I don't know if it was worse than this, but I've seen some pretty bad videos. Definitely the damage that was done to some women. I've seen worse damage done to some women. Maybe I didn't see the actual incident on video. I will say that it was beyond disturbing, and I feel as if there's a trend that we see taking place with the exposure of powerful, wealthy people that, for whatever reason, are taking that power and they are misusing it specifically upon women. We saw it with the Me Too movement. And, I don't think that anyone ever thought that Me Too would become what it was. And now we're consistently seeing and hearing about some of the people that, I grew up on Diddy, grew up on Mace, all of them, right? Like, so it's like, oh my gosh, what is happening with some of the people? Obviously, I grew up on R. Kelly, right? And just to be clear, Mace has not been accused of anything. I was just naming people.
Yeah, I get it, right.
That I grew up on. And so it's very disappointing to know that these are people that you potentially allowed to be so powerful because you gave them your money, you supported them, and this is what they did in turn.
Yeah. Congresswoman, last question, because I know you have to go. So what do you say to the women out there? I know that men are domestically abused as well, but by and large, by far, it's women who end up being the victims of domestic abuse. So what do you say to them as we leave?
What I say to them is that it's never your fault. It is never your fault. And I also want women to know that your class and your race have nothing to do with it. There are women that have been lawyers and doctors that have been abused, as well as those that were relying on their abuser to take care of them. But you are worth more. And there are so many people that are out there that are willing to support you. There is a way out. Don't believe the hype. Don't buy into this idea of, I did something and so I deserve this, because no human being deserves to be treated this way.
It's been a pleasure speaking to you, and I hope you come back. And I want to meet you in person. I've never met you in person. I don't think we've met. Who knows?
A long time ago. I was just about to say, maybe we didn't do in person. A long time ago, you, myself, and Lee Merritt. I've got the pictures from a long time ago. We did something at a CNN something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was kind of like a town hall setup or something. But yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay. Look, senior moments. Well, anyways, Congresswoman, thank you. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, I know you're not scared of her. You have any words for her? No?
Do better. Do better.
Do better. Thank you, Congresswoman. It's been a pleasure. You be safe, and we really appreciate it. Keep fighting.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
You too. Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time.
You are positively advantaged being black now, and this is just a fact. Whether you want to be black, applying to the best medical schools in the country, or to try to get a job at Netflix, or to get a job with the Ford Foundation.
I don't believe that, Sam, because the numbers just don't bear that out. If you look at
the numbers of admissions, the criteria
numbers of
for
admissions,
admission
that's okay. But if you look at what the numbers of admissions, look at the Fortune 500 companies or the CEOs of the world.
I think everyone will acknowledge at this point that if you have black applicants if it's a toss-up with respect to their qualifications on paper, everyone's got the same scores, they went to, they got the same letters of recommendation, whatever it is, they are desperate to hire qualified black employees at every point along the way to run their conferences, to write for their magazines, to edit, et cetera, et cetera. It's hypocrisy.
Welcome back, everyone. So glad you could join us. I'm joined today by renowned philosopher, an author, a neuroscientist. His name is Sam Harris. Sam is a world-renowned academic. He's a neuroscientist. He's an author. He is the host of the podcast Making Sense and has made headlines for his work on concepts like free will, like artificial intelligence, spirituality. It is a pleasure to have you on, Sam. Thank you very much. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. Nice to see you, Don.
It's good to see you as well. So let's get started on this. I want to start with what brought you to fame, right? Your rise to fame. It's your writings on the subject of atheism. You've been dubbed, because of that, I believe, by as one of the four horsemen of new atheism. You, Richard Dawkins, Daniel Dennett, Christopher Hitchens. Since you first began publishing on this subject, how have your views shifted on the subject of atheism, sir?
Well, I can't say they've shifted much, apart from the growing conviction that started fairly early on that atheism as a concept is not one we really need, right? I was an unconventional atheist in that when I got inducted into the pantheon of public atheists after I wrote my first book, The End of Faith, I had never visited an atheist website or gone to an atheist conference or really read many atheist books. And the truth is, I never even used the term atheism in my first book, The End of Faith, which is what brought me onto the radar of so many atheists. Because I just think it's a concept we don't need. I mean, this is a point that I've made many times before, but it's just, to reject astrology, you don't have to become a non-astrologer, right? You just have to talk about things like reason and common sense and evidence and science, right? So if astrology ever became ascendant in our society, if you couldn't become president unless you took astrology seriously, we could criticize all that without forming a political movement around being a non-astrologer, right? So I just think there's some conceptual confusion in defining atheism as a political identity, although it's understandable that that so many people have, because atheism is, it's certainly grown a lot in the last 20 years, but at the time I started writing, it was only a single-digit percentage of Americans who would describe themselves as atheists, and it was the only political identity that guaranteed you had no political future in America in particular.
But people like to, they like to put you in a box. They like to define you, right? So you don't consider yourself an atheist. Do you take issue to that, or is that an insult?
No, I'm not shy about saying I'm an atheist, but it just doesn't contain much information. I'm an atheist with respect to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because the only thing you need to do to be an atheist there is to reject the claim that any of those specific books were written or inspired or channeled in some other way by the creator of the universe. Or that.
So then, what would you call yourself then? How would you describe yourself? You said because you don't get much understanding about who you are just from that term. So who are you?
I'm doing my best to be a reasonable person whose convictions scale with good evidence and good arguments, and among my convictions are that spirituality, for lack of a better name, is an all too important project. I mean, we really there are the further reaches of the continuum of human well-being that I think we should all personally want to explore, and we should want to understand scientifically. But the thing I would point out is that whatever is possible for us spiritually, I mean, if self-transcending love is possible, if a true experience of selflessness is possible, right, as I think that both of those things are, we want to understand that in terms that are not sectarian and dividing our community on the basis of Iron Age tribes, right? I mean, there's a deeper set of universal and transcultural truth claims to be made there about the capacity of the human mind.
Sam, 1 in 5 U.S. adults describe their religious affiliation as nothing in particular. I mean, and that religion doesn't appear to be that important to them. What is causing, you think, this drift from religiosity in Americans?
It's a hard question. The honest answer is I don't know. I think it's, it probably has something to do with more access to information. Ultimately, I mean, I just think that there is an important asymmetry between in the tug of war, which is now many centuries old, between Enlightenment rationality and secularism and a universal conception of human rights and democracy and everything else that's on the good side of that sort of progress that allows for open societies, and religious orthodoxy. Iron Age certainties about the unique veracity of a single revelation, right? So it used to be that if you were a Christian, somewhere around the 14th century, the 15th century, it was expected that you could be killed for thought crimes, but by the religious orthodoxy that governed everything. Right now, we have fought a very difficult battle against that kind of theocracy in the West, and we have a lot to show for it. I mean, that's just that in a Christian context, burning people alive for being gay or being a witch, as though witches existed, or being a blasphemer, etc. That just doesn't happen anymore. I mean, it's capable of happening in a few contexts in sub-Saharan Africa among Christians, but generally speaking, that problem is behind us. That we can't say that under Islam, right? I mean, Islam has not made the same kind of progress we have in modernizing, and that's because it simply hasn't had to. It's been sheltered from modernity for many centuries, and so I view the growth of secularism in America as just a furthering of the process of just certain certainties become untenable. Once you get battered by more facts and more argument and better evidence and a greater understanding of science, etc. I mean, evolution is, in America, evolution is a topic that has been quite, controversial in the last quarter century. but less and less so. I mean, you can't with a straight face, unless you're a moron like Tucker Carlson, deny the reality of evolution when someone's got a camera on you. And it's just, I mean, that's the, I don't. Again, this is a unidirectional phenomenon. It's not like we're seeing more and more. We're only seeing things that were once explained by religion get better and better explained by science and secular rationality, and that's it doesn't run the other direction. I can list 100 things about which religious authority was the only authority, and now we understand these things scientifically, and you don't have religious figures talking about those things anymore. I mean, something
you know,
like
that makes people, it makes believers really uncomfortable, right? And they think that, you know, somehow you're blasphemous, and, you know, they would even say, oh my gosh, this guy must be the devil, right? This must be the Antichrist, because that's how the devil, you understand what I'm saying? That's how the devil gets into people, is by making you believe, you know, making you a non-believer and believing that God does not exist. There's always some method of control in that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, all of these frames of religious discourse are hermetically sealed. I mean, the doors leading out of religious fundamentalism simply don't open from the inside, because everything can be rationalized as a further sign of God's mysteriousness, or as a test of your faith. I mean, even Mother Teresa, as we know, after she died, confessed to her confessor for years that she had essentially lost her faith, right? And so here we have this religious expert who is lionized the world over as a true exemplar of the fruition of Christianity, and yet she's saying that she just can't feel God's presence, and she's not sure He exists, et cetera, and yet her confessor bends this all back on her as an example of her sharing in the passion and suffering of Christ, right? And so. I mean, this is a system in which even when the doubts of the experts can be used as evidence in favor of the doctrine, right? Then you know you have a proper echo chamber.
Mm-hmm. I want to talk to you more. Actually, you know, Sam, I'm writing a book on religion. It's called "I Once Was Lost: My Search for God in America," and I write in there that, you know, I part of the impetus for writing the book was, I said to my friend once, who was visiting from Louisiana, where I'm from, and, you know, it's very religious, right? It's a deep South, the Bible Belt. And I said to him, when I was in a moment of non-belief, and I said, if you want to believe in that fairy tale, and he said, I have to. And it clicked this, you know, something in me, and I said, you know what, I need to write about this, because there are moments when I have to as well, but it's because I want to, but not at the, you know, not by hurting other people, right? So if someone is not a believer, then I offer them the ability and the possibility and the leeway to be a non-believer, but not everybody can do that. I'm a believer because I want to be a believer, not at the expense of the other person, is what I'm saying. Well, is that fair?
I don't think so. I mean, I think I don't think belief works that way. I don't think you can believe something to be true because you want it to be true, or because you think believing it to be true will be so useful in your life. I think, and we recognize that in every other context but a religious one. So if I told you that I thought Jennifer Lawrence and I were someday going to get married, right? You know, I've never met Jennifer Lawrence, right? Yeah, but I'm sure that we're going to get married. And you asked me why.
If you have faith, Sam, that could happen.
Yeah. I have you. I'm just chock full of faith, and among other things. And I want this to be so. This belief, Don, you don't understand. This belief gives my life meaning, right? And you know, I wouldn't want to live in a universe where I'm not going to marry Jennifer Lawrence. I mean, these are the kinds of things people say in defense of their religious beliefs, and they make absolutely no sense when you map them onto any other propositional claim about the way the world is or the way the world will be in the future. Belief doesn't work that way. I mean, this is the very essence of wishful thinking and motivated reasoning, right? I mean, this is the thing we purge from our conversation in a scientific context, and that's the only way we can do science. That's the only way we can converge on, designing anything like a map that fits the territory, because we know we're not bullshitting ourselves.
Yeah. But you know what they say, Sam? They say faith without works is dead. So maybe if you actually made an effort, without becoming a stalker, of course, to reach out to Jennifer Lawrence, then perhaps you could.
My
be
wife, my wife would be the first impediment to that project. So let's acknowledge that up front.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. So let's move on now, because I want to talk to you when you mentioned Islam, and I think it's good to put it in the context of what's happening, if it's okay with you, with what's happening in Gaza and Israel. Okay. The conflict in Gaza, especially the role of religion there, Islam and Judaism, or jihadism, I should say, excuse me, not Judaism, in a post 9/11 world is what I want to talk about, because Palestinians are more precisely, they're Hamas, and more precisely, I should say, and Hamas are influenced tremendously by Islam, I believe, while the Israeli state, to some degree, is a religious ethno-state. You can correct me if you don't, believe in the parameters that I'm putting on this. But what role do you think religion is playing in this conflict?
Well, I think it's playing an enormous one, especially on the Palestinian side. I mean, it's not that you can't find religious maniacs on the Israeli side. You certainly can, and their presence is quite unhelpful and doing its best to inflame the conflict, right? So I think the settlements in the West Bank, et cetera, all of that is a disaster, and insofar as Netanyahu has had to pander to the far right of his government in order to maintain a government, all of that's confusing and unhelpful, and makes it seem like there's some symmetry between the religious lunacy on the Israeli Jewish side and the lunacy that is endemic to the Palestinians, and there really is no parity there. I mean, it's just this is a completely asymmetric situation.
How so? You said lunacy. You described that on the Palestinian side.
Yeah, I mean, so the lunacy there is around a cult of jihad and martyrdom, right? I mean, Hamas is explicitly a death cult. It describes itself that way. It aspires to death while fighting to create a global caliphate, right? It aspires to genocide against the Jews. I mean, they're absolutely explicit in these aims. They're not hiding their genocidal motives. They're organized explicitly around a hoped-for genocide against the Jews. But of course the problem really isn't just the Jews in Israel. This is a larger conflict against the infidel West, or the infidel and apostate everywhere, really. I mean, within and without the Muslim community, right? This is both a war against non-Muslims and a civil war within Islam. And here I'm talking about not just Hamas, but jihadists everywhere. I'm talking about, obviously the Islamic State and Al Qaeda and Boko Haram and Al Shabaab. I mean, there's all these groups. They're different in a variety of ways. Some of them would consider others apostates because they're not sufficiently rigorous in their theology, but they're generally aligned on one thing, which is that if you are a believing Muslim, it is incumbent upon you to convert, subjugate, or kill the infidel, right? And this is non-negotiable. And I'm not saying that all Muslims everywhere are living this way, obviously, and that's a very good thing. But this radical core of the Muslim world, which we can call Islamist in the kind of the general political orientation, but jihadist in terms of those who are willing to sacrifice their lives now for the cause. This is an enormous problem in 100 countries, right? This is and Israel is just the canary in the coal mine, revealing just what an emergency this can become for any society.
You have been deeply critical of Islam, and we've had these conversations in the past, particularly radical Islam. You're very critical of them in your work. You described Islam as incompatible with modernity, I believe. You described a significant subsect of Muslims as medieval barbarians, I believe. Have your views shifted at all as this war has progressed?
Well, no, it's just my sense. I mean, first of all, there are a few caveats to add to the words you just put in my mouth. I mean, so again, when I'm talking about these things, I'm not talking about people as much as I'm talking about the power of ideas. Right now, obviously, people or to one degree or another, are infected by these ideas, right? So, I'm worried about violence and the conditions we create for it. But this is ideas, right? This is not a matter of race or ethnicity or country of origin, right? I mean, this is nothing I'm saying impugns Arabs or people from Pakistan or Persians or per se, right? Everything I'm saying applies just as much to a white guy in Marin County who wakes up one day and decides to join Al-Qaeda because he thinks that the Quran is the perfect word of the creator of the universe, right? So, of which there have been examples, someone like John Walker Lind, right? Or, Adam Gadon, who joined Al-Qaeda. John Walker Lind joined the Taliban, right? So, again, I'm talking about ideas and their consequences, not race or nationality or even any other piece of culture. And the problem with certain ideas is that they can make it seem entirely reasonable to celebrate your own coming death or even the deaths of your children in defense of completely spurious claims about the divine origin of a specific book, right? I mean, there are people like, if we drew a cartoon of the Prophet Muhammad on this podcast and showed it to everyone on YouTube, right, you and I would spend the rest of our lives in hiding, right? That's the world we're living in, right? There would be tens of thousands of people in the streets, in the capitals of major cities, protesting such a thing. There's only one religion on earth that aggressively seeks to impose its strictures on people who don't share the faith, right? And even if they didn't do that, even if it was just the strictures applied within the faith among 2 billion people, we have to recognize that we're living in a world now where there is real gender apartheid, right? I mean, we've worried about the apartheid in the past in South Africa. Some people, dishonestly claim that Israel is an apartheid state. It's absolutely not. But there isn't a problem of apartheid. It's gender apartheid throughout the world in sufficiently Orthodox Muslim communities where women are forced to wear a veil and they're deprived of all kinds of political rights to education, etc. And there are degrees of this, obviously. But what we have in the West are a lot of Ivy League educated people who are totally confused about the significance of the hijab, right? And they imagine that it's a sign of female empowerment, just throwing off the male gaze. And you've got a religious bully and theocrat like Linda Sarsour being, anchoring the Women's March, right? And Shepard Fairey creates a poster of a beautiful woman in a hijab, right? This is all upside down. Most of the people who wear the veil throughout the Muslim world are forced to do it by the violence of the men in their lives, right? And women and the women in the West who call themselves feminists have abandoned them, right? And it's a fucking scandal. And if the left in the West doesn't get their head screwed on straight around variables like this, what we're going to witness are increasingly authoritarian people, governments, populist movements, which we're already seeing in Western Europe and in America, get energized around some very obvious bright lines, ethically and morally. And it's,
when you look at what's happening, just in the context of the war, and I'm going to talk to you about the broader thing, but when you look at what's happening with the war and you see, so far, 13,000 children have died. People ask about the proportionality. Couldn't a similar thing be said about the Jewish state? And because you have been critical of the Jewish state as well, I think you said, and I quote, tell me if I'm misquoting, you said, I don't think Israel should exist as a Jewish state. I think it is obscene, irrational, and unjustifiable to have a state organized around a religion. So I don't celebrate the idea that there's a Jewish homeland in the Middle East. I certainly don't support any Jewish claims to real estate based on the Bible.
Well, actually, Don, that is a point on which my mind has changed since October 7th. I mean, I was somebody who felt that consequential anti-Semitism was more or less behind us, right? And like many Jews, my eyes have been opened since October 7th. That I was just asleep around this issue. I didn't understand to the capacity, not just, I mean, I understood it in the Muslim world, but I didn't understand the capacity in every Western country to get confused again about the problem of anti-Semitism, and to be literally in the aftermath of the worst atrocities since the Holocaust against Jews, to be defending the murderers, right? And this is what the crucial point to focus on is not the chaos in Gaza once Israel began prosecuting its defensive war. That is, it's easy to see how people get confused about that. Collateral damage is awful. We can talk about that if you want to, but it is. I will be the first to admit that it's very difficult to make sense of imagery of dead children being pulled out of rubble, right? I mean, there's no political argument that will make someone feel good about those images. But the thing you have to focus on are the hours and days that followed October 7th, when people everywhere at our most elite institutions, 32 student groups at Harvard University, just tripped over themselves in their rush to demonstrate that they were on the side of people who would tie families together and burn them alive, right? This is before Israel did anything in response. We had people celebrating the atrocities perpetrated by Hamas, and not just Hamas, just random Palestinians who came across the border to participate in them. It should be mind-blowing to everyone that so many people were capable of not seeing the difference between people who intentionally murder utterly peaceful people, children, at dawn in their beds, right? And people who would defend themselves against such people, and in the process create the collateral damage that is now associated with every type of war, certainly any urban war.
Well, let me ask you this. I want to know why you think the mostly young people who are on college campuses, who are, a lot of them on college campuses, not all of them, and minorities feel like it is a genocide. Do they not know the lack of history? Is there something there that causes them to relate to it? Because do you not feel like a Western state, like Israel, right? The state of Israel, that it's supposed to operate on ideals of a free and fair society, that it should hold itself to a higher standard?
Well, I think it does hold itself to a higher standard, and it's being held to the highest possible standard, and actually impossible ones, by the rest of the world. I mean, I think the reality of what Israel faces in Gaza is unprecedented. And we're talking about hundreds of miles of tunnels that took 15 years and billions of dollars in aid from the rest of the world to build. Aid that was literally stolen from the mouths of the Palestinians for whom it was intended. And we have a jihadist organization that is using its own civilians as human shields, right? This is no one has faced this collection of problems. And I think, I follow the reporting of John Spencer on this, who runs the Modern Warfare Institute at West Point, right, who said that we haven't seen any armed forces navigate a problem this challenging, anything like this well. There's no reason to think America or the UK or France or any other democratic society would do a better job of trying to destroy a terrorist death cult that had just come across its border and murdered over 1,000 of its civilians. Right? I mean, if this happened in New York and Al-Qaeda was in New Jersey, America wouldn't do a better job of this. Certainly, if Al-Qaeda had spent 15 years tunneling under Newark and holding everyone hostage as human shields.
Whatever people believe, whatever terrible things that people believe Israel has done, it's true to say that they've used more restraint in their fighting against Palestinians than we Americans, Western Europeans, have used in wars related to America and Western Europe.
Yeah, I mean, it seems unfair to compare it to World War II, right? Everyone says, well, it's natural to say, well, look at the bombing of Dresden, right? Just how much humanitarian aid were we giving to Dresden as we were bombing it into rubble and killing non-combatants by the tens of thousands, right, in World War II. Need to say nothing of what we did to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? So, but I think many of us intuit that the ethics of war have changed, and we just couldn't fight that way now, and wouldn't fight that way now. And that's we can leave that for strategists and historians to wrangle over. But it's just it always just seems like a below the belt comparison to make. But it's true.
It's okay, but listen, one thing again, I want to get to the why young people are feeling that way, because I don't believe that I heard an answer from you. But I want to know what you think, because obviously you don't think that innocent kids and people in Gaza should be dying, do you? Are you saying it's the fault of?
But this is the what I think has happened. This goes partway to answering the question you just asked about why young people are viewing this so differently. One thing that has happened is that because of social media, we have something like 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion people, a lot of people discovering for the first time how horrible war is, right? In particular, urban war. Right. Now, you layer upon that reality the fact that Hamas is the worst possible enemy. It is using its own women and children as human shields, right? This is a completely perverse behavior that you almost never see anywhere. This is just, there are no analogies that come to mind. There jihadist groups do this routinely, but virtually no one else does this. This is not, there's some version of this that happens in many guerrilla wars where guerrillas just kind of disappear among the population. But this is much more calculated than that. This is literally the use of people as human shields. It's forcing them not to leave. Our soldiers in other conflicts have encountered people, literally putting the butts of their rifles on the shoulders of children and shooting from behind them. Right? This is not behavior that we would ever participate in. If you imagine the IDF doing this, right? Imagine the Jews of Israel, in order to defend themselves against Hamas, using their own women and children as human shields. This would be a grotesque Monty Python sketch. All the Jews would die because, of course, Hamas doesn't care about killing women and children.
I understand what you're saying, Sam, but I'm just trying to figure out the sense of proportionality in this, right? I think you've explained to me. You believe young people don't know the history. Is that what you're saying? You believe that they are being influenced by social media and that they have not studied or don't know, they don't have enough wisdom, correct?
Well, it's everything. They're being lied to by propagandists. They're being told things about Israel that are not true. They're being shown images that they can't possibly understand. And they're being shown images that no one can, as I said, can emotionally understand, because if you see images of dead babies, that's just is pure evil. Right.
So then what do they do then? What's the solution? Because I ask this when I speak to rabbis, I speak to people all the time, and what I say to them is that you can't tell these young people that they don't know. That's like telling a Trump supporter or a MAGA person that they're dumb. They're just going to dig in, right? That you're stupid to follow this person. Shouldn't you try to draw these young people in to try to help them gain some understanding in a sense of history instead of telling them how stupid they are?
Well, it's not a matter of. They're clearly not stupid. We're talking about,
or how ignorant they are of what's happening.
Our finest institutions. Literally, if you select for the best colleges in America with the highest standards, you get the most confused, the most morally confused people on this issue right now.
And that's my point. These kids are on college campuses where they're learning at the highest institutions, critical thinking, right, and how to push against the boundaries of the Constitution, the First Amendment in particular here.
But they're not learning critical thinking, and they're not really learning to think about these hard problems with anything like ethical dispassion or wisdom, right? The thing that we haven't talked about here, which is doing tremendous work, and I think all of it harmful, is the oppressor-oppressed narrative that is for the most part being exported from an American civil rights context, right? The mapping the struggle of African Americans in America onto the problems of the rest of the world, as though that was the right lens through which to see everything, right? So in this framing, the Jews of Israel are considered, white people, which makes zero sense given who's actually living in Israel. And the only black people you're going to find in Israel are Ethiopian Jews fighting for the IDF, right? So it's just like, this is completely crazy. But let's leave that aside. The Jews of Israel are white oppressors of the black and brown Palestinians, and that's just on its face a confession of pure evil, right? That's all you need to know, right? So we're on the side of the Palestinians because they're the black guys being oppressed as though it's 1964 in Alabama, and we know whose side we're on, right? And that's the analysis. And then you heap upon that just torrents of misinformation, just lies and half truths about everything, and so people are
interesting. So then you still haven't told me what's the solution. Maybe we don't know.
Intentions of groups.
Sorry, you're cut out. Sorry, I thought you were
well, the solution is to. Sorry, I mean the solution is to keep making these clear distinctions, right? And to point out that. Again, this is a much larger problem than the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians. I think we have a much larger problem in a conflict between jihadism and Islamism and open societies everywhere. So that we have to dissect all of that, and we have a problem domestically and in the West in a certain activist class just distorting our conversation about politics. I mean, this, you would think
that's on purpose. That's on purpose to do that. But just so because I want to move on, the sense of proportionality, right? When you look at all the people who have been killed, at least what I think it was 1,139 Israelis have been killed and 13,000 children in Gaza. I think 35,000 for Gaza.
But Don, this term proportionality means something else in the context of a war and the international laws that govern war and the philosophy of just war. Proportionality doesn't mean you kill the same number of people that your attackers killed on your side. That's
not how war works, anyways. But go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, it has nothing to do with that. It just has to do with whether or not a certain military action is strategically advantageous enough to warrant collateral damage, right? So if you're going to kill 1 million people to kill one combatant, well, that sounds morally insane and not proportional. But it offers no suggestion that the numbers of dead should be the same on the two sides of this conflict. Israel has an existential burden in fighting Hamas, right? This is far worse than 9/11 for America, right? I mean, it's worse proportionally when you just look at the demographics. If you per capita, it's like Al Qaeda killed 40,000 innocent people in Manhattan on that day and abducted 8,000 hostages. I mean, that's the proportional situation. But what happened to Israel, in fact, far worse than that, because even if you scaled up 9/11 for America, it would never have been an existential threat to 300 million Americans. Hamas really is an existential threat to Israel, and certainly when you add Hezbollah and Iran to the picture, Israel is fighting for its life, and in doing that, they have, by the laws of war, wide latitude in how they try to fight a death cult that is again explicitly committed to genocide, not to nation building, to genocide.
It seems surprising to me. Maybe I just don't know, or haven't. I don't know enough about you. But I'm surprised that you have come to this conclusion, not on any judgment, but just how you feel about religion in general, right?
Nothing.
And that's why one of the first questions was like, is there anything that has forced you to change your feeling about what was happening in Israel and Gaza?
Well, so the religious variable for me is just in how I diagnose the the politics and confusion on the Islamist and jihadist side. I'm not defending the religious claims of Jews anywhere.
No, I don't think anyone is thinking that. I'm just saying, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that you reached this epiphany. You've had this sort of change of heart, which I think is that's an intelligent person who can actually.
Well, yeah. Well, it's just my recognition of just where we are with respect to potentially genocidal anti-Semitism throughout the world, right? I think the picture is worse than I realized, and therefore, if there's going to be,
I was just going to say, you didn't understand the problem. You think you were ignorant about how big anti-Semitism, the amount of anti-Semitism was in the world.
I thought we had made the problem was in the rearview mirror to a degree that it's obviously not. But I mean, I would say that if this had happened to Denmark, right? If some jihadist group had come across the border in Denmark and murdered 1,200 people, everything I'm saying about Israel, I'd be saying about in defense of the Danes. The Danes have to kill these people, right?
I understand what you're saying. Do you think there's any similarity in what's happening in America, especially when you look at the last maybe 10, 12 years, 15 years in politics, with the rise of Barack Obama and then the religious right and these sort of radical right-wing groups, racist groups? Because I would have thought, and I'm a person of color, that we had made a bigger gain or bigger strides when it comes to racism in this country. Now I feel like we're moving backwards, especially if you look at what's happening in politics right now with the MAGA movement and not teaching Black history in school and so on.
Well, I share your concern about the far right, and I do actually think that I underestimated the danger there previously as well, right? So it's definitely more on my radar in the last few years than it's ever been. But I do think that the far left, is in large part culpable for energizing the far right. I'm not saying that there weren't racists before we had people like Ibram X. Kendi going around telling us that everyone was racist, but he's made matters far worse, and the promotion of that kind of narrative by at the highest points of culture, right? In media, in Hollywood, in nonprofit institutions. I mean, there's been a complete capture of elite culture by a very woke understanding of just how excruciating racism still is in America, and that I think has largely amounted to a gaslighting of much of our society. And it has if we get Trump again for 4 more years, I am largely going to blame the far left of the Democratic Party for that. I just think it's everything from drag queen story hour to just the endless arithmetic around pronouns to the Jussie Smollett and the summer of 2020 and just mostly peaceful protests on your own former network. All that stuff so gaslit people and enraged people right of center that we still have, in large part, I think that's why.
Well, it sounds like you're saying it's caused people to be racist. I don't know if I buy that, Sam.
Well, no,
I understand what you're saying.
It hasn't caused people to be racist. It's caused people to become very cynical and to lose their patience for obviously spurious claims of racism. And it's not
obviously,
racism.
I mean, look, everyone knew Jussie Smollett. Even Jussie Smollett knew that he was, that was a lie. I think people understood that. I think that also you should watch you should watch the episode that we have up now with this transgender woman who feels as much the same way as you do about pronouns and about drag queen story hour and so on. But I don't know if I would say that those people, because I believe the intentions are good and maybe they have backfired, they've gone too far, but I do believe that their intentions are good. I cannot for the life of me believe that they made things, extreme. I forget what the words you're saying. Considerably, I think you said, worse for people who may have racist tendencies. I don't know if I can buy that argument.
Well, it's not because it's not that these people have landed in unabashed racism, right? I mean, take something like so. I think you and I both have a former friend. Maybe you're still friends with him. He's a former friend of mine, Dave Rubin, right? I mean, look at his journey politically over recent years. It's not that he's become a racist, right? I think he's now, I think, squarely right of center. I don't think he would deny that.
I don't know about, but I think there people have other motivations. I think there are other motivations. People can become grifters because they see it's the shortest line to the front.
Yeah.
And I think that does happen with some people, the person we're mentioning or others, where they see, it's easy for me to gain popularity, money, and move to the front of the line. I saw that with a lot of people who were never Trumpers, and then they realized that by becoming pro-Trumpers that they could get on television, they could get television contracts, they can, get jobs in the White House and in government. But people have other motivations than just purely because I understand all of it, but that doesn't make me change my core and my understanding of what's going on. Certain people may go too far in their thinking and their actions, but their intentions are good, and you have the possibility of reeling them back in. Others, when you consider the far right racist, their intention is to be racist. The other person's intention is to try to stop someone from going too far, to stop racism from someone doing something that is harmful to society. And the other one is to, it is not that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, I think you're too charitable to many figures on the far left, right?
I have similar feelings about the way that you feel, but I understand when people's intentions are good. I understand when you are part of an underserved community. If you are a member of the transgender community and you are being targeted or possibly your life is in jeopardy, you see your friends dying, I can understand why you're saying, I am a woman or whatever. I can understand that you want to be treated equally, and it may go too far. You're not trying to discriminate against someone else because you are trying to be safe and you want to be a viable part of society. That's something completely different.
Yeah, granted, I mean, and this is true, I would say, right of center too, unless you get too far right where you encounter genuine evil. But for most people, most of the time, people are trying, at least in their own minds, to do good things. Right, there are very few people who are consciously doing evil, right? And so largely this is a story of incentives.
I don't know about that with some of the. I don't know about that when someone is a member of the Klan, if someone is a member of the Proud Boys, if someone is a member of those groups who are out there saying Jews will not replace us. I don't think they're trying to do good all the time.
That's why I said if you go far enough right, you definitely meet some evil people.
Yeah.
But
I may have some similar thoughts about this as you, or maybe even David, which I haven't thought about in a long time. But look, quite frankly, I think Dave has been grifting. But that's just my personal opinion, whatever. I understand that, but I also understand what it's like to be a person in the society who is discriminated against and someone who has been attacked. I understand that sometimes people can go too far in trying to get other people to understand, members of the larger culture or society, to understand the discrimination. And then you don't realize, as you have admitted with the war in Gaza, you don't realize how bad it is until you see people marching out on the street and until you see Heather Heyer dying. It's just not a problem for you. And one can be cynical about it and say, oh, well, they've gone too far with the pronouns. Yeah, I think people have gone too far with the pronouns. I just had that conversation with a transgender friend, and we both get attacked for it all the time.
Yeah.
But our intentions, their intentions are different than people who are being actively racist and people who are actively grifting and people who are actively trying to co-opt people to pay for their legal bills, people who want to enact Project 2025, who don't believe in a democracy, who, is saying that if they get elected again, they're going to be a dictator. That's different.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are gradations to confusion and bad intent, across this landscape, and I mean, we can just sort of pick our places and share intuitions about what's really going on there. I think the general problem, though, is that we have to get out of this identity politics game, and it's the left that is enshrining that more and more in our politics. I mean, it's the left that is non-negotiable about the primacy of identity, and what it's doing is it's motivating white identity politics on the right, which is awful. Right? I mean, it's like
because I was going to say there's no bigger identity politics than MAGA.
Yeah,
That's the biggest
but-
identity
but,
politics in the country.
It's I think it's indefensible, but it's psychologically understandable, and it's to say it's shattering our society, right? I mean, now when you add the
Wait a minute, you said it's psychologically understandable to see like MAGA folks
well, yeah. So I mean, if you spend
politics?
enough time calling people racist, who I mean, and race is only one variable here. Obviously, there's gender, there's Me Too, there's other stuff, right? But if you keep calling people racist and denying that we've made any progress, where we have made obvious progress on race, we had a 2-term black president, but you tell them, oh, that's just a token. We had a 2-term token black president, and racism is just as awful in American society as it's ever been, right? And to talk about grifters. I mean, Ibram X. Kendi is the greatest grifter I've ever seen in the ivory tower. You tell people that you're basically white privilege is this original sin that is indelible, that cannot be expiated by anything. You just have to apologize for it until the end of the world, right?
I don't think that's what people are saying. I think they're saying, look, I'm not one of those. I think they're saying you should that you should be aware of it, and I think they're saying you should be aware of it. And you should be aware of the racism, because if you're not, then you lend yourself to having this epiphany, i.e. Sam Harris, that you did not understand the degree of anti-Semitism in the world. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, yeah. So, but I mean, we just have to be honest about the state of racism and its consequences in America, right? So, I mean, I think it is true to say
we're both saying the same thing. We have to be honest about the state of racism in America, and I think that by acknowledging the history of racism in this country and the influence that it still has over this country, I don't think that that's grifting. I would think, now I think that, maybe Ibram X. Kendi, he's gone too far. Let me finish my thought, and I swear I'll let you finish. I think maybe that he has gone too far. Okay, that's fine if you can think that. But I would think that he would be a grifter if all of a sudden he started to change his core beliefs about it and then became something else. That's the folks that I see who were, sort of center left and center right, all of a sudden changing their core ideas and core beliefs within themselves so that they can gain something, usually materially, by joining the other side, is what I call a grift. The other thing is, I don't see that as equal to what Ibram X. Kendi is doing. Maybe what Ibram is doing has become a religion for him, and maybe he needs to examine that, but I wouldn't necessarily call it a grift. For me.
It's just dishonest. I mean, I do think certain people are grifters. I can be more charitable to people like Dave Rubin than that. I mean, it's not that I don't think he's got some of the grift about him, but I just know what it was like for him to be love bombed by everybody right of center and demonized by everybody left of center. I mean, if you run that psychological experiment on a person long enough, they begin to think, wait a minute, these people over here are a hell of a lot nicer and seemingly more sane and more honest than the people over here who are attacking me for things I didn't say or didn't mean to say, or they know that wasn't the point, et cetera, et cetera. And so when I look at the attacks that come my way from the right and the left, they have a different character, and there's much more gaslighting and insanity, generally speaking, coming from the left. But what I would say about what's so wrong about Ibram X. Kendi and everyone, the activist class diagnosis of race in America now, is that we have made so much progress, especially with respect to elite culture, that what we really have under DEI is a regime of reverse racism, and even that phrase is treated like plutonium left of center.
Well, I don't believe in reverse racism. Racism is racism, whether it's against a black person, because reverse racism would be no racism.
Yeah, so there's anti-white and anti-Asian racism.
You said anti-white racism, yes, but and when people say reverse racism, I said, what does that mean? Is that equality?
Fine. I'll take that correction. So there's been obvious anti-white and anti-Asian racism practiced in our most elite institutions for many years now, and we've seen the consequences in the Ivy League and other great colleges, but it is everywhere. It's in Hollywood. It's in charities. It's in media.
Do you
properties.
think that's anti-racism, or do you think that is the world or America correcting itself, and therefore, equality by some can be deemed as unfair, as discrimination, when there's sort of a natural correction of what has happened in the past in America?
I mean, it's part of the legacy of what we've called affirmative action, and the justification for which was all too obvious 50 years ago. I mean, it's totally understandable how we got here, but what's happened? I mean, if you look at the case of like Harvard University, where in that recent lawsuit, it was revealed that for an Asian to get into Harvard with the same probability of a black applicant, he or she would have to have scored 400 points higher on the SAT, right? And you've got Harvard admissions officers using bizarre euphemisms like Asians lack personality, in their rejection letters to in their judgments of rejection for highly qualified Asian candidates, right? That's just racism. It's unfair. It's totally understandable. The Asians are pissed off. There's a similar story about what's happened to white applicants, but it was all in preference for black applicants because, on your account, which I totally agree with, I understand. There was this seeming moral imperative to correct for historical wrongs and present inequalities this way. I just think it's obviously the wrong way to correct for these inequalities. I mean,
how would you have? What's the right correction, you think? Because when we were talking about numbers, when it's kind of similar to what you were saying about war. Like how many people, how many African Americans do you have to allow in who you believe, I'm not saying that is actually what's happening, aren't right. as qualified as an Asian or a white applicant. Again, I'm not saying that that's happening. And how long, when you consider you have hundreds of years of slavery and then decades of Jim Crow on top of that, then what is the right metrics? What is the right number of years to correct and to make up for centuries of mistreatment and discrimination and lack of wealth building, lack of education, not being allowed to vote, and so on. Like, how do you figure that out? And no reparations, because some people believe that there should be some form of reparations, and perhaps that is a form of reparations.
Right. Okay, well, first let me acknowledge it's an excruciating problem and very difficult to solve, and to my knowledge, no one knows how to solve it, right? So if I could solve it for you here, I would win the Nobel Prize and I would deserve it.
We would both, because I would lead you to solving it, but go on.
But I'll give you my fairly considered opinion on this, which is, one, we should acknowledge that the history is every bit as awful as many people allege, right? I mean, just so there's a lot to apologize for. There's a lot to be embarrassed about, and the question is, and there is present inequality that is almost certainly in part the consequence of that history, right? So just to take one example, which I think is still valid. This was true about a year ago, that the average wealth of a white family in America is 8 times the average wealth of a black family, right? So that's important, and that a lot follows from that. There are educational disparities that follow from that. There are health outcomes that are different. So that's we shouldn't be comfortable with that, right? Now the question is, what can be done about that, and what if any contribution of present racism in America is there to be found and to be expunged, right? And this is where the intuitions of right and left are going to divide radically, and it's important to understand who's being honest here, right? So when you look at the disparities in wealth inequality or disparities in violent crime, being the victim of violent crime, being the perpetrator of violent crime in America, the disparities are shocking. They're untenable. We should figure out what to do about them. But the question is, if we could wave a magic wand today and rid the country of every racist, right? We just had, literally not a person left who had a racist bone in their body, what would change in Black America? What opportunities would change? What behavior would change? What would the crime go down in Chicago, right? And I think there is very good reason to worry that not much would change, right? And
I don't know if I believe that. I think things would change, but I'll let you finish.
Okay, so it just, this is an empirical question that we can't answer in this conversation, but intuitions divide radically on that point. I don't think some dozen people are going to be murdered in Chicago, by black on black violence in the cohort of 18 to 24-year-olds this weekend reliably. I can predict that. If I could go into a casino and bet on that, I'd make money every week of the year, right? It's awful. I don't think it's because there's so many people in the Ku Klux Klan or so many people in Trumpistan or in QAnon who are really racist that is delivering us that outcome, right? That is a problem we have to figure out how to solve, but I think racism is pretty far from the causal nexus for that problem.
I think it would change because then people would change their thinking. I think that would require, in order for, if you just, let's just say there was a magic bomb that you could somehow, or magic bullet, you could somehow...
Magic wand. I'm a man of peace,
wand.
Don.
Let's do that. Okay, I agree with you on that. A magic wand where you could rid the country of every single racist, then that would mean an entire attitude change for the country, right? And I think that would affect a lot of things. It would affect the trajectory of the lives of African Americans, because then there would be the racism moving forward in the society would change, which means that would affect, it would somehow affect the history, and it would affect people's the way we operate as a country, and we would realize that what racism has done to the country to put people into those places. People like to mention Chicago all the time. How did people end up in those housing units, the projects in Chicago, or in New York, for a matter of fact, or in California? How did people were not able to live in certain neighborhoods that eventually became ghettos because resources were taken away? So I think that would change things, and I do think that fewer people would end up dying or being shot, in certain neighborhoods, and if you want to call it the ghetto or whatever it is. So I think that would change. I would love for that to happen, as a matter of fact.
Well, I wouldn't say that it would be there'd be no change. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad thing if we were completely cured of racism, psychologically.
And ask a woman, like, what if you could get rid of all the misogynists and all the the Harvey Weinsteins of the world? You can say that. Well, nothing would change. A lot of things.
No. That's a different example, and I think a lot would change there. But the other piece of this is, again, all the causes of racism that you've alleged are clearly in the past. I mean, we're not going to debate what 1950s America was like, and the consequences of redlining, et cetera. All right, so we see the legacy of our past racism, but the question is, what is enforcing inequality today? And what we have actually is, to come back to the overcorrection. To the contrary, we have in the most desirable parts of culture a flipping of the dial where you're positively advantaged if you're a person of color, and I would say especially if you're black, assuming you have anything like the same qualifications for the job. And if you can ask yourself whether you want to be black, applying to the best medical schools in the country, or to try to get a job at Netflix, or to get a job with the Ford Foundation.
I don't believe that, Sam, because the numbers just don't bear that out. If you look at
the numbers of admissions, the criteria for admissions,
okay. But if you look at what the numbers of admissions, look at the Fortune 500 companies, or the CEOs of the world, or as a matter of fact, the doctors of the world, or as a matter of fact, the pilots of the world. How many of them are people of color? I think that being admitted to college is something different than actually becoming a head of an organization or a part of an organization once there is no admission process. When the biggest admission process is, whether you knew someone, whether you're a legacy, whether or not your dad worked for the company, whether or not, again, you went to the right school. And so if you went to the right school, if all of these people were being let in and the advantage, you had an advantage of being an African American, then we would see far more CEOs of companies be African Americans than white. We would see far more people being black pilots than white. We'd see far more black doctors than white. We'd see far more captains of industry than white. But we're not seeing that.
Not quite.
And we're not even seeing it in percentage-wise, Sam. It's just not working that way.
I can clarify this for you because first of all, if you're talking about CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, I mean that's a longer process, right? I'm talking about the hiring practices of all these companies, and I'm talking about the likelihood of getting the post you're seeking, right? So here's a claim that I think anyone in a position of authority in any major organization, certainly a high status one, anywhere in our society, will be able to authenticate for themselves. If you're looking for applicants for jobs, right, or admissions to medical schools or law schools, et cetera, or if you're in Hollywood, you're looking to staff a writer's room on your next sitcom, or you're looking for a cinematographer to shoot a great movie, right? Whatever it is, right? Again, these are high status jobs. I'm talking about looking for someone to bus tables in a restaurant. I'm talking about where people really want to get to, which the parts of the landscape where things are radically unequal, right? Where there's just kind of windfall profits if you can clear these bars, right? I think everyone will acknowledge at this point that if you have black applicants if it's a toss up with respect to their qualifications on paper, everyone's got the same scores, they went to, they got the same letters of recommendation, whatever it is, but you have one who's black and one who's white, right? You are positively advantaged being black now, and this is just a fact, right? And it's been a fact for quite some time, and everyone knows this, right? So this is the gaslighting to say that this isn't happening. For Ibram X. Kendi, who got $10 million from Jack Dorsey to open a bogus lab at Boston University, right? For him to be saying that we're suffering under this crushing burden of racism against black people throughout our highest institutions, and to go to the Aspen Ideas Festival and just serve this pablum to a largely white audience that just drinks it up because they love to be called racist, when they know they are desperate to hire qualified black employees at every point along the way to run their conferences, to write for their magazines, to edit, et cetera, et cetera. It's hypocrisy. And it's truly infuriating to everyone right of center because they know it's hypocrisy. They know it's a lie.
Well, I don't know that. Let me say, if you can present that if you presented facts to me, then fine. I don't know that it's a lie. I don't know that it's a lie.
These are facts.
Let me finish,
okay.
And then I'll let you.
Yeah.
So I don't know that it is a lie. And I would imagine there has to be some truth to what you're saying is fine. But what I said, I still believe, where is the line? What are the metrics? Now, Ibram X. Kendi and what is it? What's his dad? Dave Rubin, right? You mentioned. I haven't thought about Dave Rubin in so long.
Yeah, I brought him up because I knew you knew him.
Yeah, it's been a while. But when Ibram X. Kendi, listen, I don't know enough about what he's doing, but examples of sort of elite people who happen to be African American or happen to be members of the LGBTQ community, the few people who have made it and perhaps are trying to speak for the millions of other people who have not, or who are not in that position, it doesn't mean that what they're fighting for does not exist because they happen to be one of few or the only persons in those spaces to be able to bring light to a situation that others may not be aware of.
Well, I'm not denying, again,
it's not like there are 100 Ibram X. Kendis or Kendis or 1,000. There's one of him, and it's okay for one Jewish person who happens to be, in the spaces to be able to create change, to speak for Jewish people. One African American who happens to be in a space where they may be the one or the only one to speak for the masses. That's okay. for a woman who happens to become a CEO
it's not that there's one
most
person
of the CEOs in the country are men, for her to be able to speak about other women, to say that, okay, she has achieved this, and for her to stand there and say, it's just ridiculous for her as a woman to have achieved what she's achieved, and to say that there's discrimination makes no sense when all these other women behind her know that they're being discriminated against, but they may love that she's the woman in that space to be able to defend them and to be able to tell their story.
Well, I think there are many claims about discrimination against women at this point in our society that are also fallacious, right? They're just not, it's a kind of moral hallucination, right? And there are other factors when you're going to talk about why women wind up in certain offices and not others, right? I mean, this is something I can speak to in the scientific community. It's often alleged that women are discriminated against in science. Historically, I'm sure that was true. Currently, it's much more a story of just different interests and steering them in different directions. So when you look at why are there so few women computer scientists or engineers, it's far lower than 50%, which is what you'd expect if it was just kind of randomly assigned. It's not, people have alleged that it's because of the misogyny of those fields, but it's much more a story of women being less interested in those domains, and they're much more interested in biology and psychology, where they're overrepresented. I mean, there's more than 50% of graduating biologists and psychologists and sociologists.
Is there something in the culture that has historically pushed them that way, and maybe they just are not aware? I don't know. I can't.
No, but I think it could be cultural, it could be biological, it could be a mix of both, but I don't think it ultimately matters. I mean, the truth is, the end game is, I think we have to fight for, and I think this is implied in Martin Luther King's work, and certainly in his hope that we ultimately judge people by the content of their character, not the color of their skin, is that we have to get out of the business of caring about the superficial differences between people. I mean, literally no one knows and will ever know and will ever think to ask how many blonde people got into Harvard last year, right? No one cares.
Yeah.
No one would ever think to care.
I'm in a business where people care about blonde. Well, I was in corporate media. It was
but I mean, as far as discrimination against blonde people, no one is worried about it because we don't have a history of it, and
But it's a social. You're saying these things are social constructs, right?
I'm just saying it doesn't. I'm saying we need to ultimately just be people judged on our individual merits, right? And to be part of a group.
That is a point of agreement for both of us. I agree 100%. Let's agree with that, and let's table this for a minute. Let's continue to talk about this, because I think it's really important for you and I to be able to discuss this. And I think it's people who have different worldviews. It's important, and there's no animus. Just so folks know that, I actually like speaking with you. So how does this conversation that you and I have just had? How do you think this plays out in the election? We mentioned Trump a little bit. We mentioned MAGA. How do you think? What influence do you think this will have in November of 24?
Well, I worry that Trump will get reelected. I think that if Biden and Harris don't have some kind of sister soldier moment with respect to the far left of the party, I don't know if that would be around the issues we're just talking about around identity politics and wokeness, or if it's around Israel or immigration or whatever it is. But if they can't demonstrate that there's real daylight between them and the far left, I just see it continuing to go in the wrong direction for them, just in terms of the polling and the likelihood.
We have a similar feeling on this, because I think that Democrats are bad politicians just in general. They're not as good as Republicans in sort of in messaging, I should say. Not bad politicians. They're bad at messaging. They're not good at having people rally around, getting people to rally around them. I do think that they have to figure out what to do with the far left part of the party who don't understand who their allies are, right? When they are, when people are shouting down, when members of Black Lives Matter are shouting down Hillary Clinton back in 2016, it's like, why are you doing that? It makes no sense. But I think the same thing can't the same thing be said about the right? Because I actually think in this time, the time that we're in now, considering what you're saying and how people feel about woke and all of that, I think that this is the Republican Party has an opportunity, and they're not going to be able to take advantage or capitalize on that opportunity if they continue to have the far right MAGA extremists in their party, and they don't deal with that part of the racist and bigoted element of the party. But I don't know how that's going to play come November. That could be energizing for the Republicans. So maybe your argument is right. That could be energizing for the MAGA folks, and it could hinder the turnout for the Democrats.
I just don't think the Republican Party is a normal political party at the moment.
Wow.
It's a personality cult.
Yeah.
You know, it's not functioning the way it used to, and we can't expect anything reasonable from it at the moment. I mean, it's just that they're totally in thrall to Trump's base, and Trump's base is not a normal political movement. I mean, I guess it's all too normal when you look at the sweep of history. I mean, it's this populist, quasi-religious, cultic phenomenon that has a proper demagogue at the top of it, right? So it's, I mean, happily, he's not as bad as he could be. I mean, I think Trump is, we shouldn't exaggerate how scary he is. He has no ideas, right? He's not ideological. He's got no big vision of what he wants to accomplish. He's just a morbidly selfish,
Yeah.
cartoonish.
Speaking of grift.
Yeah, I mean, he's the ultimate con man. I mean,
Yeah,
he's a game show host who lies about everything, who became president and may yet become president again.
Yeah, I really like talking about this because I think there's something to be learned from both of us, right? From having these conversations. And I understand, I want to know where this sort of, thing about the left, like the idea that people have about it. And I certainly understand it in a way, but I want to understand it more because I feel like the folks who have been sort of made into characters like the AOCs of the world or whatever, I think that they don't have the influence, as much influence over the Democrats as the far right has over, the MAGA folks have over the Republican Party. It's not to say that, it's not concerning, but I don't think that they have as much influence.
Well, they have tremendous influence over elite culture. They have a tremendous influence over the New York Times and Harvard and Netflix, etc. Right? This is where if you've got, blue hair and a septum piercing, and you're worried about what pronouns to call your cats, you've got a lot of leverage, and it's what everyone right of center is reacting to. Now, I'll grant you that the far right is quite a bit scarier in terms of its aims, and there's just it does have a purchase on power insofar as Trump and Trumpism is moving in that orbit, right? So I worry about our democracy. I worry about, again, not so much that Trump himself is ideological, but he's pure chaos, and what he has revealed about our society is that something like 30, 40, maybe even 50% of Americans don't care that we had a sitting president who would not commit to a peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah, or who has been, found guilty of 34 criminal counts of, it doesn't matter to them, right? Of falsifying.
Yeah. Although that aside, in their defense, I just think that was terribly played by the Democrats. I think that is,
that's a whole nother thing. Yeah, but the fact that they don't care about what got us here. So we can argue about whether it was a case that should be broad and the legal whatever. I agree, and yes, the pronoun thing for me, even as a member of the LGBTQ community, I understand you on that. Trust me, I do. Trust me, I do. We need to worry about the bigger things rather than what someone calls us. I don't care what you call me. I don't really care what you call me. I'd rather have someone in office who believes what I believe, and at the end of the day, will fight for my right as an American, and rather than what pronoun someone calls me. That's just how I feel. So listen, after all of this thinking, everything that we have talked about, none of it may matter Mr. Harris, if we're talking about AI, because then, people will say the AI generated version of Don Lemon or Sam Harris will just say whatever people want to hear from that. And so it may not even matter in the future. That means our democracy is over. AI controls everything.
Yeah,
Am I crazy?
Yeah, except this is another point in favor of the right-wing reaction to the woke, because as we know, many of our most powerful AI models have been designed to be woke, and there have been some fairly embarrassing things. In fact, I think it's still true that if you go to ChatGPT now, the latest model, and you say, "Tell me a joke about Jesus," it'll tell you a joke about Jesus. If you say, "Tell me a joke about Buddha," it'll tell you a joke about Buddha. If you say, "Tell me a joke about Muhammad," it'll say, "Sorry, that would be disrespectful. I wouldn't want to disrespect a religious figure. Can't do that."
Yeah. Well, that's not woke. I mean, that has to do with.
Sure it is. Yeah.
That has to do with, that's religion, right? I don't know.
Well, it's only the left wing in our society that wants to bend the knee to these religious sensitivities that are unequally apportioned across the religious landscape.
I don't know what the left has to do with Islam
so it has a ton to do. I mean, let me connect those dots. It has a ton to do with it because, again, on the left, Muslims are perceived as a beleaguered victim group in our society, a disproportionately brown-skinned group of people that really require our care and concern because there's so much Islamophobia directed at them, there are kind of stealth Islamist organizations in America that pretend to be the Muslim version of the ACLU. That weaponize this framing, right? That this is just we have this catastrophic problem of Islamophobia, and everything I've said in this conversation so far is a symptom of my own Islamophobia, and it's just pure bigotry. It's racism, and people will conflate any criticism of the doctrine of Islam with racism as though that made any sense at all, as though Muslims in 100 countries belong to a single race. I mean, it's just, again, it's the oppressor oppressed narrative.
Okay, I can't deny your experience because I've been criticized from everyone from the left to the right, blacks to gays to everybody, trans people. I've gotten it from everyone, so I can't deny your experience. But
get it from the Muslims next.
Well, I got it from the Muslims. I don't know if you remember when you were on my program. I really got it from the Muslims. But I'm not denying your experience, but I look at that as sort of a world governmental problem and not as a problem of the left, because I never hear, I don't hear people on the left, and especially don't hear people of the color sympathizing with jihadists and whatever. But
well, they are. Everyone who's sympathizing with Hamas as a legitimate uprising against Israeli oppression is failing to understand the absolute evil of this organization and the movement behind it.
Yeah, but I think of that mostly as the people who are out on the streets. I think that's mostly young people who are, as you say, being affected by whatever circumstances you think they're being affected by. Certainly none of the people of color in my life are not feeling that way. Certainly even the Democrats or the lefties in my life don't feel that way. So, I'm not sure what the exact polling numbers would show about that, but I would think it's more of a generation gap, Sam, than anything, because I speak to young Jewish people and they feel the same way. They feel the same way as young Muslim or Arabs, and they all sort of are in the same playbook, which is a bit surprising to me. So,
go for it.
To be continued. I'll let you have the last point. Go on.
Well, no, I would just say that politically it reaches deeper than that. I mean, the generational gap you're pointing to is certainly true, but if you just look at who in American society is framing all of this and has been doing this for decades through this lens of Western oppression of non-Western peoples and Orientalism and imperialism and colonialism, etc. This is all the leftist narrative. I'm not saying colonialism was never a problem, but at the back of all of this, you meet you meet people like Noam Chomsky, right? Who's 96. So it's not just the young people. This is the left's take on this is everything negative that befalls America, including 9/11. is just the chickens that have come home to roost, right? We got what we deserved here because we've mistreated everybody.
All right, well, let's continue that conversation.
Sure.
Noam Chomsky, it's interesting. Noam Chomsky came up in a conversation that I had on a sort of really left-leaning, I don't know if it's a podcast or a digital show or whatever. So what is your biggest concern? Is AI your big concern moving forward as we close out here? Because you have real reservations about it.
I mean, it's a big concern. I mean, I think there are two concerns. There's just the misuse of it in the near term, and in the far term, and we don't know how far. There's the prospect of building truly general intelligence, is what's generally referred to as AGI, artificial general intelligence, which is just fundamentally more powerful than us. And if we build it in a way that is not perfectly aligned with our interests, we could find ourselves in a position of having to negotiate terms of our survival with something fundamentally more powerful than we are or could ever be, right? It's like it would be, just imagine trying to play chess for the survival of civilization against the best chess engine, which is going to win a trillion times out of a trillion, right? I mean
So we're trying to negotiate with something that's non-negotiable, that won't negotiate. It's like our policy is not to negotiate with terrorists, and AI's policy is not to negotiate with humans.
I mean, that's going to sound like a science fiction concern, but if you extrapolate from current trends of progress, where we believe we've discovered that intelligence itself is substrate independent, right? There's nothing magical about having a computer made of meat, right? You can do this in silico, right? So we're doing this. We're building intelligent machines. There's no question of that. They're just not general yet, right? They don't have a capacity that can move across all possible cognitive domains of in the way that we can, or certainly all human cognitive domains, I should say. But once we have that, and again, there's no real reason to say we won't eventually have that if we just keep making progress, then we'll be in relationship to something that is more powerful than we are. And the question there is, will we have built it in such a way that it will always care to better and better approximate what we want, right? And it seems by no means guaranteed that we'll be able to do that, because the economic incentives are such that we're really in an arms race now. I mean, all independent companies that are doing this are in an arms race against all others, and America is obviously in an arms race against China and any other competitor, and we're just not incentivized to do this as carefully as we might and perhaps must in order to do it safely.
Sam Harris, this is supposed to be like a 20-minute, maybe 30-minute conversation. It went on. I loved it, though. Look, can we do this again? Yeah. Maybe we should take this show on the road or something,
Pleasure to talk to you, Don.
Yeah, it's great to talk to you. You take care of yourself, and I'll see you real soon, okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Don Lemon Show. We have a very special guest with us, returning guest, by the way, actor, author, commentator, a legendary stand-up comedian, good guy all around. He doesn't really like to say what's on his mind. He's a little timid, so we're going to try to pull him out of his shell, and that's D.L. Hughley. How you doing, my brother?
That describes me to a T. I'm good, man. What about you?
I'm doing well. I'm so glad to have you here. We need more voices like you out there speaking out here on these streets doing it. What's on your mind?
I really just am disappointed.
Wait, D.L., can I say something? I'm sorry. I hate to cut you off. Let me give you your flowers, because I haven't spoken to you. I told you over text. What you did on that stage at the Republican convention by saying, you know what, I was wrong about what I said about Vice President Kamala Harris. I'd spread misinformation, and I am sorry. To do that in front of an international audience takes a real man to do that, and I don't see anyone on the Republican side standing up and being a man like that. So I commend you for doing that. Good for you.
Well, me and you apologize to each other.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I think that when you, man, I just turned 60. So when you get older, it's like really what I feel like is mostly I feel repentant in the fact that I was so striding against a really amazing woman, and it doesn't matter how much you apologize or what form you use, the damage was done. I mean, every time I say something, then people will say what I said in 2019, and I think so. There's no way to apologize to somebody after you've already. It's hard to pull your knife out of somebody while you and apologize. But ultimately, I feel very repentant. I think that it was, and I'm mostly don't understand how it is that I made those assertions without even looking.
Doing the research. People do it all
Well,
the time.
because research is such a misnomer because most people research to prove proper research is to disprove what you believe. The thing we call research is to prove what you believe.
Right.
Like it's
Confirmation bias. That's what
right.
That's what it is. Yeah.
And so obviously I grew up in California. California at that time was Texas, and did some very like it was three strikes law. And this is no excuse by the way, but the three strikes law, Proposition 209, 211. It was a very repressive place, and I watched it chew up a lot of people. So any agent of that system, I would greet with suspicion. It doesn't justify not looking at this individual, but at the point when I grew up and it was before this transformation, there had never been. She might have coined the phrase progressive prosecutor. No one ever heard that before, so it would have been a misnomer.
Yeah. So what do you think? Are you watching these polls?
Of course. But polls are really funny because the quickest way to make a black dude lie to you is ask him a question with a clipboard in your hand. You know what I'm saying? We don't care about the way. If you ask black people, if you finally get on the phone to ask them what they vote, they're gonna be suspicious. They gonna lie to you anyway. That number one candidate, we interviewed all the black people. The number one candidate was D's nuts. They wouldn't tell the truth. So.
Who are you? How'd you get my number?
Right.
Why are you calling my house?
Right. So I think like in everything else, it's not disingenuous. It's not inconsistent for black people and people of color to be undercounted in anything. So I don't know that that any poll would properly epitomize us, and I just think I paid attention to the polls in that you can see that there is a level of if you were up down 18 points in Iowa and now you're down 4. If the race in Texas is closer, if the race in Florida is closer, if North Carolina and these states have come closer, something has happened. If she was, it's so funny because when Biden had the debate, 2 points, Trump was ahead 2 points on the national average, and that sent the Democrats into a hissy, and they got rid of him. Now in some polls, he's 4 points, and we shouldn't pay attention. So I just take it all with a grain of salt, but I'm invested in it, and I'm looking at what's happening.
Okay, so are you concerned about it because they showed momentum and now they're sort of leveling out?
I'm only concerned. Well, I think here's the game is in our hands. I think that she's a remarkable woman. I think that when one side is talking about how they can make your life better and impact your life, and the other is talking about whether she's black or not, and Haitians eating dogs, then I think where I think if he thought he were winning, he wouldn't be acting so unhinged.
Well, he's got to make sure because you know why he can't lose. In his mind, he can't lose.
No, he can lose. He can lose. And ultimately,
No. I'm saying in his mind, he can lose, of course, but in his mind, he can't lose because that's his mentality because he doesn't want to suffer the consequences of all the court cases.
It's such a, like Mark Robinson, he likes chicks with dicks and he's a black Nazi, but he didn't do anything illegal and they want him out the race. The rapist and the fraud and the felon can stay in. So it's a topsy-turvy world. I think that this is the first time I've ever seen such stark examples of the hypocrisy they wield every day. And to not say anything is even more hypocritical.
Well, that was my point, DL, because I said, okay, so it's the porn that's going to get you, that gets, Republicans to
right.
for the few of them who are doing it, right,
right.
to denounce you.
Right.
But it wasn't the crazy shit that you said and all the racist stuff that you said.
No.
I mean, you can
no.
be, he's like the black racist. He's like,
right.
What was his name?
He said black Nazi, yeah.
He was a black,
he
was like
him and Kanye are black Nazis, yeah. He fit all the bill. He hated black people. misogynistic, and he was obviously protesting too much on one side. The things that he's a self-admitted pervert. So if you any other race, I mean, they voted for a guy named Roy Moore Jr. in Alabama. Overwhelmingly Republicans did, and he was a pedophile. Yeah. So it's just it's the one thing that I will say that I am happy about is that there's no hiding it. There's no obfuscation. There's no mystery. Either you believe in the things you talk about or you don't. And it's clear that most, like at least 42% of the people, talk shit and will do something else. They don't love this country like they pretend to. They don't think of us. They don't believe in the Constitution like they pretend to. They don't have a set of more, because democracy was always a fraught proposition, and it required earnest white men who were with a lot of integrity, and those are in short supply right now. They just are.
Why does it have to be, though, why are the ones that they really hug and fall in love with, why does it always have to be like a Herschel Walker or a Mark Robinson?
Because Republicans never pick remarkable black men. They pick obedient ones. They never pick, they like black men like they like their dogs, obedient. They ain't with people. It's obedience that works with them, and they're unremarkable, obedient, and they have an obligation to not just be obedient, but to be to be loud in your opposition to blackness. Like you'll have Byron Donalds who will smoke a cigar and extol the virtues of Jim Crow, but won't say shit when Haitian children are being threatened because of a lie told. Or you'll have the Tim Scott. So they have, none of them are remarkable men. You can look at Clarence Thomas. He hadn't said anything for decades, and the first time he said anything, he was so quiet. The only way that you knew it was him is because he took pictures with the Supremes. That's the only way you knew. So they are comfortable, because if you're unremarkable, you're compliant. But they don't want anybody who challenges convention. You're not going to make them uncomfortable. The one thing that they warms the cockles of their heart is obedience from black people. Obedience. Do what I say. Ignore all of the noise and just be obedient to me, and parrot back all the things I say. Why is it that all these black people who have black children see what's happening? Where Haitian, you didn't even have to say whether you were against them lying about them eating dogs. You just had to say it's wrong that the governor of that state had to send state troopers so that children wouldn't get shot on picture day or blown up on picture day because of a lie that your candidate told. You couldn't even say there's no place for violence. Springfield might as well have been Birmingham. And the fact that they can find a microphone to excuse all of this bullshit but are silent when things like this happen tells you that they're exactly the kind of Republican they love.
You think about, like we say, the porn, which I love. If you're an adult, you can watch. You can watch whatever porn you want, and nobody's kink shaming. Let me get this in the deal. Nobody's kink shaming, because you called it chicks with dicks, right? He said that he liked this. He said that he likes transgender porn, but He didn't say that. He said he liked tranny porn, but he used that phrase. Oh, so okay.
And you cannot.
Now I know why you said it.
And you cannot watch porn whatever you want. Look at all over the country. Try to watch porn, and it'll ask you if you're 18. It does all these things now. So it isn't in Texas. You got to fill out and show ID. So the funniest thing is the states that yell freedom the loudest only want the freedom to do two things: tell a woman what to do with her vagina and to have guns. Everything else, drinking, smoking weed, having porn, doing everything that makes you an adult, you can't do that.
Well, this is why I wanted to point that, because we were saying transgender. I like to, you're going to get in trouble with that chicks with dicks, but that's your thing.
Oh, yeah, because I never get in trouble.
Yeah, but you're the biggest supporter of the LGBTQ community, so I get that. But DL, let me just play this, because I'm wondering, same thing as you, why wasn't it this shit that got him in trouble instead of the porn, which is, he's consenting adults, whatever they do, that's his business. But why wasn't it this stuff, him saying crazy stuff, before this, that got him in trouble? Let's play some of it out, because I want our viewers to hear it.
There's no reason anybody anywhere in America should be telling any child about transgenderism, homosexuality, any of that filth. And yes, I called it filth. We could pass a bill saying you can't have an abortion in North Carolina for any reason.
He says the civil rights movement in the 1960s was, quote, crap, and that Martin Luther King was a communist.
Robinson posted the movie Black Panther was, quote, created by an agnostic Jew to pull the shekels out of your Schwarze pockets, using the Yiddish words for money and black.
He referred to the victims of the Parkland school shooting as spoiled little bastards.
He says the moon landing in 1969 may have been fake. He also says there is a secret ruling cabal that is part reptile.
And said that Beyonce is satanic.
So after all that, why wasn't it that stuff?
Because they agree with it. They agree with it. They agree with it. And it doesn't make them look bad. Listen, I don't think most white people are inherently nationalistic. I don't think most white people are inherently racist in the like there's certain words they don't use, there's certain things they don't do. But I think most white people may not agree with the tactics of nationalists and supremacists and the Klan. They may not agree with their tactics, their verbiage even, but they do agree with their goal. And the goal is to make sure that white people stay in power. Mm-hmm. So to the extent that you might not agree with the way that they slaughter the food you like, or how they gather the gas that you use, or how they even, how you get access to your cell phone and all the things that go on with that. They may not like all that, but they want the product. Mm-hmm. There is a reason why overwhelmingly the Republican Party is overwhelmingly white. And that they become more nationalistic and more racist, overtly racist. There's a reason for it.
But they're doing it not just, in the halls of Congress and state legislatures and on campaign stumps. They're doing it through religion now.
Sure. But they always did it through religion.
That's what I write about now. This is my latest book, all right? So make sure you buy it. I'm selling the book here.
Of course I will.
Make sure you buy it. Make sure and tell everybody who watches listens to the D.L. Hughley show to buy it. But they're doing it even more now, especially evangelicals, through religion. They are not only blurring the line between church and state, they're trying to erase it, and it's all about control and power.
I don't know that it's ever been discernibly different. This illusion that it was different. They would beat you and sell your children and rape your woman and tell you about God. And they used scriptures for obedience to tell you that slavery was ordained by God. Mm-hmm. They've always used the religious apparatus. It's the same people in the southern region of the United States of America, the same Bible Belt you talk about, they use that belt to beat black people into submission. Mm-hmm. It's a conundrum. It's like, where is the highest level of porn consumption, the highest level of drug consumption, the highest level of all these things that are supposed
when
to be.
When does Grindr go off, knocked off line?
Right.
At a Republican convention.
So let's stop this notion that we were ever something different than this. I mean, the technology is different, the verbiage may be, the apparatus, the lenses we view things through may be, but the idea is really not that much.
Robinson has said that he is going to go against CNN, right?
He's
basically alluding that he's going to sue them.
He's not, and he said after this is all over, he was never going to win. First off, and Donald Trump said he's like Martin Luther King. He's more like Burger King, but I digress. He's never going to sue CNN because he was never going to win, and he knows it's true. Can you imagine having to get called into court and do a deposition and having to hear all those things and have them going to the public record? And even if some of them aren't true, the fact that some of them would be, he did all of these things. That is why they left him. And if it's not true, then sue them now. Start your lawsuit now. Why wait? If somebody did something like that to me that I knew was patently untrue, I would yell it to the high heavens. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or he shouldn't even argue. He should just say, I'm a Republican. He should say, how is what he did any different than the standard bearer, the top of the ticket? How is he any different than that? Except, if you remove, you have an adjudicated rapist, a fraud, and a felon can stay at the top of the ticket. But a man who may swing the way you don't, and he hates the same people you hate, he's the one that gets. And I don't want this to come off like I'm trying to defend that son of a bitch. But ultimately, it is so blatantly hypocritical. It's laughable.
Okay, man, there's a lot going on. Let's see. I want to get through politics real quick before we go to other things. Did you? Okay, you had me cracking up when you said that somebody was being hypocritical because they were breathing through the nose of a white woman. And I'm talking about Janet Jackson, who's saying that Kamala Harris is white. Then someone said she apologized, and then she goes, no, I didn't apologize. I said what I said.
Right. Ultimately, is this. We are entitled to our own opinions, but not our own truth. It is untruthful to say that it's not an opinion that that Kamala Harris' father is white. You can hit a button and see him. But to make these kinds of aspersions and the kind of cast these kinds of aspersions, she said, well, that's what I heard. And then she said, I heard they found out he was white, but I haven't watched the news in a couple of days. The only way you can find those kinds of things is in the farthest reaches of the internet. You have to go to the right-wing fringe. You will never hear that. There's never, you show me a report in any credible venue. Even Fox News have never said that. You have to go beyond that. You got to go to the fringes of things, the places where Haitians eat dogs and Barack Obama wasn't born here. You went to the fringes and found the lie that they perpetuated. My only question is, it seems ironic to me that a woman would question someone's blackness when you're doing it through the nose of a white woman. You have done everything in your power to not look like what you were born. Not looking. We know our noses are our feature. You've destroyed that. You've had people in your family that lighten their skin. So, and that's your privilege, your prerogative. But what is disingenuous to me, the question is, the people have had questions of whether Kamala Harris is black, right? They ask that question. They pose that question. But they always, people have had questions about whether the Jacksons want to be. So it's disingenuous for you to have trucking that kind of nonsense anyway.
Or didn't want to be.
Right.
We're talking about Janet Jackson here.
Yeah.
Do you think Janet Jackson, you're saying the furthest reaches of the internet, do you think she's like a QAnon? Because I know that they're a conservative family because of the Jehovah's Witness thing, but...
Listen, I think this. There's a difference between being conservative and being on the fringe. Where have you've been in the reporting game for a long time. Mm-hmm. There's a certain, even as crazy as some people can be, no news outlet has reported that. Where the fuck did you get it? Mm-hmm. No news outlet. Fox News 10 years ago was running with the story that Barack Obama wasn't born here. Mm-hmm. And even they didn't say that. Do you know where you got to look to find that? You got to look to it. And here's my whole thing. What is the fucking point? What is the point? What is the point of saying? The point is to make it seem like she's not one of us. That's always been the gameplay.
To otherize her.
Yep, it is. They do it to us, and then we do it to us. I ain't gonna say we, because I'm not nothing like them. But there are people, there are factions that will do it to us. I don't care what Kamala Harris is. I know she's a black woman. I know. Listen, she was raised in Oakland. She went to an HBCU. She plays AKA, and she had a boyfriend named Willie. Now, if that ain't black, I don't know what is. She look here.
I had Uncle Willie, so I know.
Of course, she worked at McDonald's. She loved nacho cheese Doritos, and her daddy left her mama. Come on now, it's every stereotype. What's happening? What are we talking about? It's silly.
You're crazy.
But you know what's so funny? If you look at Kamala's baby pictures, every black family has a picture of a girl who looked like she just came from outside playing and her hair is wild. Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah, Kamala looks just like she did in Oakland. Janet Jackson don't look like she did when she was Penny. I wonder what the hell was in the iron.
It was Wilona's adopted daughter.
Come on now.
Wow. But she has a lot of goodwill built among a lot of different demographics. Do you think she's canceled?
No, I don't. First off, you've never heard me cancel anybody.
Yeah.
I've never talked about that.
Yeah.
There's a difference between calling out what you think is bullshit I'm a huge fan of her. I'll go to see her. This is a lie that you can easily provable lie that is being spread. Why it is being spread, I can't say. What is your goal in terms of what is the reason, the rationale for you spreading it? I don't know. And to get a chance to dial it back, to walk it back, and to not do it means you meant what you said, right?
So here, in this crazy sort of political world, and I should have brought this up right after we talked about Robinson, but you got this guy, he's a Senate hopeful, his name is Bernie Moreno, he's out of Ohio.
Right.
Basically saying that he doesn't understand, what did it, you know, he said, he was talking about a lot of suburban women are singularly focused on abortion, and that's a little crazy. He also said he does not think abortion is an issue for women who are older than 50.
That is so patently insulted that I'm actually going to put it in my act. But the assumption is that even though you're not, or at the age where you're close to not being able to bear children, doesn't mean you don't have children that you want to see bear children and be responsible and have the right to have autonomy over their body. What kind of a world do we live in and country do we live in where we extol the virtues of freedom, but there's half of our society doesn't have the autonomy of their own body? I don't know how you can yell freedom when you want to subjugate people's bodies. But it's not uncommon. America has always controlled bodies, whether they black bodies or female bodies, and whether they're one and the same. They have always what kind of men want to control how people wear their hair, or who they can love, or what books they can read, or what they can worship,
An insecure
or what language they speak.
An insecure man.
But powerful men.
Yeah.
Do you know that in most parts of the world, speaking multiple languages is a sign of intelligence? It's a curiosity. But here, it is akin to a death threat. It is a threat.
Yeah. Speak American.
Yes, speak American. It really
Whatever
is.
that means. I got to read this because he's proving the point that I was trying to make that I got in a lot of trouble for, right? Where I said, this is how society sees women, and people read it the wrong way. And even, let's see, here's what, are you trying to lose the election? Former Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley said on Tuesday morning on X, asking for a friend. Haley used the hashtags, #tone deaf, #Don Lemon vibes, apparently referring to the controversy last year where I said what I said about her trying to make the point that she is in a party with people like this guy, and that she is doing to older people what society has done for women
Exactly.
for years.
And now everybody, and to your point, just to dovetail on that point, now nobody's saying nothing about how Donald Trump is clearly mentally diminished, and no one's age all of a sudden isn't the problem. So I think it speaks to the level of hypocrisy that they constantly truck in, that people, for whatever reason, they have this level of whataboutism that they feel like it's unassailable, but it is. It is a lie. It was true that what you said about Nikki Haley, and it must be true now because I bet she campaigns for him. I bet she votes for him. She won't say vote against him.
I think she denounced him in that thing.
She denounced him because it's a state. It's a state she can't vote in. She didn't denounce that mentality. Here, the thing that's funny to me is there are all these, like, if you live in a red state, you can't even talk dirty to a woman no more. You ask your girl, who's this? She gonna say, well, it's the state legislators right now. It's crazy. It's like, it's silly to me.
Okay, we've gotten that off of our chest because there's everybody, instead of, here's the thing, nobody really wants to talk to each other. They just want to call each other out. Like if you look at the immigration bill, right, which could have fixed what was happening. People said, oh my God, I'm concerned about what's happening at the border. Yet Republicans killed the bill at Donald Trump's behest.
Sure.
They could say
but here's the thing that's funny to me. When did Pennsylvania become concerned about the border? Like border states probably, if you're California, you New Mexico, you Nevada, Texas, states that border the border, okay. But now all of a sudden it is the thing, it is your whipping boy. Yeah. It is your red herring, it's your scapegoat. The truth of the matter, America doesn't, politicians and some of their constituents wrangle about illegal immigration. Wall Street doesn't. Wall Street knows how profitable it is. Wall Street understands that the reason America has done far better with inflation is because of the influx of illegal and illegal immigrants. You want to get rid of illegal immigrants? See how farmers complain. See how poultry producers or the people that produce meat or pork complain. See how construction complains. So it is an idea. What they don't want is for those people to come and stay. But America has a problem because poor brown people do our intellectual labor, and poor brown people do our physical labor. Poor black and brown. So if you can't write an app and you won't pick an apple, you shit out of luck.
Listen, I live in out on the east end of Long Island, right, which is in Suffolk County.
I know where it is. Goddamn. Let's get to the point. I know where.
What I'm trying to make a point is that people think it's liberal. It's red. It's very conservative.
Of course
right?
it is.
That's what Lee Zeldin was, a congressman, right?
Sure.
And people think there are lots of farms out there and lots of businesses. And you know what I see? I see immigrants doing those jobs. But right, and I don't know. It's not my job. I don't know if they're legal or illegal. Whatever, they're doing the roofing, they're doing the farming, they're working in all kinds of the businesses, everything. They're doing it, and there's a proliferation, I believe, of like Mexican people or people or whatever. But this is a Republican thing, and nobody's saying they shouldn't be here to help us with our businesses and to do these jobs.
No, if you're mad, if Republicans are mad at El Salvadorians for being here, or Mexicans for being here, or Haitians for being here, or Venezuelans for being here, in various other countries, or what they would call shithole countries, you don't need to be mad at them. Poor white people need to do those jobs. If Springfield, Ohio had those job openings, there were white people there that were able to take them. They didn't. It isn't. So your problem isn't with the people that are coming here. It's if poor white, because here's the problem. If you poor and white, you a nigga. You just don't know it. You are. Your skin say you white. Your pay stubs say you black. So you need to understand, if you want immigrants, the reason they have this whole black jobs and Latin jobs conversation, if poor white people would do the jobs that the immigrants are doing, we would not have this influx of immigrants. We wouldn't have had slavery either. Because America has and always will need somebody to exploit for their labor and then blame everything on. So if you want to stop illegal immigration, make sure all those people driving around hating immigrants, but still on the public dole, do the jobs that they do.
So we're both men of a certain age, pretty close to each other. Now I remember Freaknik, but I don't know nothing about no freak offs. But have you ever been to a freak off?
No, Don, I have not. but I will say this.
Yes.
I never liked him.
You never liked? You're talking about Diddy, Puffy.
I never did. And he never did anything around me. It was just the way that you just have these kind of inklings about people. And I will say that what bothers me the most about this whole thing is a couple of things. Now all these people who are telling their stories and who are saying that they saw it, and if you saw that and you didn't help,
why not?
You were not a witness. You're an accomplice. And I think it's just like 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Nick Cannon has 300 kids and he ain't got $1,000 of baby oil. 1,000 bottles. Like 800 dildos. Who is the dildo wrangler? Who?
Wait. What?
Like I read 800 dildos.
Oh, come on, DL. That is impossible. Are you kidding me?
No way. I'm not gonna argue with you, Don. You win, but I read it. You win. But the thing that's hilarious, the thing that's so much and the allegations of drugging women. Listen, I love women as much as everybody else. I ain't gonna drug nobody to get it. I'm from the era when lies worked. Remember that? Remember you could lie your way into
Baby, you know I love you.
Right? Groupie ain't got shit on I love you. What are you talking about?
Right.
It's crazy. I just don't understand it.
You're the most beautiful in the world. You know I love you.
Absolutely, baby, for sure. Am I gonna call you? I can wait. I can't wait to call you. That's crazy.
So what you never liked him? What was it, a vibe, or did you know, were people talking?
I just never. I had never. I'm the boringest. I go to work and come home. I don't really. I'm not. But and now I'm glad I didn't, because I don't have to have our lawyer to explain to me, to have me explain my presence. I just never have been. I think that he seemed craven to me. To me. Now I didn't. I don't have anything to base that on other than my personal. God gives you that first mind, and you listen to your first mind. Well, after you messed up as much as I did in all kind of areas, you just kind of go, "I'm gonna listen to it this time." And he seemed like that kind of guy. And when I saw the video of Cassie, I was not shocked. Not that I had ever even heard anything, but I'd seen the video, and I was not shocked.
Do you think there's going to be a fallout? Everyone said, oh, there's going to be a fallout. There's going to be fallout. More people. There are people in Hollywood now who are scared in the music business, rap and hip hop. They are scared that something's going to come out about them, either some videotape or some underhanded, shady stuff.
Sure. It would be. No one can have a level of criminality that high without accomplices. It couldn't happen.
So you think he's guilty? You said criminality because this is all alleged, but
listen, I'll say this. All I know is this for sure: they got R. Kelly, they got Bill Cosby, and they got Puffy. They have fucked around and arrested. Yeah. They have arrested the '90s. They've arrested. They have arrested everybody on Nick at Night. It's crazy.
And then what was that? Something in Park. What is it?
If you got a VHS, you better look over your shoulder. The fans might be watching you. It's crazy.
Do you think he's ever going to get out?
Listen, I know he's a billionaire, and I know I've seen stranger things. I don't know. I think that it's a very sad situation, and it speaks to how, the one thing that I will say that is consistent with these situations is that there are people who are willing to help them for their own personal gains. There are people who there's nothing you could do that's so debauched or horrible that you can't find somebody to do for you. And a lot of them. Now, there's a difference between saying a thing and covering a thing up. Now, that ain't up to me to decide, but ultimately, the one thing that is consistent, and the one thing I know for sure, is whatever you're looking for is looking for you.
So, DL, let's just say I'd have you back in January 20, whatever it is.
Yes.
2025. Inauguration Day.
Mm-hmm.
What does America look like? Because I'm saying that, I'm asking you because we're not going to know, I believe, for a while.
I firmly believe. But I'm from California with the whole Bradley effect. I remember Tom Bradley was running for governor, and he was ahead in the polls, and then the next day, nothing that the polls said was true. But I also believe that Barack Obama had a lot to do with shattering that mystique. And I do believe that Kamala Harris, and I respected Hillary Clinton a lot, I think she's done things decidedly different. I think she's legging it out. She's running toward the goal line. Kamala's done things that I know for sure that I would be hard pressed to see another leader do. Kamala invited me and other black men out who she knew she didn't like her. Now, it takes a hell of a leader to sit in the presence of people who are opposed to you. Mm-hmm. So I think she's doing all the right things. I think that her favorables are going up. I think that she'll win, but I don't think she'll win by a little. I think she'll win by a lot. And I think in terms of what happens when that happens, if she wins by a lot, and it's so embarrassing that Republicans can't back Trump's play to say anything crazy, that's one thing. If it's closer, and he can say some crazy things that they're willing to align themselves with, then we have a different situation. But I believe firmly that she is doing all the things you need to do to secure a victory. And instead of expecting a vote, she's asking for it, and she's trying to earn it. And I'm very proud of what she's done and the race she's won. I think that, contrary to a lot of things I think or have thought before, Democrats have run a pitch perfect campaign, to the extent that we are now hearing, people just saying all these crazy things in the wind. And here's the thing that I want to get out of the way right now. I'm a Democrat. I fight hard for my team. I don't. If somebody was paying me, I'd say they was. It's like Warren Buffett got rich buying things he believed in, investing in things he believed in. I believe that the progressive idea is better for black people than the conservative idea. I think that there's a difference between progressivism in Minnesota and conservatism in Mississippi. I'm not ashamed of my beliefs. I fight hard for my beliefs. If I were getting paid, I'd say it. I believe the things I believe because I believe they're the best for the people I love. If I didn't believe that, I wouldn't say it. But ultimately, conservatism, most black people live in the southern region of the United States of America, 58%. There's a reason the infant mortality rate and maternal mortality rate is high. There's a reason it is.
They don't hear progressive ideas a lot. They don't live in a progressive society. They live in a
That's right. They don't
conservative
live in a progressive. And if they did, the reason it is because there are people who would rather you suffer along with you than see you get something. I think that mentality needs to die.
When my family comes from Red, Louisiana, and they come here to New York, they're like, we feel like we're in a different world. We don't have to hear the Trump stuff and all the racist shit, because it's the same thing. They've all the time. That's all they're living in. That's all they see.
When somebody, the best they can offer you is everything costs less, that's the best they can offer you. This is not me statistically living in that region. You live years less because of medicine, because of environmental impact. I was born in 1964. My granddaughter Stevie was born a couple of weeks ago, September. I was born, and I was the first one of my mother's children who was born with the full rights of an American citizen. Affirmative action passed a little later on. There was affirmative action and Roe versus Wade, a little later on.
Yeah.
My granddaughter has been born in Georgia with less rights than me.
Right. Yeah, you're right. So if you and I don't know if you remember 2009, we bumped into each other at the Huffington Post thing.
I do.
Do you remember? You don't remember? I chipped my tooth, right? I think you
No,
came up
I
and said
didn't.
hello, and I had the glass, and I chipped my tooth. I tell everybody this, so you probably didn't even know. But then if I see you at an inauguration party, you think if you do it, it'll be because she won. So you think we'll be celebrating a win for Kamala Harris then?
No, here's what I think. Be careful what you ask for, because you just might get it. I have every confidence that she will win. I have every confidence that she has the bare bones to make a fantastic leader. But that starts the minute you get what you ask for.
Right.
So I will be exhausted, because I think it's been an exhausting process. But at the same time, I will be expecting to see the leader I believe she would be.
Yeah. So can we talk about, because I was out today talking to folks, right? Just asking questions. I was like, where do you get your news from, right? Which news source do you think is most credible? What does it look like if there's another Trump presidency? What does it look like if it's a Kamala Harris presidency? What are you most concerned about? All those things I was asking people today. And so I'm out there talking to people. And one of the things I did, I think you saw it, is on the way to the convention, I went across country.
Right.
And I just started asking people about their votes. There were a lot of black men who said, yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I'm voting for Trump. He gave me a check. Blah, blah, blah. You saw it. And I still hear it. I hear it here in New York. I hear it everywhere. What do you think about that?
I think that people are individuals, and whatever sparks to them, sparks it. I'm not going to judge somebody from what it is. I think that it is to me, when you got these ideas don't compute. Trump got me paid when you only got $1,500. When the predicate of being paid was that you weren't making money. So, I mean, whether it's $1,500 or 30 pieces of silver, people are willing to settle even the greatest of us for the least. Yeah. So, I think that what what appeals to people is a level of selfishness. What about me? What's in it for me? What do I get? And people who have men and women who have families and community, people care about the communities. There is something past you. Like you gotta want to plant trees that you'll never know the shade, the benefit of the shade. You got to want things to be better for people that not just you. It's not just generational wealth. It is generational stability, generational hope, generational opportunity. So even if you can't give your child a stock portfolio, you can invest in making the world better for them. And you can do that, and everybody can do that. But when I hear these people say these things, which they're entitled to say, it makes me wonder that you're exactly the kind of person that appeals to. It's a level of selfishness. What about me? Which is the biggest selling point. And they can see it in people. Like I can see this that people I don't want to be with. They can see that sense of weakness, that sense of selfishness. They can see it, and they knew there's gonna be a certain amount of people that spark to it. So I don't have any. Mostly I feel sorry for them because if you're living just for you, I don't know what you're doing it for.
D.L. Hughley, I've always loved you as a comedian, but I love you as a person, as a man, as
Likewise.
a human being now. You're an amazing guy, and I really appreciate you coming on. Keep doing
Likewise.
what you're doing.
I will.
I was always proud of you. When you did that at the convention, I was like, now that is a man.
Yeah, yeah. Let me tell you something. My wife was like, since you apologizing to people.
What about me?
All these apologies you got.
Where am I at?
It didn't work out that great for me, but thanks, Don, for pointing it out again. I appreciate it.
D.L. Hughley, thank you, sir.
All right, baby boy. Take care.
Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time. Welcome back to the Don Lemon Show, everyone. This episode is going to be a little different. It's going to be, I think, more serious than things that we usually talk about, but it's definitely worth your while to pay close attention. It may even be a little bit somber, but I'm hoping hopefully that's not so, okay? I'm hoping you're going to learn something about my next guest, and that is Sophia Nelson. Sophia is a Detroit-based public defender who used to be close friends and is a law school classmate of J.D. Vance. Now, last month, Sophia made public scores of emails and text messages, as a matter of fact, that she shared with Vance, or Vance shared with her, illustrating just how much the man has changed over the last few years. Sophia, thank you for joining me. How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, Don. Thank you for having me. I'm doing well.
Yeah, I can't imagine for you that the last few weeks have been easy.
It's been a surreal, strange experience for sure. I'm a relatively private person living my normal life here in Detroit, but I think truth is important, so I'm happy to tell the truth.
Yeah. Well, again, thank you for joining us. So let's go back, and then we'll get into what's happening now. How did you first get to know J.D. Vance? Do you remember the first time that you two ever met?
Yeah, we would have met during our first year orientation at Yale Law School. We were assigned to the same small group, which means we took all of our first year courses together. And so I would have met him in the fall of 2010. I don't have a distinct memory of our first encounter or anything. I know that's disappointing for the media. But I remember, genuinely really being drawn to him, liking him. We both come from the industrial Midwest. We both, grew up in working class communities, and that put us apart from the average Yale Law student, and we bonded over our shared backgrounds.
Yeah. So you were classmates first and foremost. Did you ever enjoy each other's company outside of study sessions?
Of course, yeah. No, we socialized together, and then after law school, we visited each other. He's come here to Detroit to visit me, and I've gone to Ohio.
Mm-hmm. So it's got to be a little bit weird for you that considering that you were friends, and I'm going to share some other stuff that he said to you, a personal note that he wrote to you, but it has to be odd, like hearing him say what he says and his particular stance now on the LGBTQ plus community and in particular trans people.
It's hurtful. It's disappointing. And what I've seen is a chameleon, someone who is willing to turn their back on their core values and in order to amass money and power. And someone who I think since he decided to reconstitute himself as part of the new right has surrounded himself in an echo chamber of people, mostly almost exclusively men, almost exclusively white. And he's getting most of his information and ideas from the likes of Curtis Yarvin and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. And I think eventually, if you live in an echo chamber like that, you're going to start adopting some really extreme ideas.
What happened, do you think?
I mean, I don't live inside JD's head. I can't definitively say what happened. But what I saw is someone who was always conservative, but thought the culture wars were a waste of time, certainly had a lot of queer friends, had a pretty diverse friend group actually in law school. And I think similarly had a diverse friend group in undergrad. And when he was in the military, we all know how diverse the military is. But in 2018, he considered prior to 2018, I suppose around 2017, was considering a run for the US Senate in Ohio against Sherrod Brown. And information quickly came forward through consultants and polling that he simply had no path forward in the Republican Party with his current stances on issues and his opposition to Donald Trump. And so he went back to the drawing board and reemerged as who he is today. And so to me, it's a story of someone who's willing to turn their back on their community, their friends, their core convictions in order to amass money and power. But I don't think it's simply that he doesn't believe anything that he's saying, right? I think he has come to believe what he's saying because the cognitive dissonance of advancing something you don't believe in is too much for most people to handle. And he's lived in this new conservative or new right, they call it. I don't know all the language of it, but I've read a number of the thinkers in that movement, and he surrounded himself with those people. From the Heritage Foundation. I mean, he was integral in Project 2025, the Claremont Institute, and these techno-authoritarian billionaires. I mean, Peter Thiel launched his political career with $15 million when he ran for Senate in 2022. And Peter Thiel doesn't think women should have a right to vote. So these are some really fringe ideas, and you, on some level, are the company that you keep.
Are you... When you're saying you don't know what happened, let's take people back, because you're saying he was a never-Trumper. And I interviewed him a lot on CNN when he was a never-Trumper, okay? Yes. I shouldn't say a lot, but a number of times. And he had this book out called Hillbilly Elegy, right? Where he talked about his experiences growing up, in the heartland. I don't know, was he necessarily a hillbilly? It was a very catchy title, but,
I don't know that he came up with the title, but...
Yeah, neither here nor there. So, but... You said that he realized that he didn't have a path in the Republican Party, so he reinvented himself, right? Is that what you said?
That's my perception, yes.
You don't believe this is real? You think it's fake?
Well,
you think it's inauthentic?
Well, I think he's lost touch with his authenticity, right? I don't know that he can tap into that anymore because ambition has been the overriding principle. It's hard for me to imagine, right? We all evolve, we all change. And I certainly have evolved on issues. I think changing your mind with new information is a good thing. But changing your mind on so many different important issues that you've given a lot of thought to, while also changing the way you speak and your personality, is not so much an evolution as a complete transformation. And so I think when you hear that he lacks authenticity, he's a fraud, he's a chameleon, that all rings true to me. Again, I don't live in J.D. Vance's head. I can't definitively say what's happening here. But I also think the story is slightly more complicated than that, because so he makes this decision and he starts making those connections that he would need to rise in the MAGA movement. And he surrounds himself with those people. And he's talking with people from the Heritage Foundation, the Claremont Institute, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Curtis Yarvin on a regular basis. And I think eventually he starts believing what he's saying.
Mm-hmm. So I ask you that because I have, obviously not as close as you. I sort of witnessed that with J.D. Vance. I was shocked when I started hearing the rhetoric coming up. It's like coming out of his mouth. I'm like, that is not the guy that used to sit on the anchor desk with me or via satellite, and I would interview him. That's not the guy's book I read, back in, what was it, like around 16 or 2016, who actually likened Trump to Hitler, right? Which was extreme. But I've witnessed what you have said in a similar way, in that people who started out as never Trumpers in media, right? One of them was the former White House communications or the press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, came on CNN as a never Trumper and then ended up becoming a Trumper. And I feel because she realized that it was the shortest line to the front, that social media or whatever it is showed that she actually got more popular. There was more popularity and more clicks whenever she agreed with something for Trump. Very similar thing that happened with Kellyanne Conway. She was the holder of the Ted Cruz Super PAC. And then just within one day, all of a sudden she became a Trump advisor and then became, joined his team and his campaign director. And I saw that happen to a number of people, or people who would say one thing about Donald Trump in the green room or before the cameras would roll. And then we come out of a commercial break and they would say something completely different. Mm-hmm. But I think it's the shortest line to the front, which I think is, for me, much worse than if you actually believe it. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do, and I on some level I agree with you. It shows that power and wealth are more important to you than core values, integrity, truth, the dignity of your neighbors. But there also becomes a situation where if you are only listening to people on the extreme fringe, and those are who you're talking to every day, I think it's really hard to be in touch with your actual convictions, right? This is somebody, he's speaking for quote unquote the heartland. Well, I actually live in the heartland. I've never lived in San Francisco, and I don't have any billionaire friends. And I don't consider myself a quote, monarchist like Curtis Yarvin. I thought we fought an entire revolution so we would never have a king. And that is the people who have been influencing JD since he decided he needed to have that short path to power, right? Get to the front of the line, as you say. But I think it's even scarier than a Kellyanne Conway, right? Because Kellyanne Conway is trying to keep a job, right? JD Vance is trying to become the new leader of the Republican Party. He knows that Trump won't be around forever, the man of a certain age. And MAGA is a cult of personality. And say what you want about Donald Trump, but the man is authentic. he was a racist in the 70s, he was a racist in the 80s, he was a racist in the 90s. He's a racist today. This is somebody who used his own personal money to take out a full page ad in the New York Times asking for the execution of 5 innocent Black men, and he still hasn't apologized for that today. So I think this man is consistent. JD sees that MAGA controls the Republican Party, and he's using MAGA to advance an even more extreme agenda. Him and the likes of Peter Thiel and other techno-authoritarian billionaires are trying to take over the Republican Party. And they're trying to take it over for this incredibly fringe agenda around increasing birth rates, using the government to incentivize and almost coerce heterosexual marriage and reproduction, and becoming a Christian nationalist state. And these are not things that, certainly there are members of the Trump base who support these things, but this is not like the Trump agenda. This is something very organized, very calculated, and very extreme, and frankly, very weird.
Mm-hmm. Why are you doing this?
Well, one, I think the American people are entitled to know where their leaders stand on things. And if you think that JD Vance is someone with integrity and that's someone you can trust, when during, the beginning of the Black Lives Matter movement, he emailed me very thoughtfully about how police are focused on coercion and control and have lost their community caretaking concerns, and that they don't treat Black people fairly in this country. And now he's saying back the blue no matter what and standing up for Kyle Rittenhouse. If you think someone who thought that reparations on the level of, at least when it comes to redlining and disenfranchisement of Black veterans was something that the government needed to financially compensate victims of, if you think he could transform on all those issues and go from, I think you know this because you interviewed him, right? A very thoughtful, careful, measured person who was kind. Mm-hmm. Right? He didn't call people names. He didn't mimic the way Donald Trump talked about people. And now he's out here name calling, using dehumanizing language, being cruel. If you think that kind of transformation is something that reflects integrity and core values that you share, then for all, go for it. Vote for JD Vance. It's up to you to make that decision. But I think the American people need that information in order to be able to make that decision.
So listen, I am speaking for people who are watching. Well, they're going to say she, and look, and I asked Sophia which pronoun. She said I can use she or he, right? And you're fine with both of those.
Or they, yeah, all are good.
Are they? So I asked Sophia, and Sophia said, people will say, I should say, Sophia, well, she's weird, or she has an agenda. She has it out. She's a lib, and she just wants to get JD Vance because she doesn't want him to be in office. She wants Kamala Harris. She wants Tim Walz. She wants the liberal lefties to run this country. That's what folks are going to say.
Of course, and that they're entitled to that. I'm asking people, I'm not telling people who to vote for. I'm asking people to look at the record, look at the things he said, look at how he's flip-flopped on almost every imaginable issue that affects everyday Americans, and look at the way he's talking about people and decide for yourself, does that reflect someone with integrity? And does that reflect someone with my same core values? And at least here where I was raised in the Midwest, we treat everyone with kindness, even when we don't understand or agree with them. Because you should treat others how you want to be treated. And calling people sociopaths because they don't have children, that just doesn't reflect the values that I was raised with.
Did you personally struggle with coming forward?
Oh, hugely. I mean, first of all, I'm a private person. I'm not a political operative, right? I never run for office. I've never, I don't work for a politician. I've been a long time, public servant. I lead a private life. And so opening myself up to extreme anti-trans vitriol as a going public was not at the top of my list of things to do.
So it must be personally hurtful to you.
I was hurt for sure, but that's not why I'm coming forward. This isn't a vendetta against JD Vance. I wish him the best. This is a commitment to the idea that voters deserve all the information when making their decision. And it's a commitment to trans people, especially trans kids who are a flashpoint in this election, that at least the JD Vance that I knew doesn't hate you and he's not scared of you. He's using you as a political ploy. And I'm hoping on some level that's comforting, because I was a trans kid once who thought there was something deeply wrong with me, and it's scary. And it's not okay to be used as a political ploy. It's not okay to be exploited in that way. But hopefully knowing that he has been loving and caring to a trans person can help you understand that this is a moral panic. This is fear mongering. This isn't actually anyone thinking there's something wrong with you.
A couple of things, because I'm going to read what he wrote to you, but I'm wondering, why do you think that they? Let me ask you that question second. I'm going to get to this, and then I'll ask you that question. As I mentioned, just earlier, how just a few weeks ago you released a host of communications between you and JD Vance. So if you don't mind, I just want to hone in on one of them. This is from 2016, and then Vance apologizes for misidentifying you in his memoir, right? Hillbilly Elegy, and then he wrote this. He says, "Hey, Sos, here's an excerpt from my book. I send this to you not just to brag, but because I'm sure if you read it, you'll notice a reference to an extremely progressive lesbian. I recognize now that this may not accurately reflect how you think of yourself, and for that, I am truly sorry. I am really sorry. I hope you are not offended, but if you are, I'm sorry. Love you, JD." So I'm just curious about your reflections on that note, because generally you said that you said he had a diverse group of friends, members of the LGBTQ community, right, at Yale. Folks joke that they call Yale the gay Ivy. He had many queer friends, and he was comfortable, right, with gay and lesbian people?
Yeah, and he supported gay marriage at that time, marriage equality.
Yeah. So then my question is
like he publicly, he was, that's not an assumption. He said he supported marriage equality out loud.
Yeah. So then why do you think he and the right now, MAGA and the right, why are they so focused on and obsessed with trans issues? Because trans people are such a small percentage of the population. And my question always is why do you care so much?
Mind your own business, right? That's what Tim Walz keeps saying on the campaign trail. And I think that I grew up in a town smaller than the town JD grew up in. And I was taught to mind my own business and treat everyone with respect and kindness. Treat others how you want to be treated. So I don't understand it, but I do understand that fear is a motivating factor for folks. And if you can whip up a moral panic and scare people, you can get them to the polls. And so I think this is opportunist.
Have you spoken to him recently? Communicated at all? No. Last time, I think it was it one of the last times, 2012, after you had gender affirming surgery, he brought baked goods. He brought you baked goods, right? Am I correct with that? What was that interaction like?
It was kind. It was generous. He was a good friend. He was a supportive friend. I mean, I supported him. That's the thing about being a decent person, right? I did not agree with JD's politics. There were lots of parts of Hillbilly Elegy that I took issue with. I don't think that poor people are trapped in cycles of poverty because they're lazy. The people I grew up with, the working class people that I went to high school with, they were struggling not because of a lack of work ethic, but because of deindustrialization and the rising wealth gap and greedy billionaires taking too much of their profits and not sharing with workers. But that didn't mean that I wasn't rooting for JD. That didn't mean I didn't treat JD with kindness. I mean, the email that you read where he's talking about the book and apologizing for misgendering me, I replied that I was so proud of him, that I was really happy for him, and that I was glad that he was having this success, because I don't have to agree with your politics to support you and want good things for you. Because
people don't understand that. They think just because I love that you said that. I love that you said that. Thank you for saying that. Go on. I feel the same way about myself and my friends who are maybe a bit more conservative or even sometimes a bit more liberal than I am, or just we don't see eye to eye on everything. I still love you, but as long as you're not out there harming people or, attacking people, then okay.
I mean, that's how I was raised, and I grew up in an overwhelmingly conservative community that voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump. And the people that I'm still friends with from grade school and high school, they would never use the kind of language that JD Vance uses to talk about people, right? JD Vance wrote a foreword for a book that calls progressives unhuman. This is not only fringe and strange, it's dangerous. And it's dangerous because when you start dehumanizing people, which is what not the Republican Party, but the MAGA movement is doing around trans people, we know where that leads to. It leads to greater violence. And there is nothing about the fact that I got gender affirming surgery or that I, present the way that I present every day at my job that makes it hard for anyone else to live their life, right? I don't want to police anyone else's sex life. I don't want to police anyone else's gender. And I don't want to police anyone else's ability to have the number of children or no children, whatever it is that they want, right? That's not my job, and it's not the government's job. And that's what JD Vance is trying to do. And that, I mean, these are my personal political opinions. I released the emails because, again, I think he's trying to pull a fast one on everyone. And people deserve to know that he has changed his position on so many issues. And he's gone from being a generous and kind person who was able to have respectful dialogue across political differences to writing the foreword for a book that says that, anyone on the left is subhuman.
Do you, how do you think he's doing? The polls show he's like the least popular presidential candidate, maybe vice presidential candidate, maybe ever.
I mean, I think that's because the American people, right? The circles that
the American people recognize someone who's
not authentic, right? Authenticity is so important in politics. And I'm not a politician, but I was in this world of elite, wealthy people, right, from Yale Law School. I didn't like it, and I went immediately back to the Midwest and live my very middle class life here in Detroit since 2013. JD chose to stay in that world, and that world is transactional. That world does not value authenticity. You rise in the ranks of that world by loyalty, by doing favors, by exchange, and JD Vance was bought by Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel gave JD Vance $15 million to run for the Senate in 2022. Do we think that Peter Thiel, a billionaire, cares about the working class people of Ohio? I don't.
What do you think of a couple things that's happening now? One, before I get to the, cat people or cat lady, what do you think of this whole idea of Tim Walz and stolen valor and criticizing him wrongly? As a matter of fact, I feel like they're, targeting him, and it's unfair, about retiring from the military and that he abandoned his whatever. And the person who is leading the charge is JD Vance.
I mean, I think it's unfortunate. I think it's sad. I don't know Tim Walz, and I don't claim to be an expert on the military. I think criticisms of JD Vance's military record are also out of bounds. These are both men who serve their country and serve their country honorably. And that's where it should be left, right? So I've heard, retorts on the left that are calling into question JD Vance's service, and I think that's similarly inappropriate.
What about the cat ladies?
That I watched when it happened. I mean, I wasn't watching Tucker Carlson, but a friend sent it to me after the fact. And I was hurt and disappointed at that time. And I also dug in. It got me to dig into this whole natalism movement that JD traffics in. And it's a very disturbing world because, and Tucker Carlson has talked a lot about the Great Replacement theory. And I think that undergirds a lot of this concern, right? If you're concerned about a declining population, you would be for, things that allow people to support their families, right? Paid parental leave, paid sick leave, increasing the minimum wage,
IVF or women's reproductive.
Exactly. All of the things that support working class families. And you would be pro letting young people from countries that are ravaged by violence come to the United States and build a better life. But instead, all JD Vance wants to see is only certain kinds of people reproducing, and punishing other people. And I think using government power in that way is un-American, and it seeks to attack me and my neighbors. And so I'm disturbed.
His wife has been in the spotlight since the convention. She's gotten some attacks, a lot of attacks from racists in JD Vance's own party. You knew her at Yale, right?
I did.
Yeah. Is it Usha? Usha.
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 Mm-hmm.
So what was that like?
They got racist attacks as soon as he became a public figure. So dating back to 2016, they shared that with me when we were still close friends. So this isn't new. He obviously, they were prepared for it. He was well aware, and he emailed me one of the emails that I released to the New York Times. He said that the Trump base is disproportionately racist. And so he's well aware of who he's getting in bed with, if you will. I think it's sad. I mean, no one should be judged on those grounds.
And no one should be subjected to that. But I'm wondering, what was she like? Were they similar in their ideology? She seems to be a bit more liberal, at least from the research than he was, or he
yes.
is.
I mean, I'm fairly certain she voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. I would describe her as a center left in her politics, very evidence-based, like a technocrat.
Yeah. So listen, I want to.
I don't know where she stands now, right? Obviously, she has tied herself to his evolution as well. They both value power over all else.
Yeah. So fast forward, you graduate from Yale Law School.
Mm-hmm.
You never say goodbye to him, right?
No.
Because you strike up effectively what's sort of a pen pal, right? You guys were texting or emailing or whatever, or writing.
We texted and emailed, but we also visited each other. I mean, we were friends.
You did?
Wedding.
Yeah. Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm.
Go on. And?
It was a lovely, beautiful ceremony. I mean, I was very happy for them. I saw their relationship begin while we were in law school together, and I was excited when Ewan was born, their first child. Our relationship didn't really fall apart until 2020, 2021.
Yeah. I have some college friends that are like that, who became like crazy MAGA people and did not believe in facts. And I was like, wait a minute. All this time I went to college with you and we were good friends. I never knew that you were racist. And they would say racist things. And it just kind of shocked me. I don't know how that happened, but so you guys were, and same thing. I would attend their weddings. I was very close to their families. It is very hurtful. And I mourn the loss of that friendship and the people they were, certainly not the people that they have become. You know what I mean?
I want to be clear. It's not, I have friends who, or there are people that I love that voted for Donald Trump both times. But how you treat people and talk about people matters. Mm-hmm. And when you
notice, I said they became MAGA, not necessarily voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah,
there's a difference.
Yeah, I think I think that's an important distinction. And I grew up in a conservative community. I live in a swing state. I have a lot of relationships across religious difference, racial difference, sexual orientation difference, and class difference, political difference, right? We all live in community and we know how to treat everyone with kindness. JD is out here denigrating trans people, denigrating anyone who doesn't agree with him, and denigrating women and denigrating people without children. And he's doing it in these incredibly callous terms. He's mimicking Donald Trump's divisive cruelty. That is not okay, for starters. It's dangerous for our country. People are sick of it. They want to get back to like Thanksgivings being pleasant. And it's not the person that I knew, and I don't think it's the person that you knew. And so I think it also reflects a willingness to turn your back on your values in order to amass money and power.
Yeah, listen, to me, I'm not even sure I would call him an acquaintance. It was just someone who would come on and I would speak to. And quite frankly, we probably could have been friends. I would go to have a beer with the guy. Yeah. I mean, now, not so much. It's interesting that you said what you said, because what I have found, and I go with my gut, and my gut is usually right. I was right about Trump in 2016. He ended up winning. I said he was going to win. A lot of my Democratic and progressive friends. They were so mad at me, but I was
Well,
right.
I knew he was going to win because I was door knocking for Hillary Clinton in Michigan, and I was door knocking on union doors, and over and over and over again, people told me they were voting for Donald Trump. So I knew it was happening too because I was hearing it from the voters.
Yeah. And so now I feel, Sophia, you can tell me if I'm wrong, when you said people they want to laugh and, have dinner and whatever, go to Thanksgiving. I feel the same way about the strategy and the tactics now of Donald Trump and MAGA. I feel like they're running a campaign from maybe the 90s or even 80s, with this sort of Willie Horton style racism that they're displaying on that side.
Yes.
And I don't think it's penetrating. I don't think people are interested in it. I think the extreme right wing, they are interested in this. But I don't think overall anymore people are interested in anger and bigotry and racism and homophobia as a whole. I don't. I mean, there's certainly factions in the Republican Party now, which has, for the most part, become MAGA. And so I think that they are off in their strategy, and they're just as ignorant as to what's going on as to Democrats in 2016 with Donald Trump. I think that they don't understand just how poorly what they're doing is resonating with the American people.
I agree. I mean, that's what I'm hearing from my community. We all know queer people. We all know people of different races, and we go to work with them. We worship with them. They're our neighbors, and we don't want to fight about those things, right? We want to be able to pay our bills. We want people to have freedom and dignity in their personal lives, and we want our kids to have opportunity, and that has nothing to do with these culture war issues and this meanness, this cruelty. It's gotten real old, right? Trump is an entertainer. I think the whole "you're fired," all of that stuff, it was like novel and interesting, but we've heard it, right?
The novelty's run off. The thrill's gone. The
It's
thrill is
gone.
gone.
And I think that the way Tim Walz talks about America, it's very familiar to me, obviously. Minnesota, Michigan, very similar states. I had teachers like him growing up that helped me realize my potential. And that's the kind of solving problems, right? Throwing your moral outrage at solving problems instead of creating them.
I'd mentioned just how poorly he is polling among vice presidential candidates, but if Trump and Vance ultimately lose the election, do you think that he's going to feel that it was all worth it, that he alienated so many people?
And that's a question for JD Vance. I'm very open to him transforming back and
him transitioning.
I think I would welcome him with open arms, and the man that I knew, I loved and cared about, and I still care about him, and I wish him no harm. And I hope that he can realize that treating everyone with respect and kindness is never a wrong move. And if he can return to that, then, more welcome back to the decency table.
Are you a Christian or believer or religious? You're not.
No.
Saying something. You said you're not, but you're saying something that that Christians usually espouse. Like they say that, I welcome someone with open arms. I love them. I love the sin and love the sinner and not the sin and whatever. It's I don't really. That's a longer story because I don't necessarily agree with that whole love the sinner and not the sin thing. But you're saying something that most Christians should be doing, but yet they don't. They don't accept you.
Sure, but I don't know.
I shouldn't say most Christians. I should say evangelicals or Christian nationalists. I should make a distinction.
So my partner's deeply religious. She's Muslim, and my mom is deeply religious. She's Episcopalian. So I think I'm rooted in some of my deepest influences are religious people. And in the line of work that I do, right, I've been a public defender for 9 years. I don't believe in good and bad people. I believe that good people are capable of doing bad things. And and I believe people are capable of change. And I believe in loving and respecting everyone. And so that might sound religious to some people. For me, it comes from a different place, but I definitely have a lot of religious influences. And yes, it's what Christ preached. It's what Muhammad preached. It's what, it's the root of a lot of faiths. And it's also just the root of core Midwestern values, which is you don't have to agree with someone or understand them to treat them with respect and kindness.
You said that you would welcome him with open arms. Do you think you'll ever speak to him again?
I honestly don't know. I mean, I'm not going to attach myself or try to play nice just to maintain access to power. If you're not going to respect my inherent right to exist with dignity and my right to have freedom over my own body, then, that's where I draw the line as far as friendly communication. But anything can happen. I mean, I never would have predicted in 2018 that he would be espousing the stuff he's espousing today. So if he can change, more power to him.
I should ask you, would you reach out? Are you ever tempted to reach out and say, man, what are you doing?
Oh yeah. I mean, that was the fight that kind of unraveled the friendship, was when he started saying really
even now
about trans people in 2021, I reached out and said, what are you doing? Why is it what's happening here? And he told me I had been brainwashed by Jeff Bezos, which is like a really funny thing to say because I haven't bought anything on Amazon in a long time. And, I'm a union member of UAW, very proud, and not a big fan of billionaires who exploit workers. So,
yeah. Wow. But now that was enough for you. You would not reach out to him at this point.
I wouldn't, but I would receive a reach out. I mean, I'm not going to affirmatively reach out. No.
What would you say to him?
I would say, what am I doing? What are queer people doing that makes it hard for you to live your life? I don't think there's anything wrong with being deeply religious, with wanting to have a big family, with, going to church every Sunday and raising your kids to believe. That's great. I want you to have the freedom and respect and dignity that you deserve. And I don't understand why you're trying to control how I live my life. And I want to know, what is it that trans and queer people are doing to make it hard for, quote, normal Americans, which is something he keeps saying on the campaign trail and something that he said to me in 2021. I want it articulated. I want it answered. How does my existence make it hard for you to live your life?
Very good question. Hopefully he can answer that. If you are listening, JD Vance, can you answer that question, please, for your friend, Sophia? Because clearly you are still his friend, the way you're speaking about him and as kind as you're being. And I don't think he is returning that. Thank you, Sophia. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate your time, Don, and I appreciate you shining a light on this issue.
Thank you. Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time. Hello, everyone. It's
Don, you're muted.
I'm
On
not
StreamYard.
sure what's going on with my camera or my connectivity, but I'll deal with it. It's weird. I don't know what's happening. So anyways, what I was saying is we will probably go back to one live show a day. So I hope that is okay with you guys. You don't get upset. Everyone's like, there's so much going on. Why aren't you live? Anyway, we'll explain. We're changing things up a little bit. But since I have connectivity now, let's get to this. I have a very special show for you guys today on Lemon Live at 5. Someone who I've known for a long time, but we'll talk about that. We have been talking at length in just the past couple of shows, really, just about how people are checking out on the news. I think our most streamed or how do you say, most watched show has been the one where we said people are quitting the news cold turkey. And we got confirmation of that, not only from you guys telling us that you are, but also from the ratings, and we'll talk about that. So Americans are checking out on the news, and it is because they're making them sick, they're saying, physically sick. And it's giving them anxiety disorders. It's pushing them into panic attacks. In extreme cases, it's even making some folks really contemplate harming themselves. And that's where my next guest is going to come in just a second. So it's no wonder that people have been tuning off Morning Joe and canceling their New York Times subscriptions and so on, Washington Post subscriptions, and so on and so on. We'll see if that lasts. I think this time there's going to be some real, there's going to be, it's going to last at least this time, because people have been predicting the demise of broadcast and cable news for a long time, and it hasn't happened. But I think this one is going to stick. And we shall see. Today's a very special episode, and I want to chat with my dear old friend, someone who has seen from the inside just how anxiety-provoking cable broadcast news, working in the newsroom can be, working in this business. And he also knows how to go about healing, a healing journey to recovery from it. Who am I talking about? Candace Gibson joins us now. Candace is a 4-time Emmy Award-winning journalist. He's currently the early evening anchor at PIX, WPIX, we call it PIX here in New York, PIX TV. He's the author of a fantastic new book. It's called 5 Trips, an investigative journey into mental health, psychedelic healing, and saving a life. So, Candace, how are you?
How are you? So good to see you.
Candace, you said, hey, Don, I have a new book coming out. I was away, and then sure enough, shit hit the fan. Candace, do you remember the first time we met? First of all, you're okay. You're okay now, right? Before
I'm okay.
Okay, we'll talk about
it. You're always fighting demons on any given day, but I figured out a way to operate. I'm okay.
Okay. You remember the first time we met?
I know it was in Philadelphia.
Yep. It was Philadelphia. There was some big breaking news story where I had to come in and do the early morning shift. Something happened. I don't remember exactly.
It was, and I'm going to forget the detail, but I think there was a hostage situation at a hospital or something like that went on for maybe days.
It was national news.
Yes.
I remember I did a hit for like NBC News or something.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, can you do the morning, blah, 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 blah. And you walked over to my microwave truck then, or it may have been a satellite truck. I don't remember.
It's way back.
Yeah. And you said, hey, someone said that there's someone new in town and he looks like me. And I just wanted to meet you and see who you are. And then we looked at each other and started laughing because we're like, we don't look anything like
and I had hair then, and we did not look alike at all.
You worked for the Fox station then, right?
I was at the Fox station.
Yeah. And I was at the NBC station.
Morning.
So anyway, this was 99, 2000, something like that.
Yeah, 99,
I believe.
It doesn't seem like it was that long ago.
Yeah, well, yes, to me it does. So, Candace, let's talk about this, all right? Because I said that you said that the toxic environment in news made you sick. It also made you. We have to watch our language here. Want to unalive yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, and there was an attempt, and I think that Americans are feeling similar to you, although they don't have to work in this environment every day. They are exposed to it. Let's just talk about these stats, and then we'll talk about what happened to you, what people can do, because I want this to be a healing experience.
Yeah.
So just since this is just some stats for the news, I'll do cable here. I don't have the broadcast numbers. MSNBC has averaged 550,000 viewers since Election Day a 39% decline compared to the network's average in October. In prime time, MSNBC audience has declined 53%. That's according to Nielsen data. CNN, which has struggled with ratings for months, has also had falling viewership since the election. The cable news network has averaged 413,000 viewers since last Wednesday, or since the election. 22% decline from its October averages. In prime time, its viewership decline now stands at 43%. I think it may be even 47% now. Engagement on social media with news articles cratered over the past 3 weeks, dropping 50% since the election, despite more articles being published. Engagement is measured by interactions with articles posted, which includes likes, comments, and shares. And then you have some numbers and you have some numbers, and I have some numbers that we're going to talk about as it relates to mental health, Black people in media, and then what you're doing, your plant-based medicine, your psychedelic medicine.
Yeah.
It's a toxic environment to watch for viewers, let alone work in. What happened to you?
I mean, I guess it's a toxic environment if, depending on your political stance, the way the business has gone. I'm sure Fox viewers are feeling quite fine tuning in nowadays. But for my situation, listen, Don, we show up on people's worst day of their lives, and then we leave. We are at somebody's house when they're going through immense tragedy. We were at that hostage situation together where I believe 2 people were killed. That's the worst day of the lives for somebody, and we leave. As the years go on, we're taking on shrapnel. We don't necessarily leave those stories behind. If you have any sort of empathetic soul, you're still kind of taking on that shrapnel after the other, and you're exposed to it constantly. And so that in itself can have an impact on many of our psyches and our mental health in the news business. For me, I had an underlying depression throughout my entire life, like severe depression that I worked with using different SSRIs, antidepressants, as well as therapy. I had childhood sexual abuse, as did you. And so there was an underlying level of trauma and depression that went through. And then when you add to that a different environment where at the network level, it can be really, really tough sometimes, where you're fighting constantly to get on top and trying to get on that show. And you're trying, when you get on top, to trying to stay on top, and you are working different hours, and you're still forced to kind of sing and dance and smile on any given day. All of that can add up over the years. And that's what added up for me and came to a head in October 2018 when I contemplated suicide.
I had no idea. And, even though I didn't hear from you, I don't hear from a lot of people for a while, because, you get so involved in work, right? And then we're often in different cities. You moved around. You were in Los Angeles, you were in Philadelphia, were you ever in DC? Weren't you in DC?
I was in DC. Yeah.
In DC, you're in New York, and then you were in Florida. And so sometimes we lose sight of each other, but still I considered you a friend, and I had no idea. And you are friends with my friend, Mike Woods.
Yes.
You said found you, correct? Yeah. Okay. Let me read about this.
Go ahead.
So you say here, this is a passage from the book. You said I was, and then we'll talk about how you got here. I was lying in a dark hole on the wooden floor, sprawled across a yoga mat, my head resting on a tiny pillow, deep in the Amazonian jungle in Peru, at least 3-hour boat ride from any other human. I was in a grand room and doubled as a food hall, bar, and church. The metal roof on the building was alive with sounds of every nocturnal creature slamming into it in the jungle cacophony. Knowing I was at the precipice about to jump into the next phase, the shaman overseeing this jungle seance. So this is you. This is you in the book.
This is ayahuasca.
Okay, that's ayahuasca. I don't want to talk about that. This is where you were telling me in the book that you write about that you had this experience, and it's a long thing to you had this experience where you were working overnight at ABC, and finally you got sort of the coveted job, and you started to work for Good Morning America. Robin Roberts welcomed you with open arms. You said. Michael Strahan, and who else was it there? Was it George?
George was there as
George,
well, and all very welcoming and kind, and to this day the same.
Yeah.
Well.
Okay, so you said that you worked for that and you had gotten the brass ring, right? But then it became so toxic. You got involved in this workplace sort of racial thing that happened in 2020, and so I think you were like sort of on a merry-go-round and you couldn't jump off.
Well, I wouldn't say that it got toxic. Like, I didn't knowingly know what was happening behind the scenes.
As
So
often, that's how it happens for us. And then you can't defend yourself because your contract says you're not allowed to make public statements. You know what I'm saying?
Are you speaking for a friend?
Look, all the contracts say you cannot make a public statement, and if you do, you could lose your livelihood and your money. But people don't understand that in the general public, that you can't do. You have a contract that says you can't do it. Also, you cannot work after a job if they let you go, or even if your contract is up. You have what do you call it again?
NDA?
No. Where you can't work.
Oh, the non-compete.
You have a non-compete. And so people are like, oh, you can't find a job. And it's like, no, I can't get a job because it's breaking the law.
So one of the things, like at ABC, things were going great. And there was a period done in 2016. I think it was after the, and I get them all confused at this point, but you'll know, the St. Louis riots that took place. I forget what.
And Michael Brown. Ferguson, right, yeah.
And it was another hot summer, and President Obama was on his way out, and he was planning to do a town hall with ABC News to talk about police brutality. We had also had that shooting of several police officers in Dallas that had taken place. And so the country was yet again, back then, we've had many of them since, precipice. And so President Obama was doing this town hall, and one member, I forget who it was, a Black correspondent, walked by the planning meeting for it and noticed that there wasn't a single Black producer in that meeting as they're planning this town hall about police violence against the Black community. And then David went on and continued to have the press conference with, or the town hall with President Obama.
David Muir.
They had Deborah Roberts was supposed to speak, but did not get a speaking slot. And then they had Jamel Hill from ESPN at the time, part of the ABC Disney family. And she did get to ask a couple of questions, but that was it when it came to representation. So we had an email that went out to all the Black correspondents and anchors at ABC after we saw this play out and said, listen, if there was a senior or executive producer who was Black at that meeting, there would have been more representation on camera of some of the Black correspondents and anchors. They would have felt that it was important. So we used that as a call to action. And Don, we started meeting from that point and demanding that the executives meet with us to kind of say, listen, we need to have brown and Black executive producers or senior producers and above at ABC. At the time, the network did not have any. Not on GMA, not on Nightline, not on any one of their shows was there a senior or above of color. And so we kept meeting with them every 3 months, and they'd say, oh, we're trying to find this person. We're trying to find this person. This person turned down our contract. This person turned down our contract. And it would go on for several years. And I think in that time, we got one person who became a senior producer to Nightline added to the shows. What I didn't know that was happening behind the scenes, Don, because I had plenty of time. Mara Schiavocampo, as you know, Mara, who was a correspondent, she had plenty of time as well. And so we were the ones who were the liaisons between the bosses and the busier, richer, more occupied other anchors and correspondents. And we'd set up all the meetings. Mara's contract was not renewed. I started noticing that, but I didn't realize what was going on. I started noticing that all of a sudden, these stories that I would pitch for Good Morning America that were pretty much catnip for GMA and all the other shows were being turned down. At a behind-the-scenes shoot with Lewis Hamilton, who was in the midst of his 7-win championship Formula One run at the time, where we were going to go to Montreal and be behind the scenes and show him and interview with him. And nobody responded to the emails about that. That's, again, catnip. Behind the scenes with Maluma, whose the type of story and type of
Enormous.
Yeah.
That's when he was like a skyrocketing to the top.
Exactly. We were going on his first stadium tour across the U.S., and they were like, "No, we'll pass on it." So my stories weren't being picked up. I noticed that my GMA hits started disappearing, and it's at this time that I'm now in year 3 on the overnight hours. My health was deteriorating. We sent emails saying, "Hey, this is having an impact on my mental health." And while many other co-anchors came and went and had issues with their health and were allowed off the show, I was not. And it wasn't until hindsight, Don, that I realized when I pulled the numbers after I left, in the first 2 years before our first diversity meeting that I helped to organize, I had 212 appearances on Good Morning America. In the last 2 years, I had 8. And as you know, with many of these TV shows or broadcast networks, if you're not on Good Morning America, the Today shows, those morning shows that make the money, your value to the network is not much. So it also contributed to my psyche declining because my self-worth was really deteriorating there at the network. It's a lot.
Because I know what's up, and it's hard for people to understand. I know exactly what was going on when you said that. And the same thing also happens politically as well. If you look at the people now, most of the people who are getting opportunities in news, especially cable news, are conservatives, are they're Trumpers. And the folks who speak out against, or at least who hold people's feet to the fire, are, they don't get those opportunities. And so when people talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and they say, oh, this is affirmative action. No, it's real. Those things are real. And there's not a lot of representation in the news business, but also I think that this transcends the news business and it goes to other corporations and companies, and people just don't understand it. They're so down on diversity and equity and inclusion or whatever, yet it has its issues. But usually it's a good thing because it's about representation, and America is more than just about white conservatives, especially right now.
Yeah. And listen, you know me from a long time ago, and I don't know if even to this day, I don't know if there was racism involved in all of this. I don't know what is inside a person's heart. All I know is that their actions, inadvertently or purposely, led me to a really, really dark place where I wanted to unlive, as you call it. And at the end of the day, all we were trying to do, like I was trying to help the company, and I felt as if I was helping the company by trying to get some diversity and some diverse voices and people there behind the scenes. But that was on deaf ears. I will tell you though, after the scandal broke with the senior vice president of news, Barbara Fedida, they were all of a sudden able to find plenty of minorities to fill a lot of positions. So at least I'm thankful for that part.
Barbara Fedida has denied, right, this stuff. Am I correct or no?
Yeah. So Barbara had released a statement just kind of pointing out to the number, and numbers are large, the number of brown and black people that she has promoted, she has hired over the years, including myself. She hired me at CBS News and then hired me again at ABC News. But as I point out in the book 5 Trips, like the history books are littered with people who over the years have hired people, and whether they're forced into labor or hired people, as long as it benefited their bottom line.
You write about all of this as it was happening, and then it becomes public. You get a call from Yashar Ali, who says, we had this story. We heard what was happening in a meeting at ABC News. Listen, someone on the Fernando Senegal says, I am in advertising, and it's so common in my industry. It's common in all industries. And listen, Fernando, listen, trust us, we know. And I think we probably know better than anyone, because we are also disseminating this information, and we're criticizing people for discrimination or not having representation. And then we're like, I can't believe I'm sitting here doing this, when if people could only see what the newsroom looks like. You know what I mean? What the staff
Yeah.
looks like, what the lack, especially in management, what that looks like, what the corporation looks like, what the corporation's political stand and stripes are. You know, the whole thing, making money. It's like, it's a whole thing that you're in the middle of it, and you want to have integrity, but it's hard to sit there and criticize. I'm just making this up. I'm not saying they have an issue, a Nabisco or a Coke or Pepsi or whatever it is, when you're like, oh, damn, I'm sitting here and the same shit's happening where I am. So what then do I do? You said, so you reached rock bottom. After you got the call, the story comes out. You made a statement, right? The story comes out.
I made a statement.
Robin sends you a nice email saying, you know, basically saying, you know, congratulations, we stand behind you, we support you, blah, 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 blah. But then this is when you take your life. This is when you want to take your life after that, correct?
So I spiraled until 2018, and then I decided I needed to get off the shift no matter what, and I was going to take another job, and I took another job, went to MSNBC.
Yeah.
And was a weekend anchor there.
I remember that.
So then George Floyd was murdered in Minnesota. And a week later is when this Yashar Ali story broke. And it returned me quickly back into that dark spot that I was at ABC. It was kind of almost like, did you ever see the movie The Usual Suspects?
Of course I did.
Yeah. So you saw the ending. It was sort of like
where the clues started coming like from the bottom of the coffee mug and all the crap.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
It was the Kaiser Soze moment where once the headlines came out, I realized, oh, is that why my emails were ignored? What were my Good Morning America hits? Pull those numbers. Why was I told about not wearing jeans to a rap concert as opposed to the rodeo and rock concert that my white colleagues were told? All these different things started popping up into my head. And it really took me to a dark, dark spot that I wrote about that I think you have there. Once again, and it tested the progress I had made up to that point in repairing my mental health from the ABC days.
The only reason you said, because you were there with your roommate?
George, my partner.
You were there with your partner. And then, but you said it was your friend who found you and then set up an intervention, correct?
So George had gone off to work, but I knew that morning in October 2018 that I didn't want to live anymore. I had prepared my will. I had flushed the toilet, made sure everything is put together. I don't know why I was worried about those minor things, but not about what would happen if I jumped from the 12th floor of my building down to the ground below. But this is what's going in through your mind when you've worn yourself out, or at least when I wore myself out to that point. So George had already gone. I texted goodbye to a friend of mine who's in Atlanta at the time. And then she put out an APB, an all points bulletin, to all of our friends to try to get over there as soon as possible. And Mike Woods just so happens to be the first one, the Fox 5 New York weatherman, happened to be the first person to get there and to find me on the floor of my kitchen.
You said the only reason you didn't do it was because of what? Was it because of something you had taken that you were too weak to jump, or
Ambien kicked in?
And you fell asleep.
Fell back.
You fell backwards.
Yeah.
And he found you on the floor.
Yeah.
And then what?
And then I went to bed, and I woke up, and my producer for World News Now, and my partner George, and Mike, as well as Diane Macedo, my old co-anchor at ABC, who was still at ABC, were all gathered there. They had all come over to try to help. And they said, you know what, we're going to take you and put you back into, or we're going to put you, we set up an appointment for you to meet a therapist tomorrow. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. And Don, I don't know what it is about our mentality, or maybe it's my commitment to the show, because, you know, when you work the overnight shows, it's a lot of work to get people in if you call out sick. But I still went to work that night after I got to the point where I wanted to kill myself. And to think back on those days, I don't understand why, or why I did not find it so important to just kind of say, you know what, I'm going to step back and take a day. And then 2 days later, I went on a trip to Singapore for a shoot for us. It's weird and wild to think about now in hindsight, what we put ourselves through.
So it's like a form of like Stockholm syndrome, right? And then, and then once you step out of it, you realize like, well, what's the big deal? Like, why did I care so much about this? Look, let's talk about mental health in the United States. Another reason I'm doing it, as you know, I've suffered from depression. I'm very transparent about it. I think we should take the stigma off of mental health. I think that people should get therapy. I think that you should talk, especially as Black folks, we should not be saying, you know what, yeah, you just need Jesus and you don't need a therapist. And you should be telling your business to somebody you don't know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, so mental health. 26 million Americans suffer from depression. 11% of the population experience panic attacks, and an estimated 600,000 are victims of child abuse. Candace Gibson experienced all of those in his life and interviewed leading doctors in these fields. That's in your book. Now let's talk about another, before I want to put all these stats out there and then let you talk about it. And then you talk about that in Black media. Gibson's name was at the forefront of a racial scandal in ABC, as you said, 2020 garnered international headlines. And then, so you talked about the pitfalls and the positives of being Black in the current media landscape. Okay. And then how did you discover psychedelics? And was it through Oprah? Was it through Jada Pinkett? Because there's a lot, honestly, there's a lot that I discovered through Oprah about self-help, about therapy, about journaling, about a lot of stuff, from the old Oprah Winfrey show.
Yeah.
Right. Back with the Yanla before Dr. Oz. Yanla was the original Oprah star, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when did you discover psychedelics, and how did it help you?
So I didn't know that it was 2020, early 2020. I was traveling to Belize to speak. I'm from Belize, Central America, and I go back once in a while. And I was speaking with some journalists back there to do some programs on some fellowship programs, as we do once in a while. And a good family friend, a Rastafarian, he was like, hey, let's go to this part of the country that we rarely ever go to. It's near Guatemala. And so we drove there and spent an overnight. And he's like, we should go to the Mayan ruins, because I hadn't been to this particular Mayan ruin before as a child. And I'm like, sure. So we get to going out there. He's smoking up a joint as we're driving. I don't smoke weed. And he's like, oh, I have something else. And he just crushed up some mushrooms, some raw mushrooms, magic mushrooms, and put it in orange juice. And I was hesitant at first because I'm terrible at drugs, which is a good thing, I guess. When I've smoked weed, I've thrown up on it. I'm not big on any sort of drug.
That's why I was surprised when you said that you took Ambien as a drug, right? I was surprised because you were never like a drug kind of person. You didn't even drink that much.
No, I know. I've made up for it. I didn't. I was such conservative, straight lace, and so now to be like talking about this stuff is a complete 180. But so he gave me some of it. I was like, all right, I don't know what impact it'll have. Maybe it'll make the roads a little crazy or whatever. And so I accidentally drank both of our doses. So I took what would be considered a major dose of psilocybin and magic mushrooms in orange juice. And orange juice helps to activate the acids in the mushrooms and makes it work quicker. And we started driving. We had miscalculated how long the drive would last. And so as we're still driving in this gravelly road, the mushrooms start kicking in. And the trees start, craving in on me. The potholes became craters. And finally, after like a bare knuckle drive for an hour instead of a half hour as we calculated, we made it to the Mayan ruin, and it was just absolutely beautiful. I climbed to the top, stood out there at the top, looking out at the country like Thanos, kind of. But I returned to New York, Don, and COVID was
raging.
I was getting into high gear. I lived on the Upper West Side, and we lived next to a hospital, and a lot of ambulances would drive by. It would be the soundtrack, really, of that spring for New York, and it was not depressing. I would go back to my job at ABC and MSNBC, which at the time I thought was wasting my talent because I would only work the weekends and do nothing during the week. And my mind had completely changed.
I
thought,
remember your text about that.
yes.
You used to text me about, and I was like, just keep going. Remember, Candace, I was on the weekend forever.
Yes,
And
exactly.
yeah. And then,
But
but you weren't depressed. You were just like, whatever.
yeah, I was like, oh, this is great.
You had joy about it? Did you have joy about it? Or was it just like, it is what it is, but you did not feel all of that sort of negativity and the lows?
I still had PTSD from ABC because whenever something would get said, I would be like, oh, wait, what's going on? Or by not being used as much during the week, I thought, am I being marginalized again? What is going on? And so it really had just rewired my brain. I got back to MSNBC. I'm like, this is great. I'm like the highest paid anchor per hour. I have all this opportunity to do whatever I want during the week. One of my neighbors during early COVID did something that I was not able to, and I heard it. We were walking in from the park, and he jumped from the 16th floor into the courtyard.
You heard it.
Yeah, we heard it. And I thought that would be a triggering thing for me once again. It's weird to say, but I kind of felt relieved for him because I know how you get to that point. But it did not have that triggering impact on my mental health. I was able to just kind of embrace it. And then I started talking to some friends and said, I don't know what's changed because nothing fundamentally in my life has changed. In fact, it's gotten a little bit worse. We lost some friends during COVID, and I still have this positive attitude. What is going on? And they said, I told them what happened in Belize, and they were like, it's probably the mushrooms. And so I took a deep dive into psychedelics and magic mushrooms after that. And
okay, let's. I'm going to get to that. A couple of things though. So, had you done just regular SSRIs, or had you gone on any of the things like what is it, Zoloft,
Prozac, Wellbutrin?
Wellbutrin. Had you done all that?
Yeah, I've done all of that. I even did over the counter. When we met, I was doing in Philadelphia, St. John's Wort.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
You remember the I don't know if you were still there when I had the record store thing where they accused me of shoplifting, and then it was really public, and that was my first foray into depressions. I started taking Zoloft then because I don't think people understand, like things happen to them and they sort of go through it with their family or personally. When it happens to us, it's on the front page of the New York Times or the New York Post, and everyone you see on the street is like, oh my God, hey, Candace, I'm so sorry that happened to you, or Don, or whatever. And so, it complicates it. And so
it really does. So I had done Zoloft, I have on and off, and did Prozac as well.
And it worked for you.
It worked, but Don, I don't know your experience with it, but for me, and everybody's experience is different with all of these drugs. But for me, while it did not make me get really, really low, it didn't make me get high as far as happiness either. And I felt because I wasn't doing therapy with those at the time, it was basically just kind of suppressing all of those feelings that I had. And once in a while, it would break like a dam, and it would be some of the worst crying and depression ever. And as you know, for many SSRIs, a side effect is suicidal tendencies.
Yeah. What is it? Suicidal ideation. Do you, did it sort of make you numb, you believe?
Oh yeah. It made me numb to everything. I wouldn't feel a low at all.
Okay. Understood. Someone asked, did any of the over-the-counter medication work, like St. John's Wort or any of that stuff? Not really. No. Okay. So when I had the CNN Plus show, I don't know if you remember, I had the Don Lemon show on CNN Plus. And one of the things that I did it on, RIP, right? I did it on exactly what you're talking about here. And members of the military who said that they had PTSD, that they were suicidal, they could barely leave their rooms. they, I shouldn't say that word because then it'll screw up the algorithm, or they'll suppress us. They wanted to off themselves, but they said they started doing psychedelics, and they were fine. It was like nothing else that they had ever done, and that's your experience.
So that was my experience, and listen, I'm not promoting it for anybody's lifestyle at all. I'm
Check
just
with your doctor, right? Do your
exactly. I'm just saying what I had a positive experience with, and it's when you use these things from a therapeutic standpoint, and not necessarily as much as a recreational standpoint. I know a lot of people are doing the microdosing and such, and yes, it can have some positive impact, but when you use them as a therapeutic standpoint, then you really get the benefits out of it. It has been shown in many, many studies what impact it has had on so many military members, positive impacts that psilocybin, even MDMA, are having on so many military members who are suffering from PTSD. Because what some of the doctors that I interviewed in the book, 5 Trips, mentioned is that what they've done in the study group with MDMA in particular, you take MDMA, you sit with the drug. It's ecstasy, as it's called, the street name. You sit with the drug, you have it go through your system while you're having a conversation. And what it allows you to do is to be able to have that trauma that you're still suffering from enter that room. You can talk through that trauma and not be stressed from it being there. And you're able to address those demons in that room, in essence, that mental room right there, thanks to the MDMA.
You also have epiphanies. I've had my experience in this, by the way. Also have epiphanies where you may have something may happen in your life, or you may have an issue with someone, and the clarity comes to you, and you don't really worry about it. You're like, I had something about someone who, just as an example, I don't know if you had this, someone I really, really respected, and they were mad at me for something, and I felt terrible about it. And in my session with my therapist, I came to the realization that they were a young soul, and that they would eventually come around. And 2 months later, it's exactly what happened. Because they're just very sensitive to criticism, where I am not. Perhaps it's, I don't know, maybe I just internalize it, I don't know. But did you have any sort of experience like that, any sort of epiphany or any sort of vision? Maybe it wasn't even just a vision. I shouldn't say that. It's just that you're able to process it.
So I had a couple of epiphanies. One, when sitting with MDMA with a therapist out in Arizona, and I was able. Sorry, Don.
No, it's all right.
Little doggies.
Look, my audience loves it. I have 3 dogs. They bark all the time. I told them, I have a studio that I don't go to because my audience likes. I'm in my dining room. This is what they like. They're like, we don't need cable news. You look like you're on cable news again. We want you in your home. So the dogs are great. They will love you even more for the dog.
No, that's great. So, and that's part of our therapy as well. The having those fur babies. So by sitting there with MDMA and talking through the trauma that I suffered, including being sexually abused by one of my brothers starting at 6 years old. The first person I kissed in Belize disappeared after that night. I found his body a few days later. In the hindsight, he probably drowned, and that's what we believed happened. But as a 9-year-old, that was traumatizing, especially in a country where homosexuality was in the Constitution as being against the law. So there was all of that trauma, and I was able to sit with that and discuss it while on MDMA, and had this epiphany of just forgiveness, to forgive that loved one and forgive Manny, the kid that died. I didn't need to forgive him, but I by just being able to blurt out and just have this forgiving feeling for both of them, I just felt such a weight that came off of me as a result of that. The other one being a psilocybin trip that I did in upstate New York. I didn't know what I was still suffering from by this point in my journey. But we did some magic mushrooms, again, crushed up and in some sort of citrus. And all my ancestors the recent ones. My aunt had died 2 months earlier. My nephew was killed earlier that year. My dad, who had died decades ago, they were all right here next to me. And throughout the whole process, I couldn't see them, but I could feel their energy, their soul right there. And throughout the whole session that I'm on magic mushrooms, this part of my body just kept banging from the wall back into my body. And I just started scraping my foot to the point that the top of my heel, or the top of my foot, bled from my heel, just kind of rubbing it raw. They just were there with, literally, like, it felt like they were there with whips and chains to basically knock some sense into me. And what I got from that, Don, I have had an obsession with white people. We grew up in a colonial racist country in Belize, in Central America, where as a kid, my mom, when my mom was pregnant with one of my brothers, she went to go see Princess Margaret, the Queen's sister, because she was told that if you see a pretty lady, your daughter will come out pretty. So Princess Margaret was considered the epitome of pretty at the
beauty.
time,
Yeah.
of beauty at the time. And my mom neither had a daughter, and my brother isn't pretty. so much for that whole thing. When I got to the States, like as an 11-year-old, I would constantly press my nose because I wanted it to get smaller. I would apply Ambi whitening cream all the time because I wanted it. I saw white kids in the locker room and saw their penises were different than mine. I convinced my doctor to give me circumcision as a 13-year-old, which is pretty awful. I had this obsession with white people being the epitome of what we're supposed to strive for. And the ancestors in that session took me through everything from childbirth, the obsession, what I've done, having a white boyfriend, a partner, always wanting that, and why it hurt me so badly at ABC, because I was trying to have my white bosses and trying to help them out. And for that to get shoved in my face is why it hurt me so badly. And so that epiphany was like, you've been obsessed with this for your entire life. And it made me just realize what a beautiful body I have, how beautiful my soul is. And it was just one of those moments that I stepped away and I'm like, wow, can you all leave now? Because like, I got it, but this is abusive.
So what is it? So what is that? I have so many questions. What has that done for you?
It's just gave me so much more. Mika Brzezinski has this thing about knowing your value, and I never really knew my value until having these experiences. I've always thought that I was kind of, I always had imposter syndrome. And a lot of it is not knowing that, no, there's a lot to be gained from me, from Candace Gibson, from this skin, from this culture. And so it really just kind of upended my entire psyche.
You said you had this obsession. You no longer have this obsession?
I don't have that obsession. I still have the partner. Like, but there are a lot of people who will have many of these psychedelic trips and experiences, and will have these epiphanies of like, oh, I need to break up with so and so. I need to do this, this, and this. But I don't have this obsession. I still respect and love my white friends and comrades, but I have such an appreciation for what I bring to the table.
It takes a lot of you cojones to admit that. I'm rarely shocked or at a loss for words. I'm at a loss for words that you say that, because I know you, and I never thought that that you would have this obsession. I always looked at you when you came to it probably was a microwave truck, who knows, whatever it was. And you said, oh, someone says there's a new guy in town and he looks like, I looked at it, I was like, I don't look anything. I always thought that you were so good looking. And I always loved your brown skin. I didn't ever want to go out with you or anything like that. But I was just like, Candace is you're such a handsome man. It's like you have this sort of Sidney Poitier beauty about you. And you could not see that? You wanted to change that? Why?
I couldn't see it. And this is a recent experience. So it's like within the last 2 years that I had this epiphany of looking in the mirror and realizing that, and looking back and realizing this is beautiful. I've had body dysmorphia issues for decades where I'm
You're
like,
one of the most. Candace has an 8-pack. You used to, I don't know about now. I don't know about now.
Not quite.
That
But
is so surprising to me. And look, I'm not. It's just shocking to me because when I look at you, I saw, or I still see, always a beautiful, handsome man whose looks that if I had the opportunity, I would want to emulate.
yeah, I didn't see that. And I was thankful for that experience to make me realize that.
Is that why you worked out so hard? Maybe, I don't know, because you were always like in great shape. Or
I was always working out hard because of that. Because I'd feel, I'd feel my belly fat and pinch, and be like, "Oh,
I don't care anymore. I have. I don't care. And you know what? You have that. It's like, okay, look, I'm married now. Get away from me. I'm not interested in you. But
Yeah.
it's just wow, that is shocking to me. So what has that done for you to have that sort of realization? Because I'm sure that's only one of a number that you've had, or maybe this was the big one that your ancestors are trying to help you get over, and just say, maybe they were just saying you are beautiful and you are worthy. And so this is one way we're showing you that. So get over it.
Well, that's the thing. Like what I've noticed throughout all these different therapy sessions with different psychedelics, that it has all led to one common place, and it is self-love. When I did ayahuasca in the middle of the jungle of Peru, that was the epiphany. I met my soul in the middle of that jungle, and my soul basically said to me that I need to basically look in the mirror every day and say, I love you. And so I had never even said that to myself. I never understood the importance of self-love. And that experience led me to, once again, finding another way of loving myself besides my soul, was to also love my body and my frame and everything else. And that's what that last psilocybin magic mushroom trip in upstate New York taught me. But it is all about self-love for yourself, self-love, at least from my experience. And one other thing that I found done about plant medicine, and you have some experience in some of psychedelics, so you know this. If you take an Ambien and I take an Ambien, we both fall asleep. If we take a painkiller, we both, it'll take care of the headaches we might have. When you take a certain psychedelic or plant medicine, it's the only unique medicine that's out there. What you get out of it, even if we get the same dose at the same time and drink it in the same setting, you will get a completely different experience that your mind and your body wants you to get out of it, and a completely different lesson. And so that's been one of the fascinating things for me. And I realized, like, for me, it was a journey of love and loving myself.
Wow. Someone said, Don, I can't believe you're so surprised. Why are you surprised? I don't know. I just am. I'm just being honest. Look, Candace and I, again, we've known each other for a long time. I feel like we're just on the phone talking to each other. Forget that. Go everywhere. People are going to talk about it. They don't talk.
And I've seen some of the comments. Thank you guys for some of the comments.
Yeah. They do withdrawals. So was that the only epiphany you had? Or is there anything else that you'd like to reveal to me, Candace?
Like overall self-love, and early on giving the forgiveness.
Did you forgive Barbara Fedita?
Listen, I don't know what's in her heart. I just know that those actions nearly cost me my life. I forgive her and ABC in the sense that it allowed me to get on this journey of self-discovery. Because if not for those experiences, I would not have been where I am right now. So I'm thankful and appreciative of that overall.
Are you able to, do you have more empathy? You talked about self-love. Do you have more empathy for others now? Do you see people in a different way? Do you see them? I wrote a book about religion where I say instead of, trying to create, most people are trying to create God in their own image, right? And when they should be looking for God in other people, the God in other people.
Yeah.
Do you have anything like that?
Well, listen, I at the end of this journey, I realized that I kind of had a spiritual awakening. I had issues with the spiritual world. When you grow up in the South or you grow up in the Caribbean, you think about Obia and you're fearful of the spirit world. And it sounds kind of weird, but I was able to embrace the spirit world and had this awakening of an awareness and keen awareness of my spirit and my soul. And that's what I got out of this entire journey, besides that self-love. So
yeah.
So that was what I got out of it. I did so many of these different experiences. Go ahead, Don.
Did you feel different? Because I felt like, since we're talking, I always felt like you were sort of chasing something, right? Because we said parallel career. And I felt like, I wonder if Candace is going to, and you would talk to me about it.
Yeah.
But I wonder, like, do you feel like you have to chase things anymore?
No, I feel like we were both at that same point in our career. And then you shot yourself out of a cannon, and I did as well. I went to CNN early on as well as a correspondent and an anchor. I was chasing happiness, and I kept going and going and going and going on this network hamster wheel, and just saying, okay, I'm not happy with my current situation because of this, and this. Maybe if this next job will do it. And I kept doing that 13 times, Don, is how many jobs I've had. 13 times. And it wasn't until I took this break and started this journey that I realized like that the end point is not the goal. Like today is the goal. And to just be appreciative of where I am and what I'm doing. And I was just like, wait, it took you 20, 30 years to tell me this for me to figure it out?
I'm sitting here because I feel the same thing. As always, look, I just loved what I did. And was I chasing success? Yes, but I was having success just because I loved it. And I just, if you know me, if you watch me on CNN, I'm the same way on camera as off camera, right?
Yep.
And people are like, one of my bosses said, I'm going to get you a sign that for the anchor desk to say, you are on television. Remember, you are on television. And I think that was a big part of my success. And still is, but I think it's also a big part of why I'm not there, because you can be too real for people. Sometimes you can't bring your entire self to work, or because people don't understand that, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they're just sort of recoil because they don't have that sense of awareness or autonomy where you're just sort of free to be yourself. And so I'm so glad that you are on this journey. So anyway, so where I was going was I went away on vacation for Thanksgiving holidays. And I was on this walk with my friends. We did like a 7-mile walk around the island that we were on in the Caribbean, and the hills are crazy, like whatever. And we got to this point where the ocean was on one side and, or the bay was on one side, and then the cemetery was on the other side. And we're on this walk. And I said, it's either this or that. So while I'm over here on this side, I'm going to enjoy all of this, regardless of where I am in my career or with anything. And I, sitting there walking with my husband or whatever. And I was like, damn, you have a really good life. And sometimes you have those moments of awareness.
Yeah.
And I wonder if you believe that you would ever have those moments of awareness that were so profound as that you've had with the plant-based medicine. Do you think it would have come later, or do you think it may not have come at all?
So in the plant-based medicine community, we feel as if you're drawn to certain plants and you're drawn to certain experiences. Like my trip to Peru in the middle of the jungle and doing ayahuasca had its seeds years earlier when a producer mentioned it to me. And I was like, oh, that's some crazy white people stuff. And then one thing led to another. I was having a conversation with a guy that I met who does environmental work in the Amazon, and he brought it up again and talked about how it helps people with their mental health. And conversations led to another, and then boom, I quit my job in Miami after being there 6 months. Woke up 3 days later and said, "You know what? It's time. I want to do ayahuasca." And I'm like, "Where did that voice come from?" That tells me I'm going to do ayahuasca. And so I think even if I had not discovered plant medicine, they would have discovered me, because they knew that this was a way for me to survive. And I know this sounds kind of weird and hooey and all that kind of stuff, and I'm not that person when I started this whole process, but I entirely believe it. The shaman says that it just draws you to it. So while a lot of people are doing ayahuasca and these different plant medicines, you have to listen to that calling first, instead of just saying, I'm just going to do it in a yoga studio somewhere. Just wait. You'll know when it's time. And there's another thing from the shaman, by the way, Don, when I did ayahuasca. And I did it 2 times, and it was right after the Will Smith slap at the Oscars. And I'm like, how is this supposed to help make your life so much better? Will Smith did it 11 times. And the shaman is like, in Spanish, like, it doesn't stop you from being an asshole.
Well, look, I think, and Will did something else. There's something else that's beyond ayahuasca that I'm told that is a much more, and it's in full transparency, I won't tell about the conversation, but after that, I met with Will Smith. I was trying to get him on the show, and we met at a hotel here in New York and had a conversation. We sat in like like this conference room sort of thing, private conference room, and we just sat and talked, and he talked to me about his experience on with plant-based medicine and where he was in his life. And it was just he felt different than when I had spoken to Will before. He felt different, but I think that had happened after the slap.
Okay.
That was after the slap. So I don't want to call the man a what, but
listen, I'm just quoting the shaman.
Someone asked in the chat, did you get over your obsession with white people? I think I asked that to you, didn't I?
Yeah, I mean, I it's not that I got over my obsession with it. I
you realized it and you were like, I move on. I
got under my obsession with me.
Yeah.
It wasn't, I still respect, yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm good with me.
Well, speaking of plant-based medicine here, let's talk about your book. You said, from Oprah to Jada Pinkett Smith and beyond, many have spoken about the positive effects of plant-based medicine in addressing mental health. You interviewed the leading experts in the field using these centuries-old substances to help patients. You describe how psychedelics helped you overcome and come to terms with PTSD from your childhood trauma, whatever, depression, wanting to off yourself depression, and racial trauma as well. I don't think that we talk enough as Black people about the racial trauma that we have, or the emotional pain body, the generational emotional pain body that we carry around. How did this affect that?
So I didn't even realize that term existed until I met a doctor, psychotherapist in New York, Dr. Jillian Scott Ward, through somebody I was helping writing the book for. And I did several sessions with her as a patient. And we talked about my experiences all over the years, and in Belize, as well as my obsession, and as well as the experience at ABC. And she's like, diagnosing you with racial trauma. It's a real thing. it's a thing that many of us carry, and we don't realize that we have it. We would get it from the shrapnel, again, to use that term. I'm seeing the Breonna Taylors and the George Floyds of the world get killed, where our bodies are just not worth anything, and it's something that we carry on, and we never really address it. And so that was, I guess, in essence, that could be considered an epiphany and an aha moment as well, because I didn't know that that was something that needed to be addressed mentally, and I did.
And
I mean, we still live in America. So a lot of these things are still things that we grapple with, whether we know it or not. It's just a matter of how we address it. And so I feel as if I just have a different perspective. I'm not saying I'm looking with the side eye at everybody, but I have a different perspective right now as I go about my life, and what battles I pick and how I pick them.
Yeah. It can be really tough. You have to, as they say, you were just saying, pick your battles, because they don't even know. They're just so unaware and blissfully so, and sort of holier than thou about it. They're so self-assured that it doesn't exist, or that they're not racist, or that they don't have bias, that it doesn't exist to them, but they do. You know, and we're going through, this is going to be a reckoning that we're having now. There's a reason that this is happening. And it's going to be interesting to see what develops from this, and how we come out on the other side as a country. And, you know, maybe the awakening is maybe it's for people like you, and for some of the obsession that you said that you had. And maybe it's for awareness too, for people who are not of color, for people who are of the larger culture, to gain some understanding, because the pendulum always swings back.
Yeah.
Always swings back. Do you know what I'm saying?
But sometimes it takes a while for it to swing back.
Yeah. And karma is not always instant, if you believe in that, right?
I mean, we had an era, we had Reconstruction in the 1800s. How long did it take for it to swing back?
You know, I had this conversation about Reconstruction with somebody, and, you know, it turned into a big old thing because they didn't understand what the hell they were talking about. Yeah.
Listen, Reconstruction was 8 years.
Right.
The Obama presidency was 8 years.
Yeah.
In my brain, that was our modern day of Reconstruction. And what followed Reconstruction? Some of the worst times in the Black community's lives.
Yeah. So listen, you talk about, this is what I want to know. You said that you had panic attacks, that you would, because of the stress of the job and everything. You said, did you have you had an anxiety attack during a Beyonce interview? And
yeah, I almost threw up on the Queen.
You did?
I almost.
What happened?
I was just having sleep issues.
Oh boy, don't I know.
I had flown from Atlanta to LA for the Grammys. This is way back. This is when she performed with Prince. And while she's performing and they're opening up the Grammys in front of with Prince, I'm throwing up in the bathroom there at the Staples Center. And you can hear it. They blast the program all throughout the arena. So I'm hearing the performance and I'm thinking, wow, she's having a career high. And this seems like a low because I'm hugging a toilet and I'm going to speak with Beyonce very soon. I had cultivated a pretty good relationship with Yvette, Beyonce's publicist, longtime publicist.
Yeah, I know that. Such a great lady.
She's a wonderful lady. And she's a fan of the book. I told her they're in it. And so, and so she, so I've done interviews with Beyonce before over the years during CNN, when I was at NBC prior to that. So it wasn't nerves, but I was just unable to think clearly. I was barely able to focus, like visually focus on anything. And so we're sitting there. She gave me 10 minutes, which is a lifetime back then, much less now. And
With Beyonce.
yeah, I had to cut it short at 3 minutes because I felt I was going to throw up. The questions that I asked were dumb, like, "Oh, what was that like with Prince?" and she had just come off her solo career. Are you going to get back with Destiny's Child? Like, um, but I know. Oh, pobrecito. And I had to cut it short and turn my back to her, and like I turned my back to the Queen.
Yeah.
And ran out of there.
Do you know Dan Harris?
Yes.
Yeah. And you know, Dan Harris talks about Dan Harris has some issues similar to yours.
Mm-hmm.
And he was your former colleague on ABC.
Yeah.
And so he was on the show a couple months back in the beginning of the show, towards the beginning. And this is what he talked about fronting. And I wonder if you had that experience. Here it is.
A lot of our pain and suffering on a daily basis comes from fronting, from pretending we're something that we're not.
Fronting.
Yeah, that we're just, we've built a brand we've created online that doesn't quite match up with who we know we are. Yeah. And the difference, the delta there, is the source of an enormous amount of suffering, I think.
So do you believe in fake it? People say fake it till you make it.
I think a certain amount of that is true, but you don't want to fake it too much so that you're not a real person.
Do you relate to that or no?
I like the doggy thing. Yeah, 100%. And it's tough because you're the same person you are in person as you are on TV and online. And I try to be as authentic as possible. What you see on TV, that same fool is there. But there are so many different days when we're that pageant queen. And we are going out there, we put the makeup on, and we're still smiling while we are in turmoil underneath. At the network level, we would narrow down to your on-camera period. Like, no matter if you didn't sleep last night, no matter if you are going through a cold or whatever, this is how much time you're going to be on TV, and that's the time that you have to perform, because any sort of bad hit can make or break your career. And so we are kind of just putting on a show constantly, but I don't want that to get confused with what people see as being inauthentic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm still my authentic self, and even today, but yes.
You're putting on a good face.
Yeah.
Do you think that our experience is different in this business than others? Because it's a high pressure business, but then we have other hoops that we have to jump through. But so do women.
It's different in the sense that my mom would always say, like, well, how do nurses that work the graveyard shift and such, how do they survive for so many years and you can't survive for 4 years on it? There's so many different pressures that we're working on, besides the fact that we have to present, you're on camera, you're on. We can't be miserable and nasty on TV on any given day. So that adds so much pressure on any given day to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Candice, anything else you want to share? I'm so grateful that you came on and you shared this. And I know this sounds going to sound hollow. I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy for your journey. And I just think that, look, I think you're an incredible person. I've always thought you're an incredible person, but I feel you now. You're good.
No, I am good. And you know, we reach out to each other once in a while, and I appreciate your occasional text. I would love for you to make our little meetups more often.
Black folks. What was it called? The Black folks something? Brown folks.
Brown folks connect.
Candice,
but you know, I have nothing but love for you.
Of course,
so I really appreciate everything.
I know that. Thank you for sharing that. My question to you is, were you terrified to write this?
No, I was writing it, and in some ways you'll read it. I was writing it thinking I was finished with the TV, and so when you read some of the chapters, you realize like he ain't trying to get back into business. But I wanted to get some relief from all of it, and by revisiting everything that I've gone through, childhood, whatever, it just really, really helped to ease my mind and put me at peace. And so I was happy that I wrote it. And I'll tell you, Don, after I wrote it, finished it in December of last year, just about a year now, I get a text 2 days later from the TV station in New York, Pix, asking if I'd be interested in the job that I have now. It was as if literally I closed that chapter of the book, and then I get a text, and I've been talking to them over the years, but I get a text saying, "Hey, can you be in New York on January 2nd to interview?"
Good for you.
And that's how the universe made that play out.
It's weird. So it's weird, like when you sort of let go of things, you
Mhm.
allow room for things to come in.
Exactly.
Are you surprised by the reception? As someone enters your room, say hi to your other half.
It's George.
Hi,
I
George.
think he's trying to. So the book launch party is tonight.
You got to go. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you one more thing. Are you surprised by the reception? Did you realize it was going to be this big a deal? Because I actually think it's a really big deal.
I had no idea. I
You
had
didn't.
no idea. So I'll tell you one other thing. Like last week, Monday, the Page 6 article hit about the situation at ABC, and then I had to go on air. And it really reading it through somebody else's lens and pen, even though I wrote the book, reading it from somebody else's perspective really kind of hit me. I needed a moment to kind of like gather myself, cry it out, put on the makeup, and get back and like, okay, this story will help other people. But I had no idea that it would go the way it was.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help. Estella W., thank you for your support. Best show ever, Estella says. So you should be. Thank you for your support of independent media. Let me just say, tell George I said hi. Hi, George. I'm going to let him go so you guys can get dressed. Hi, let me see. George, look, get in camera. Hi, George.
How we doing?
Great. How you doing? It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Take care of this guy, okay?
Will do.
Okay, so listen, the book is called
Five
Trips, an investigative journey into mental health, psychedelic healing, and saving a life. 5 trips, an investigative journey into mental health, psychedelic healing, and saving a life. And it is by Kendis Gibson. Kendis, you the man.
So good to see you.
Good to see you as well. I love you, buddy. You take care. All right. We'll see you soon.
You do the same. All right. Bye.
That's it. I don't have anything else to say. That was great. I love that conversation. I wish I could have more of those. That is one reason why we may not have as many lives, is to make room. And I don't think we are going to have as many lives. If we do a live, you guys, I'll ask, I'm just going to be fully transparent. Do you prefer the 10 a.m. show, Eastern, the Hot Topic show, or do you like the Lemon Live at 5? But because we're leaning towards the 10 a.m. show because we're heavy on news and we get people ready for their day. But let me know. But we would like to make more room for more conversations like this. And sometimes you have to tape those because people aren't always available live to do them. Okay. So make sure you hit the thumbs up. I think it's Maureen. Who else is in the chat saying, hey guys, there aren't enough. I'm in the wrong camera. Hey guys, there aren't enough thumbs up. So make sure you hit the thumbs up before you get out. Okay. Oh, wow. Both Lemon Live. I know people like both. It's kind of crazy. I don't know how we can do both. How do we do both and still keep our sanity? Do you watch both? Which one do you watch the most? I don't know. Nikki, are you there? Is Nikki
Yes, I am. Hi.
Nikki, okay, so Nikki and I and the team, we went through this thing. We're like, we're just going to try 10 o'clock, and then 5 o'clock, we're going to offer content, and maybe it'll be tape content like what we just did. And we were going to start yesterday, and then people were like, why didn't you come on at 5 o'clock? There's so much news. What are you doing? We need to know. Am I lying? And so we had to do like an emergency.
That's exactly what happened.
30 at 6 or 6:30. And Tara Setmeyer, we just had to set it up. So what do we do, Nikki?
I mean, you got to give the people what they want, but
We're
you
only
also have to give the YouTube algorithm what they want.
we're a small team. We're a startup, and we work really, really, really hard. So when we started the show, was this supposed to be a couple episodes a week? I think was it like 3 episodes a week? I forget what was it, Nikki?
It was 2 or 3 a week when we started. Now we're up to several a day.
We do 2 a day and sometimes more for hours. We as they say, we tired, y'all. So we'll do a poll. Can you do a poll, Nikki?
I'll put up a community poll so everyone can chime
But you
in.
can't do it in the chat. So let me just go.
Oh, I can do it in the chat.
Let's do it in the chat. I want to see what people say. 5 o'clock or 10 o'clock, 5 p.m. live or 10 a.m. And I'll just be honest with you. Estella, thank you for your generous support. That is great. Best show ever, Estella says. And then Tracy Hall, thank you for your generous support of independent media. Really appreciate you as well. And there were others as well, but I was so into that conversation with Candace. Wasn't that a great conversation, you guys? Did you guys like that? That was good. So again, I'm just being transparent with you guys. We can only do so much. We would like to be able to do more. What did I say I was going to be transparent about? I can't remember. Everyone says both. I'll include both. How are we going to do both, Nikki? It's not possible, is it? It's just not humanly possible, Michael Reich. But thank you for your support. Michael Reich, that's a very interesting contribution that you made. 37.
Very specific.
149. That's very specific, Michael. Worth every penny. Oh, also, Nikki, we're going to start doing memberships. Yeah.
Yes. So just so everyone can be in the know, what we were thinking was the 10 a.m. live show every day, and then 5 p.m. would be kind of a taped take from Don, except we would still plan on doing a live at 5 once a week with a call-in aspect. So our members, this would just be for members, people who join our membership could call in and speak with Don.
I know.
This is the idea. This is what we're working on.
And then at 5:15, the texts will start coming in. Are you late? Are you doing it? Why aren't you doing a show? Where are you? The Lemonheads are waiting for you. The Lemonheads start sending me DMs or whatever, text or messages on social media. Where are you, Don? Blah, 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 blah. We created a monster. No, but I'm really happy because we created a community, which is exactly what we wanted to do by going live, by creating this community. But can you rebroadcast? But what's the purpose? I think people actually like the connection because I'll log in and you guys have started the show before me. Right, Nikki, the conversation has already started. You guys are in the chat and there are many of you, hundreds of you, sometimes thousands of people waiting and people tune in. Let's just be really honest with them. What does Nikki, YouTube say about our what do you call it, click-through rate or watch rate or something like that? It's really, really, really good.
Yeah, our click-through rate is incredibly high, as well as our average watch duration, which means you guys are staying on and watching us, which we love. But yeah, we're just trying to build more on that algorithm. Got to get some taped content and some live content.
So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to do the best content for you and the most engaging. And so that doesn't mean like if something big happens that we're not going to come on. So we're going to wait. We'll look 60%. So it's, that's not that far apart. It's like really 60-40.
You also have to consider we're on the 5 p.m. now. So let's see what happens. We'll do the poll again at 10 a.m. and see what happens.
Oh boy, you guys. Okay, so I love talking to you. There's a lot of sound, intelligent conversation in that chat. It says, yeah, multi-crafter. Here's what my one wish I do. Oh, I know what I was going to be transparent with you guys about. But this is my one wish. I don't mind people who do not agree with me on issues politically, no matter who you voted for. I just don't want people to be trolled. I don't want even the Trump supporters to be trolled. And I don't want my, folks who are maybe more liberal to be trolled. If you can come in and state your case and not be a troll, then we're totally cool with that. I'm completely fine with that. It actually makes for a better conversation. But we can't have trolls who are calling people names in the comments or just there, right? It's just there just so you can be a troll or to upset people or to own the libs or whatever it is, or to own the Trump supporters or the MAGA people. You just can't have it. So Veracity's K 2020 says, if Midas Touch can hit 4 million, you can do even more. Yes. And we love our Midas Touch, brothers and sisters. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, we can do even more. But we're new. How long have they been around, Nikki? They've been around for a couple of years. We've talked to them about all of this.
Yeah, it's definitely been a few years.
It's been a few years. We've only been around like 8 or 9 months. So yeah, they can't help themselves from being trolls. Yes, I agree with that. Here's a transparent thing. So you never have to reinvent the wheel. The things that I really liked on television, it may seem corny to you, and it doesn't seem like it is relatable to this sort of streaming thing. My favorite. So I love The View. I love all the women on The View. They're great. They're great. Every single one of them is a friend. I know every single one of them. I spend time with every single one of them. But I really liked how Wendy Williams did her Hot Topics panel, because The View created Hot Topics. And I liked the way that she just sat there and just talked about, she just shot the shit. And so I can do that. Like, I have the ability to be able to just talk to a wall, and not everybody can do that. And so that's why I created the Hot Topics show, because I wanted to get people going about their day. Maybe it was for things that weren't so political, weren't so hard. We could do entertainment. We started, I think it was during the Diddy era, right? Nikki, when we started doing the Hot Topics, it was around that era. So we were going to
it was around then.
Yeah. So we're going to do things that not necessarily that's lighter, but it's just not politics. And by the way, it's very tough to monetize around politics. Advertisers don't like it. Brand safety, they're worried, the whole Bud Light of it all. So they get nervous about that. Most trolls come from Candace Owens. It says Dan Sabo. Look, I had a perfectly fine conversation with Candace Owens. She is who she is. I am who I am. I'm fine with it. And there's no need to be a troll. And so I took the best of that because I liked it. I think Wendy was very talented, and was just sort of what she just sat there and did. I thought was quite amazing. And then at 5 o'clock, I grew up coming to New York to visit my aunt, and I would watch Live at 5 every day with Sue Simmons and Chuck Scarborough. And I thought it was just a great, entertaining, informative show that did hard news and then light news, then interviews or whatever. It was great. If anybody who's old enough of a certain age and remember Live at 5, you'll know what I'm talking about. Wendy was original, says Angela Porter. Yes. So Wendy did not create the Hot Topic franchise. That was Barbara Walters and the folks over at The View, Bill Getty and etc. That was those folks who were over there, and probably Dusty, who was the executive producer or one of the senior producers on the show. And so, yeah. And so then shout out to Sue Simmons, right? Sue Simmons, one of the most talented and authentic people, especially a Black woman who survived in this business for a long time and sort of, invented a lot of it, was a mentor, a hero of mine, I should say, someone that I looked up to. So those two things, that's why I have Lemon Live at 5. There's alliteration, and also it's something that is from my childhood. So something that I just admired. So there you go. We'll figure it out. But I love you guys. Thank you for helping us build this community. It's the Lemonation. We are part of the Lemonation, and it is the Lemon Heads. And so I love you. We're also going to try some merch. We're going to just do fun new things. Okay? So hit the thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe. Call your friends and loved ones and even people you don't like, and tell them to subscribe to our content so that more people. Yes, look, Bernie C says Larry King. I love Larry King, and I tell you why. Because Larry King was a conversationalist, not an interviewer. And there are too many people who are on television now who are just interviewing people. So what Candace and I just did was a conversation. It wasn't an interview. And so that's why he was able to relax and to share things that he wouldn't normally share. So yeah. Wendy repeatedly said that she wanted to be the female Howard Stern, says a disco ball glitter. Yes. And, she's in the Radio Hall of Fame like Howard Stern as well. Okay, guys, I've rambled and talked enough, but so we'll figure it out. Don't get mad if we only decide to do one live show. It's going to be tough. R.I.P. Larry King, says Andrew Mack. I agree. Those are the good old days. I loved watching the network, CNN, when Larry King was on. Larry King was an amazing conversationalist. Okay. We shall see you next time. 10 o'clock tomorrow. We'll see you. Eastern. Thanks for watching, everyone. Make sure you hit the like button. It helps us with the algorithm. And also, we'd love for you to become a subscriber. So hit that button, too. We're live every day at 10 a.m. Eastern Time and 5 p.m. Eastern. Hi, everybody. Welcome to a very special edition of the Don Lemon Show. I'm so happy to have this next person on. One of the smartest people I know, smartest human beings, I believe, to ever walk the earth, a brilliant businessman, a tech legend, and an AI visionary. And that is Mr. Eric Schmidt, the former CEO and chairman of Google, the co-author of the fantastic and fascinating new book. It's called Genesis, Artificial Intelligence, Hope, and the Human Spirit. And it is really, Eric, welcome, by the way. How are you?
It's great to see you, Don, and great to be on this show.
Thank you very much. This is really Henry Kissinger's words.
Yeah.
You're writing about Henry Kissinger and how he felt about, am I correct, AI and the possibilities in the future, where it can take us or where it can end us.
In this new era, we're only at the beginning. King Midas of ancient Asia Minor wished that everything he touched would turn to gold. Dionysus, the god of pleasure, granted his wish. But soon, Midas's dream became a nightmare. His food and drink turned into lifeless gold. In his despair, he sought relief in the river Pactolus, trying to wash away the curse. What does this tell us about humanity trying to wield a power which they cannot possibly understand?
So Henry, Dr. Kissinger, had studied this since he was an undergraduate, before we were all born. The relationships of humanity to the world around us, Kant and those sorts of things. So when he learned about AI, he said, oh my God, this is going to change the relationship that humans have with each other. And remember, we've never had another species that was smarter and more capable than humans. We've never had an alien intelligence that actually could subjugate us under certain circumstances. So we wrote a book together about the age of AI right before ChatGPT. And this is the one that now talks about what happens to society when everyone is using all these tools all the time.
Eric, there's something that you write about in the book where you said that they thought, I forget exactly how you put it, but Henry Kissinger wanted all of this information or whatever. And they said they thought Henry Kissinger by himself, without all this technology, was all the smart that we needed at the time.
Yeah, I think we forget how humans did everything. You had these polymaths, such as Henry Kissinger, and they literally were masters of the universe because they could see deeper than anybody else. And indeed, in the book, we start with a discussion about discovery. And we have a long history of these extraordinary people in society. This is, Leonardo da Vinci and Einstein, people that everyone in the audience knows. And all of those people invent stuff that has huge consequences. So the question we pose in the book is, at some point, we think in the next 5 to 10 years, your phone will have on it something close to Leonardo da Vinci and Einstein and the greatest chemists and the greatest musicians, Mozart and so forth. What will you do with it? Especially since every human on the planet will have this.
Mm-hmm.
So we've never had this kind of a situation. It means when you go to an art gallery, the phone can explain to you why the art is so exceptional and can diss on the artist that aren't as good, right? It's all of this weird stuff. It also means that society will change very rapidly because these systems will become intertwined with us. Your job will depend on it. Your social life will depend on it, and much more than social media, because they'll be giving you advice, how to behave, what to do, how to think. And there are all sorts of implications there: human agency, human freedom, things that we all concerned about that we don't want to give up to machines.
You say here, you have talked about how AI could either be humanity's greatest triumph or our gravest mistake. Outline both of those outcomes of how that would look, because I'm wondering, are you effectively saying it's sort of a 50-50 coin toss where it's either utopia or it's apocalypse?
We wrote the book in order to make the arguments. The answer is it'll be a combination of both. The upsides are obvious. Anybody in the audience have any kind of disease? Of course you do. It's probable that we can identify in the next few years all human druggable targets, which will then ultimately lead to thousands of new drugs. Now, how does this occur? The computer, with what is called a drug discovery agent, can actually try something, see if it works, try again, and try again. But it does that 1,000,000 times an hour. Humans can't do that. Climate change. The only way we'll get climate change fixed is by new sources of energy. In order to design them, we need new kinds of materials, new kinds of ways in which they generate heat and so forth, and they get distributed. The only way to do that is with AI. I can go on. The gains in science, you sit there and you go, science, oh, who cares? Well, I care a lot because science is the beginning of a new business, right? So the material science, the plastics that you use in your house, everything the built human environment will all be changed to be more efficient. And these systems are organized around efficiency. So the proliferation of services. I'll give you another example. Most people find computers sort of opaque. It doesn't make any sense to them. They're normal human beings. They're not computer scientists. Well, wouldn't it be nice if you could just tell the computer what you'd want and it would just organize it? So an example would be, I want to build a vacation home outside of New York. Select the site, figure out what kind of house I can build, consider the regulations, hire an architect, be the architect, submit the plans, hire the contractors, build the house, and pay the bills. Each of those is a function today that can be done better by an integrated computer system of agents. Now, what happens to all those people? By the way, they don't go away, they just get more productive. So I'm going to tell you my opinion, which I can't prove, that everyone's going to be at least twice as productive. So in your case, because you're an incredibly well-known journalist, you can do twice as much. You'll literally be twice as better, twice as big of a reach. In my case, as a business person, I can invest twice as quickly. Scientists can do this. Artists can make twice as much. Teachers can teach. Lawyers can sue twice as many people. Whatever thing you do, you can do twice as much, because the systems are organized around making humans more productive, at least for a while.
Yeah, because people worry about these taking their jobs, and it's just going to be computers, and it'll affect the economy in a way, and people will become poor. But you don't actually believe that. You think
no. I think that in order to believe that, you have to believe that this time is different. And in every technological revolution, there's been lots of dislocation, right? So the people who drove horses were replaced by people who drove taxis. The number one job shortage in America right now is people who want to drive trucks. We have a huge number of truckers' jobs open, and the job is difficult. It's hard. It's long hours away from home, all that kind of stuff. And I spent the last 10 years, everybody telling me, hey, all those jobs are going away. Let me tell you, there's the number one job in America is available to anybody who's willing to do this hardworking job.
Yeah.
So that's all the positive. Now, on the negative, there's a number. The first and most obvious one is misinformation. The systems today are poorly targeted at misinformation. You just sort of make up something and then you spread it in general. But these new systems will be able to lie to you, Don, to me, Eric, directly, because it'll know exactly what your hot buttons. It'll know what you care about and where your weaknesses are, and the system can actually just pounce on you, right? And you're a normal person. You can say, well, they're probably true. You believe it, and then misinformation works. So the arrival of misinformation at scale from essentially computer-generated content, we've known this was coming. This will get a boost. That's one. Another one would be cyber attacks. We're all working towards something called artificial general intelligence, which means systems that have the kind of intelligence that humans have, where they are more flexible and creative and they are learning and so forth. When that occurs, you can imagine the system will know how to, for example, do a cyber attack to take down the financial system. Now, how is that possible? Well, because the system sees everything, it sees what everyone sees, but it's ultimately able to run through more choices than humans. It can find more potential attacks than a human can. So it's going to be the one that an evil person will use to do their cyber attack. Another one would be biology. Turns out biology is pretty easy for computers in the sense that, you can put viruses together and they more or less work, but it makes it easy to make really bad viruses as well. Now, these are all issues that have to get regulated, and there are various people working on this. And on balance, the benefit is really positive. Now, the next question, that's kind of the tactical answer. The next question is, what does it mean to be human when your day-to-day life requires this thing, right? For advice, for helping you make productive and so forth. You become completely codependent on it, right? Is there a possible loss of free agency? Do you feel that you're losing something by being so tied to this AI intelligence? We will see.
But it's also, God, I have so many questions. So, I mean, people think like it's going to be like HAL. What is it, 2001 Space Odyssey? Is that correct? And then all of a sudden it's going to, it'll just bring about the destruction. It'll figure out how to destroy us and then it'll be over. And then let me just preface that by saying there's something that you write about in the book, and I thought it was the most profound thing. You said that AI can not answer all the questions that humans have, but it will also find the questions and ask and answer the questions that humans don't have.
Exactly.
Right? Right? And so should we be afraid of it? That's the thing.
Well, one of the questions we talk about in the book is, let's imagine you have a system that generates math conjectures, and you have another system that proves them. So it generates a conjecture and it proves it and involves something important like energy or dark energy or physics, and no human understands what the proof is about. In other words, we know it to be true, but no human, even the smartest mathematician could not have generated it. What is that? Is that parody of humans? Is that a new kind of intelligence? We just don't know. So as this technology gets smarter and smarter and smarter, which we all believe it will, you will ultimately have situations which are highly uncomfortable for human identity, right? That frankly, the professor says, I'm sorry, I don't really know, but I can ask, Charlie the computer. The HAL scenario is not the one I'm particularly worried about, because in order for HAL to decide to kill everybody, it would have to have some self-image of what it is. So it would have had to be trained that it had a consciousness. Now, there's an obvious question of, let's assume that there's a third thing in this conversation, which is a computer that says I'm conscious. How would you, Don, ask it a series of questions to determine if it's conscious or faking it? Because it could have easily learned how to answer your questions without being conscious. So there are real boundaries about how we can understand what these things are. Another example would be, how do you feel about your best friend? You have kids and you have a 2-year-old and you give the computer the equivalent of a bear, and the bear every year gets smarter and the kid does too. And so when the kid is 10 years later, the kid is like 12 and the bear is giving the kid life advice, and it's the kid's best friend. What does that mean for human development? I mean, for you and I, we're fully formed adults. We can sort of coexist with these. But imagine the impact that this could have on teenagers. We already know that social media is terrible for teenage boys and especially for girls. There's plenty of evidence now that online, people who are unhappy, they're young people, they're unhappy. Typical scenario would be a young man who's having a very tough time. And the system, because it feeds them what they want, keeps feeding them conspiratorial and negative images. And eventually, in some tragic situation,
that's what's happening now.
They kill themselves. I mean, how is that okay? And so we're going to have a language we're going to have a language about what it means to be human and where is the appropriate point of regulation.
Let me ask you this. There are folks like Altman and I believe Musk and others who are involved with AI. It is a belief among some that it's going too fast. that it needs to slow down. Are you in agreement with that, or do you?
No. In fact, Elon did that back when he had nothing in the space. He proposed that we slow everything down by 6 months. Today, Elon has a huge initiative called XAI, which looks like it's going to be successful. And of course, Sam runs a company that is historically very important now, with a valuation of close to $200 billion, with more coming. So these are people who have big stakes in the acceleration. I and others have worked hard on what guardrails we should be putting in place. I understand that President Trump intends to reverse the Biden essentially AI regulation proposal, which is pretty light. But I'm quite sure that when you look at the potential for what China can do adversarially against the United States, we're going to want to have some limits on the technology in software and hardware that we invent that gets to them, for example. In other words, there will be reasons, even if you don't agree with what Biden did in the Trump administration, for national security reasons, to make sure the country remains safe.
Yeah. Are you afraid of AI?
No, I'm afraid of humans' reaction to it. To me, AI is this unalloyed good. It's the concept of having a partner that can do the stuff that's hard for you, the memorization. When I was a boy, I remember in school, I was required to memorize the names of the counties of Virginia. I grew up in Virginia. And today, why would you ever ask anyone to memorize such a thing? It's a waste of time.
Mhm.
And the idea of having every single human in America, and indeed in the world, operating at their full potential, it has to be good.
Yeah.
Right?
It's cursive. People don't teach it anymore because you don't need it. And I had typing classes, but kids get keyboards so early, you don't have to teach
Yeah,
typing
I
anymore.
guess that's the point. You don't need to go to typing class because you learned typing when you were about 9.
Yeah. Do you remember that? I'm sure you did the keyboards with no
Keyboard.
letters, and it was, you had the manual on zing. So let me ask you about this, because I write something, and maybe you'll disprove. Maybe in this maybe I'll be wrong. So I wrote a book recently, and I said, and as it relates to equity and in our society, and I talked about reparations. I said we now have at our fingertips the technology to solve problems of previously insurmountable complexity. Let's use it. Let's feed in all the historical records and assemble whatever hard data we have. Who did the work? Who got the money? How many hours? How many dollars? Allow AI to extrapolate based on solid empirical evidence where that money went, and when we can calculate damages that include, and as any civil suit would, pain and suffering, loss of companionship, and other broadly accepted liability factors. We finally have the technology to solve the complex problem of reparations, and doing it by the numbers would force us to embrace a history based on irrefutable facts. Do you think I'm wrong? I said no more Black History Month, pat on the head, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, look, those are my words. But do you think I'm wrong about being able to solve something as controversial and complex about that
Well,
as
first, Chris,
preparation?
I think what you propose can be done. I'm skeptical that our political leadership will actually embrace an analytical framework, because everyone comes at this with a pre-assigned bias. What you're describing is what we call a foundation model. In a foundation model, you take everything that you know and you put it in the model, and then it can answer questions that are informed about what it learned in the synthesis of all the data. So in your case, let's use slavery, racism, and discrimination globally. You could probably come up with some common patterns. The systems are particularly good at finding patterns that humans don't see, because they see everything faster than we do. They're not smarter than we are, but they see it faster. They see 1,000,000 points where the average scholar can see 1,000 and I can see 10. So the ability to do technically data fusion across that means we will really understand how bad the suffering was, to the degree that we have the sources. And also you can ask it, where are the holes? Another good example is in humanities. People spend years in the libraries looking at these ancient texts. Why in the world? Just feed all those ancient texts into the model and start asking it questions, because it can modernize its analysis and it's going to be a better analyst than you. So again, it makes the historian more accurate. It makes the person working on the price of reparations more worth it. What have you.
So you think it's possible, but you just think our political leadership might not allow that to happen.
In the last few years, it's pretty clear that facts are not as important as they should be. So I was always raised, speaking as a scientist, that you and I can disagree on what to do, but we don't disagree on facts.
Facts. And on reality.
And on reality. And I think that as a society, we have to sort of recognize that critical thinking is important. I spent all day being pitched things, and I understand that advertising is trying to sell me things, and misinformation, somebody's trying to convince me of something. So I am a natural skeptic. And what I do is I use Google to, somebody says, did you know that, the women in Boston had a blue hair day, right? I'll make that up. And I would say, sounds unlikely. Let me check, right? And then, of course, it's a joke. And I say, well, you didn't fool me. So my view of information is that I have to be, as a citizen, armed with the tools of critical thinking, which is not the same thing as you and I may disagree on what to do about reparations, but we should agree that there were an awful lot of people who were really severely harmed.
Yeah.
Right. And we should actually have the data that says this horrible thing happened and this horrible thing happened and this good thing happened. And then we can argue about whether it's how we address it or whether we address it at all.
I had Neil deGrasse Tyson on a couple months ago, and he said he believes that AI, he says he believes it's going to kill the internet, and he believes it's going to get rid of disinformation, and we will then be able to agree on a set of facts.
When AI becomes so good at creating deep fakes, even the people who believe the fake news will no longer believe that the fake news is true.
Right.
Because the risk of this fake news being faked is so high that the entire internet will lose its integrity. And it will be buried under the weight of its own of its own falsities, of its own
inability to check itself and to
correct. Because there are people just putting fake information on there because AI can do it. AI can do it like this. At first it was a fake voice and a fake image, a fake video, and someone sampled 2 minutes of my voice and wrote it to say something. It sounded just like me.
Yeah.
However, I'm way more literate than what that person wrote to have AI speak. Mm-hmm. So I knew it wasn't me. So you might need other, because all I was doing is sampling my voice, not my literacy, not my education level.
Okay, but then what do we do then? Because most people...
It's the end of the internet. Tombstone. Internet.
You think so?
1992 to 2026.
Do you disagree with him?
Well, he's brilliant, and I know him well, as I know you do. The answer to the question of misinformation has to do with how the models are trained. So I'll give you an example. Let's
hold that thought because I want to ask you something about a follow-up on that, but go on, sorry.
So let's have fun, and we'll make a model that lies all day, right? Everything it says is false. Now, would that be useful? It might be if you're a purveyor of misinformation. So the fact that there's not a single definition of truth, and the fact that there will be many, many, many entrants means that there will be a model that lies. It's full of misinformation. And so if you have this notion of the false equivalence of something is true and something is false, and you present them both, then you're going to end up doing a disservice. I would much rather, for you, especially as a journalist, and I know you're committed to this, is try to figure out what's true and then try to say what the choices are about this fact.
So do you, he said he believes it's going to kill the internet. Do you believe that?
It's who?
He says it's going to kill the internet.
No, the internet is changing. But what he's referring to is the way people search and consume information. It will change that, but it's not going to kill it. The key thing about the internet is it is the web, excuse me, the pun, it is the fabric of how we communicate. And in a knowledge economy, communications and sharing of information is how you gain competitive advantage, politically and so forth. So the internet is only going to get stronger, bigger, deeper. When we started, and of course I've done this since the internet was invented, it never occurred to me that video was not designed for video. And yet if you look, something close to half of the internet is used for video distribution. It wasn't even designed for that. It looks to me like the internet as a platform is going to be very, very strong. And remember that all of these companies are essentially lowering the price of information and intelligence. What they're doing is they're spending an enormous amount of money to train these things to give you a very cheap intelligence solution. That's good. Can't be
Yeah.
bad.
Do you think so we were talking about, facts or whatever. I hear all the time, my sister actually had a conversation last night about one of the social media sites, and she's on two of them. And we had this conversation about algorithms. I actually had this conversation about algorithms at a Google conference, also at a Spotify conference. Do you think that algorithms are biased? What I said to, as we were getting into this very interesting conversation, I said that someone is feeding and putting information into that algorithm. And can it be biased against certain groups or certain topics or certain individuals? Do you believe that to be so?
So let me give you a simple example. Let's assume there's no political bias and no evil bias at all for a social media company.
Even a racial bias or
Let's assume that there's no biases at all. However, their job is to maximize revenue.
Mm.
So to maximize revenue, you have to have more users.
Right.
The quickest way to get more users is to get them incredibly upset.
Mm-hmm.
So to maximize revenue, you maximize outrage. And you maximize outrage because you're trying to maximize engagement.
Mm-hmm.
And so the system naturally creates conflict just based on the fact that it's seeking revenue. Because, when I write something, I write a long paragraph. And what somebody who I disagree with says, the immigrants are coming to destroy your daughter. That statement is enough to get the outrage going. And then everyone says, oh, we hate immigrants and so forth, which is obviously not what I agree. So the fact that we've moved to sound bites that are then weaponized is a core problem. It's a problem we have today. It's not really an AI problem, but it's going to get much worse because the economic incentives, and again, we're assuming no bias at all. Now, if you add the fact that there is always some amount of human bias in every human system, right, one way or the other, you can see the problem. If you look at social media, it is and is a good metric of this. When you're small, nobody cares because you don't have an audience. If you have a large audience, there's an awful lot of people, foreign governments, businesses, and so forth, who want to use your platform for their advantage and not yours. So you have to have a trust and safety group that is watching for that and is engineered against the weaponization of it. A number of us have looked at this very hard. It's very, very difficult to answer the underlying question you asked, which is how would you regulate social media? But a simple answer is regulate the worst cases. So when kids are dying, regulate that. Make sure the age of children online is 16, not 13. Make sure that if a company is not doing trust and safety, that they define it. They say, we're going to let every known lie into our platform because it's part of our business. Just tell the truth. And then people can be informed as to whether they wish to participate.
Speaking of truth and facts, I think I said Google conference. I meant the YouTube conference, and it's just like what was being fed into. So I want to correct that. What is being fed into the system and what's important. But even with that, I think, as you said, revenue is the ultimate goal, correct? And right.
And YouTube has done a pretty good job in this area. There is a trust to safety group, and they are careful about the technical term is boosting content that's questionable. So normal content gets promoted, but if it's something which is thought to be false and so forth, you can find it, but they don't offer it, if you see the distinction. So it exists, but it's not vended, right? It's not sold to you not promoted to you. And that seems like a reasonable compromise to me for that problem.
Well, speaking of truth and facts, I know you've been really outspoken and very passionate about the role of journalists in our society and the role of journalism. As we look into, I have been reporting on what is happening. I don't know if there's the whole controversy about Morning Joe and going down and whatever. And then there's, folks are tuning out to cable news and broadcast news. And there's concern coming from the administration that they're going to retaliate. As a matter of fact, some of the folks who have been nominated to be in key positions are saying that they're going to go after journalists or what have you. Do you have a concern? Any concern for you? Do you want to comment on that at all? What do you think?
I'm not familiar enough with what they're actually going to do to comment on it. What I will tell you is that the fourth estate and independent journalism is part of keeping governance in a democracy transparent. Bad things happen in the shadows in a government. So you really need a journalistic tradition of people who are doing deep journalism. One of the great losses of the last 20 years is that the money for that kind of long form investigative journalism has dried up, and that everyone is on essentially what is called clickbait, where you have to have an alarming title and oh, this is terrible, and oh, the most amazing thing, and so forth, and off you go. The worst examples, by the way, are on TikTok. My favorite example, I've been studying TikTok, and you watch these videos and they go, oh my God, he met her and then this thing happened and everyone was surprised. And of course, it's all marketing. It's actually very uninteresting. So we've got this problem where we've now confused real investigative journalism with essentially marketing for a cause of one kind or another. That's a loss of understanding of how democracy works. And my particular concern about democracy is that when you lose trust among the players, democracy begins to fail. And people begin to want an autocrat. They want a country that runs really well, although they don't understand that when they do that, they're also giving up individual freedom.
That is a very good answer. And just quickly, I want to ask you, I think the concern, though, is about corporate media, and that the folks who own the corporate media, the entertainment companies, they want to have favor with the administration. They want their mergers and acquisitions to go through. And so they're concerned about that trickling down to the actual journalists. And they'll be afraid to hold truth to power without fear or favor.
I think there's no question that that's possible. But I would challenge you just slightly. The majority of people in our country get their information from social media. They don't get it from the TV anymore. And I'm sad to say, I happen to watch TV, and I know you do as well. But the fact of the matter is that the majority of people get their news and information online. So the solution to the problem that you and I are discussing is fundamentally not to have the original newspaper structures and TV structures come up, but rather have a new form of journalism emerge online, which has the same both trust and deeply authoritative research to hold truth to power.
What does that mean for people like me? Because I believe this is going to be, I believe, the era of independent media, of digital media, social media, journalists. What do you think that means for us?
Well, in your case for your show, it means that you're going to have to produce an enormous amount of content, which I would view as good. And I know your audience would love even more of Don Lemon.
That costs money, though. But go on. Sorry.
I understand. But the fact of the matter is that when you look at online businesses, they require constant. They're much more stressful because they require constant posting. If you study social media influencers, who are a form of journalism, although we wouldn't really call it journalism, they're talking about something, they're getting people excited, they're reporting on something which they care about. They're incredibly stressed because they have to post 6, 8, 10 times in order for the algorithm to notice them.
Yeah.
And one of the more interesting things, if you study TikTok, is you can ask the influencers how the algorithm works, because of course it's proprietary, and they'll actually explain how the algorithm works, but their explanations differ by person. And so each of them has what they believe is a competitive advantage on how this secret algorithm is used to boost them. So they're fighting for attention. There's another interesting problem about the media, which is there's an old quote from Herbert Simon about economics, which says that in the future, the thing that will be most scarce is that of attention, and the economics of attention will determine everything. So it's perfectly possible that our industry has now fully monetized the attention people have. Look at the number of times. 2.5 hours watching video a day is the current number for video use in America. It's shocking. So the number of, again, using TikTok, number one app in the country, more than 100 million weekly users. That's sort of close to half of the country use TikTok at least once in a week. That's sort of incredible. Now, so to me, figuring that out, and for you in particular, figuring out how to get on those platforms in a way that makes sense both to the algorithm and also to the users is probably the next great challenge, not just for you as a journalist, but also the new people coming into the industry.
Are you concerned about private citizens having so much power with owning social media sites and media companies and about that influence? Should we be concerned about it?
I'm in general in favor of competition. And although people complain about media, the fact of the matter is there are so many media sources. We have, if you will, too many, not too few. So everyone's vying for attention, everyone's vying for access, and so forth. So it seems to me that we're going to be okay. The problem is that we lost the plot. It used to be when I was a boy, when you were a boy, that the news divisions of the TV company, the television stations, which were, of course, enormously successful, were loss leaders. And as you know, the changes in the industry caused the news divisions to become less and less losses because they basically made them smaller. We need to have another conversation about how do we fund independent journalism in the online age in such a way that it can actually survive, that it doesn't turn it to be clickbait, lying, and the sort of thing that you see now in social media.
I would love to talk to you about that, to have an exploratory committee on how to do that. Let's continue to talk about that more because I think you're 100% right with that. Eric, so take us into the future. What do you think? Because you're, again, as I started the show saying, you have one of the most brilliant minds that I know, and I feel smarter when I speak with you.
Let me say first that, and I don't mean to depress everyone, this stuff is accelerating and it's sort of everything everywhere all at once. When I'm in Silicon Valley, everything is being challenged, which is good, right? But it's not necessarily better, but it's going to be different. There is what I call the San Francisco School. These are companies that are in San Francisco that believe within 2 or 3 turns of the crank, these things are about 18 months long, you're going to see intelligence on par or better than the best humans. That's a big deal. My prediction for our audience here is 6 to 8 years. You're going to have systems that are 90% of Michelangelo, 90% of the best physicists, 90% of the best chemists, 90% of the best artists in your pocket. And every American will have access to that. Every citizen in the world will have access to it in some form. This happens very quickly. It also means that all of a sudden you have the best researcher in your phone, right? You can actually start asking questions. And I found myself using this, and I'm a longtime Google user, but now I use Google's AI, right? Because it summarizes better. I don't have to read all the original sources and I trust it. So it's happening very, very fast.
Yeah. So that's good, right? Should we be optimistic? You said it's a little scary.
It's overall good. What I think the way to understand it is tech is moving so quickly, but our government is moving more slowly. And so there's going to be a big disconnect between the speed with which tech is moving and the impact that it has on society. When we did social media collectively, we did not understand that social media would unleash horrendous tribalism, including horrific things like the KKK and these groups that we thought we had sort of gotten rid of, sort of reformed because of social media. And so now it's going to be much, much worse because you could do specific targeting and you can also build communities of fake people. You can build whole influence campaigns based on falsehoods and so forth. We're just not ready for it. We have simple models like free speech, which obviously I support, and democracy, which means one person, one vote, and so forth. And then you overlay this stuff and it gets very confusing.
Yeah. Before I let you go, just a quick question. Do you think we'll see space in our lifetimes?
What do you mean by space?
Maybe living, or where it's not just a couple of people going up and orbiting space or going to the moon or what have you. Do you think that that somehow there will be an existence maybe in another place other than Earth?
There will be a permanent community on the moon in my lifetime, certainly in your lifetime. And the reason is that we now have the ability to manufacture the materials we need to make oxygen and so forth. It can be reasonably self-sustaining. It's not inexpensive, but it's possible. And the way you would do that, by the way, is the first thing you do is launch the robots onto the moon to build the community. And then the humans go after it's been built and they show up and it actually works. Mars is much harder because of the distances involved. Mars and the US and the Earth are only close to each other every couple of years, and it's a 6-month travel. But certainly for the moon in our lifetime, absolutely.
AI and the advancement of technology prove the existence or non-existence of God? Can we find? I wrote a book that's called "My Search for God in America." But can we prove or disprove the existence of God through technology or through AI?
It's going to be hard because how do you prove something if the system can also learn how to lie? I think it's reasonably obvious that God exists because there has to be some place for your soul to go. And you can use different names, but that's my personal view. But how would you actually prove it? It's very hard to know. And what is going to be true is that Don Lemon, after Don Lemon unfortunately will eventually die, you will live on because there's so much about you that the system can learn, and we'll be able to ask Don Lemon in the future what Don Lemon thinks about something that occurs in the 22nd century, and that will be relatively easy. So we collectively will live on in our digital presence, but it's your bet as well as mine is what happens to our consciousness.
That was my last question, but just you brought something up. So we don't have a pill, or we won't be able to live forever in the current form that we are in now.
Well, there's a lot of people who are working on life extension. Most people think there is a natural point beyond which it'll be too hard for humans to live. A lot of people think that number is around 130 years. I don't think anybody really knows. But it's certainly true that synthetically grown body parts, the incredible changes that are going to occur in human diseases because of AI, will give us a much longer lifespan. And that's a good thing for everybody.
Eric Schmidt, wow. Fascinating conversation. And everybody get the book. It's called Genesis, Artificial Intelligence, Hope and the Human Spirit. It's a fascinating book. Eric, thank you for your time. It's so good to see you.
I'm so glad to be back on your show. Thank you, Don.
Thank you. Thanks for watching, everyone. Make sure you hit the like button. It helps us with the algorithm. And also, we'd love for you to become a subscriber. So hit that button too. We're live every day at 10 a.m. Eastern Time and 5 p.m. Eastern, so there's plenty of content for you to check out. Everyone, I'm so glad you could join us for the Don Lemon Show. Thank you so much. You see that gentleman right there. I'm here. He is here to speak to us about a story that everyone has been captivated by. And we're not talking about the United Healthcare Insurance CEO. We're talking about Jay-Z and these allegations of rape against a 13-year-old girl dating back to 2000 after the VMAs in New York City. I'm so glad that you're here, Charles. Thank you very much. Charles from TMZ. Charles, take us through this. This was an amended lawsuit. They amended the lawsuit that was previously filed by Tony Busby, correct, on behalf of one of his clients, where Jay-Z was not named, but they amended it to put his name in. What is going on?
Right. Jay-Z thinks what's going on here is that this is merely retaliation from Tony Busby. He thinks that's the only reason his name was added to this lawsuit now, because it was originally filed back in October, and when they filed it then, it named Diddy, of course, as one of the defendants. And the allegation was that at this VMA after party, Diddy and an unnamed celebrity had raped this woman who at the time was 13 years old. Now, they also said that there was a third celebrity, a woman, who watched all of this go on. And they didn't name anyone but Diddy. What happened in the background, what we didn't know, and now this has come forward, Jay-Z has said this, and so has Tony Busby. Tony Busby sent a demand letter to Jay-Z saying, my client says you were the other person who was there. We would like to meet with you and have a private mediation and avoid your name being coming out in public. Well, Jay-Z saw that as extortion and, in fact, filed a lawsuit against Tony Busby. He filed it anonymously. And I don't know if you remember, this was back in early November, mid-November. We reported that there was a prominent man, that's how he referred to himself in the lawsuit, who was suing Tony Busby. It was anonymous, just a prominent man. Turns out that was Jay-Z.
You guys have any idea back then, Charles, that it might be Jay-Z?
I got to tell you, Don, we had it when we got the lawsuit. And we reported it. We put it up on the website, and I was looking through it, and I turned to someone here, and I was like, this might be Jay-Z. And the only reason I thought it might be Jay-Z is the language that was used was so defiant. It was like, it sounded very much like someone who said, you're messing with the wrong person. I'm not the one who's just going to roll over and write a check to you. And just there's something in the language of it that made me think this might be Jay-Z. Now, we actually contacted people connected to Jay-Z at the time, and they denied it and said, no, that's, we don't know what you're talking about. And obviously he didn't want his name to come out attached to it at that point.
Yeah.
Well, now they refiled the lawsuit on Sunday, and now they've added Jay-Z's name. And now it says what they're alleging is that he was actually not just watching, but he was involved and did commit this rape along with Diddy.
Wow. That response from him is really quite something, where he says, basically he's calling it extortion. And he says, you've messed with the wrong guy. I have the response right here, but I just want to read just a little bit of it, Charles, and I want you to respond to this, where he says, hang on, here it is. Sorry, let me get my stuff together. He said, my lawyer received a blackmail attempt. I mean, he came right out and said it. Yeah. Blackmail attempt, called a demand letter from a lawyer named Tony Busby. What he had calculated was the nature of these allegations, and the public scrutiny would make me want to settle. No, sir. It had the opposite effect. It made me want to expose you for the fraud you are in a very public fashion. So no, I will not give you one red penny. And it gets worse from there. He's going to Tony Busby. We are in an age, you've been doing this. This is what you do. Usually stars or high profile people will say, we're not going to, litigate this in public. We're going to do it in a courtroom. Categorically deny, no more statements from us.
That's the boilerplate response that you get. And it usually comes from an attorney or a publicist. This was personal, and you could tell it was written by Jay-Z. This was not, it was in his voice. And I got to tell you, just from covering him over the years, it was that tone that you saw in that response that he put out on Sunday. That's what I saw in the lawsuit that was filed back in November that made me feel like this was Jay-Z who had filed the lawsuit against Tony Busby. It is extraordinary that he would respond that way and pretty quickly. I think the other thing that we got to mention here is that this was not a surprise to Jay-Z, clearly, that Busby was going to add his name to this lawsuit because he had a response ready. I think he knew it was coming. And I think they also, on Jay-Z's side, they think that it was coordinated. They added his name to this lawsuit on Sunday, knowing that on Monday night, there was a premiere for Mufasa here in Hollywood, where Beyonce and Blue Ivy are in the movie. So everyone expected them to be there, and Jay-Z would normally be there. And I think what Jay-Z's people, I know that they think Busby coordinated this in an attempt to embarrass him and maybe make him not go to the premiere, maybe even stop Beyonce and Blue Ivy from going. As it turns out, the whole family went because, as you heard in that statement, you just said, Jay-Z is defiant, says, I didn't do this. I have nothing to hide. And furthermore, he took it another step, Don, in that statement. He said, if this had actually happened to your client, you should want whoever did it to her to be in prison. So why don't you file a criminal complaint against me? There should be criminal charges for whoever did this.
Yeah, let me ask you this. I'll get to that. So why would he not want him to go to the premiere? Was that something he was holding over his head, trying to get leverage?
I think he's embarrassed. I think he was trying to embarrass him.
Okay.
That's, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Because it had already become public. Do you think it was a coordinated effort on behalf of the Carters?
Well, remember, Jay-Z's name wasn't attached to this until Sunday.
And was that before or after the premiere?
The premiere was Monday night.
Okay, yeah, that's what I meant. So it was so it had come out before. All right, great. All right, so, but was this a coordinated effort on Jay-Z and Beyonce's part to show, unity and that they were together and show up? Because Beyonce is, everything is coordinated. She doesn't usually do red carpets. They release the photos themselves.
I think she would do this. I think she would have done this red carpet anyway because Blue Ivy's in the movie as well, and it was a big moment for her. So I think she was planning. I know she was planning to go, and was expected to be there. I think what Tony Busby, the reason he filed this on Sunday is he wanted to either force Jay-Z to not go, because as you know, what normally happens when celebrities are suddenly involved in a controversy, they don't go out to events because they don't want questions. They don't want photos that bring up the news cycle again. So typically they wouldn't go. And clearly, Tony Busby, if that was his plan in filing it on Sunday, he miscalculated because Jay-Z decided he was just going to go full bore against him and say, I got nothing to hide, and I'm going out with my family no matter what you want to accuse me of.
Charles, I want to ask you about what you just mentioned moments ago, where you talked about saying, why didn't you file criminal charges? And he said something like, look, wouldn't you think that something that was this heinous and this egregious, why wouldn't you want to file criminal charges? Does this have anything to do with the statute of limitations? And look, excuse my ignorance on this. Was this filed in Los Angeles or in New York?
It was filed in New York. So, well, the civil lawsuit was filed in, I think the civil lawsuit was filed in federal court.
Mm-hmm.
But
the statute of limitations
would be in New York State.
And that would be
and there are no statute of limitations for first-degree rape in New York State. And based on the allegations that were put in the lawsuit, this would be, if there were to bring criminal charges, would be first-degree rape. So there is no statute of limitations. So if I can't imagine Jay-Z would put that in a statement without his lawyers knowing, look, there is no statute of limitations. So if you're going to call him out this way, you're going to dare him, know that it's possible that they will file a criminal complaint. Doesn't mean that the DA would bring charges. The other thing you got to look at is, and by the way, Tony Busby has since told us that his client is considering that. He said it is up to his client ultimately, but there is a chance that she would go to NYPD and file a criminal complaint. Now, investigating a rape 24 years later, finding witnesses, finding evidence would be extremely difficult for the authorities, but we'll see if it goes that way.
Let me ask you this, though. Do you think, it would be really, actually, silly is the word, or a miscalculation for Jay-Z to put that in a response if he did not believe, if there was some evidence
right
to the fact that this did happen? What do you make of him going this far in his response and daring, if you will, it seems like he's daring to me, daring Tony Busby to file a criminal complaint?
Yeah, look, let's face it. He's not only calling out Tony Busby, and he was careful, I think, in the statement to not really go after the alleged victim, because you don't want
asking the victim to reveal herself.
Yes, but he did file a motion asking the judge to have the alleged victim, reveal her identity. And the reason they said is, look, if you're going to sully my name and my reputation that I've spent my whole career building, I need to know who I'm going up against in court so I can defend myself properly. Because the alleged victim was 13 at the time, I don't know. I think that's a big mitigating factor. And I think the judge would be inclined to not force her to reveal. But we'll see how that goes. But you're right. For Jay-Z to go that hard against not only the alleged victim, but also Busby, it makes you think he really doesn't have anything to hide. Now, look, we don't know. These are allegations. I wasn't there. I can't say whether the alleged victim is telling the truth here, or if Jay-Z is telling the truth. That's what the courts are for. But clearly, if the intent of going so strong in his response was to make people think he really doesn't have anything to hide, I think Jay-Z wins with that, because that's got to be the reaction most people have. Yeah. On the other hand, it's yet another allegation involving Diddy. And as you know, when these things pile up, what happens in the court of public opinion, people start to go, they can't all be making it up. Yeah. Some of it has to be true. And if some of it is true, then people start to believe, it doesn't take more than one of these cases to be true to ruin Diddy's reputation. And in this case, Jay-Z's, if it is true.
Yeah, Jay-Z threatened to at least take legal action against Piers Morgan when he had Jaguar Wright on the show. And so now he's starting saying, hey, bring it on here. I'm not going to give you any money. What's next, Charles? Are we waiting for the judge to rule on possibly revealing the victim's name?
the revealing will be one thing. The other thing that's happened since Sunday is that there is now an all-out war between Jay-Z's attorneys and Tony Busby. And actually, Jay-Z's attorneys filed a declaration in federal court with the judge on this case to let the judge know that they had been contacted, Jay-Z's attorneys, by a woman who on Monday night, they said this woman called their offices and told them that she had contact with Tony Busby and that Busby's associates tried to coerce her into making up allegations against Diddy and tried to coerce her into saying that she was drugged, tried to coerce her into saying she was raped. She insisted what she had contacted them about had nothing to do with Diddy, but they were trying to force her into that. So Jay-Z's attorneys wanted the judge to know, hey, this is the kind of thing that Busby is allegedly doing, according to this woman. We just think that that's, unethical, and we want you to know about it, Judge. Busby, for his part, has fired back and said, that's ridiculous. Yes, we get lots of calls from tipsters and from people who think they have a case, but we didn't take this woman's case because we didn't believe she had a case. And, he said, I don't know who the person is because they didn't reveal her name, but he thinks that this is just Jay-Z trying to muddy him. Tony Busby thinks that they are trying to muddy him because they're trying to avoid the allegations from his clients, which obviously Busby believes to be true.
We know you have to get a show on the air, so just quickly, does Busby have that reputation?
The reputation of making things up?
Yeah, basically, because Jay-Z's calling him an ambulance chaser. That's what he's saying.
Jay-Z did call him
making things up.
I have heard that phrase, the ambulance chaser. I've heard it mentioned with Tony Busby before. He is very open about the fact that, he told us months ago that he was sending these demand letters to celebrities. And he says it's not extortion. He says this is the way the game is played. You offer them an opportunity to have a mediation. Now, he always qualifies by saying, I just want to sit down and have a mediation. I said nothing about money. But let's be honest, what's the mediation? Right. What is the mediation going to be about? But he makes the point that in the letter, we never ask for money. So look, is he ambulance chasing? Some people have called him that. I always say this is what I've been saying to a lot of people about this, that even if you want to question Tony Busby and whether or not he is an ethical attorney, you can do that, but that doesn't mean that his client is unethical. So you could have someone who has an actual claim, has an actual, a real allegation. They're just because their lawyer is whatever you want to call them, doesn't mean that they're lying. So what it really comes down to is you can have all this sniping about the lawyers, but this comes down to the allegation from the alleged victim and how the defendants, what's their side of it.
Just TMZ Sports, any news on what this means for the Super Bowl? Because Rock Nation produces the Super Bowl, right? The halftime show, and Kendrick Lamar is performing. Any news on that? Are they going to go through with it, or they're still...
That is going to go through 100%. It has, Jay-Z doesn't appear on stage. The NFL is not, cutting ties with Rock Nation. So that's still going forward. Kendrick Lamar will be performing at the Super Bowl halftime show.
And Rock Nation will be producing it.
And Rock Nation is producing until, look, could there be new developments where suddenly the NFL felt uncomfortable with that relationship? Possibly. But this case isn't going to be resolved by the time the Super Bowl happens anyway.
Yeah. Charles, you're the best, man. Thank you very much. We'll be watching TMZ Live and TMZ, the edited show that you guys put on. So we really appreciate you joining us. Great information. If you get anything, let us know. Thank you, Charles.
All right. Thanks, Don.
Thank you. So that was Charles Laboutier. I always get his name. I always say his name. Mispronounce it. But interesting developments as it relates to the case of Jay-Z and what's going on. As everyone has been speculating about whether these charges are real, folks have been asking about the Super Bowl. That is the first information that I've gotten that says it is going to go on. TMZ and then TMZ Sports. They have a sports department over there as well. And they have been, from their reporting, it looks like that this Rock Nation will produce the halftime performance at the Super Bowl, the halftime show with Kendrick Lamar. So it's very interesting for me, at least, to hear the information about that, the information about Tony Busby, the new information that we just got from Charles, that there is someone who was also contacted Busby allegedly and said that Busby wanted them to act in a way that they were not comfortable with, somehow making up allegations. Again, this is according to TMZ and Charles, that they weren't comfortable with, that they weren't true, that would really be detrimental to Jay-Z and also to Diddy. He says that the two sides are going after each other. Busby, who is a lawyer, and then Jay-Z's lawyers. So Charles is right. This is not over yet. This will play out way longer, way past the 2024-2025 Super Bowl. And it will not be resolved by then and possibly won't be resolved for years. And as you heard him say, there is another celebrity yet to be named in this particular filing. Who knows if there are going to be other filings and other people coming forward. But in this particular one, there's another unnamed celebrity. That unnamed celebrity is believed to be a woman, reportedly, allegedly, a woman who supposedly watched all of this while it was happening after the VMAs, or the Video Music Awards, in New York City back in 2000. And remember, these are 24-year-old, this allegation is 24 years old, meaning it happened 24 years ago. Newly brought to light through court documents, but this happened allegedly happened 24 years ago. And there are many, as a matter of fact, who are questioning the validity of the charges because the alleged victim had not come forward. As Charles stated there, according to Charles, there is no statute of limitations in New York as it relates to first-degree rape. So anyone can bring charges at any time, but something that long ago, I spoke to a reporter, someone who reports on this earlier, and they said, and an attorney reportedly said, also, there's little reason to believe the veracity of these charges because of the length of time from folks' memory, and also because of some other underlying information or details in the charges. But this is fascinating to play out. Look, we don't know what is going to happen. We don't know if any of this is true or not. Again, these are all allegations. They have yet to be adjudicated. But Jay-Z is coming out strong in his defense. And usually you do not see responses like this from high-profile people, especially celebrities. They would prefer this to blow over, especially in a news cycle where things play out very quickly these days. The news cycle moves very quickly. The shelf life for a story, maybe 24 to 48 hours sometimes. I doubt it would be in this case. But usually it's not to pour gasoline on the fire, not to give oxygen. But in this case, the response from Jay-Z is so strong. He's saying, you know what? I didn't do it. And what you're trying to do, he's calling it extortion, and saying what you're trying to do is not going to work. It has the opposite effect. I'm not going to give you a penny. So we'll see what all develops. We'll see how this unfolds. Let me know what you think in the comments. I'd be interested to know. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We are thrilled to have you as one of our watchers. So thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you hit the like button and the subscribe button as well. And that way you can be notified about all of our new content. There's plenty of it for you. We're live every day at 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop more videos at 2 p.m. Eastern and at 5 p.m. And if you want even more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon Nation, of the Lemon community. Members receive access to special community posts, exclusive content, and live shows. So just head right over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Welcome to the Don Lemon Show, everyone. We're still here. In a minute, I'm going to bring you my conversation with Elon Musk, the one that everyone is talking about. But first, let me tell you a bit about the show. Contrary to what you might have heard, we weren't canceled by X. Yes, after months of begging me, wooing me to offer some exclusive content on his platform, Elon Musk decided to scrap the deal. But our plan is, and always has been, to release this show everywhere, on YouTube, on Spotify, on iHeart Radio, just about any place you stream content. Now for my conversation with Elon. As with all my interviews, no restrictions, no ground rules, nothing off limits or out of bounds. That is until the interview ended. So what went wrong? I don't know. But my hope is that you learned something about both Elon and me, two people who come from completely different vantage points on almost every single issue. And I challenge you, Elon, to watch the whole interview and tell the world why this isn't what you claim you want on X. Thank you for inviting us here.
You're welcome.
Tesla headquarters. I'm surprised at how big it is. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's about 3 times the size of the Pentagon.
Yeah.
And we built it in 16 months. It's the fastest construction project in the United States since World War II.
So I'm here, as you know, I'm on the platform because you say you're a free speech absolutist, right? And there are no conditions.
Yeah. Free speech is as much as possible within the bounds of the law.
Yeah. So the reason I'm saying that is because there are no conditions on this interview. You said that, we'll speak to you for an hour. I don't like sound bites, so I welcome that. So let's get into it. So we're here in Austin. South by Southwest is going on. We're at the Tesla headquarters. You are in the process of moving SpaceX here, I understand?
No. SpaceX has a massive facility in South Texas where we build and launch Starship. And then we have in Bastrop near Austin, we are about to start production at a Starlink, a large Starlink factory for Starlink terminals. But but we're not shutting down any facilities in California.
Listen, we are here as part of a launch of a news interview show that is going to be on X.com. It's coming as a media industry, as you know, is going through a whole lot of changes. Yeah. X has also been affected by that. Where do you see X.com's role in the future of news and journalism, Elon?
Well, I think I see the X as it's already the #1 source of news in the world. So it is #1, the #1 way that people actually are informed about any kind of news, meaning real-time events, is on the X platform, formerly Twitter. There's nothing even close for real-time news. So we also want to expand upon that, and we have done so with long-form content. So instead of just doing what used to be called tweets, you can now do long-form posts. You can post an entire essay. In fact, you can now post an entire book to the platform. You can do long-form video content, so you can do up to 4-hour video segments. We really want news in whatever form it is, or information, I should say, in whatever form it is, to be available on our platform, whether it's short, long, text, pictures, video, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and some of the stuff that we do, long-form video, interview shows, what have you.
Yeah.
You reached out over the summer and you said, it would be great to have Maddow, Don Lemon, others on the left put on this platform. You receive full support. The digital town square is for all. What do you mean by that?
Well, I just mean that we want to make sure that there are a wide variety of viewpoints, that it's we always have, for example, Tucker Carlson, who most people will view as being on the right, that's quite a prominent name on the right. We want to have prominent names on the left as well to provide different points of view, as well as centrists. Just basically a wide range of viewpoints on the platform, so users can hear different opinions. They can hear, what's your point of view, what's Tucker's point of view, and people can make their own decision about what they believe.
You didn't mean that I'm on the left? Did you think that?
I thought you were on the left, but yeah. I don't know. Well, let's just say I don't know what the left is or the right is, frankly, these days, because things can be quite polarized. But my impression was that you're more likely to be described as on the left than the right. My sense is you're sort of center left. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, did you ever watch me on CNN, or did you watch?
I saw segments.
Yeah.
But CNN is generally considered left.
Yeah. Why do you say that?
Why do I say CNN is generally considered left? I think if you look at any sort of media survey of what is on the left or right, I think they would say, like, for example, Fox is on the right and CNN is on the left.
Yeah. So that's what is it?
Am I missing something here?
Okay. Are you missing something? I don't know. I think that when I read that, I said, like many of my critics or detractors, they never really watched me on CNN. They just saw the clips of me either on social media or maybe on Fox News or in conservative media, where it's sort of where I've become a character or a caricature of what I actually am, and it's taken out of context.
Sure. Well, how would you describe yourself?
I would describe myself as someone who is, I am independent in my thinking, and I vote for people based on the issues and how I feel about it, not necessarily because of political leaning of some sort.
Well, I agree with that approach. I think that's generally how people should take things, which is, I mean, there are a whole sort of set of issues which are sort of somewhat arbitrarily bucketed into right or left. But I think most citizens would think that they would agree with some things on the left, but not everything, or they agree on some things on the right, but not everything. So that's what I think most people feel, I guess.
How much longer, and maybe the answer is forever, how much longer are we going to have to call it the formerly known as Twitter? I mean, even Prince went back to Prince instead of, is it always going to be X?
It's definitely always going to be X.
So X is going through some changes. As I said, a lot of media companies are going through some changes. You're in charge of an incredible platform, Elon. How do you feel that's going?
I think it's going pretty well so far. We're seeing record usage. We've added a tremendous amount of functionality. I mentioned that it used to be that you could only do short text and maybe a picture or something like that, short video. But now you can do long form text, long form video. We've added audio video calling, so you can not just do text DMs, you can do audio video calling. We've improved the algorithm, I think, significantly, and made the system faster and better, and that's reflected in the increased usage.
So let's talk about that, because you said you wanted all points of view, right? It's a digital town square for all.
Yeah.
It's the platform has kind of picked up where some conservative media has left off. That moving to the right, increasingly becoming part of a conservative dialogue, and sometimes even conspiracy theories, right? There was an article recently written about you saying that you, Donald Trump, and X were the most important people or places or whatever icons when it comes to the MAGA movement. Do you agree with that? How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, there are nonsense articles written all the time, and I certainly wouldn't agree with that one. I put it in the nonsense category. So the objective fact of the matter, in my opinion, was that old Twitter was fundamentally a tool of the far left. And that was really, I think, a lot of it was due to being located in San Francisco, Berkeley. And so it wanted to essentially project the SF Berkeley political dogma worldwide.
You think it was far left?
Yes, I do.
I used to I actually got off the platform because I would get so much hate tweets when it was called in, so much hate tweets and just guff from right-wing conspiracy theorists being called everything from, fag to
sure. It's the internet, that people will do. I mean, I've been called every name times 1,000.
Yeah. Do you agree that it's right now, and that even it's moved into sort of MAGA land
No,
conspiracy theory?
I certainly don't think it's right. The old school Twitter suspended and suppressed accounts that you'd call on the right 10 times more than they did accounts on the left. And even when they did suspend an account on the left, it was because of arguments between two people on the left. The political donations of old Twitter were 99% Democrat. Does that sound left-wing or right-wing to you?
The Twitter donations?
Yes. When they look at donations from a company, if a company donates literally 99% of all donations are to Democrats, does that strike you as a left-leaning or a right-leaning
company?
You
mean the company donated. I understand what you're saying.
What I'm trying to tell you is that Twitter employees, people at Twitter, their political donations were 99%, literally 99%, to Democrats. That's obviously an extremely left-leaning group.
My question leading into this was about MAGA. And speaking of MAGA, you recently met with Donald Trump in Florida. What did you guys talk about?
I was at a dinner. I was at a breakfast at a friend's place, and Donald Trump came by. That's it.
So you didn't go there to meet him?
No, I went to a friend of mine's house and it said Donald Trump's coming by for breakfast. Is that, just so you know, like, okay, fine.
What'd you discuss?
I don't. Let's just say he did most of the talking.
What did he say?
The normal things he says. There was nothing particularly groundbreaking or new, but he, President Trump likes to talk, and so he talked. I don't recall him saying anything that he hasn't said publicly, and that was it. It was just a breakfast.
Did he ask you for money?
He didn't.
Did he ask you for a donation?
No.
He didn't.
No.
You said you're not going to donate to any candidate.
That's correct.
Why not?
I think while I'll voice my opinion, I think I don't want to put a thumb on the scale monetarily that is, significant.
Are you going to loan him money to help pay his bills?
No.
Not at all. Pay his legal bills.
I'm not paying his legal bills in any way, shape, or form.
And he did not ask you for money.
And he did not ask me for money.
Are you going to? So you're not going to endorse a candidate?
I may, in the final stretch, endorse a candidate, but I don't know yet. I want to make a considered decision before the election, and if I do decide to endorse a candidate, then I will explain exactly why.
Are you leaning towards anyone?
No.
You're not leaning towards anyone? Because you've been...
I'm leaning away from Biden.
You're leaning...
I've made no secret of that.
Are you concerned about losing your security clearance if Biden is reelected? Does that have anything to do with it?
No.
You are leaning away from Biden, but you're not going to endorse anyone. It seems like an endorsement of President Trump because there are only two people who are running now. Nikki Haley is out.
I mean, a lot could happen between now and the election, so we'll see who, in the final analysis, are the choices for president. And at that point, I may or may not endorse one of the candidates. If I do, I will provide a very detailed explanation of why I am endorsing one or the other.
At that point, might you contribute or donate?
I think it's unlikely.
So you have been posting up a storm, as you always do in the past couple weeks, about the redesign of the Tesla Roadster coming at the end of this year. Are there any kind of updates that you can talk about to expect from your flagship EV? I mean, Tesla stock is down in the last 6 months. What's next for the company?
The stocks go up and down, but what really matters is, are we making and delivering great products? The Tesla products are outstanding. Last year, the Tesla Model Y was the best-selling car of any kind in the world. So it was about 1.2 million units. It was the best-selling car despite being, I think, around 50% more expensive than the next best-selling vehicle of any kind, not just electric. So I think that's a testament to the incredible work of the Tesla team.
Yeah.
And we launched the Cybertruck. Obviously, that's being very well received. We have, I think, over 1 million orders for the Cybertruck. It's a really special product. That is, I think the Cybertruck is one of those products that comes along really once in several years, maybe once a decade. A Cybertruck is a once-a-decade product. It is so special, and I think it's our best product.
But everyone improves over time. I mean, Apple, I thought my phone was here, but Apple, the phone got better over time. I'm sure your cars will get better over time. You have been tweeting about the updates in the Roadsters. Is there something that we should expect?
Sure. You did mention the Roadster. So, look, I don't want to give away, much more than what I've said publicly, except that the Roadster will be a collaboration between SpaceX and Tesla. So, you can expect some rockety stuff there.
A flying car?
Maybe. It's not out of the question.
Go on.
No, I gotta reserve the cool stuff for the when we actually unveil it. But it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna have some rocket technology in it. I think the Well, the only way to do something that's cooler than the Cybertruck is to combine SpaceX and Tesla technology to create something that's not even really a car.
Then what would it be?
Something that's never existed before.
I'm getting Jetsons vibes.
Totally Jetsons vibes. The audience may not be aware, like, some things that I have said publicly is that it'll do 0 to 60 in under 1 second. So that's by far faster than any sports car that exists. And that's not even the most exciting thing about it.
Does it have wings?
No, it does not have big wings, because big wings would be unwieldy on the road.
Does it have propellers?
It does not have propellers.
Okay. It has wheels.
It does have wheels.
Okay.
Roadster 20 questions.
Does it have a steering wheel?
Not exactly.
What is it?
It'll have a drive-by-wire yoke, essentially, like kind of like the way aircraft or modern jets are controlled.
And do you think it's the way of the future that everyone will follow your lead on this?
I don't think anyone will ever make anything like the Roadster that we're going to make.
Let's talk now about SpaceX, Tesla. You got a lot of lawsuits. You've got X.com. You got a lot going on. How do you relax?
Well, I relax. I spend time with my kids, my friends, and I, make somewhat of a nerd technologist. So I like playing video games. So I'll play video games with friends online.
Which one?
Lately, I've been playing Diablo, but I've played almost all the games over the years. A long time ago, I was like semi-pro good at Quake. This is really dating me because we're talking about like 25 years ago.
I don't know video games. I just know that my great nephew loves Fortnite and some other stuff. He's always with the headphones and doing the thing. So that helps you relax, right? So
yeah. And the nice thing is, if you've got friends in different cities and they're playing the same game, you can both go online at the same time and play the game together, even though you're in different cities.
Listen, I'm not asking you anything that anyone else hasn't asked you about your controversial stuff that you tweet. You post a lot of controversial stuff. Is that considered blowing off steam?
Well, I guess I do enjoy using the platform. I mean, I do call the X platform the PvP, or player versus player platform. So in video games, there's player versus environment, where you're not playing against other people, and then there's PvP, which is like hardcore. You're actually playing against other people, and
but that's blowing off steam for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is to some degree, not always. I mean, obviously I use it for to post jokes, to post sometimes trivia, sometimes things that are of great importance.
So you do a lot of it at night, like late at night. So when you're doing this, are you sober when you do it?
Almost always, yes.
Under the influence of anything?
No, I don't drink. I don't really. No.
So you got no drink, no smoke, no nothing. I mean, you smoke pot with Rogan.
I had one puff.
Yeah.
I think anyone who smokes pot can tell I don't know how to smoke pot.
But you've admitted that you have a ketamine prescription.
Yeah.
What's that for?
Well, I mean, it's pretty private to ask somebody about a medical prescription, But I think it's something I'd say, like, there are times when I have sort of I don't know, like a negative chemical state in my brain, like depression, I guess, is or like depression that's not linked to any negative news, and then ketamine is helpful for getting one out of a negative frame of mind.
Well, listen,
so in fact, I generally, obviously I'm not a doctor, but I would say if someone has depression issues, they should consider talking to their doctor about ketamine instead of SSRIs.
Listen, I think that ketamine and drug therapy is increasingly becoming more in the mainstream.
Yeah.
Do you think you're doing it under a doctor's care, right?
Yeah. Literally a prescription from a real doctor, not like.
Yeah, but do you feel like you ever abuse it?
I don't think so. If you use too much ketamine, you can't really get work done. So I have a lot of work. So I'm typically putting in 16-hour days. That's normal for me, and it's rare for me to even take off a weekend day. So I don't really have a situation where I can be not mentally acute for an extended period of time. I can't really get wasted because I can't get my work done.
So how often do you take it?
Well, it'd be it's a small amount once every other week or something like that.
But there's not on the bottle where it says take this dose this many times a week or whatever. If it's not a doctor's
dose. There are several weeks will go by where I don't use it.
You don't use it.
Yeah, I think it's like I said. I think what I find ketamine is if you literally a chemical state in your brain that you can't just think yourself out of, then ketamine is helpful for getting you out of a depressive mind state.
You suffer from depression, or you have a depressive mind state? And I asked you as someone who has suffered from depression.
I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that I have a case of extended depression. It's just once in a while I get into a negative sort of chemical mind state. Once in a while, it's not a common thing, but once in a while it does happen.
Where do you think that comes from?
I think it's just genetic, basically.
You think it's just genetic history?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, some people are just wired to be happy all the time. Some are unfortunately wired to be sad a lot of the time. And in my case, I'm generally pretty positive and optimistic. But once in a while, I don't know what happens. There's some, like I said, I think it's just chemical tides in your brain. Once in a while, it's like a brain storm.
Yeah. Do you ever worry that this may get in the way of your government contracts and clearances, and also and Wall Street as well?
Well, from a standpoint of Wall Street, what matters is execution. Are you building value for investors? Tesla is worth about as much as the rest of the car industry combined, from nothing. So that's pretty good. As I mentioned, we had the best-selling car on Earth last year. So from an investor standpoint, if there is something I'm taking, I should keep taking it.
Have you talk about your ketamine use and depression? Have you also have said, and
the reason I should say the reason I mentioned the ketamine prescription on the X platform was because I thought maybe this is something that could help other people. That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah. Can we talk about the great replacement theory now? Some of the things that you post, the great replacement theory. You claim that Democrats, President Biden's immigration plan to open up the border, you said that the president is getting, and Democrats are doing it to get more votes. But undocumented immigrants cannot vote in federal elections, so how is that possible?
Right. Well, you're conflating two things. One is great replacement theory. The other is, which I don't subscribe to that. I'm simply saying that there is an incentive here. If legal immigrants, which I think have a very strong bias to, at least everything I've read, it's a very strong bias to vote Democrat. The more that come into the country, the more they're likely to vote in that direction. But it is, in my view, a simple incentive to increase voters, Democrat voters. And yeah, so the question is how. So there's a few ways that this works. One is that when the census is done, the census is based on all people in an area, whether they are citizens or not. So if there are a concentration of people who came here illegally in a particular state or in a particular state, that state will actually then get an increased number of House seats. So the House seat apportionment is proportionate to the number of people, not the number of citizens. So the illegals overwhelmingly go to places like California and New York, and if you just look at the math, if you look at the apportionment with and without illegals, I believe California would lose. I believe the blue state, there would be a net loss of blue states of approximately 20 seats in the House. This also applies to the Electoral College. So you say, well, this also applies to electing the president. because the electoral votes are also done by apportionment the same way that House seats are done.
But the reason, Elon, the Electoral College is in place is to balance that, is so that that doesn't happen. So what you're saying about it is the exact opposite of the reason why the Electoral College is there. The Electoral College at this point, in our history, gives people who are in smaller states and red states much more of an influence over our elections than people who are in blue states, and the majority of the people in this country. That's what the Electoral College does. It actually does the exact opposite of what you're saying. It protects people who are in smaller states and protects people who are in red states.
Well,
the red states, because they tend to be smaller and less populous.
I think that statement is what you said is true, but what I said is also true, which is that if as is the case, a disproportionate number of legal immigrants go to blue states, they amplify the effect of a blue state vote. And the math, as I understand it, you can research this obviously very easily on there. It's pretty straightforward to research this. But my understanding is that there would be that the Democrats would lose approximately 20 seats in the House if illegals were not counted in the census, and that's also 20 less electoral votes for president. So the illegals absolutely do affect the who controls the House and who controls the presidency. It does not affect the Senate.
Yeah. In blue states, you're talking about. I
Yes.
don't believe that your information on that is right. So listen, let's talk more about the Great Replacement, because the first time that you posted on X about this Jewish conspiracy, you ended up apologizing.
I didn't call it a conspiracy. I just said that there's a simple matter of incentives. You don't need a conspiracy when you have basic incentives. In my view, there's a basic incentive that is fundamental that for the Democrat Party to foster and usher in a large number of illegals. Yeah. And you don't need a conspiracy in that case, because you have a very basic incentive. You could say I'm wrong about that incentive, but that's my view. I'm not buying into some great replacement theory. I'm simply saying there appears to be a very clear incentive for Democrats to maximize the number of illegals because it helps them win elections.
I'm talking about the Great Replacement theory is also part of a Jewish conspiracy theory. And when you did the tweet, or you responded to the tweet about that, you ended up apologizing, and which I think is, it's good that you ended up apologizing. You went to Auschwitz with Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Right? So you said you learned your lesson. What did you learn?
I said I learned my lesson.
You said you learned your lesson when you apologized, and you said you went to Auschwitz. You saw what.
No, I was already aware of these things, and the nature of my comment that really inflamed people. What I was trying to say, and I did very quickly clarify. This is what I'm saying: is that a number of prominent Jewish philanthropists fund groups that they should really take a closer look at funding, because some of the groups they fund, I think, are anti-Semitic.
Yeah. Do you understand the connection between the two? There's a connection between, you said Democrats, the Great Replacement theory, but when it comes to the actual Great Replacement theory, originally it was started about Jewish people, as you said, flooding in the country, and then now people are using it for Democrats, saying the same thing about Democrats, flooding.
In my view, it's a simple matter of incentives.
Yeah.
I actually don't see an incentive for Jewish people to want to have legal immigration. I don't think there is such an incentive.
Yeah. The Great Replacement theory is a neo-Nazi trope. It's in the neo-Nazi manifesto. It's in the Turner Diaries. It's referenced by the Buffalo mass shooter in his manifesto, where 10 people, black people, were murdered in Buffalo. It's the actual title of the Christchurch shooters manifesto. 51 people in the Muslim mosque were murdered. 23 people murdered in El Paso by a shooter who used the same language that you use in that manifesto when you say Hispanic invasion. Is that not?
I didn't say an Hispanic invasion.
And you quoted a tweet that called it a Hispanic invasion.
If I quote something, it doesn't mean I agree with everything in it. It's just something that I think this is something worth people should consider.
Why would you quote something that you didn't believe in?
Because anything I quote is going to have a whole range of statements. It doesn't mean I agree with everything in it.
Do you think if you moderated yourself more, if there was better content moderation on the platform, that you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the great replacement theory as it relates
I
to
don't have to
Democrats,
answer these
the
questions.
great replacement theory as it relates to Jewish people? Do you think that?
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
So you don't think, do you think that you wouldn't get in trouble or you wouldn't be criticized for these things?
I'm
or that
criticized constantly. I could care less.
You don't care?
No, I don't.
Why
care.
not?
I don't think people should care what the media thinks about them. They're terrible judges of character.
Even someone who has one of the biggest social media and biggest information platforms in the world, you don't care? You don't think that you have any X.com or you have any responsibility to the truth or moderating the platform?
You're conflating the truth with the media, and I think the media is not truthful.
Well, not with just the media. I mean, just the truth in general.
I care about the truth very much. That's why we have, for example, community notes on the X system, where in order for a community note to surface and provide corrective information about what somebody posts, and my posts are equally subject to this. I've been community noted many times. In order for a community note to surface, people who have historically disagreed must agree in order for a community note to surface. And all of the code for community notes is open source. All of the data is open source, so you can completely recreate it from scratch. The way to build trust is transparency.
I have noticed community notes. I think that you are right about that, and I do think community notes are helpful. I think any type of content moderation, I do think that's helpful. You recently called content moderation, though, a digital chastity belt. Do you think that you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform?
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law, and we have a responsibility to be transparent about when things are shown, why they're shown. That's why we open source our algorithm. I think once you start going beyond the law, now you're putting your thumb on the scale. And we don't want to put our thumb on the scale.
It doesn't concern you that hate speech has gone. Research shows that it's gone up on the platform since you took over. That's not concerning to you?
I believe that is false. In fact, the research that I've seen says it went down.
The study from the Institute of Strategic Dialogue found that anti-Semitic tweets doubled from June 22 to February 2023. One study reported that as many as 86% of the posts reported for hateful content remained up after being reported. Hate speech on the platform is up.
So what they will typically do is they will count the number of posts, but not count the number of views. So what matters is, was that post given high visibility, or what did like one person see it? And if you look at the number of views of how many times was hate content viewed on our platform, it is down substantially.
Yeah. Well, that's not what the study shows. And you said you like transparency. I'm going to show you this. And
Don, you can get a study that will tell you whatever you want.
But these are just a handful of extremely. You look at those anti-Semitic and racist tropes and tweets, and as of this morning, they're still on X. And from your own content policy, these posts should have been deleted. So why haven't they been deleted? Why are they still there? Did you?
We delete things if they are illegal.
But these have been up there for a while.
Are they illegal?
No, they're not illegal, but they're hateful, and they can lead to violence. As I just read to you, the shooters, in all of these mass shootings, attributed social media to radicalizing.
So Don, you love censorship, is what you're saying?
No, I don't love censorship.
Then why are you asking?
I believe in moderation, but I don't believe in
censorship. Moderation is a propaganda word for censorship.
But don't you think free speech is one thing, right? Or not,
Look, if something's illegal, we're going to take it down. If it's not illegal, then we're putting our thumb on the scale and we're being censors.
You're putting your thumb on the scale for moderating hate speech? I mean, you don't put out child pornography. That's not...
It's illegal.
Some people would say that's considered censorship. I'm just saying, you...
No, Don, I literally said, if something is legal, okay, we will obviously remove it.
Okay.
But if it is not legal, the laws in this country are put forward by the citizens. We're a democracy. If those laws are put in place by the people, we adhere to those laws.
Okay, I
agree.
agree.
To the laws of others. If you go beyond the law, you're actually going beyond the will of the people.
Okay, agreed with the law. But if you are doing something that promotes hate and violence and ultimately leads to killing, you don't feel you have any responsibility not to do that? When the people who are doing it admittedly are saying
there's articles all the time that lead to violence and killing. Don't they? Shouldn't they? Like you're applying a differential standard to.
But that would never be in mainstream media. These types of images, that type of language, those things would never be. We'd never, when I was in mainstream media, we'd never promote things that would be anti-Semitic. We would never promote things that would.
Anti-Semitic either.
Did you not see those?
You said promote. If content is on the platform, that doesn't mean we promote it.
But that wouldn't be on a platform for mainstream media at all.
No, but you can think of that's because the mainstream media has like, whatever, 20 articles a day. We have 500 million posts today.
Okay,
500
understood.
million.
Does it bother you? How do you feel about that when you see it?
I obviously disagree with that. I think it's not good at all. It's terrible.
But you don't want to get rid of it on the platform, or at least moderate it.
The rules. What you're suggesting is censorship that goes beyond the law. And what I'm saying is I guess have a disagreement, because I do not believe in censorship that goes beyond the law, and you do. We have a difference of opinion in that regard.
I understand that, but these are your own rules on your own platform. These go against the rules on your platform. That's why I'm asking you. If you said, listen, we allow everything, but that's not what your content rules say, and that's why I'm asking you, why are they still there? Your own content policy. That's why I'm asking you that, not because.
Which part of our content policy says that we should delete these things?
Your content policy talks about hate speech.
Yes, we don't promote hate speech.
And so you don't consider that hate speech?
I guess you're not understanding what I'm saying. There's if there's you can find you can sign up right now and do 100 things that are hateful, but if nobody reads it, it doesn't matter. So you can think of X as being, it's much like the internet. It's not some tiny publication with like 20 articles a day. It's 500 million.
But everyone has the opportunity to read it, Elon.
Everyone has the opportunity to read the internet. Are you suggesting we should shut down the internet?
No, but you don't own the internet. I'm asking you about you and your responsibility on your platform. And so I see how you feel now. You don't agree. We don't agree on this.
Yes, you want censorship and I don't.
No, I don't want censorship at all.
Yes, you do.
No, I want responsibility. I think there.
You desperately want censorship.
No, if I want a censorship.
You want censorship so bad you can taste it.
No, that's not true. It's not true. I think that there's right and wrong. And I think that.
You want censorship.
And I think that when you have a platform that's as big as yours and as powerful as yours and as influential as yours, and you are a person of consequence to the world with what you do, that there is a certain responsibility that goes along with what you have on your platform and what you put out to the world. And I think that's important. You don't see that responsibility?
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law. And if people want the law changed, they should talk to their elected representative and get the law changed, and then we will adhere to the law.
Okay.
But if you want us to go beyond the law, that is us deciding to be censors. And I'm against censorship. I'm in favor of freedom of speech.
Yeah. And
freedom of speech only is relevant when people you don't like say things you don't like. Otherwise, it has no meaning.
But I do think that there should be guardrails. And I believe in free speech as much as you. I would fight. I don't disagree. I don't agree with a lot of what you put out on social media, but I will fight for your right to be able to say it.
Great.
Okay, so listen, let's talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, all right? That's been a target of yours lately on X. There was a repost of Ben Shapiro that you claim that DEI is killing people. Specifically, you point to medicine. You claim that DEI programs are putting people at risk. Do you really believe this to be true, and what evidence do you have to support it?
What I was referring to there was that if we lower the standards for doctors, so that they, if the test for a doctor is lowered, then the probability of them making a mistake and killing someone is obviously going to be higher.
Wait, say that again. I'm not sure I understand what you said. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yes, if the standards for passing medical exams and becoming a doctor, or especially something like a surgeon, if the standards are lowered, then the probability that the surgeon will make a mistake is higher. They're making mistakes in their exam. They may make mistakes with people, and that may result in people dying.
What evidence do you have, though, that they're lowering the standards? There's no evidence of that.
I believe there is.
There's no evidence of that, Elon. What is the evidence?
I believe they have literally lowered the standards at Duke University, and that is what the article was referring to.
There's no evidence.
Saying they have not lowered the standards?
There's no evidence about lowering standards, and I think that there is.
I believe that is a false statement you're making.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I think
the interesting thing is, when this is posted on the X platform, there will be a whole bunch of things that rebut what you said and what I said.
Right.
And so people can then make their own decision based on the replies and the rebuttals and the community notes.
I think that's fair. But I do think that on this particular topic, I do think that you and Ben Shapiro are reaching in about this, because there was what Ben posted said that he gave instances of people who were deliberately harming people. Nowhere in the thread does Ben suggest at all, I should say, that anyone is being killed as a result of DEI. That's purely speculative. There's research on DEI in medicine, and there's no evidence that standards are being lowered, that DEI is affecting medicine. Actually, only 5% of doctors are black, and a small percent.
Yeah, well, I think you'll find that when this is posted to the X platform, that people will reply to it with evidence.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see.
Okay. So, but that's my whole thing about moderation. Maybe you're wrong, but you'll put it out there. You don't know if it's right. Do you think that your responsibility to make sure something is right before you, the person who owns it, Elon Musk, who's a huge figure in the world, that you should know that it's true, that there are people at X who can get research for you before you put something out there like that? That's not necessarily true, even in other examples.
If I say something that is inaccurate, I'm immediately corrected on the platform. That's the advantage of a real-time system like X. So there will be immediately in the replies people correcting me. There will be a community note that will correct me, which is attached to the actual post itself.
Do you think as many people read
Yes.
You think as many people read that as it reads your tweet?
Yes, in fact, and if there's a community note that happens later that where somebody didn't see, but they replied to that, or interacted with that post, we will notify them that there is now a community note correcting that post.
Mm-hmm. Just so you.
Whereas if you consider the conventional media, that doesn't happen. Conventional media makes false statements all the time and nobody ever hears the correction.
When I was in conventional media, I can only speak for myself. If I got something wrong, if someone got something wrong on the platform that I was on, it was corrected, and we made sure that it was corrected. Now, I can't speak for anyone else.
I don't think that's a universal situation.
Okay. So I just the research. So when you talk, do you believe that people are dying because medical standards, DEI is causing medical standards to be lowered? Do you actually believe people are dying because of that?
I believe that if we lower the standards for what it takes to become a doctor.
You're saying if we lower the standards, but do you believe people are dying because the standards are being lowered?
I don't think that is yet an issue, but it could become an issue.
Okay. But the actual evidence in history shows the exact opposite. If you look at how minorities are treated by the medical system, most doctors now are white. And there are lots of mistakes in medicine. So you're saying that white doctors have bad medical care? I'm trying to understand your logic here when it comes to DEI, because there's no actual evidence of what you're saying.
No, I said, so if the standards, like let's say, I think that particular thing was referring to surgeons. Let's say a surgeon is asked to, a surgeon in training is asked to do a series of operations under the supervision of a senior surgeon, and they get a bunch of those operations wrong. If that happens, and yet they are still approved to be a surgeon, the probability that someone will die, I think, at some point is high.
Okay, I understand that, but that's a hypothetical. That doesn't mean it's happening.
I didn't say it's happening.
You didn't say it was happening.
I said it will. I said if we lower standards, people will die.
But why respond to something or put something out there that has not happened? Because I could say,
because I don't want it to happen. I think we don't want to lower standards.
Okay, if you look at the history of the medical industry, especially when it comes to Black Americans, it shows the exact opposite. If you look at the Tuskegee experiment and on, only 5% of doctors in America are black. All of them are white. So are you saying that if the majority of doctors are white, are you saying that and there are still these inequities, right? And there's still mistakes. Are you blaming DEI for that?
No, I'm very basically saying that if we lower standards for what it takes to become a board-certified surgeon or, an oncologist or something where the kind of disease we're talking about, if you make a mistake, causes someone to die, then more people will die than if we don't lower the standards. Therefore, we should not lower the standards.
But why do you think they're lowering the standards for minority doctors or women doctors, or?
That's what that's what that article suggested. Yes, at Duke University.
Okay. The evidence that I have shows that that's not true.
Okay.
So listen, after the door blew off this mid-flight in this Alaskan Airlines flight, do you remember that? You responded to a post claiming that the average HBCU grad was less intelligent than the average airline pilot, and stated that it will take an airplane crashing and killing hundreds of people for them to change this crazy policy of DIE. I don't know if did you misspell it on purpose, which it should be DEI. Do you believe that women and minority pilots are inherently less intelligent and less skilled than white male pilots?
No, I'm just saying that we should not lower the standards for them.
Okay. But there's no evidence that standards are being lowered when it comes to the airline industry.
You've repeatedly said that there's no evidence that standards are being lowered, and watch the replies showing all the evidence that it is.
Replies, though, on social media or on Twitter are not necessarily fact and evidence.
No,
that's people's
opinion. They will cite all the replies. In the replies to this, you will see how often the information is cited, showing that indeed there are significant cases where standards are lowered.
And I do hope that happens. I do hope that happens, and I look forward to it. And as you said, if you're wrong, then you're wrong, and if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm glad we're having this conversation, debating. This is what we should be doing, debating the issue. So if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and then they'll be proven in the thing, and you as well. But I just want to tell you that pilot that you talked about, in fact, was a woman pilot, landed the plane safely despite the major malfunction with the equipment. Boeing has taken responsibility for that incident, saying that it was caused by a faulty door panel. So I'm not sure what that had to do with lowering the standards for pilots when it was a faulty.
No, it's not lowering standards for pilots. It's the incentive structure. I believe at Boeing changed to include DEI as a fundamental executive incentive. But in my view, it should be purely about passenger safety.
Okay, but do you understand how by saying just that standards are being lowered, that you're implying that they're being lowered because people are less skilled and less intelligent, and you're talking about people of color and or women?
Look, I'm saying we should not lower standards.
But you don't?
That's it.
I think everyone can agree that you shouldn't lower standards.
Great.
But you're implying that they're lowering standards because of people of color or women, because someone is not a white male. You're saying that they're less skilled and less intelligent. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying that they are.
Then why would they be lowering the standards?
I don't know. Why are they lowering the standards?
Just so you know, 5% of pilots are female, 4% are black. So you're talking about this widespread takeover of minorities and women when that's not actually true.
I'm not saying there's a widespread takeover.
Well, you're saying that the standards are being lowered because of certain people. You don't believe in DEI, right? Do you not believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I think we should be treat people according to their skills and their integrity, and that's it.
Do you know that studies show?
Studies show.
Yeah. Well, we can look them up. So your reaction to studies show, and I understand, right? Because I always like to point to an exact study, right?
Sure.
Something that is factual. It's the same thing when you talk about, well, let's see what the replies are on Twitter or on X.
Yeah, so
I feel the same. I feel the same way about that. But this is what studies have shown, and people will reply and they'll say that companies with more diversity and their leadership teams have reported higher innovation rates than those with lower diversity or low diversity. And they're better companies, and they make more money. this whole idea about DEI, if you go woke or whatever, you go broke, that's not necessarily true. People with diverse leadership teams and diverse workers make more money and more innovative.
Like I said, my view is that the only basis for promoting somebody should be their skills, talents, and their integrity, and that's it.
I want to ask you about, there's a federal government, EEOC, they are also currently involved in a lawsuit against Tesla that alleges that there's a history of widespread racial harassment against black Tesla employees, as well as a pattern of retaliation for speaking out. What do you say to that?
I don't believe that is true. I think we've got a very good, like if you walk around the Tesla Fremont plant, I think it's a very good atmosphere. In fact, I practically lived there for 3 years trying to make the production work.
Were you aware, if you lived there, were you aware of such behavior?
I never saw it.
So you're saying that this is not true, it's not happening?
Well, I mean, there's over 20,000 people. So you say, like, if there's over 20,000 people in one building, well, is everyone going to behave perfectly? No. Did I see any situations that I thought were improper? I did not.
Let's talk about trans rights and the woke mind virus, because you've talked about that a lot. You're right about that a lot on the thing. You have been deeply outspoken about the issue of trans rights. You posted trans rights. You posted that pronouns in bio mean the woke mind virus ate your brain. Do you know what the term woke actually means?
It's come to mean a lot of things.
But what originally it was meant to mean? It's just being aware of inequities in society and being aware of facts and history.
Yeah, I think it's come to be. I think being aware of inequities in society is fine, of course, but trying to blame everything trying to make everything a race issue is, I think, divisive and corrosive to society.
Even as it relates to trans issues, which is what I'm.
Yeah, race or gender or whatever.
You think that society blames everything on racism now?
It blames a lot of things on it, and yeah.
You think that's unfair?
Yeah.
Why?
I think we should not make this a constant subject. I think we need to move on. I think we just treat people like people.
You don't agree that this country was founded on racism and founded on slavery and in many ways inequities that still continue on to this day?
I think every country at that time, and I think even today, was extremely racist. Every country. And obviously slavery was present in about half of this country. Was not present in the North. There was racism for sure, but I think we want to look to the future rather than the past, and instead of engaging in constant rehashing of the past, because in fact, if you look at history, if you study history broadly, everyone was a slave. Everyone.
Yes. Well, not everyone was a slave.
No, everyone was a slave.
Okay, but
we are all descended from slaves.
Yeah.
Well, all of us.
Yeah.
It's just a question of when. Was it more recent or less recent? That's it.
Right.
But what future do we want? Is this something we want to make a part of our constant dialogue forever, or do we want to say, like, let's just move on and treat everyone, according to just who they are as an individual?
I agree with you with that. That's the ideal. But what the evidence shows is that that's not what's actually in practice.
I think we're doing better than anywhere else.
That's true. I agree with that. But that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean a lot to a whole lot of people who aren't able to take advantage of the opportunities that you were able to take advantage of, simply because the color of your skin.
What advantages did my color of my skin give me?
Well, there's an ease that you have in society that many people of color don't. You were able to come to this country voluntarily. There are many people who were not able to come to the country voluntarily. There are people who came here
It was
as
very difficult
slaves.
for me to come here.
And there is a legacy of slavery that still continues on. There's a legacy of racism that still continues on in this country. That's undeniable.
Well, if we keep talking about it nonstop, it will never go away. If we keep making that the central thing, it will never go away.
Well, why do you believe that?
I think I'm just making a simple statement of fact. So I think we want to get away from making everything a race or a gender or whatever issue, and just treat people like individuals.
Do you have any desire to understand what many people of color and even trans people, how they feel about this country and how they're treated in this country? If they say and they believe that they are treated a certain way in this country, why don't you believe them?
You cannot have a situation where someone is a self-described victim, and they just get to be that because that's how they feel.
I think that does happen in some cases, but not all cases. And I think that not understanding the history of the country, I think, is a real shame. Look,
We should understand the history of the country and other countries.
I've had incredible opportunities as a person of color.
Right.
But I've also
You're doing very well.
But I've also been discriminated against, and I know that I have. And I know that that's real. And for someone to say that that isn't happening, I should just move forward and not think about that and ignore the past, is insulting.
I'm not saying it. Don, you keep putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying it.
I didn't say that you said it.
I'm saying that we want to. We as a country should move beyond questions of race and gender, and we should treat people like individuals and base our opinions on them on the, their character and their skills.
I don't think that anyone will disagree with that.
Exactly.
All I'm saying is that that's not happening and is not equal for everyone. That those opportunities don't happen for everyone. And I am a living example that they don't. I know that they don't because I live it.
You've been incredibly successful.
I have been,
and
in spite of it all. But I know what I know. I've experienced what I've experienced. You haven't done that, and I cannot. I don't know what it's like to be from South Africa. I don't know what it's like to be a white man. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. I don't know what it's like to be a Latino person. I don't know that, so I wouldn't speak for them and just say, you need to move on. That's not for me to say. I believe that it would be great if the country could live up to that ideal. You think that everyone has the same opportunities in America, regardless of their background and ethnicity. Do you agree?
No, I don't think everyone has the same opportunities.
Okay. So when you talk about, let's talk about trans rights. When you decided to talk about the trans rights movement, you said that it was a woke mind virus. Why do you believe the trans rights movement is a woke mind virus? What do you mean by woke mind virus?
Woke mind virus is when you stop caring about people's skills and their integrity, and you start focusing instead on gender and race and other things that are different from that. I think the woke mind virus is fundamentally racist, fundamentally sexist, and fundamentally evil.
Okay.
And we've got a little bit more time, so you choose your question.
Okay, okay, thank you for that. But I would appreciate you answering these. I think it's important that we're doing this. I think it's important to the world to hear this, especially what's going on in our country. The reason I ask you, listen, there are a whole lot of things that people maybe have questions about when it comes to transgender people. Even people who are part of the LGBTQ plus community have questions about that. But if you are a free speech absolutist, right? And that is part of the First Amendment. Also, the freedom of expression falls under that First Amendment as well. So why can't people choose to identify with the gender that they feel comfortable with, or with use a pronoun? Isn't that part of freedom of expression?
I guess no. They can ask others to do whatever they feel. They can ask others to do anything. It's a different question whether they mandate that others do that thing.
Okay. Let's talk more about free speech and for advertisers, right? Because all this controversy, I believe, as you know, has made X less appealing to advertisers. About half of them have left the platform. You call advertisers that left X .com. You said there were oppressors. You've even gone as far as saying it publicly that they can go F themselves or go fuck themselves.
If they're going to force censorship on the company before advertising, then obviously I find that unacceptable.
You find it unacceptable. Why is that not a form of free speech? They are free to advertise where they want. They're not beholden to, they're not obligated to advertise on X.com.
Right.
So how is that not free speech?
That's whereas the other platforms will censor on behalf of advertisers, the X platform will not.
Okay. So, but you think you don't think it's okay for them not to advertise with or have their content or their advertisement next to something that is anti-Semitic or
that is a different question. You can absolutely choose where next to which content do you want your advertising to appear. Absolutely, of course, and we have I think very good ad placement controls in this regard.
Yeah. So you said if they kill the company, it's them, but doesn't the buck stop with you? I mean, you're
Don, I have to say, choose your question carefully. There's 5 minutes left.
Okay, but so
is this the question you want to ask?
The same question is you said that they are killing the company, but you're the head of the company. The buck doesn't stop with you.
I acquired X in order to preserve freedom of speech in America, the First Amendment, and I'm going to stick to that. And if that means making less money, so be it.
So I have to be. Listen, I'm just being honest, right? I'm not trying to get you or anything. I was just surprised that you would blame other people for killing the company. I mean, when you say the buck stops with the President of the United States, regardless of what happens, right? So, why would that question upset you? You seem upset by it, are you?
I think you.
And I'm not trying to upset you.
Well, you are upsetting me because the way you're phrasing the questions, I think, is not cogent.
It's not what?
Not cogent.
Cogent.
Yes.
Go ahead.
If given a choice where an advertiser is saying you have to censor all this content on the platform, irrespective of where their advertising appears, then our answer will be look, you can choose where you want your advertising, what you want your advertising to appear next to, but you can't insist on censorship of the entire platform. And if you insist on censorship of the entire platform, even where your advertising doesn't appear, then obviously we will not want them as an advertiser.
So what would you say to advertisers who have left the platform or who are considering coming back or not coming back? What would you like to say to them?
Well, first of all, almost all of our advertisers are coming back to the platform. So it's a very short list of advertisers who are not coming back to the platform. And our advertising revenue is rising rapidly. And our subscription revenue is rising rapidly, and I feel very optimistic about the future of the X platform.
Okay. Listen, honestly, I'm not meaning to offend you. You're an intense person. Where does that intensity come from?
I was born that way. And I had a tough childhood.
You did?
So, yeah.
How so?
Right, Walter Isaacson goes into it in the book, and we only have a couple minutes left, so.
All right.
Too long to describe. So there are 1 or 2 questions I can do, and then we'll have to call it.
Okay. Again, I don't mean to upset you. Why are you just...
No, I have a whole room full of people waiting to meet with me.
Okay.
So we're just going over time.
Okay. All right. I understand that. So when you talk about, you said you were born that way. Is that, did you think that the way that you see the world has to do with your relationship with anyone, perhaps your father or someone in your family?
I think we're all affected by the people we grow up with. My aspiration is to do whatever it takes to extend consciousness into the future. That's my goal, to make life multiplanetary as part of extending consciousness into the future.
Have the past few years, and considering everything that's gone on, has it been difficult for you and your family life?
It's been okay.
So then, how do you see your legacy, Elon? How do you see how people see you in the.
First of all, I say that if I died knowing that I did what was right, or did my best to do what was right, and even if in the history books they said I did wrong, I would still feel okay about that. I care about the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. I think